Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Once again, it's time to call on our old friend, that incomparable host and storyteller, Dr. Watson. He's waiting for us in his familiar study. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. I won't get up if you don't mind. This change in the weather has given me a twinge or two of rheumatism, I'm afraid.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Dr. Watson.
We old fossils can't expect to be as hale and hearty as you young fellows, you know.
I don't know that I feel so young today, Dr. Watson. I stopped by the military academy this afternoon and saw my cousin there. He's 13 years old, and after an hour with him, I realized I'm really quite ancient.
13 years old. Oh, a fine age. He's happy at the school, Mr. Bell?
Crazy about it.
Yes, I'm sure that in this day and age, a boy almost looks forward to going to school. Conditions were far different in certain parts of England just before the turn of the century, I'm afraid. I'm thinking in particular of a school that Holmes and I had occasion to visit, and of the frightened, unhappy youngsters who lived there in mortal terror of their lives.
Oh, this has all the hallmarks of the beginning of a Sherlock Holmes adventure.
It is, my boy. It's a story I call The Singular Affair of the Dying Schoolboys. But before I begin, haven't you a message for our listeners?
Yes, I have. Folks, it looks as if we're in for plenty of excitement tonight with Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. And men, I'll bet you'll be plenty excited about the great improvement in the appearance of your hair once you use Kreml Hair Tonic. Frankly, I've tried any number of hair dressings, but it took Kreml to really convince me that my hair can always be neat without having to plaster it down with grease or those sticky, gooey concoctions. And Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking attractive. It makes hair so much easier to comb and actually helps condition the hair, in that it leaves it feeling so much softer, easier to manage. At the same time, Kreml removes embarrassing dandruff flakes. It relieves itching due to dry scalp and leaves your scalp feeling so clean, so alive. Man, what a treat. Now be sure to buy a bottle at any drug counter, spelled Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the singular affair of the dying schoolboys?
Well, Mr. Bell, that strange adventure began on a stormy September evening in Baker Street many, many years ago. All day long the wind had screamed and the rain had beaten against our windows. Shortly after dinner, there was the old familiar jangle on our front doorbell. And a few moments later, Mrs. Hudson ushered a distinguished visitor into the room. As he stood there in front of the flickering firelight, I could see that he was a good-looking man, and also that he was in a state of considerable excitement.
Now, Lord Manders, if you will just give us the facts.
Well, Mr. Holmes, 3 years ago, I was a passenger on that ill-fated ship, the Sophie Anderson. She was wrecked in a gale, and I was the only survivor. I clung to a piece of broken spar and was washed ashore, and after that, for over 2 years, I lived alone on an island in the Indian Ocean. Naturally, when the Sophie Anderson foundered, I was believed to be dead. My young brother, Eric, who was next in line, inherited the estate and the guardianship of our uncle.
There must have been quite a lot of confusion when you arrived home this year, Lord Manders.
There was, Dr. Watson, but not for the reason you suppose. I landed in England to find that my brother had died last December.
Oh, indeed, I'm very sorry.
He died under very peculiar circumstances. That's why I've come to you, Mr. Holmes.
What were those circumstances?
My uncle sent Eric to a school on the Welsh moors, not far from Cardiff. A school known as Ponsonby Hall. He died in the school infirmary there, supposedly of pneumonia.
And you have some reason to believe it was not pneumonia?
Nothing definite. I've been down to the school, but Dr. Ponsonby, the owner, was too ill to see me. However, I did talk to a frightening woman there, who's the matron of the place, a Mrs. Arkwright. I became suspicious. So I stayed on and, for a few days, made some local inquiries.
With what results?
Ponsonby Hall has a black name with the villagers, Mr. Holmes. 5 boys have died there in the last 2 years under circumstances similar to my brother's.
Good gracious me.
I presume that you immediately had an accounting with your uncle?
My uncle had settled another account before my return, Mr. Holmes. He died of a heart attack last February. But I am certain he was responsible for Eric's death. You see, he stood to inherit the estate. It may sound incredible, but I believe Eric was murdered at Ponsonby Hall.
Murdered in a boys' school? Oh, come, sir. Such things can't happen in this 19th century of ours.
But they can, Watson. And do, unfortunately.
You don't mean it.
I do. A private school situated in a desolate spot and operated by an unprincipled scoundrel could provide excellent and profitable opportunities for removing unwanted relatives.
What a ghastly thought.
Mr. Holmes, I know that Eric's dead and nothing can bring him to life again. But I can try and avenge his death and bring his murderer to justice. You will help me, won't you?
Yes, Lord Manders, I will. If these shocking occurrences have been taking place, we may be able at least to prevent further tragedies. Watson, suppose we join Lord Manders on the West of England Express tonight, and tomorrow see what can be done to penetrate the black clouds that surround Ponsonby Hall.
We're walking in the wrong direction, Mr. Holmes. The school's behind us.
And before going there, I thought we might profitably pay a visit here in the village to Llewellyn Coffin,
Oh, who's he?
the local undertaker.
An undertaker named Coffin? That's very funny, isn't it? Coffin, undertaker.
Quite. But try and control your amusement, will you, Watson?
Oh, sorry, Albert.
Here's his establishment now.
Good day, gentlemen.
Mr. Coffin,
Yes, sir. That's my name, Coffin.
we're strangers in these parts and we're in search of information. I'm hoping, Mr. Coffin, that you'll be able to help us.
What I can do, sir, I will, and do it gladly.
I understand that you've had an unusually large proportion of business from Ponsonby Hall in the past 2 years.
5 boys died, didn't they?
5 boys it was.
Mr. Coffin, we've heard some strange stories in the village.
Yes, stories that make us wonder if those deaths were from natural causes.
Gentlemen, I'm a simple man, look you. A man who plies his trade but cannot afford to ask questions. What goes on at Ponsonby Hall, and I'll not say strange things haven't happened there, is none of my business.
Then let me appeal to your sympathies. My young brother died at Ponsonby Hall last December. You must have buried him.
Your brother? Well, now look you, that makes it different. But you'll not say anything up at the hall, sir. Dr. Ponsonby's a savage man.
Don't worry on that score, Mr. Coffin.
What do you after knowing, sir?
All the 5 boys were supposed to have had pneumonia, I understand.
That's what the medical report said.
Who signed those reports?
Dr. Ponsonby himself. He's a regular medical doctor, look you.
How very convenient. No questions had to be asked. Mr. Coffin, when you prepared those bodies for burial, did you notice anything unusual about them? Anything to make you think their deaths were possibly not caused by pneumonia?
No, sir.
Think now.
Well, now that you mention it, there was one thing I was after noticing.
Oh, what was that, my good man?
The boys had a strange look on their faces as they lay there, as if something had frightened the wits out of them just before they died.
That's very odd. The face of anyone dying from pneumonia would be in repose.
Did you notice anything else, Mr. Coffin? Any other peculiarity?
Well, there was one thing, sir, that gave me to thinking. All the boys had marks on them. Stretch marks they were on their necks or shoulders.
Perhaps they were bites. Remember Dr. Rylott of Stoke Moran, Holmes?
Did these marks look like the bites of a snake, Mr. Coffin?
No, that they weren't. Look you, I know a snake bite when I see one.
Didn't these marks make you suspicious?
That they did, sir. And when I saw them on the boys, I took my courage in my hands and asked Dr. Ponsonby.
And what did he say?
Inoculation marks. He said that he had tried to save them with some newfangled medicine.
No autopsy was held on the boys?
No, sir. Dr. Ponsonby is the only doctor in these parts, look you. He gave the certificates. Who was to ask any questions?
Exactly. Come on, Watson, Lord Manders. This has been a very promising start. Thank you, Mr. Coffin. You've been most helpful.
It was a pleasure to talk to you, gentlemen, but please don't be after repeating what I said.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I think you'll agree my suspicions were well grounded.
Yes. And we'll lose no time investigating this matter. I think we may work faster if we divide our forces. I shall return to the inn and compose a telegram that I shall ask you to send for me, Lord Manders.
Of course, Mr. Holmes.
Aren't you going to Ponsonby Hall, Holmes?
Not immediately. However, you, my dear Watson, can be my advance guard.
Me?
Yes. I think that your open countenance, combined with that delightful Scottish accent you sometimes assume, plus an appropriate name, should lull Dr. Ponsonby into believing that he has another wealthy customer who needs his very specialized services.
Well, Holmes, I'll do my best. Just the same, I'll be very relieved when you get on the scene.
I'm Mrs. Arkwright, the school matron. Whom did you wish to see?
I want to have a word with Dr. Ponsonby. My name is Angus McLaughlin, and I'm most anxious to send my young cousin here.
Oh?
Aye, he needs discipline. And I'm told that you dinna pamper a young lad here.
Please come in. I'm sure Dr. Ponsonby will see you.
Thank you, Mrs. Arkwright. Come in.
Go in, please.
Dr. Ponsonby?
Yes, please sit down, won't you?
Thank you, sir. My name is Angus McLaughlin. I've travelled all the way from Aberdeen to see you. I was told that at your school you at least know how to discipline a lad.
Well, Mr. McLaughlin, in our modest way, we endeavour to inculcate our students with a sense of responsibility.
Aye.
I was about to have a glass of wine. Perhaps you'd care to join me?
That's very kind of you, Dr. Ponsonby. I'd like to.
You wish to send a relative here, Mr. McLaughlin?
Aye, sir, a young cousin of mine, if you'll take him.
Here's your wine, Mr. McLaughlin.
Thank you, sir. And to your very good health. That's very good.
Tell me more about your cousin, sir. Before I accept a new student, I like to know as much about him as possible.
Well, I'll be quite frank with you. He's 13 years old and he's a young devil, and an inconvenient young devil, too. You see, Dr. Ponsonby, I'm his guardian. You follow me?
No, sir, I don't think I do.
Well, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'm not a poor man, and I'd be a very wealthy one if it weren't for that boy. The whippersnapper is the only person who stands between me and my dead brother's fortune. I wouldn't be sorry if anything were to happen to him. Am I making myself quite clear, Doctor?
Much clearer, Mr. McLaughlin. Another glass of wine?
Thank you. Well, it's very good.
Mr. McLaughlin, why not put all your cards on the table? So much simpler that way.
Very well. Does £10,000 mean anything to you, Dr. Ponsonby?
Dear me, yes. The scholastic profession is notoriously unremunerative.
If my young cousin were to be taken ill, perhaps, shall we say, with pneumonia, if he were to die here at your school, what was I saying? I'd pay you £10,000. And now, sir, I can't be more explicit than that. No, can I?
I don't think so. By the way, Mr. McLaughlin, your Scottish accent is beginning to disappear. Such a pity. It was quite colourful.
This wine's drugged. You haven't touched your wine. It's drugged.
I'm a most abstemious man. Particularly on occasions like this, Dr. Watson.
How did you know my name?
Even in this remote spot, I've seen photographs of you and your friend, the famous Sherlock Holmes. I'm just a little hurt that you both thought I was stupid enough to be fooled so easily. You seem dreadfully sleepy, Dr. Watson.
Sleep, yes, I've got to go to sleep.
And sleep well, my friend. I only hope that you don't have too much trouble waking up.
In just a moment, we'll find out just how much trouble Dr. Watson does have in waking up. But first, have you noticed how men are taking a greater interest in their appearance lately? Competition today is keener than ever. And I'm sure you'll agree one of the greatest assets to a man's appearance is well-groomed hair. So, men, let me give you this tip about Kreml Hair Tonic and why it's preferred by so many of America's most successful and prosperous executives. Kreml, Kreml, keeps dry, ruffled hair neatly in place all day long. It gives it such a handsome, healthy-looking luster, too. Yet Kreml never leaves hair with that offensive, cheap, greasy look. It never leaves hair and scalp full of sticky goo, which feels so dirty. Kreml always looks and smells so clean on both hair and scalp. It gives hair that attractive, natural, he-man look, which certainly hits the jackpot with the ladies. And don't forget, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. Let me repeat, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. It makes hair feel softer, easier to manage. At the same time, it removes dandruff flakes and makes the scalp feel so clean and invigorated. Men, use Kreml hair tonic daily. And see if you don't say, my hair never looked better. My scalp never felt cleaner. Well, Dr. Watson, you certainly left me teetering on the edge of my chair. We left you drugged in the schoolmaster's study. What happened next?
Well, my first conscious recollection was to find myself with a violent pounding in my head, lying in a small clearing between some trees. Bending over me with a look of deep concern on his face was my old friend Sherlock Holmes.
Watson. Watson, old chap, are you all right?
Yes, I got a frightful headache, Holmes. What are you doing there in those clothes with that droopy moustache?
It proved a good enough passport to secure me employment at the stables here.
Well, how did you get me out of Ponsonby's study?
And the stables command an excellent view of the school building. Your long absence worried me. And when Dr. Ponsonby finally appeared, alone, I became suspicious. So I took advantage of his absence, slipped through the study window, and rescued you.
Well, thank heavens you did. He gave me drugged wine. It's a funny thing, Holmes. I was probably delirious, but I swear that I saw a woman's handbag on the table. A pink and black beaded bag, and it was alive and moved.
Great heavens! That confirms my worst suspicions.
Did you see it too?
No, it wasn't there when I came in. Somebody, probably Mrs. Arkwright, removed it. Watson, you were never closer to death. I blame myself for having allowed you to tackle Dr. Ponsonby alone.
Don't reproach yourself, Holmes. Where's Lord Manders?
Waiting at the inn for an answer to my telegram. He is to meet us later behind the lodge gates.
What's our next move?
To go to the stables, dirty you up a bit and get you a change of clothes. Then we'll return to the attack. There's desperate work ahead of us.
Here, this way, sir.
What, my man?
Don't look so alarmed, Lord Manders.
Dr. Watson, I wouldn't have recognized you. What's happened?
Trouble. I had to assume a disguise, too. You brought an answer to Holmes's telegram?
Yes, in my pocket. Where is he?
He went over to the main school building and asked me to...
Other things that the second cook, an acidulated woman of dubious charms, is most susceptible to flattery. Over a glass of stout, she quite inadvertently gave me 3 vital clues.
What were they?
Firstly, that all 5 of the unfortunate boys died in the same small room. Secondly, that fatal room is directly under the room of Mrs. Arkwright.
And she's capable of anything, if you ask me.
The third clue makes our next step an urgent one. A boy by the name of Carruthers Minor was moved into that room yesterday. He's supposed to have an extremely bad cold. Dr. Ponsonby is afraid it might turn into pneumonia.
Good heavens.
Exactly, Watson. I suggest we lose no time in visiting Carruthers Minor. Though I'm sure Dr. Ponsonby would consider it unethical, this is one occasion when another doctor's opinion is absolutely vital. There, Carruthers. This is Dr. Watson. He's come to make you well.
You can't make me well. Dr. Ponsonby says I've got pneumonia.
Oh, nonsense, my dear boy. You've got a slight cold, that's all.
If Dr. Ponsonby says I've got pneumonia's what I've got.
Nothing of the kind, my boy. Nothing of the kind.
Watson, you notice this bed is anchored to the floor? It can't be moved. What does that suggest to you?
Well, again, it reminds me of Stoke Moran and Dr. Rylott. But I don't see any bell pull.
No, Watson. No bell rope is needed, because no murderous snake is involved in this plot. But look up there, directly above the bed.
Small trapdoor.
Leading from Mrs. Arkwright's room. Now the whole picture's clear. The trapdoor, the strange marks on the dead boys, the beaded bag that you saw.
What was that?
I don't know. Lord Manders is standing guard in the hallway.
It's Dr. Ponsonby. He's come to look at my pneumonia.
Mrs. Arkwright.
I know you were expecting Lord Manders. He's lying in the hallway. He was looking in the wrong direction. Unfortunately for him.
Don't let Mrs. Arkwright come near me. Don't let her.
Mrs. Arkwright, I'd put that revolver away if I were you. I doubt if you know how to handle it.
I assure you that I do. Having used the butt end of it on your friend so successfully should prove that fact.
Grab her, Watson.
Right, you are.
Get away from
Drop
me!
that revolver, Mrs. Arkwright.
That's right! Let the old girl have it!
Drop that revolver, do you hear me? That's better. I say, Holmes, she's fainted.
Good. Help me carry her up to her room.
Well, what about young Carruthers and Lord Manders?
We must remove them to a place of safety, and then, Watson, all that remains is to call on the giggling Dr. Ponsonby.
It's very dark in here, Holmes. I don't like this at all.
Quiet. Somebody's coming. Good evening, Dr. Ponsonby. Let me light your desk lamp for you.
You startled me. Who are you? What are you doing in my study?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. Dr. Watson, you've already met.
Yes, we've met you, scoundrel.
Oh, yes, my friend, the Scotsman. I was expecting you both. By the way, please put that revolver away. Firearms make me nervous.
Dr. Ponsonby, I know how those 5 boys were murdered. I would venture the opinion that you once spent some time for the sake of your health in America. In Arizona Territory, I'd say.
I wonder what makes you think that, Mr. Holmes. I've never been in America in my life.
And yet I'm certain that someone here spent some time in the vicinity of the Gila River.
Well, I understand that Mrs. Arkwright was in America a few years ago.
Mrs. Arkwright? Dr. Ponsonby, is it possible you're hoping to transfer our suspicions to your accomplice?
My accomplice? You talk in riddles, Mr. Holmes. It's most confusing.
Then shall we be more specific? You consider Carruthers Minor to be quite ill, I understand.
Yes, I'm dreadfully worried about him.
Then let me tell you, Dr. Ponsonby, that I examined the boy only a few minutes ago, and as a medical man, I say that he only has a slight cold.
Then obviously we disagree in our diagnosis, Dr. Watson. After all, you're just a general practitioner, whereas I specialize...
Yes, we know what you specialize in.
Gentlemen, I suggest the 3 of us go over to Carruthers' room and hold a consultation. It's just possible that his health has taken a sudden turn for the better.
But the bed's empty. Carruthers Minor has gone.
Yes, Dr. Ponsonby. And suppose you take his place.
All right, I've got him, Holmes. Leave me alone. What are you going to do?
Lash you to this bed and see if you can stomach your own filthy medicine.
This is outrageous.
Of course. I thought that if we were to reconstruct your crimes with you as the victim, we might persuade you to confess.
Mrs. Arkwright! Mrs. Arkwright, help!
I'm afraid she can't help you. She's in her room with the door locked from the outside.
There we are, Holmes. He's lashed up so that he can't move.
But you don't understand. Mrs. Arkwright has his instructions. You're...
Great heavens. What was that?
Mrs. Arkwright, it came from the room above. Come on, Watson. Quick, up the stairs.
She's fainted again.
Feel her pulse.
I was just going to... Holmes, there is no pulse. She's dead.
The poison works fast. Observe those marks on her wrist.
Looks as if some animal had bitten it.
It has. And that means the animal's loose in this room.
Great heavens.
Somehow it must have escaped from its cage and turned on her. Guard the door, Watson. Our lives are not safe until we've found this monster.
I don't understand.
Look. Look! Under that washstand there.
Good heavens, it's that beaded handbag again. And it's moving.
Give me your walking stick, Watson.
Here.
There. This diabolical creature has done enough damage for one lifetime.
It's dead, Holmes. But what in thunder is it? It looks like some sort of lizard. It's all pink and covered all over with black scales. That's what made me think it was a handbag. But I've never seen a lizard as large as that.
Of course you haven't. So let me introduce you to the peculiar villain of this piece. His name is Heloderma suspectum, better known as the Gila monster, indigenous to the Gila River in America.
I've never seen anything like it before. How on earth did you recognize it, Holmes?
When Mr. Coffin, the undertaker, mentioned those strange marks on the dead boys, I was reminded of an article I'd read recently on venomous lizards.
So that telegram you sent
was to the Museum of Natural History. Their answer confirmed my suspicions. The Gila monster's bite produces almost instantaneous death, and yet it's a poison that would be extremely hard to identify. The fixed bed in the room below us, the trap door directly above it in this room, And the help of an unscrupulous accomplice like Mrs. Arkwright makes the rest of the picture very clear.
And now that the monster's dead, how are you going to frighten Dr. Ponsonby into a confession?
Dr. Ponsonby need not know the animal's dead. Examine the floor, Watson. See if you can find that trap door.
Right you are, Holmes.
Meanwhile, I'll see if I can find some cord or string. Here's a ball of twine on the dressing table, placed there for use in the intended murder of Carruthers Minor, no doubt.
Found the trap, Holmes. There's a ring here in the floor and a section of the carpet's been cut out.
Good. And now to attach the twine to the body of the Gila monster. So. All right, Watson. Open the trap door.
Very well, Holmes.
Well, Dr. Ponsonby, have you changed your mind?
Mrs. Arkwright! Mrs. Arkwright!
She is dead, Dr. Ponsonby. Your Gila monster turned on her.
No! No!
I'm going to lower the animal, Watson. There we are.
Oh, get away from me! A few more feet will do the trick, Holmes.
Yes. There.
Take it away! I'll tell you anything! Everything!
You'll sign a confession?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, yes, I will! Just take that beast away and I'll sign anything!
We'll be down, Dr. Ponsonby.
Well, Holmes, thank heavens that's done with. What a shocking affair.
Yes, Watson. But not without a note of poetic justice.
What do you mean?
Well, isn't it poetic justice that a dead reptile should be instrumental in bringing a live one to the gallows?
Quite a gruesome finale, Dr. Watson.
It certainly was, Mr. Bell. All in all, one of the most unpleasant adventures that Holmes and I ever encountered.
In just a moment, Dr. Watson will be back to tell us about next week's story. Girls, how would you like a thrilling new experience? Then just listen to how beautiful Powers models glamour bathe their hair.
We certainly were thrilled to discover the amazing beautifying action of Kreml shampoo. It actually glamour bathes each tiny strand of hair and leaves hair sparkling for days with natural glossy luster.
And Kreml shampoo is so mild and gentle. It positively contains no harsh caustics or chemicals. Instead, it has a beneficial oil base which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
Oh, and don't forget how its luxurious active foam penetrates right to the scalp and removes all loose dandruff as well as the dirt.
Girls, why not follow the advice of these $1 million Powers models and glamour bathe your hair with beautifying Kreml shampoo? It takes only 10 minutes right at home. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, how about next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, I think I'll tell you the adventure of the genuine Guarnarius, in which Holmes solved the mystery of Drenko, a famous violinist, who was found dead in a locked room clutching a suicide note, but who nevertheless had been murdered.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Speckled Band. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures, Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the genuine Guarnarius. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now, once again, it's time for our weekly visit to Dr. Watson, genial friend and colleague of the great Sherlock Holmes. Good evening, Dr. Watson. I trust I'm not intruding?
Not at all, my dear fellow, not at all. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. You know, Dr. Watson, I've been struck by the remarkably large number of signed photographs of titled personages and notables that ornament the walls of your study. Mementos of your active career, I presume?
Yes, though I must admit most of them are clients of Sherlock Holmes, rather than grateful patients of mine.
Well, this picture, for instance. Naturally, I recognize the photograph of the late Royal Highness.
No names, Mr. Bell. I beg you. Holmes and I always referred to the gentleman in question merely as Mr. Edwards.
And what did you and Mr. Holmes do to cause his royal... I beg your pardon, Mr. Edwards, to inscribe his photograph in such affectionate gratitude?
Oh, nothing of any great importance, I assure you. Merely that Mr. Edwards had become a trifle entangled, shall we say, with a little dancer at Maxim's in Paris, a young lady rejoicing in the appellation of Frou-Frou. Quite a delightful little bit of fluff, too.
I gather that Sherlock Holmes settled the matter to Mr. Edwards' complete satisfaction.
Very easily and very discreetly. But it led us into one of the most curious and singular affairs of Sherlock Holmes's career, and one which I don't believe would ever have been solved had Holmes not been a distinguished amateur on the violin. I call it The Adventure of the Genuine Guarnarius.
Sounds intriguing, Dr. Watson. But if you don't mind a momentary interruption...
Not at all, Mr. Bell. Go ahead.
Men, there's a famous saying about locking the barn door after the horse has been stolen. Well, the same applies to the hare. Once bald, bald forever, they tell us. But you can make the most of the hair you've got. And you can't begin too early. That's why I want to tell you about Kreml Hair Tonic. Kreml contains very special hair grooming ingredients found in no other hair tonic. Kreml makes the hair stay better groomed longer, with that natural, greatly desired He-Man look. Never greasy, never sticky. But Kreml does lots more than just keep hair looking handsome. A massage with Kreml actually helps stimulate circulation in the surface of the scalp. Your scalp always feels so alive, so invigorated after applying Kreml. This highly specialized hair tonic also has an excellent lubricating effect on a dry scalp. It makes dry, brittle hair that breaks and falls feel softer and more pliable. So men, buy a bottle of Kreml hair tonic at any drug counter. You'll be delighted with its extra advantages. Kreml, Kreml hair tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the adventure of the genuine Guarnarius?
Well, the British ambassador to France, Sir Hubert Ashley, had invited Holmes and myself to a reception at the embassy in Paris in order to thank us both for successfully concluding the rather delicate affair of Mr. Edwards. The ballroom was a blaze of light. The guests were dancing. By Jove, Holmes, have you ever seen anyone more attractive than our host's wife? I must say that Lady Ashley is really the finest type of English beauty.
Sometimes, Watson, I envy you the directness of your mind.
What do you mean?
When you look at a beautiful woman, you see only beauty.
Well, what on earth would you expect me to see?
In the case of Lady Ashley, my dear fellow, I notice her elderly husband, her many gallant admirers, and I think, what a motive for murder.
Oh, really, Holmes?
Mr. Holmes, I trust our guest of honor is enjoying himself.
Very much indeed, Lady Ashley.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, may I introduce a very dear friend, Monsieur Jacques Mériveau, who has known me more years than I care to remember.
How do you do, sir?
Good evening.
Yes, I think I can claim to be Lady Ashley's most devoted cavalier, having first made her acquaintance when she was just over 2 hours old. She wept bitterly the moment she saw me.
Yes, but I've been trying to make up to him for it ever since.
During the time we're in Paris, Monsieur Mériveau, I've been promising myself the pleasure of a visit to your famous music shop.
I should be honored, Monsieur Holmes. I've heard, of course, that you play the violin.
Merely as the veriest amateur. Incidentally, I'm looking forward eagerly to hearing Monsieur Drenko play this evening, Lady Ashley. I was unfortunately out of London during the only recital he gave this season.
He's a great artist.
Yes, he comes from one of those little countries down the right-hand corner of the map, doesn't he? I always heard the fellow's a bit of a bounder.
You have an opportunity to judge at once, Watson. Our host is approaching with the gentleman in question in tow.
Oh, Holmes, there you are. Monsieur Drenko has been asking to meet you. Monsieur Drenko, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Holmes.
Hubert, if you'll excuse me, I must see to our other guests. Until later, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson.
Yes, indeed, of course.
Dr. Watson and I are looking forward to hearing you play, Monsieur Drenko.
I always enjoy an appreciative audience. Tell me, Mr. Holmes, might I speak with you alone for a moment?
Come along, Marivaux. You promised me your opinion on that 83 champagne. It's a sound vintage, but I find it...
Well, Monsieur Drenko?
I said alone, Mr. Holmes.
I have no secrets from Dr. Watson.
Very well, then.
It so happens that I find myself in a slight predicament. I thought that with all your experience, you might advise me.
As a social favor, Monsieur Drenko? Gladly. If, of course, you would like to come to the tea at my hotel tomorrow and bring your violin to entertain my guests.
I beg your pardon. Oh, I understand, Mr. Holmes. We professionals must each respect the other's métier, must we not?
It would be preferable.
Yes, I told you what sort of fellow he was.
Nevertheless, Mr. Holmes, I still ask for your advice, and I will expect to pay the customary fee. You see, I find myself a trifle involved. Only a harmless flirtation, of course, but I did write one or two indiscreet letters to one of the girls at Maxim's, and now the greedy little thing threatens blackmail.
Hardly an unusual situation, Mr. Drenko.
For myself, for my reputation, I do not care, you understand. An artist is an artist. But there is my wife at home. I must think of her, naturally.
You're thinking of her a trifle late, aren't you, old man?
So you can see there might be unpleasant results if Frou-Frou were
Frou-Frou of Maxim's?
You know her?
Oh, we're not unacquainted with the young person, eh, Holmes?
From my rather brief acquaintance with her, I think the matter may be settled rather simply.
I shall be happy if you will handle the affair.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Monsieur Drenko, whom we're all very happy to welcome here this evening, will now give us the pleasure of his incomparable music.
Here you are, gentlemen. Mademoiselle Frou-Frou's dressing room is right here.
Oh, Papa.
I say, Holmes, did you notice that girl just passed? The one wearing just those little thingamajigs?
Quite. I also noticed, Watson, that backstage at Maxim seems to be one place where you not only see, but also observe very closely.
Oh, hello, Monsieur Holmes.
Good evening.
Oh, I have not expected to see you and that cute little Dr. Watson again so soon. But perhaps this time it is pleasure, huh? Not business.
Oh, I'm afraid not, Mademoiselle Frou-Frou.
Mademoiselle Frou-Frou, it was only because I thought the gentleman we have agreed to refer to as Mr. Edwards was at least as culpable as you that I persuaded the French police not to prosecute you in that matter of his mother's jewels.
But, Monsieur Holmes, that little matter, we have settled it, have we not?
The charge is still pending, mademoiselle, and at a word from me could be followed up.
But why should
I
you?
also happen to know that the Marsovian embassy is most curious regarding the attraction which brings Prince Danilo so frequently to Paris. That also does not concern me at the moment. Assuming, of course, that you return at once all the letters that were written to you by Monsieur Drenko, and that you cease from molesting him in any way.
Oh, mais je comprends très bien. Oh, I see. Well, Monsieur Holmes, since you have put it so convincingly, I am rather tired of listening to a soulfully played violin. Monsieur Drenko may have his letters back. Here they are.
Thank you, mademoiselle. I knew you were a sensible girl. Good night.
Good night,
Et si jamais je vous revois, ce sera trop tôt, je vous l'assure.
And now what?
And now for a good night's rest. And in the morning we can report to Monsieur Drenko the satisfactory solution of what was perhaps our simplest problem.
Well, I hope you charge him a stiff fee, Holmes. I still say that the fellow's a bounder.
Good morning. I think Monsieur Drenko is expecting us. Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson. What's the number of his room, please?
Quick. Send a message to the police. Oh, Monsieur Holmes.
Monsieur Marivaux, what's the matter?
It's Drenko.
Well, we on our way up to see him.
He's dead. Killed himself.
What? Good heavens.
Come, Marivaux. Take us up to his room.
The man's been dead for more than an hour, Holmes. Yes, no, not more than half an hour. Closer to an hour, I should think.
I see. Marivaux, would you please ask that chap we passed, the one who was painting the hall, to step in here for a moment?
But of course.
Curious. I wonder what could have been Drenko's motive in committing suicide.
Here is the painter, Monsieur Holmes.
Ah, yes. Tell me, have you been working there all the morning?
Oui, monsieur, ever since 8 o'clock.
For over 2 hours, in other words. And were you working constantly in sight of this door?
Absolutely, monsieur. I heard the gentleman in here practicing the violin for a little while, but he stopped almost an hour ago.
Well, that puts the time of death at just about what I thought, Holmes.
And you saw no one enter or leave this room during the entire time?
No one. Oh, except 5 minutes ago this gentleman went into the room. A few seconds later, he came running out calling for the police.
Thank you. Your statement has been very clear. You may go now, but better not leave the hotel. No doubt the police will want to question you.
Très bien, monsieur.
I have never had such a shock in my life, Monsieur Holmes. I came up to deliver a new violin that Drenko had ordered, and when I opened the door and saw him lying there, with his face all twisted up in agony...
Yes, the common appearance of cyanide poisoning. Not very pretty, I'll admit. You'll note the characteristic odor of bitter almonds, Watson?
Yes, indeed. And here's the empty bottle.
Quite. The poison label on it removes any possibility of accident.
Now, nobody could possibly have got in or out of the window. It's a sheer drop of 4 stories to the street.
Look, Monsieur Holmes, this torn piece of paper. I found it here on the desk. It's his suicide note.
Evidently written under the stress of considerable emotion, to judge from the writing. It is intolerable. I utterly refuse to endure it any longer. Signed, Mihai Drenko.
It's his handwriting, Monsieur Holmes. I'd swear to it.
Yes. Unquestionably the perfect setting for suicide.
There's no doubt about it.
Well, Monsieur Holmes, a pleasure to meet you again, even if under such unfortunate circumstances.
How are you, Inspector Bernard?
Nice to see you again, my dear fellow.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Dr. Watson and I have been carrying on for you until your arrival.
Oh, thank you. And may I pick your brains to ask what you have learned?
Marivaux here discovered the body only a few minutes ago when he arrived to deliver a violin Drenko had ordered. The painter you'll find out in the hall has had the room under observation all morning and will assure you that no one else entered or left it.
And the fellow stopped practicing about an hour before. Set the time of death pretty accurately. Here's the suicide note, Inspector. I'm afraid we're presenting you with rather an open and shut case.
Oh, well, Dr. Watson, a hard-working officer like myself welcomes the absence of any mystery.
And here's the violin that Drenko was practicing on.
Let me see it, Watson. Odd. Very odd indeed.
You mean odd that Drenko should be practicing the violin until just before he killed himself?
No, Inspector. That fact by itself would merely be singular. But listen to the violin on which he was practicing.
Sounds all right to me.
I confess, Monsieur Holmes, that I find no mystery in a man playing the violin just before he killed himself.
Perhaps, Inspector, you may then be able to explain why a world-famous violinist like Drenko should do his practicing on a violin that is most unmistakably out of tune.
But how should I know what a man would do just before he commits suicide?
Suicide? This isn't suicide, Inspector. This is murder.
Men, once you get bald, there's nothing you can do about it. Science tells us it's impossible to grow hair on bald heads. But you can make the most of the hair you've got. And let me tell you, there's nothing better than Kreml Hair Tonic to do it. In the first place, Kreml does a marvelous job of hair grooming. It keeps every lock neatly in place, yet never looks greasy or sticky. Kreml contains very special hair grooming ingredients, the like of which have never been duplicated in any other hair tonic. But Kreml does lots more than just keep hair in place. A massage with Kreml helps stimulate circulation of the blood in the surface of the scalp. Your scalp feels so clean, so alive, so invigorated. At the same time, it removes loose dandruff. And if your hair is so dry and brittle that it breaks and falls, remember, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it leaves it feeling so much softer and more pliable. It also has a grand lubricating effect on a dry scalp. So remember, men, make the most of the hair you've got. Use Kreml Hair Tonic daily. Kreml. Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what happened in that hotel room when Sherlock Holmes told Inspector Bernard that Drenko, the violinist, had been murdered and had not committed suicide?
Well, naturally, Inspector Bernard was rather surprised. As a matter of fact, it seemed to me He was a bit huffy about it all.
But, Monsieur Holmes, you cannot fly in the face of all the evidence we see before us. The bottle of poison clearly labeled, the suicide note unquestionably in his own handwriting, Dr. Watson's medical evidence that the man had been dead at least an hour, and the final confirmation of the man painting in the hall who tells us that no one entered or left this room until a few minutes ago. And against all this, Mr. Holmes, what have you to offer? A violin that is out of tune. Ah, zut alors.
Nevertheless, Inspector, it is the crux of the entire case.
But, Holmes, how can you tell what a fellow like Drenko would have done?
I can assure you, Watson, that he would have done almost anything in the world except practice on this violin. No, Inspector, this was murder. I'll stake my reputation on it.
It is only your reputation, Monsieur Holmes, that makes me hesitate at all.
Give me 24 hours in which to establish how this murder was done and who did it.
Since you ask it, Monsieur Holmes. Very well.
Thank you. Come, Watson. We have some busy hours ahead of us. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day, good day. And where are we off to in such a hurry, Holmes?
The British Embassy.
The embassy? Why on earth?
You evidently failed to notice during last night's reception that Lady Ashley left us very abruptly the moment Drenko joined our party. Her manner to him verged on rudeness. And that's so unlike Lady Ashley that I feel that an inquiry in that quarter may bear interesting fruit.
Oh, may I ask, Mr. Holmes, the purpose behind this unexpected visit?
In just a moment, Sir Hubert. I'd like to have Lady Ashley present when I...
Yes, Hubert? My maid said you wanted to talk... Why, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. I didn't know you were here.
I'm afraid our visit concerns a professional matter, Lady Ashley. You see, Dr. Watson and I have just come from the room of the late Monsieur Drenko.
Is it the late Monsieur Drenko? I don't understand.
Drenko has been murdered, Lady Ashley.
Oh.
Quick, Watson, catch her.
Cynthia.
She's quite all right. It's nothing but a faint. If you will just ring for your wife's maid, Sir Hubert.
Yes, I'll get her at once.
I must say, Holmes, you certainly broke the news rather brutally. She took it pretty hard.
Nonsense, Watson. What caused her to faint was relief. That was my object. I had to find out what her reaction would be.
Here, Annette. You and Mary help Lady Ashley up to her room and put her to bed.
Oh, mais oui, monsieur.
Just keep her quiet. A cup of hot tea will do her no harm when she comes round.
And now, gentlemen, if you'll excuse me.
I'm sorry, Sir Hubert, but I must ask you to remain here with us for a few moments.
Well, I don't understand.
Sir Hubert, Lady Ashley's reaction to the news of Drenko's death was a good deal more pronounced than might be expected in the circumstances.
I haven't the faintest idea what you're trying to insinuate.
I insinuate nothing. I merely state facts. Would you prefer that I question her, or will you tell me what lies in back of all this?
Very well, Mr. Holmes. But I should like to spare my wife as much as possible.
My only interest is in any light that she might be able to shed on the matter.
Cynthia is a very young and very beautiful woman. Before we were married, she had, well, how shall I put it, fallen under the spell of this man, Drenko. I asked her no questions, but I know that he continued to have some strange hold over her. I had the impression that she hated seeing him and that he was forcing his presence on her on those occasions when he was a guest in my house.
Yes, I still don't believe anyone killed the fellow, but if someone did, it sounds like a good riddance.
Unfortunately, Watson, we are not concerned with the equities of the murder, but with its solution. Thank you, Sir Hubert. You've been extremely helpful.
Well, justice must be done, Mr. Holmes. But if ever I wished that your great powers might fail, it is now. I have no hesitation whatsoever in saying that I'm infinitely grateful to the murder of that swine Drenko.
I say, Holmes, will you join me in a cup of tea?
No tea, thanks. I'm rather trusting to the inspiration of music to assist me in resolving some of the more puzzling features of this case.
Well, at least you can't complain of a scarcity of suspects. First of all, Sir Hubert, for obvious reasons. Possibly Lady Ashley. Great Scott, Holmes.
What's the matter? Tea too hot?
No, but have you thought of the possibility that Frou-Frou might have killed Drenko? After all, she might have been madly in love with him.
The possibility had occurred to me, but I discarded it.
Oh, discarded it. By Jove, look at this glass here on the table. It's positively vibrating from that high note.
A not uncommon phenomenon. As you must know, certain objects vibrate in harmony with certain notes. Watson, get your coat. We promised to pay a visit to Marivaux's shop. I think this would be an ideal time to discharge that obligation.
Dingy little place, I must say. Founded 1821, huh? Looks as though they hadn't washed the windows since.
But full of priceless treasures. As Marlowe said, infinite riches in a little room.
I say, where's Marivaux? I don't like the look of that customer over there, the one with that bushy back beard and theatrical cloak. He looks like one of those bomb-throwing fellows. What you call them, nihilists.
You must remember, Watson, that music appeals to oddly assorted people.
Well, of course it does.
Professor Moriarty, after all, knows no peer in his interpretation of certain of the Bach fugues.
Well, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson. Or is this other gentleman waiting?
No, I'm in no hurry.
It's no wonder the fame of your shop is worldwide, Monsieur Marivaux. I see you have some remarkable instruments.
You see about you the fruits of a lifetime of devotion to the violin. I must confess, Mr. Holmes, that it pains me every time I sell one of my treasures.
I can well believe it.
And have you made any further progress toward a solution of Drenko's death?
I feel safe in saying that my investigation has gleaned a few pertinent facts.
Would it be indiscreet for me to ask what they are?
Not at all. You yourself were present when I made the curious discovery regarding Drenko's violin being out of tune. And only a short time ago, while I happened to be playing my violin, Dr. Watson made a remark which threw further light on the case. Didn't you, Watson?
Oh, yes, of course.
I don't know what kind of a violin you possess, Monsieur Holmes, but I'm sure you'll appreciate one magnificent example that I'd like you to try. A Guarnarius, the equal of any Strad I've ever seen.
I'm afraid it would be far beyond the reach of my poise.
But you at least owe yourself the pleasure, the great experience of playing it. Here it is. Isn't it beautiful?
Exquisite. If the tone's as mellow as that varnish...
But of course. Why don't you take it into my private office and try it? No one will disturb you here.
Thank you. I've never had the good fortune to test the Guarnarius.
Dr. Watson, while Monsieur Holmes is amusing himself, perhaps you'll be interested in one of these bows.
Bows? Oh, yes. Horsehair thing with you, isn't Bows.
There's more to it than that. There is only one family in all Italy, Dr. Watson, that possesses the great secret of making a bow like this one.
Yes, it's all very fascinating, Mr. Marivaux, but Holmes must have made up his mind if he likes that fiddle by now. And I know he wants to ask you some questions. He told me that... good heavens, what on earth... He's lying on the floor. He must have fainted. Holmes!
I'm afraid he's dead. Quick, Dr. Watson, go for the police.
And give you a chance to plant a bottle of cyanide by my side? Oh, no. Watson, stay here and listen to Marivaux confess how he murdered Drenko.
You're alive?
No, thanks to you. I took the trouble to dissect the violin you gave me, and then played one of the others here to lure you in.
He killed Drenko, but the suicide note...
Elementary, my dear Watson. I would hazard a guess that it was torn from the end of a letter to Marivaux referring to an unsatisfactory instrument, which was intolerable and which he couldn't endure any longer.
But Holmes, Marivaux was nowhere near Drenko when he died.
Marivaux had left a very oddly constructed violin with Drenko, presumably last night, knowing that it was Drenko's habit to practice each morning from 8 till 10. Inside the violin, in place of a sound bar, Marivaux had put a thin glass vial containing cyanogen, the lethal gas which is identical in odor and effects with the cyanide.
Good heavens!
When Drenko reached the proper high note, the extremely thin glass vial cracked under the impact of the sympathetic vibration, releasing the deadly fumes through the F-holes in the violin.
And the violin that Marivaux was delivering to Drenko when he discovered the corpse...
Precisely, Watson. He merely left that one by the body, planted the note, and carried off the fatal weapon and all proof of the crime in his now empty case. He made only one error. He neglected to tune the violin he left.
Amazing, Holmes.
I've listened very patiently, Monsieur Holmes, to your ingenious and utterly imaginary reconstruction. I suppose you can furnish a motive, too?
I'd prefer to spare Lady Ashley the ordeal, Marivaux. But I have no doubt that it was in you, she confided, that Drenko had been blackmailing her on the strength of their earlier romance.
But to convict a man of murder, you need something more than words. You need proof.
You seem to be overlooking this dissected violin on your desk, with which you attempted to murder me. I fancy that the sample of your handiwork with the vial of gas affixed therein will offer ample proof.
You never send me to the guillotine. I'll kill myself first, but I'm going to take you with me.
Drop that vial, Marivaux.
Precisely what I intend to do. Drop it and release the fumes. They will put a speedy end to all three of us.
I've got your Mr. Marivaux. Give me that vial if you don't want a broken arm. There. Much better.
Good heavens, it's an nihilist. I mean, Inspector Bernard.
As you noticed when you commented on his beard and cloak, Watson, the inspector's tastes in disguise are a trifle flamboyant.
And now, Monsieur Holmes, I must extend my thanks to you on behalf of the Sûreté.
Not at all, Inspector. Your promptness in acting in response to my message undoubtedly saved Watson's life and mine. Thank you.
Oh, no, Monsieur Holmes. Thank you.
Oh, well, have it your way, Inspector.
And now, Marivaux, come along quietly.
Phew. Rather too close a shave to suit me, Holmes. I say, that fellow Marivaux was very ingenious.
Quite. You know, Watson, I have one bitter regret concerning this case.
Regret?
I find that I have, despite all my protests, ended by acting for Drenko without a fee after all.
In just a moment, Dr. Watson will tell us something about next week's story. But first, girls, some of the most beautiful women in the world are Powers models. And one of their outstanding characteristics is their shining, bright hair. Now, here's how they keep it shining.
Powers models use Kreml shampoo. This amazing beautifying shampoo has been especially developed to actually glamour bathe each tiny strand of hair, revealing all its natural glossy luster.
My wife says Kreml shampoo is wonderful for washing children's hair. How about that?
Oh, yes, it would be, because there are no harsh caustics or chemicals in Kreml shampoo, and its luxurious active foam penetrates right to the scalp and removes all loose dandruff as well as the dirt.
Girls, if you could only see how Powers model's hair fairly radiates glossy highlights, I'm sure you'd want to try Kreml shampoo right away. You can get a bottle at any drug counter. Kreml. Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, I think I'll tell you about the adventure of the Sally Martin.
The Sally Martin?
She was a boat, Mr. Bell.
Oh.
A luxurious yacht. Holmes and I entered the case when her owner was found lying dead in his bunk with a knife stuck between his ribs.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Illustrious Client. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures, Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the Sally Martin. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, once again, it's time for that weekly visit with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Let's join him, shall we?
Ah, there you are, Mr. Bell.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Well, have you quite recovered from your holiday festivities?
I think so, my boy, and I was particularly flattered by the number of friends who were kind enough to remember a rather elderly and lonely doctor at this time of year.
Well, as long as you keep telling those swell Sherlock Holmes stories, you'll never be lonely, Dr. Watson.
Then I'd better get on with tonight's new adventure. It involved us in one of the most shocking scandals of the 19th century. A scandal that, had it ever emerged in the light of day, might easily have brought ruin and disgrace to one of the most famous men who ever came a member of the House of Lords.
This one I've got to hear. But first I have a message for our listeners. Today, more than ever before, I think men realize how important it is to keep their hair neatly groomed. And men, may I ask you this about the preparation you use? Does it give your hair that old-fashioned, greasy, patent leather look? When you run your hand back over your hair, does your hair feel greasy, sticky, or dirty? Does grease come off on your hand or hat band? If it does, then be smart, men. Change at once to Kreml Hair Tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. That's why Kreml keeps your hair in place longer with such a handsome, well-groomed look. When you use Kreml, you can run your hand back over your hair, and men, it's really a pleasure. No grease comes off on your hand. And I'm sure you'll enjoy the way Kreml always looks and feels so clean on your hair and scalp. Let it keep your hair looking handsome at all times. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber's. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the 19th century scandal in which you and the great Sherlock Holmes became involved?
Well, Mr. Bell, that adventure began in the very early days of the great man's career. World acclaim and handsome fees were some years ahead of him. And in those times we spent many long evenings discussing whether a decent living could be obtained by the practice of criminal detection. On the day that this particular story began, we just finished our breakfast. Holmes, a curved pipe clenched between his teeth, was scanning the personal columns of the morning paper. I can almost hear him now, as he said...
Dear me, Watson, the agony column of the Times is more than usually barren this morning.
Are you looking for a possible client, Holmes?
Naturally. Since we already owe Mrs. Hudson for 2 months' rent here, and our doorbell has been frighteningly silent during that period, I must see what possible service I might render these unhappy correspondents.
Well, I glanced over the column, but I couldn't see anything very promising.
No, Watson, it's a rag bag of bizarre happenings. What a chorus of groans, cries, and bleatings. One skims through them, and what does one glean? Lady with a black boa at the Princess Skating Club wishes to meet gentleman who was kind enough to... That we may ignore, I think.
Yes, she doesn't sound as though she needs your services.
Now, here's an item. Surely Jimmy will not break his mother's heart. That appears to be irrelevant. If the lady who fainted on the top deck of the Brixton bus... She doesn't interest me either, Watson.
No, probably anyone else who wasn't on that bus.
Every day my heart longs for... bleat, Watson. All this twaddle is unmitigated bleat.
Very disheartening, Holmes. You haven't had a case for over 2 weeks.
Yes. Sometimes I think I chose the wrong profession. What do the public, the great unobservant public who can hardly tell a weaver by his tooth or a compositor by his left thumb, care about the finer shades of analysis and deduction? As to my own little practice, it seems to be degenerating into an agency for recovering lost lead pencils and giving advice to young ladies from boarding schools.
Holmes, come over here to the window.
What's wrong, Watson?
Look at that man walking down the street. He's looking at the numbers of the houses.
Let's hope 221B is the number he's searching for. What do you make of him, Watson?
Let me see. What do I make of him? Well, I'd say that he is a foreigner. Yes, foreigner. Look at those flashy clothes and his pointed moustache.
Oh, don't be misled by externals, old chap. Observe the steady, controlled gait. No trace of the light agility of the Latins or the military heaviness of the German. No, Watson. I think an English gait in foreign attire would suggest an expatriate Englishman, only just returned from a stay abroad.
He is coming here, Holmes.
Meet him on the stairs, Watson. It'll save Mrs. Hudson a trip.
Yes, all right, you are. It's all right, Mrs. Hudson. How do you do, sir? How do you do? Would you please come along up? That's right, sir. Straight up here. In here.
Which of you fellows is Sherlock Holmes?
I am, sir. And your name is...
Tremaine. Reginald Tremaine.
I'm Dr. Watson. Sit down, won't you, Mr. Tremaine?
My business won't take long. Holmes, I need protection, and I'm prepared to pay for it.
Protection from what?
My life's been threatened. The police wouldn't do a thing for me, so I've come to you. I'm told you detective fellows will do anything for money.
Oh, really? Then you've been misinformed, sir. My friend...
Your friend is very interested in Mr. Tremaine's problem, Watson. Pray continue, sir.
Holmes, I want you to warn my cousin. Tell him you'll get nowhere by threatening me. Frighten the wits out of them if you can. I'll give you £20, and another 20 if I need you again.
And who is your threatening cousin?
Lord Darlington.
Oh, really? A charming fellow.
He's a scoundrel. But his title impressed Scotland Yard. That's why they wouldn't help me. Well, even a title can be vulnerable. A public scandal would shake him. And that's what is going to happen if he threatens me any more. And you can tell him so from me, Holmes.
I've always heard of Lord Darlington as the very model of an English aristocrat. Why should he threaten you, Mr. Tremaine?
That's none of your business. Your job is to see that he doesn't carry out his threat of thrashing me within an inch of my life.
Very well. For £20, I shall warn Lord Darlington that I stand between you and a thrashing. The fee will be paid in advance, please.
I have it in this envelope here. And I expect immediate action, Holmes.
You shall have it, Mr. Tremaine.
Holmes, the man's insufferable. Why'd you take on the case? He's a bounder. Let him get thrashed.
These 4 crisp £5 notes persuade me otherwise, Watson. We owe money to Mrs. Hudson, and your medical practice shows little signs of picking up. I must take what fees I can.
How can my practice pick up when I spend half my time chasing all over the country with you?
In any case, Watson, ask yourself why such a man as Lord Darlington should threaten Tremaine with physical violence. Obviously, only because Tremaine is himself in some way a threat to Lord Darlington. There may be yet another fee in this case, and a much fatter one.
You're going to see Lord Darlington at once?
Yes. I'd ask you to come with me, old chap, but after your remark about chasing all over the country, I hesitate to waste your time.
Rubbish. I was only joking, and you know it, you silly fellow. Of course I'm going with you, Holmes. Get your coat and hat. The game's afoot.
£10,000, my dear cousin, or the scandal will be spread all over London.
It's preposterous, Reginald. And I warn you that if you continue in this vein, you'll get that thrashing I promised.
Oh, no, I won't. I've engaged a detective fellow by the name of Sherlock Holmes. He's going to act as a bodyguard, so you'd better not try any tricks. He should be here any moment.
How dare you bring a stranger into this mess? How dare you?
That's right, my dear cousin. Bolster up your courage with the brandy bottle.
Oh, be quiet, Reginald.
It'll cost you £10,000 to keep me quiet.
I won't pay it.
The scandal will make pretty readings in the newspapers.
Before we go any further, Reginald, I insist on one thing. I shall bring Lady Darlington to here, and you must make this shocking accusation to her face.
I shall be delighted to.
Yes, Jenkins, what is it?
Excuse me, your lordship, but there's a Mr. Sherlock Holmes and a Dr. Watson to see you. I told them that you were engaged, but they seem most insistent.
Better have them come in, my dear cousin. We may need independent witnesses.
Oh, very well. Show the gentleman in, Jenkins.
Yes, your lordship.
And then if you'll ask Lady Darlington to come here, I'll be very glad to make my accusation in public.
It's blackmail, Reginald. That's what it is. You'll never get away with it.
Won't I? I think you'll be surprised.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Allow me to introduce my cousin, gentlemen, Lord Darlington.
How do you do?
Jenkins?
Yes, your lordship.
Ask Lady Darlington to step in here for a moment.
Yes, your lordship.
Lord Darlington, I greatly admired your speech in the House of Lords on tax reform. I only wish we had met under different circumstances. As it is my duty to...
Oh, that's
inform...
all right, Holmes. I've already told my dear cousin that I'd engaged your services. I want you both here as witnesses.
Witnesses? To what?
Reginald has made a shocking accusation. As soon as my wife comes here, I'm going to insist that he repeat the statement to her face. Ah, there you are, Clara.
I'll just put Gordon to sleep, dear. Hello, Reginald.
How are you, Clara?
My dear, I want to introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do? Well, do sit down, won't you? Albert, what's wrong? You all look so dreadfully serious.
Clara, my dear, Reginald has made a shocking accusation. It concerns you, and I insisted that he repeat it in your presence.
An accusation against me?
Yes, Clara, my dear. You see, I'm requesting a paltry sum for concealing my knowledge of the Darlington substitution scandal.
Substitution? What on earth do you mean?
Well, who should understand me better than you? The baby asleep upstairs, the supposed heir to the Darlington title, is not your child.
That's a lie. How dare you say that, Reginald?
Lord Darlington, Surely you were present at your son's birth?
Well, as a matter of fact, I wasn't. I was abroad on government business at the time. My wife went to the country with a paid companion. My son was born there.
Oh, no, my dear cousin. A son was born there, and then it was passed off as yours.
That's a foul lie. Albert, make him leave this house.
I'm afraid, Clara, my dear, that, well, he's threatened to go to the newspapers. We must hear him out.
Lord Darlington, surely the matter is not hard to settle. You say your wife had a companion. Confront her with a story. She can establish the truth of the matter.
Yes, of course she can, but where is she? I haven't seen Maud Harris since she left me a year ago.
Then I have a surprise for you, Clara. She's waiting in my cab outside now. I'll tell Jenkins to send her in. Jenkins?
Yes, sir?
Ask Miss Harris to join us. She's waiting in my cab.
Yes, sir.
Albert, I don't know what devil's work Reginald's up to, but you don't believe him, do you?
Well, of course not, Clara, darling.
Mr. Tremaine, how did you get in touch with this Miss Harris?
For an employee, you ask a lot of questions, Holmes. I met Maud Harris at Brighton last week. As soon as she knew I was the black sheep of the Darlington clan, she thought we might profitably put our heads together.
And so you organized with the idea of blackmailing this poor lady.
Such a valuable secret is surely worth a few £1,000s, Dr. Watson.
Maud. Yes, Lady Darlington, it's me.
You're just in time to settle a most important truth.
I'll handle this, Reginald. Young lady, as I understand it, you claim to know that the boy lying upstairs is not my son.
Who should know better, your lordship? He's mine. Maud, how can you tell such a lie? It's no lie, and you know it, Lady Darlington. Your child was born dead. Albert, make her stop saying such things.
Clara, my dear, control yourself. Let's hear this shocking tale to the end. Well, go on, young woman.
You were abroad, Lord Darlington. When her ladyship lost her child, she was terrified. She knew how much you longed for a son, and she made this plan. Oh. I was a widow, and I was going to have a child, too. We fooled the villagers, even the doctor, by giving each other's names. And so my son was born as the Darlington heir. Maud, that's the most shocking lie I've ever heard. I can't stay here and listen to any more of it.
Mr. Holmes, I understand you're a man of discretion and ability in such matters. What am I to do?
I would like to ask this young lady a few questions. Miss Harris, why have you chosen to reveal the supposed truth now?
I thought that money could compensate me for the loss of my boy. But I was wrong. A mother's love can never be stifled.
Indeed, and I suppose Mr. Tremaine's plans for blackmail are purely incidental.
Oh, keep out of this, Watson. It's no affair of yours.
Establishing truth and justice is anybody's business, my good man.
Mr. Holmes, I'll pay you any fee you name to disprove this monstrous story.
Oh, no, you don't, my dear cousin. Holmes is employed by me.
Mr. Tremaine, I've undertaken to protect your physical safety. That pledge I will keep. Otherwise, I'm a free agent.
Then you'll accept my commission?
Yes, Lord Darlington, on one condition.
And what's that?
You have asked me to disprove this story. I would prefer that you ask me to establish the truth.
Of course, Holmes, and spare no expense. Remember, the honor of the Darlingtons is at stake.
Well, Holmes, little did I think when Tremaine called on us this morning that we'd end up the day tramping a village lane in Surrey, looking for a Dr. Godfrey.
And yet, that gentleman must surely be able to give us the final answer. Lady Darlington said that he attended
Yes,
her.
but supposing the companion's story was true and they had changed names.
Even so, the good doctor will certainly know whether the boy was born to a slight, blonde woman like Lady Darlington or a brunette Amazon like Maud Harris.
Well, here's the doctor's house. They said in the village it was the one with the gabled roof.
No lights visible. I hope the doctor's not out.
Doesn't seem to be any answer. Confound it. I don't believe there's anyone at home.
And you will observe, Watson, that this morning's delivery of milk still stands on the doorstep. Curious. Let's explore a little.
Well, perhaps the doctor's gone away for a few days.
If so, he's a very careless man. Look, that window's wide open.
Do you think we might go in and look round?
We not only might, we will go in. Too much is at stake to stand on ceremony. Strike a match, Watson.
Right you are. I'll light that lamp. There you are. Holmes! Holmes, look! The figure slumped over the desk.
Someone has reached the doctor before us.
He's been shot through the chest. He's dead, Holmes.
How long would you estimate he's been dead, Watson?
About 24 hours, I say.
So now we become involved in murder as well as blackmail.
Well, the answer's perfectly obvious to me. Tremaine came here and shot him. He knew that he could never blackmail Lord Darlington while this doctor was still alive.
Not necessarily, Watson. If the story of the substitution is true, you must realize that one other person would have an equal motive for murder.
Great Scott, Holmes, who?
Lord Darlington himself.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Dr. Watson and Sherlock Holmes as they endeavor to solve the mystery. But first, they say New Year's resolutions are made to be broken. But here's one which should pay you big dividends to keep. Resolve to take better care of your hair, to keep it better groomed, your scalp hygienic. Start using Kreml Hair Tonic at once. You see, Kreml is a highly specialized hair tonic. It contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. That's why it keeps hair neatly in place longer and gives the hair such a natural, well-groomed appearance, never greasy or sticky. But men, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking attractive. Its light oils have a fine lubricating effect on a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes loose dandruff. And a quick massage with Kreml stimulates the circulation of blood in the surface of the scalp. Notice how alive, how invigorated your scalp feels. And men, you like to rub Kreml on your scalp because it's such a clean hair tonic. Never feels greasy or sticky. And if your hair is so dry that it breaks and falls when you comb it, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it makes it feel softer, more pliable, and looks as if it had some body to it. So men, for better groomed hair and a hygienic scalp, change to Kreml. K-R-E-M-L. Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, so you went to interview that village doctor and arrived there to find him dead.
Yes, Mr. Bell, but before we reported the tragedy to the police, Sherlock Holmes conducted an intensive search of the dead man's room. After a moment, he turned to me and said,
Watson, we must see what the inanimate objects in this room can tell us. Aha, here's the doctor's appointment pad. Let's see who his last visitor was.
Look, there's the name of Darlington.
Yes, but that tells us little. If the companion's story is true, the word Darlington could refer to either of the women or to Lord Darlington himself. But what are these letters scribbled before the word Darlington? Why must doctors have such illegible handwriting?
Doctors don't have illegible handwriting.
I disagree. In fact, I've often thought they train you to write badly in medical colleges. Yes. The letters are R-E, Ree.
Ree Darlington. That means that someone was calling about the Darlington case.
A fact we already knew.
Yes,
Let's see what else we can find. Hello. Look over here on the sideboard.
Brandy decanter with a stopper left out.
And one glass that has been drunk from.
The killer must have had a drink after he shot the doctor.
And in so doing, I think he gave us the clue to his identity.
Oh, how?
There's a speck on the rim of this glass. I think it's... the very thing, the doctor's microscope. Most convenient.
What does it tell you, Holmes?
Wait a minute. I was right. This speck on the glass is wax.
Wax? Then that means the murderer used a candle.
Oh, no, Watson.
Oh, didn't...
Come on. We must go back to the village and report his death, and then we'll catch the next train to London.
Aren't you going to stay here and help the police?
Why should I? Beyond telling them the name of the murderer.
You mean you know who did it?
Of course. And so should you.
Well, I don't.
But we don't know the answer to the Darlington substitution scandal. That answer, Watson, still lies in London.
£9,500, £10,000. Well, there you are, Reginald.
Thank you, my dear cousin.
I'll put the money in my bag, Reginald.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Lord Darlington, that sheaf of banknotes in Miss Harris's hand. Surely you didn't pay the blackmail.
I discussed the matter with my wife, Mr. Holmes. She's deeply upset. We both agreed that the scandal, once started, would cling to us for life, even if it was disproved later. That's why I paid the money.
You engaged me as your representative in this case, Lord Darlington. Miss Harris, give that money back at once.
It was a gift from Lord Darlington in front of a witness. If you try to touch it, I shall send for a policeman.
That won't be necessary. 2 of them are waiting in the anteroom now.
Police? Oh, Holmes, you shouldn't have done it. I wanted no breath of this scandal to emerge from beyond these 4 walls.
The fact that police are here has nothing to do with the problems of blackmail. I brought them here to apprehend a murderer.
A murderer? What do you mean?
Dr. Godfrey, your wife's physician, was shot dead during the past 24 hours.
He was killed before he could tell us the true answer to the parentage of the child upstairs.
Murdered? Oh, what a dreadful thing. Have you any idea who did it?
Every idea, Lord Darlington. But before I expose the criminal, I'd be obliged if you'd bring Lady Darlington here. And also the child.
Oh, very well, Holmes. This is going to be a terrible shock to her.
You're suddenly very quiet, Mr. Tremaine.
Am I? I was wondering who might have killed Dr. Godfrey.
Fortunately, we don't have to wonder. The murderer left a clue. After he'd committed the crime, he made the mistake of taking a drink.
Darlington's quite a drinking man, you know.
And you have been known to take a drink on occasions too, Mr. Tremaine. For instance, after you'd killed Dr. Godfrey.
After I'd... What rubbish are you saying?
You see, the murderer left a tiny blob of wax on the glass.
Oh, what does that prove? Merely that someone had been carrying a candle.
But this wasn't candle wax. It was cosmetic wax, such as you used to wax that pointed moustache of yours.
Reginald.
All right, all of you, I'm getting out of here.
He snatched my bag. Reginald, come back here.
I'll go after him.
No, Watson. The police are prepared to arrest him, but not the young lady. We shall need her cooperation in the last act of this little tragedy.
Surely the whole thing's clear by now. If Tremaine killed the doctor, obviously the whole story about the substitution is a lie.
Not necessarily. Even if it were true, the doctor was still a menace to his plans. How could he and Miss Harris ask the highest price for their secret when the doctor also knew it? No, Watson. Tremaine had a motive for murder either way. In the meanwhile, I must set the stage before Lady Darlington gets here. Where'd I put that parcel? Oh, here it is.
What the devil have you got in there, Holmes?
A present from a plumber friend of mine. Though the object in this package is only a simple tool of his trade, I feel that it may give us the answer to a peer's inheritance.
Upon my soul, you're being very mysterious.
In a few moments, I propose to conduct a test. You must hide outside the windows. When I turn down the gaslight over the mantel here, Watson, I want you to strike a match, apply it to the object in this package, and toss it through the open window. At the same time, cry out the word fire at the top of your voice.
I remember that.
I think the results of the experiment may prove quite startling. Lord Darlington, now that all the principals in this case are assembled, I shall conduct my experiment.
Very well, Holmes.
I don't see why I had to bring the boy down here. It's long past his bedtime.
I assure you, Lady Darlington, that his presence is absolutely essential. Please place him in the bassinet on the sofa.
All right.
That's it. And you, Miss Harris, will you be good enough to place your handbag on the table?
Very well, Mr. Holmes. But no funny business now. The police took it away from Reggie and gave it back to me. That money's mine.
Each of you ladies claim to be the mother of that boy. Since scientific tests of parentage are notoriously unreliable, I shall conduct a simple experiment which I think may give us the truth in this matter. Now, I want both you ladies to come toward me with outstretched hands. That's it. I turn down the gaslight over the mantel, so.
Fire! Fire!
Oh, Gordon, darling!
It's all right. It's all right. If you look closely, you'll observe that this object is a perfectly harmless plumber's smoke rocket.
Fire! Fire!
You can drop the masquerade, Watson. The case is solved.
Fire! Oh, is it home?
Holmes, what on earth are you up to?
You'll notice that on the cry of fire, Miss Harris ran for her handbag containing the 10,000 pounds. Lady Darlington instinctively rushed to her son. I think, Lord Darlington, that there can no longer be any question of the child's parentage.
Midnight. It's been a long day, Holmes.
Yes, but profitable, Watson. A very profitable day's work indeed.
Here's 1,000 guineas from Lord Darlington.
And don't overlook the 20 pounds that Mr. Tremaine gave me.
I certainly shan't. He retained you for protection, and you end up by sending him to the gallows.
A fate that he richly deserves. I only wish I could have persuaded Lord Darlington to prosecute Miss Harris. Blackmail is a devilish crime.
Funny to think that a simple plumber's rocket smoked out the truth.
Yes. Though, you'll remember, I've had occasion to use the instrument before. When a woman thinks her house is on fire, her impulse is at once to rush to the thing she values most. It's a perfectly overpowering instinct.
Well, you certainly took advantage of the fact.
Ah, well, Watson, you may remember the old Persian saying, "There's danger for him who taketh the tiger cub, and danger for whoso snatches delusion from a woman."
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, Watson. There's as much sense in Hafiz as in Horace, and as much knowledge of the world.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very exciting story.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Incidentally, don't you think you'd better tell our listeners about the change of day and time for our next meeting?
Yes, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, our next broadcast will be on Monday, January 13th, over these same stations. And better consult your newspaper for the time. Girls, have you noticed how men can't help but admire the bright, shimmering highlights in a woman's hair? Then why not follow the advice of the famous $1 Million Powers models? Girls noted for their glossy, bright hair.
Powers models wash their hair with Kreml shampoo. This amazingly beautifying Kreml shampoo actually glamour bathes each tiny strand of hair and uncovers all its natural radiant luster.
Yes, and Kreml shampoo never dries the hair. In fact, it has a beneficial oil base which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
Its luxurious active foam thoroughly cleanses the hair and scalp and removes all loose dandruff as well as the dirt.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter. See how easy it is to glamour bathe your hair to a vision of tantalizing loveliness. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, how about next week?
It's not next week, Mr. Bell. It's a week from next Monday.
Yes, of course. Well, what story are you going to tell us a week from next Monday?
I think I'll tell you about the Devil's Foot.
The Devil's Foot? What was that?
I won't tell you now, Mr. Bell, but I will say that Sherlock Holmes and I never encountered a more gruesome or a more horrible mystery.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, A Scandal in Bohemia. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo and inviting you to be with us 1 week from Monday. That's January 13th, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the Devil's Foot. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, once again, it's Monday night and time for the pleasantest of all doctor's appointments, our weekly visit with that splendid host and incomparable storyteller, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Ah, there you are, Mr. Beryl, punctual to the minute, as usual. Draw up a chair and sit down.
Thank you.
That's it.
All ready for tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure, Dr. Watson?
Yes, my boy. I was just going over my notes on the case before you arrived. It was an adventure that started off on a note of gaiety and ended in one of the most bizarre tragedies that we ever encountered. I call it Murder in the Locked Room.
This I've got to hear. But first, men, the good old summertime is here again. And after a day spent at the ballpark, on the golf links, or just loafing under the sun, does your hair look as stiff as a straw, dry, matted, and tangled? Then don't make the mistake of plastering your hair down with greasy, sticky goo. Instead, put Kreml Hair Tonic on the job. Kreml is that famous modern hair tonic, such a wonderful, natural-looking hairdressing. Kreml has just enough light oils to keep dry, stringy hair neatly groomed throughout the hottest, most humid summer day. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy. It never leaves any unpleasant odor. Kreml always feels so clean on both hair and scalp. Kreml is able to give you all these advantages because it contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. So men, make Kreml a daily must this summer for that handsome, clean-cut look from morn till night. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the new Sherlock Holmes story, Murder in the Locked Room?
Well, Mr. Bell, that adventure took place many, many years ago. It began on a grey and murky afternoon in Baker Street. We just finished tea, I remember, and Holmes was busying himself with some chemical experiments. For some time he sat there in silence with his long, thin back curved over a retort in which he was brewing a particularly malodorous product. As I glanced across at him, seated there under the gaslight, his head was sunk upon his breast, and he looked like a strange, lank bird with dull grey plumage and a black topknot. Suddenly, he turned to me and spoke.
So, Watson, you've decided not to invest in South African securities?
Huh? How on earth do you know that, Holmes?
It isn't really difficult. I observe a groove between your left forefinger and thumb.
Groove?
It is enough to tell me that you do not intend to invest your small capital in the goldfields.
I see no connection, groove.
And yet the train of thought is elementary. 1, you had chalk between your thumb and finger when you returned from your club. 2, you put chalk there when you played billiards. 3, you never played billiards except with Marston. 4, you told me about a month ago that Marston had an option on some South African property which would expire in 4 weeks and which he desired you to share with him. 5, your checkbook is locked in my drawer and you have not asked for the key. Number 6 is the logical conclusion. You've decided not to invest your money in this manner.
Absurdly simple.
I knew you'd say that.
I wonder who that is. Were you expecting a client?
No, Watson, but I hope it is one. My practice has been decidedly slack lately. Go and see who it is, will you?
Yes, of course I will. It's all right, Mrs. Hudson. I'll show the gentleman in. This way, sir. Good evening. I'm Dr. Watson.
How do you do? My name is Chudley Stoner.
Oh, come along in, Mr. Stoner.
Thank you. And this must be the great Sherlock Holmes.
My name is Holmes. The adjective is your own, Mr. Stoner. Sit down, won't you?
Thanks. I don't imagine you know anything about me, Mr. Holmes.
Nothing beyond the fact that you went to Eton and Oxford, that you have a beautiful and socially prominent wife, and that you contribute to the Strand magazine with some regularity.
I'm disappointed in not receiving one of your famous deductive analyses, Mr. Holmes, but I'm glad that my name is familiar to you.
You contribute to the Strand magazine, sir, too? That's very interesting, Stoner. Perhaps you read some of my humble efforts.
Yes, indeed, Doctor. Very colorful stories they are.
Oh, thanks very much.
If you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Stoner, your own stories, which also deal with the world of crime, seem to me to be even more sensational than Watson's.
Probably because he has the facts to work with, whereas I have to depend on my gift of imagination. But the reason I've come to you tonight, Mr. Holmes, has nothing to do with imagination. I find myself mixed up in a real-life murder that is as puzzling as any problem I've dealt with in fiction.
A murder, Mr. Stoner? I say, really, you
The
don't...
facts, please.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I'll give them to you as briefly and concisely as possible. I just got back from Paris yesterday. My secretary went with me. He did not return. The French police say he committed suicide. I know that he didn't.
Oh, how do you know that, Mr. Stoner?
The boy had everything in the world to live for. No financial worries and a very promising future ahead of him.
Please describe the circumstances under which his body was found.
Well, I'd left him alone in his room. When I came to fetch him, there was no answer to my knock. I tried to look through the keyhole, but the key was in the lock from the inside, and I could see nothing. After some time had elapsed, I got worried. A friend of mine, an inspector of the police, was dining with me that night, and he suggested we should investigate. We broke down the door. My secretary was dead, a bullet in his heart.
Inside a room, locked from the inside, huh? Obviously, the police were right in thinking that it was suicide, Mr. Stoner.
Of course, you examined the room thoroughly for traces of some other method of ingress?
Meticulously. The windows were locked tight.
No sliding panels?
None.
Where was the revolver?
Beside his right hand, one bullet gone.
And you say the key was in the inside of the door?
Yes, and that's why the police wrote it off as suicide. Mr. Holmes, how would you explain such a situation?
I'd like a few more facts before giving an opinion. You say you examined the room meticulously. Was there no oddity? Nothing out of place? Nothing peculiar in that room?
Nothing that I noticed.
Perhaps a small pellet of wax, say?
Yes, by Jove. I did find a wax pellet. It was lying on the carpet near the door, and I couldn't imagine what he was doing there.
Well, there's your answer. One more question. This French inspector who entered the room with you, what was his personal relationship with your secretary?
Odd that you should ask that. They'd quarreled the night before about some girl at the Folie Bergère.
Then there you have it, Mr. Stoner. The murderer left the room, locked the door from the outside, removed the key, and plugged the keyhole with wax. When the room was broken into, he simply slipped the key into the inside of the lock, thereby dislodging the wax pellet. Obviously, from what you've told me, only the inspector had that opportunity.
Great Scott, a French police inspector, a murderer? Holmes, what are you going to do about this?
Nothing, old chap.
Huh?
Beyond
Nothing, old chap?
wishing Mr. Stoner good luck with the editor of the Strand magazine.
I don't think I follow you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, come now, Mr. Stoner. It's an intellectual game and, in its way, quite stimulating. But don't think you can hoodwink me so easily.
Holmes, what are you talking about?
My dear Watson, I read the papers carefully.
And what do the papers have to do with this?
I've noticed the presence of you and your lovely wife at so many social functions here in London in the past few days that I'm afraid I can't possibly accept your Paris story. The obvious answer remains, you've come to me with an imaginary problem in order to solve a difficulty in one of your stories.
Mr. Holmes, you're even smarter than I gave you credit for.
But this is disgraceful, sir. Wasting my friend's time like this.
I suppose I should apologize, Mr. Holmes. But here's the way it happened. I came home late last night, a little under the weather. I had the most wonderful idea on earth for a story. I was going to call it The Locked Room. I'm convinced I made some notes on the story last night, but when I wakened this morning, I couldn't find them. All I could remember was the problem, but I had no idea how to solve it, and so I came to you.
I see. It's an excellent idea for a story. Though I have known similar locked room problems, in fact, I don't recall that fiction has exploited their possibilities as yet.
Holmes, why are you so calm? I think it's outrageous to come here and pick your brains for a story.
My dear Watson, how else do you get the material for your own masterpieces?
Oh, it's not very funny.
Should you grudge it to him?
Well, it's not the same thing at all.
I must say you're being very sporting about it, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, no, Mr. Stoner. I'm being businesslike. May I ask how much you are in the habit of receiving for a story of yours in the Strand magazine?
About 20 guineas. Why?
I am a consulting detective, and I think I've given you a valuable opinion. My fee, if you sell your story, will be 10 guineas. Good night to you, Mr. Stoner.
There you are, Monsieur Stoner.
A remarkable deduction, Andre. Yes, here I am.
I've spent all afternoon searching for those notes on the story. I could not find any trace of them.
And yet I could swear I did some work when I came in last night. You are sure I didn't give you some dictation?
Oh, quite sure, Monsieur Stoner. If you will pardon my saying so, you were a little...
Yes, go on, Andre. Say it. The secretary has some rights. I was drunk. That's what you mean, isn't it?
Oh, I meant no offense.
It'd be rather a relief if you did. You're always so infernally polite. Where's my wife?
She's in the library with your brother-in-law, Monsieur Seal.
Very well. I'll need you after dinner, Andre. I'm going to work on the story tonight.
Yes, Monsieur Stoner.
Hello, Chad. I was beginning to worry about you not being back for dinner.
I stopped at the club.
Good evening, Chad.
Hello, Henry. And how is our master of the violin this evening?
Chad, don't make fun of my brother like that.
Yes, Chad, go easy. I can't learn the violin in 2 easy lessons, you know. Violet accompanied me on the piano just now. She says I'm improving.
I don't doubt that you're improving. You couldn't become worse.
Chad, you're intolerable. Henry's our guest.
An unwanted guest as far as I'm concerned. He's been here 2 months. Why doesn't he try and get himself a job instead of mooning around here all day scraping away at his fiddle?
That's the last time you've insulted me, Chad. I'm leaving here in the morning.
I hope I can count on it.
How dare you, Chad? How dare you? If Henry goes in the morning, I shall go with him.
Now, Violet, take it easy.
You've been drinking again, and you're disgusting when you drink. You made an absolute fool of yourself in front of Andre last night.
You're very protective about him. Are you sure those calf eyes he keeps making at you are entirely unreciprocated?
I hate you, Chad. I'm not waiting until the morning. I'm leaving tonight.
Now, wait a minute, Violet. I'm sorry. I don't know what makes me do it. I get a few drinks and I just feel that I've got to hurt you.
Well, you certainly succeed. I used to think it was the so-called artistic temperament that made you this way. Now I realize it's drink.
I'm sorry, Violet, but it's not been too easy for me. Having Henry around all day gets pretty trying, particularly when I'm attempting to work.
But he's planning to move soon anyway. Surely you can tolerate it a little longer. For our sake, Chad. Can't you?
Of course I can, Violet. I'm sorry, dear. I'll try and be a little less boorish, and I'll watch the drinking.
That sounds more like the man I married. And I'll help, too. I'll try and keep Henry out of your way as much as possible, dear.
We can make a go of it, Violet. I know we can. Well, I'm going into the study. I want to jot down some notes on the new story while they're still fresh in my mind.
All right, dear. Dinner will be in about half an hour. I'll call you.
Fine. The Locked Room. Yes, that'll be a good title. It'll be worth giving Sherlock Holmes 10 guineas for the help he gave me. Who is it? Is that you?
I'm flattered that you dropped by to see me, Inspector Lestrade. Not a business visit, I gather.
Bless you now, Mr. Holmes.
You'll have a whiskey and soda, won't you, Lestrade?
Thank you kindly, Dr. Watson. Not too much soda, if you don't mind.
The London criminal is becoming a dull dog these days, Lestrade. My own practice has been remarkably slow in the past few weeks.
Same thing with us at Scotland Yard, Mr. Holmes. But, of course, we don't grumble at that. Now, take me. I've had an easy day today. Just come from investigating a suicide in Church Street, Kensington.
Indeed, another poor devil who couldn't stand the pace of our modern living, I suppose.
I suppose so, Doctor. Though you'd have thought this bloke had everything he wanted. He was quite a successful writer, they tell me.
A writer? What was his name?
He wrote for the Strand magazine. Name was Chudley Stoner. Dr. Watson, you dropped that glass.
You say Chudley Stoner committed suicide tonight?
That's right, Mr. Holmes. You know him?
Under what circumstances was he found?
It was a routine case, sir. Locked the door on his study from the inside and then blew his brains out. The windows were locked and there were no secret panels and that kind of stuff. It was suicide, all right.
The arm of coincidence is long indeed, but not as long as that. Has the body been moved?
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. I told him to touch nothing until the police photographers got there. Just to be on the safe side, you understand, sir.
Splendid. Grab your coat and hat, Watson.
Right, your home.
But what's all the excitement, Mr. Holmes? It's just a suicide.
Nonsense, Inspector. I'll stake my whole reputation that Chudley Stoner has been the victim of a murder plot as cunning and diabolical as any that I've ever encountered.
In just a moment, we'll find out if Sherlock Holmes is correct in deducing that this is murder. Are you one of the many men who find it difficult to keep your hair neatly groomed in summer? Does the burning sun bake and scorch your hair, making it look messy and not the least attractive? Then try Kreml Hair Tonic. Just notice the amazing change in the appearance of your hair. You see, Kreml does lots more than just keep your hair looking handsome. This highly specialized hair tonic gives you your money's worth. It contains a unique combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. And if the sun dries your hair so that it breaks off and falls, Kreml helps condition the hair in that it leaves it feeling so much softer, more pliable when you comb it. At the same time, Kreml removes itchy, loose dandruff and leaves the scalp feeling so cool, refreshed, and alive. Be smart, men. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use Kreml daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, this is really one for the book. A mystery writer comes to Sherlock Holmes with a fictitious murder plot. Holmes solves it for him, then the man goes away and gets murdered in exactly the way he described.
Precisely, Mr. Bell. As provocative a problem as ever we encountered.
I bet you hurried off to the dead man's house at once, didn't you?
As fast as a hansom cab could take us there. As soon as we arrived, we cross-examined the three members of the household. The dead man's wife, Violet, her brother, Henry Seal, and André Leroux, the secretary. All of them told the same story. That they'd heard the shot and hastened to the room from different parts of the house. They said that they looked through the keyhole, found it was blocked, and then the two men broke down the door.
Just the same story as in the dead man's fictional problem, wasn't it? What happened next, Dr. Watson?
Well, before we talked to the three suspects any further, Holmes, Inspector Lestrade, and I walked into the dead man's study to examine the body. I can almost hear Holmes now. As he said...
It's not hard to find a motive. A beautiful wife, a worthless brother who'd been told to get out, an attractive and attentive young French secretary who hated the dead man's cruelty.
Blimey. And I called it just a routine suicide.
You'll notice that no wax pellet is in evidence this time. I'd say that the answer is obvious. The dead man did write some notes on his story last night. The killer found them and realized that he'd been presented with a perfect murder method, never expecting that the dead man would divulge his method to me.
Mr. Holmes, why are you examining the keyhole of the door?
I was looking for a pellet of wax, Inspector. It's missing. Obviously, the murderer had read about that in the dead man's notes and was clever enough to remove it. But let's examine the corpse. Interesting. Most interesting.
Why, Holmes?
Well, surely you can see for yourself, Watson. The bloodstains clearly indicate that the man fell here, some 5 or 6 feet from the desk. And yet, with a dying burst of energy, he crawled towards the desk and clutched it. Undoubtedly, he was trying to give us a dying message.
But how can holding on to a desk give a message, Mr. Holmes? And why should a dying man try to do that anyway?
Remember that the dead man was a writer and a student of criminology. In his last few moments of consciousness, he probably realized I'd be on the track of his murderer.
He gave us more than one clue, Holmes. Look at his body. As he fell for the last time, he upset that bowl of violets. And his wife's name is Violet.
Coincidence, I think, Watson. The flowers were knocked over inadvertently as he fell. But the move to the desk was a deliberate and desperate effort.
Well, if you talk about that, look here, gentlemen. Lying by his right arm. Look, that was knocked off the desk, too.
It's a seal with a monogram on it.
Right, Doctor. And Seal is the name of the dead man's brother-in-law. Henry Seal.
Interesting, but I refuse to believe that a dying man could deliberately knock over such a comprehensive number of incriminating objects as he died.
Then who do you suppose did do it, Holmes?
At this stage of the case, I shall suppose nothing, Watson. We have 3 obvious suspects waiting for us. Let's question them.
I don't know why they want us here. I know nothing
Quiet,
about it.
please. Mr. Holmes wants to ask you some questions.
No, Inspector. I only wish to ask them one question. You, Mrs. Stoner, how did you occupy your time while you were waiting for the police to arrive?
I was so nervous that to try to calm myself, I did some knitting. I do quite a lot of knitting for the Coast Guard men, you know.
I see. And you, Mr. Seal? What were your movements before the police arrived?
I sat in the library, Mr. Holmes, playing solitaire.
And you, Andre?
I went to my room and worked on my account books. I realized that my job here was finished, and I thought I would get my books in order.
I see. That's all for now, thank you.
Come along, Henry.
Lestrade.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
I'd like you to get me those 3 objects spoken of. The knitting, the cards, and the account books.
Right you are, Mr. Holmes.
I don't see that you found out much there, Holmes.
Don't you, Watson? I'd have thought my line of reasoning was obvious.
What are you doing? Kneading at that keyhole. You said that this time the pellet of wax had been removed.
True, Watson. But even though the pellet's been removed, I'm quite sure there'll be traces of wax. And there are. Splendid. I shall remove this lock and take it back to Baker Street. The murderer undoubtedly still had some traces of wax on his fingers. A closer examination of the fragments of wax inside this keyhole and an equally close examination of the knitting, the cards, and the account books should be able to give us the solution to this case.
Well, Holmes, you've been poring over the microscope for nearly an hour. Have you got the answer?
Nearly, but not quite.
But you've examined all 3 of the objects. Surely it's just a question of finding which one of them shows traces of wax.
Oh, no, old chap.
Huh?
It's not as easy as that. Oddly enough, the knitting, the pack of cards, and the account books all show traces of wax.
Great Scott. But that means that all those people were involved in the murder. It was a concerted plan between the 3 of them.
I think not, Watson.
What?
And in 5 more minutes, I'm sure I can prove to you who the murderer is.
Charlotte, why are you sitting alone here in the library?
Oh, hello, Andre. I'm so upset. They think the Chud was murdered. The inspector's still questioning Henry. I believe they think he did it. Oh, it's awful. Oh.
Oh, now, don't worry, darling. Everything is going to be all right.
Please, Andre. With Chud's body hardly cold.
But surely now that he is dead, you always made me believe that if he were dead, we could be together, darling.
I was insane. I thought he was neglecting me, that perhaps there was some other woman. But just before he died, we had a talk. I knew it was going to be all right again.
But me? You mean you were making a fool of me?
I was making a fool of myself, Andre. Please forget it.
Forget it? No, my cold-blooded Englishwoman. I am not some stupid boy you can play with. You cannot throw me aside. I have risked my life for your happiness.
Risked your... Andre! You murdered Chud.
Of course I did. I hated him. And I hated the way he made you unhappy. And the fool gave me the perfect way to do it by telling me about his filthy story. And then forgetting that he had done so.
You devil, get away from me. I'm turning you over to the police.
No, you are not. You are going to join Chud since you love him so much.
Andre, put away that revolver.
Nice shooting, Watson. You got him in the wrist.
Sorry. Mrs. Stoner, are you all right?
Yes, but thank heaven you were both behind those curtains.
I'm sorry that we had to wait until the last minute to disclose our presence. But it's just as well to have witnesses to a murder confession. What do you have to say for yourself, Monsieur Leroux?
Nothing. Send for your policeman and have me taken to prison.
With pleasure. Watson, ask Inspector Lestrade to step in here, will you? Tell him we have a customer for him. A customer for the gallows.
Midnight. It'll be good to get back to Baker Street. It's been an exhausting evening's work.
Yes, Watson. A sordid case. A shabby patchwork of discontent and hatred. Oh, well, we've been instrumental in sending yet another felon to his rightful destiny.
You know, Holmes, there's still one or two points I don't quite understand.
I can't believe it, Watson. What are they?
Well, you said that all three objects you examined contained traces of wax.
They did, and at first that confused me. But there are various qualities of wax. For instance, Mrs. Stoner was knitting with a certain waxed wool that is used specifically in knitting for seafaring men. It gives the garments a weatherproof finish.
Never heard of it.
Possibly not, but it's a fact. And, as you know, I specialize in such odd pieces of information.
What about the traces of wax on the cards that Henry Seal used when he was playing solitaire?
Again, I was misled. Until I remembered that Mrs. Stoner told us that her brother had been playing the violin a short while before her husband's death.
Oh, he'd been using rosin.
Precisely.
Oh, yes.
Logically, it had to be the secretary. But the proof came when I made the final analysis of the three specimens of wax. That, on the account books, was the only one that exactly matched the traces of wax I found in the keyhole.
Oh, suppose I'm very stupid, Holmes.
Anything else bothering you?
Yeah, just one point. You said that the dying man tried to indicate his murderer by clasping the desk as he died.
Yes, I'm sure he was trying to give us a dying message.
Well, I was fooled by the violets and the seal.
Oh, that was a freakish coincidence. But the effort in crawling to the desk was not. That was the true message.
I still don't see it.
Oh, come now, Watson. The secretary was a Frenchman. The French word for desk and for secretary is the same. Secrétaire.
I see it now.
Oh, really, Watson?
You know, Holmes, you'll never get your fee for this case.
Indeed? And why?
Stoner's dead. You'll never sell that story to the Strand magazine now.
True, Watson. But I've no doubt that you will. Though perhaps it'll be a slightly different version of it. And you'll probably call it something very melodramatic. Perhaps murder in the locked room.
Ladies, when you want to look your radiant best, you naturally want your hair to appear just as beautiful and lustrous as it can be. So here's a tip from some of the world's most divinely beautiful girls, Powers models. Girls who are famous for their enchantingly lovely silken sheen hair.
We glamour bathe our hair with Kreml shampoo. And I want to state right here and now that no other shampoo leaves the hair more sparkling clean. Really, girls, you'll be amazed how Kreml shampoo reveals all your hair's natural gleaming luster. It leaves hair shimmering with brilliant highlights that last for days.
Kreml shampoo is not a cream shampoo, not a soapless shampoo, not a harsh soap, not a drying detergent. It's entirely different. After a Kreml shampoo, the hair fairly radiates natural glossy highlights. And Kreml shampoo never dries or breaks the hair. In fact, it even has a built-in oil base which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
How right you are, Mr. Bell. Kreml shampoo leaves the hair so much softer, silkier, with a lovely satin smoothness. The hair holds a wave better, too.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter. See how easy it is to have naturally lustrous hair, a vision of shining beauty. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, let me think next week. Next week, I think I shall tell you how Holmes and I returned to Baker Street one afternoon to find our rooms occupied by a beautiful young woman on the verge of hysteria.
Well, that sounds promising. And who was the beautiful young woman?
No, Mr. Bell, Mr. Bell, I've told you more about this. You'll have to wait till next week to find that out. I will say, however, that her story was horrifying enough to make our hair stand on end. I call this adventure Death in the North Sea.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Dancing Men. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of Universal Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about Death in the North Sea. Save for the future the easy, automatic way. Buy U.S. saving bonds through your payroll savings plan or at your bank. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. Oh, and say, I'd like to tell you about something myself. I'd like to tell you about the wine that more Americans prefer than any other wine. That wine is port. And if you want to know why port is such a favorite, just pour yourself a glass of wonderful Petri California port. Look at that Petri port. Look at its glowing deep red color. And sample that aroma. It'll remind you of a walk through a dew-covered vineyard. And now taste that Petri port. Boy, you've got something. Petri Port is one of the most delicious wines ever poured from a bottle. Right then and there, Petri Port will become your favorite wine. I'm confident of that. And I'm sure you'll want to serve Petri Port to your friends, too. After dinner or any time they drop in for a visit. And remember, you can serve Petri Port proudly. Because those letters, P-E-T-R-I, spell the proudest name in the history of American wines. Petri. Petri Wine. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson's ready for us. Let's go in and join him.
Come in. Ah, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Good evening. Excuse me, Dr. Watson. I didn't know that you had company.
Shut the door, my boy, and come in and join us. Let me introduce you, Mr. Bartell. This is my friend, Mrs. Campbell.
How do you do, Mrs. Campbell?
How do you do, Mr. Bartell?
Mrs. Campbell is a very old friend of mine from England, and when she called on me today, I persuaded her to stay and have dinner, and then join us in this little session of storytelling. You see, Mr. Bartell, she's really what you might call the star of the Sherlock Holmes adventure that I'm going to tell you tonight.
Oh, come now, Dr. Watson. I actually played a very small part in the story. In any case, I was much too young at the time to know what was really going on.
Say, this is a great idea, Doctor. One of the characters out of your fabulous past here in California in 1946 and helps tell her own story.
Oh, no, Mr. Bartell. I'm no storyteller. That's the doctor's department. I'll just listen.
No, my dear. I'll set the scene, but you must ring up the curtain, as it were. In any case, my memory isn't too clear on some of the early points in connection with the case. You will have to help me out.
Oh, but you're talking to millions of listeners on the radio. I'd be terrified to speak over the air.
We're on the air now, Mrs. Campbell.
Oh, we're not, are we? Oh, dear.
No. Don't worry, Cynthia. If they're kind enough to listen to me week after week, I'm sure they'll be delighted to hear you. And now to get on with the story. The title, The Adventure of the Living Doll. The setting, the Sussex Downs, near the bee farm to which Sherlock Holmes retired. The period, 1910. And now, Cynthia, my dear, the curtain's going up, and the first scene belongs to you. Supposing you set it for us.
Well, I'll try. We were living on the Sussex Downs also, Mr. Bartell, at that time. My name was then Cynthia Browning. My father, Arthur Browning, had been dead for some years, but my mother kept up the estate with a manager, a Mr. Hugh Tanner. I was away at school most of the year, of course, but the happiest times of my childhood were spent during those long summer months in Sussex. I lived in a small world, knowing only a few people and loving all of them, or almost all. First of all, there was Mother herself. She was the most beautiful woman in the world, and the sweetest. I remember she gave me a puppy on my 12th birthday. His name was Dusty, and he was so sweet. I talked to Mother about him one day. I must have sounded terribly young.
Mommy, darling, I do love Dusty. Very, very much. He's a lovely puppy, and you gave him to me.
You love him, Cynthia. I know that. But I've been feeding him. That's your job, darling. It's good for grown-up people to have responsibility.
Oh, Mommy, I'll feed him. Of course I will. I'll feed him so full, he'll burst.
Then there was the estate manager, Hugh Tanner, such a pleasant man, and so willing to tell a 12-year-old all the things that a 12-year-old has to know or die.
But, Mr. Tanner, why did you have to shoot the horse? He'd only broken his leg.
Cynthia, horses aren't like human beings. Their legs weren't maidened. Now think of a horse that couldn't frisk and run and gallop across the downs. We're actually being kind to him. Honest we are, Cynthia.
And then there was Frank King, the painter who lived on the downs. He taught me to open my eyes and really see things.
No, Cynthia. That sunset isn't red. It's gold and rust. And the water, child, look at it. It's almost rose in this light. Rose flecked with cobwebs of eggshell blue. Cynthia, darling, a sunset's never just one color. Do try and remember that, won't you?
And then there was Mr. Pound from the city. I gathered that he was terribly rich, and he wanted to marry Mother. But he certainly didn't understand little girls.
Cynthia, I'm going to give you half a crown for being a very good little girl. Now, tell me, what will you do with it?
I'll buy something for Mommy.
Oh, no, my dear. This is your own money. You put it in the savings account at the post office, and it'll make more money for you. Always remember, my dear, take care of the pennies, and the pounds will take care of themselves.
Then there was the wonderful wise woman who knew all the things that aren't in books.
Always remember, my bunny, that it's good luck to touch the hump of a hunchback. But the curse of Beelzebub himself will be upon ye if ye look at a sliver of silver moon through the glass.
And then the strangest and most wonderful of them all was the lean, middle-aged man with a sharp face and the bee-net whom I met one day on the downs.
Good afternoon, young lady.
Good afternoon. I'm Cynthia Browning.
My name is Holmes. Sherlock Holmes.
Why are you carrying that net? You looking for butterflies?
Oh, no, Cynthia. I'm a bee farmer.
Bee farmer? Oh, that sounds funny. How do you farm bees?
Well, come over to my place one day and I'll show you. I say, that's a beautiful doll you're carrying.
It isn't a doll. It's my mascot. It was given to me by Frank King, the painter. He made it for me. He made it to look as much like me as possible. I call her me.
It's remarkable likeness.
See the hair? That's clippings off my hair. And the nails? Those are clippings from my own nails. She's really me. I love her.
Your own nails and hair, and the doll is an exact replica of you? I don't like that, Cynthia. Remember, my dear, my name, it's Sherlock Holmes, and I live at the bee farm, and if anything unusual happens, come to me at once.
Of course, Dr. Watson. I'll confess that first meeting with Sherlock Holmes rather frightened me.
You didn't understand why he was so worried about the doll, eh?
No, but I remembered what he said about coming to him if anything unusual happened.
And I'm sure that unusual something did happen.
Yes, Mr. Bartell, and within a very few days. But at this point, I think Dr. Watson should take over the story. It's where he and Mr. Holmes really entered into it.
Oh, very well. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Bartell, I was staying with Holmes. Late in the afternoon, as I remember, that you ran over to the bee farm where I first met you, Cynthia. A few moments before you arrived, Holmes and I, each of us with a cup of tea in our hands, were seated on the veranda, gazing out across the downs and discussing the mutability of human affairs.
It's strange, Watson, that after a lifetime devoted to the more flamboyant aspects of everyday life, that now, in what is the fast approaching twilight of my days, I find such peace and companionship in the exact and predictable behavior of bees. I wonder what Moriarty would have thought.
Oh, you're talking as if you're an old dodder of 90. You say what you like, but I don't think that you'll ever really be happy in retirement. You miss the danger, the excitement of the chase, the public acclaim.
What are you talking about? My work was never for the public. What did the public, the great unobservant public, who could hardly tell a weaver by his tooth or a typesetter by his left thumb, care about the finer shades of analysis or deduction? In any case, Watson, I chose a happy time to sink into oblivion. In comparatively recent years, the criminal seems to have lost all his originality and enterprise. My own little practice, when I gave it up, seemed to be in danger of developing into an agency for recovering lost lead pencils or giving advice to young ladies from boarding schools.
Oh, talking of young ladies, who's this little girl running up your driveway?
Oh, great Scott, it's little Cynthia Browning.
Oh, and who's she?
Oh, a charming young neighbor of mine. Hello, Cynthia.
Hello, Mr. Holmes.
You've come to see how I farm bees, haven't you?
No, Mr. Holmes. You told me to come to you if something unusual happened. It has. Something that's frightened me.
Well, now, sit down, my dear. This is my old friend, Dr. Watson.
Oh, how do you do, Cynthia?
How'd you do?
Now, Cynthia, dear, what has frightened you?
It's my mascot. My me. Look, somebody stabbed her through the heart.
Great Scott, a doll that's an exact replica of her, with a penknife thrust into it. Good gracious me.
When did you find your mascot like this?
Just after tea. Mommy had some gentlemen calling on her. And afterwards I went up to my room and found poor me on the bed. I remembered what you told me about anything unusual. And so I came over here as fast as I could.
Yes, I'm glad that you did, Cynthia.
But did you tell your mother where you'd gone with her?
No, I didn't. She was still talking to the gentleman.
Well, she'll worry about you when she discovers your disappearance.
No, don't worry, Watson. I shall go over and talk to her at once. Cynthia, my dear.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Who were the gentlemen calling on your mother?
Well, there was Mr. Tanner.
Yes.
He's the man who looks after the estate for Mommy.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. King, the painter.
Mr. King is the man who made this doll, eh? Now, who else was there?
Mr. Pound. He's a businessman from London that's staying with Mommy.
And they were all present in your house when you found the mascot lying on the bed.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, old chap.
Yes, sir?
I'm going over to see Cynthia's mother at once. I want Cynthia to stay here with you. Guard her, old chap, as you would your life. Mrs. Browning, I know I must seem like an intrusive neighbor, but possibly you've heard of me. My name is Holmes, Sherlock Holmes.
Well, who hasn't heard of the famous Sherlock Holmes? Please sit down, won't you?
Thank you. Your guests have left?
Yes. But how did you know I had guests? I know you're a great detective.
Your charming little daughter, Cynthia, came over to see me half an hour ago. She told me.
So that's where she went. Did she come back with you?
No, Mrs. Browning. I felt it safer that she remained at my place for a while. My friend, Dr. Watson, will look after her. I'm afraid she may be in danger.
In danger? Mr. Holmes, what makes you say that?
You know your daughter's doll, the one fashioned in her own likeness and with her own hair and nails?
Of course. Frank King made it for her.
While you were at tea this afternoon, your daughter found the doll lying on her bed with a penknife stuck through its heart.
That's very peculiar. But I don't see that she should be in any danger because of it, Mr. Holmes.
Mrs. Browning, certain practitioners of magic believe that if a doll-like effigy is made of a human being, and the effigy is then mutilated, that a similar fate will befall the living original.
But, Mr. Holmes, that's black magic. You can't possibly believe in it.
Not in the results of stabbing a doll, Mrs. Browning, but well, it's possible that someone is trying to kill your daughter.
To kill Cynthia? Oh, no.
It may be more than a possibility, I'm afraid. And when these magical means fail, they will turn to more direct methods.
But who could possibly want her death?
You have not remarried, Mrs. Browning?
No, I feel it my duty to devote my life to Arthur's child, Cynthia.
Yes, then anyone wishing to marry you might feel that Cynthia stood in the way.
But that's absurd.
But logical, Mrs. Browning. Do you mind if I ask you a very personal question?
With Cynthia's safety at stake, you may ask any question.
Are any of the 3 men who were present at tea this afternoon desirous of marrying you?
Well,
Please be completely honest, Mrs. Browning.
At different times, they've all asked me to marry them, yes.
And you won't contemplate marriage because of your dead husband's child, Tell me, Mrs. Browning, have you seen this penknife before? It was the one found stuck through the doll's heart.
I don't think I've ever seen it before.
One final question. Would anyone among Cynthia's acquaintances have a knowledge of the practice of magic?
Well, the old woman that Cynthia called the wise woman might.
Oh, who might she be?
A strange creature that lives in some hovel on the downs near here. She brews weird concoctions with herbs, love philters, and all that sort of thing.
I'd be a suitable companion for your daughter, Mrs. Browning.
I know it, Mr. Holmes. I've told Cynthia over and over again that she mustn't stray off and see the old woman. But you know how disobedient children are at her age. I'm sure she's been over there recently.
I'd like to talk to this woman. Where does she live?
I don't know exactly, but Frank can take you there. He used her as a model.
Frank King, the painter?
Yes, he lives in the village.
Then I shall call on him at once and persuade him to accompany me. We must find that wise woman and I hope save your child from magic. Magic and possible murder. Much further, Mr. King?
Only a few more yards, Mr. Holmes. Her little cottage is just behind the trees there. It's a pretty broken-down place. Poor old girl has only a few pennies to her name, I imagine.
Mrs. Browning was telling me that you used this old woman as a model.
Yes, she was a fascinating subject. I painted her as she was mixing up some devil's concoction of herbs and spices. I had her standing over a smoking cauldron with the firelight playing on her. It was quite effective.
Yes, it must have been. The subject of witchcraft appeals to you, Mr. King?
Well, I don't know anything about it. It was just that she was such a wonderful subject for a painter. Here we are.
I'll knock on the door. I think we'll take the liberty of going in, shall we?
I don't see why not.
What is it? Listen. Came from that room. Someone is here. Come on.
Look at her. Look at her head. Poor devil.
Yes, she's still alive. She isn't long for this world. Can you hear me? Here, let me lift you up a little. Can you understand what I'm saying? Tell me, who was it that did this to you?
She's too far gone to speak.
Got a piece of paper and a pencil?
Yes. Wait a minute. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, can you write the name of the man who did this to you?
She's pushing the pencil away. I don't suppose she knows how to write. She's trying to show you something, Mr. Holmes. She's trying to crawl over to the wall.
Yes. Here, let me help you. This will be a hiding place of some kind.
Look. She's taking a brick out of the wall.
What is it? Great Scott! Money. A veritable jackdaw's nest of pennies. And small silver. And at least a dozen golden sovereigns. That must be the money.
Look! She's picking out one of the silver coins. She's trying to give it to you.
A sixpence, but what? Oh, poor woman, she's dead. Just as she was trying to tell me something.
I can't understand it. Golden sovereigns in this hovel, and she was showing you a silver sixpence as she died. Mr. Holmes, what are you going to do?
First, check on the young girl's safety. Meanwhile, I should like you to go back to my mother's. Assemble the other 2 men who were present at tea time this afternoon and keep them there until I arrive. I shan't be long.
But the police?
I shall summon them, Mr. King, when I have the murderer to offer them. And I'm convinced that will be before the sun sets tonight.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. Time enough for me to mention another wonderful Petri wine. Petri California Muscatel. If you like that subtle muscat flavor, who doesn't, you really like Petri Muscatel. Petri Muscatel is a clear golden wine that is just as much a hit with the ladies as Petri Port is with the men. But I don't mean by that only the ladies like Petri Muscatel. In fact, if you want to be sure to please everybody, get both Petri Port and Petri Muscatel. In other words, don't buy one, buy two. But do be sure you always buy Petri. Now back to Dr. Watson and his guest tonight, Mrs. Campbell, who played a most important part in the story herself.
Oh, not nearly as important a part as that played by Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Well, Dr. Watson, what happened when Sherlock Holmes rejoined you at the bee farm?
Well, first of all, he made sure that the little girl was safe. And then he told me of finding the dead woman and of his theories as to the killing. I can almost hear him now, Mr. Bartell, as he said...
Watson. Someone wanted the little girl out of the way because they knew the mother would never marry while the child was alive.
And that someone persuaded the old woman to do the job for him, I suppose.
Undoubtedly. And she, believing in the powers of black magic, mutilated the doll, firmly convinced that in so doing she was destroying the young girl it was fashioned after.
And then, I suppose, when the potential murderer discovered the woman was merely indulging in stupid folklore, he killed her, realizing she was only a hindrance to him, and with her knowledge of the plan... a dangerous hindrance.
Exactly, my dear fellow. But how do you suppose we account for the hoard of money? Golden sovereigns, don't forget, that we found in the hovel.
Well, no doubt it was a sum that she was already being paid for the murder that she was going to commit.
As she died, she tried to give me the clue to her murderer by selecting certain coin. Now, in her possession, she had gold, silver, and copper. She chose a silver coin. And yet I can't see its significance, I must confess.
Well, at the moment, possibly not. And yet, before the evening's over, I bet you that...
What did you say, Watson?
I said before the evening's over, I bet you...
Thank you, old fellow. That's the clue. You bet me.
What on earth are you talking about, Holmes? I was just saying...
You've just given me the answer to the whole problem, Watson.
Huh?
I'm much obliged to you. Stay here, will you, old chap? And look after Cynthia a little while longer. Within a very short time, I shall have her intended destroyer under lock and key.
Mr. Holmes, I'm glad you've come. I've had the greatest difficulty in persuading these three gentlemen that their presence was necessary.
Within a few minutes, Mrs. Browning, two of them will be entirely free to leave if they want to.
Mr. Holmes, I think it'd be a good idea to tell everyone what happened.
Yes, Mr.
Mr.
Pound,
Holmes,
I don't
think
think
it'd be a good idea to tell everyone what happened.
Yes, how do you do, Mr. Pound?
How do you do, Mr. Holmes? Look here. If there's some scandal down here...
there is, Mr. Pound.
Then I want my name kept out of it. You hear? I have a seat on the London Stock Exchange.
Oh, very comfortable for you.
Yes.
And the other gentleman, by the process of elimination, must be Mr. Hugh Tanner, the manager of your estate, Mrs. Browning.
Yes, I'm Hugh Tanner. And now, Mr. Holmes, supposing you tell us what this is all about. I'm a straightforward man, and all this mystery is rather aggravating. Something has happened. Something that concerns us all. What is it?
Murder.
Murder? Murder? Good Lord, who's been murdered?
An old woman who lived in the village. Your daughter, Mrs. Browning, referred to her as the wise woman. Mr. King and I found her tonight in a cottage on the Downs, beaten to death. Murdered.
Well, that's shocking, but what's it got to do with us?
I'll explain, Mr. Pound. Each one of you, I believe, would like to marry Mrs. Browning. Her daughter, Cynthia, is an obstacle to such a marriage. One of you decided to remove that obstacle and engaged the wise woman to carry out the plan. Finding the woman clumsy and ineffective, you decided that she was a dangerous witness, and so you murdered her. Fortunately, the poor woman, as she was dying, gave me the clue to her murderer.
But how did she do that, Mr. Holmes? I thought you said that she died without speaking.
She did, Mrs. Browning, but she gave me the clue nonetheless, though I was shockingly slow in spotting it.
Well, what was the clue?
Yes, let's stop being mysterious and come out into the open.
You were with me, Mr. King. As she died, I shall let you tell them.
Well, she was dying, unable to speak when Mr. Holmes asked who had attacked her. She couldn't write, but she showed him a hoard of copper and silver coins and a dozen golden sovereigns.
Sovereigns in a hovel like that? Oh, I see. She meant her murderer was the man who had paid her.
And with all that ill-gotten wealth, she died clutching a silver sixpence.
And you still don't see who the murderer is? Come along, gentlemen. You should know it as well as you know your own names. Now, Mr. King mentioned that there were a dozen sovereigns. Whose name does a sovereign suggest?
Sovereign? King. You, Frank King, were the murderer.
Oh, that's ridiculous. The old woman wasn't exactly a mastermind. Why should she be so indirect? And how much is a sovereign worth? £1. And your name, my friend, with a seat on the London Stock Exchange is Pound.
Oh, this is absolutely absurd. I can prove that I've never even met the woman.
Well, what is the answer, Mr. Holmes? I'm sure that you know it.
The answer is obvious, Mrs. Browning, though I'm ashamed to say that a chance remark of Dr. Watson's gave me the clue.
Oh, now look here. Stop beating about the bush, Holmes. What is the answer?
A very simple one, Mr. Pound. With 12 golden sovereigns at hand, sovereigns that would suggest either the name of King or Pound, what coin did the dying woman select?
A sixpence.
Exactly. A humble silver sixpence. And what is the common slang word for a sixpence?
A tanner.
Precisely. Which tells us that you, Mr. Hugh Tanner, killed the wise lady.
Try and prove it. That's all. Just try and prove it.
Holmes, what happened?
I found the murderer, old chap, thanks to you.
What do you mean, thanks to me?
Well, I was thinking of a sixpence, the coin the dead woman clutched in her hand, as a sixpence. When you said, I bet you, I thought of the much-used expression, betcha Tanner. That gave me the clue to the whole business. The dying woman was obviously trying to indicate that Hugh Tanner was her murderer.
He confessed, you say, before the police arrived.
Yes, after Frank King, the artist, had started to give him something of the thrashing he deserved. Oh, I take no particular pride in the case, Watson. Without your chance remark, I might easily have overlooked this obvious clue that the dying woman gave me. As I've said before, old chap, I should not attempt to emerge from my retirement. Yes. It's obvious that my reflexes are shockingly slow.
Rubbish. The police would never have solved it.
Oh, my dear Watson, when you compare me with the police, I realize that my retirement should be permanent. By the way, where is Cynthia?
Well, I arranged with your housekeeper for her to have an early supper. Some kippers, a poached egg or two, a piece of that treacle tart we had last night, and a pot of tea.
Oh, for a 12-year-old girl, my dear Watson, this is an occasion when I might accuse you of being a potential murderer.
Oh, come now, Holmes, you know perfectly well.
Here she comes now. Hello, Cynthia. Did you enjoy your supper?
It was lovely. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Is everything all right? Can I go home now?
Yes, Cynthia. Everything's all right.
Tell me, my dear, did you ask Mr. King to make that mascot for you?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. The wise woman told me it would bring me luck.
Oh, yes, I thought so.
Mr. Holmes, will everything be just like before?
No, not quite, Cynthia. Mr. Tanner and the wise woman have gone away. You won't see them again.
Oh, dear.
But you have new friends here, haven't you?
Yes, and nice ones.
Remember that, Cynthia. We'll always be your friends.
I will, Dr. Watson. I like you both so much.
Ah, I'm glad. And tell me, Cynthia, do you like Mr. King, the artist?
Oh, yes. Almost as much as I used to like my daddy.
Uh-huh.
He's like my daddy, a little.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that, Cynthia. Tell your mother the same thing, will you? I think it might change a peculiarly foolish notion of hers.
Well, Dr. Watson and Mrs. Campbell, that was a really different kind of story. I'm sure glad you were here tonight, Mrs. Campbell. Tell me, has Dr. Watson changed much since you last saw him?
Well, yes. I think he's grown handsomer.
No.
And what about Mrs. Campbell, Doctor? Has she changed?
Well, she's more grown up than the last time I saw her, but she hasn't changed much in one respect.
What's that, Doctor?
Your appetite, my dear. Oh. I remember how Holmes was amazed at the amount you ate when you were a child, but you certainly had just as hearty a dinner this evening.
Well, that was your fault, Doctor. Your dinner was too good.
Oh, Cynthia, don't talk about the wine.
Well, why shouldn't I talk about the wine? It was wonderful.
Sure it was. It was Petri wine, that's why.
You see? Now you've got him started.
And Mrs. Campbell, Petri wine is always good wine. That's because the Petri family has been making wine for generations. Ever since long ago when they started the Petri business, winemaking has been an art with the Petri family. It's a tradition, a heritage that they've handed on down from father to son, from father to son. Believe me, when it comes to turning luscious, sun-ripened California grapes, into fragrant, delicious wine, well, you can bet your last dollar that the Petri family really knows how. No matter what type wine you prefer, for any occasion, you just can't miss with a Petri wine, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure are you planning to tell us next week?
Well, as next week has St. Patrick's Day is only about 6 days away, Mr. Bartell, I thought next week that I'd tell you a rather unusual story that took place at Ireland at the turn of the century. It concerns the famous ceremony of kissing the Blarney Stone, St. Patrick's Night Revel, and an old Irish ballad that led directly to one of the most devilish murders that Sherlock Holmes and I ever encountered.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of the Copper Beeches. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. You can read about the stars of our broadcast in the April issue of Everybody's Digest. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that Master Detective Sherlock Holmes. Before he starts, I can tell you something that's really worth knowing. Simply this. The best beginning a good meal ever had is a glass of Petri California Sherry. Petri Sherry is the perfect before-dinner wine. While you're waiting for dinner to be put on the table, pour yourself a glass of that clear, amber-colored Petri Sherry. Now, just sit back and sip it slowly. Take your time so you can thoroughly enjoy every single drop of that wonderful Petri flavor. And what a flavor that sherry has. It comes right from the sun-ripened heart of wonderful California grapes. You may be a real wine expert and know all about sherry wine, but believe me, until you've tried a Petri sherry, you're really missing something. Serve Petri sherry alone or serve it with canapes or appetizers. And by all means, serve it proudly. You can because the letters P-E-T-R-I spell the proudest name in the history of American wines. Petri. And now let's visit our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Draw up your usual chair and make yourself at home. How about a glass of sherry?
That'd be very nice. All ready for tonight's story, Doctor?
Yes, my boy. Here's your sherry.
Thank you, sir.
My story begins on a June night in 1889. My wife and I had spent a quiet evening at home, I remember. It was just about the hour that a man gives his first yawn and glances at the clock, when the tranquility of the scene was broken by the discordant jangling of our front doorbell.
An emergency call for you, I suppose, Doctor.
Not exactly, Mr. Bartell. It turned out to be a certain Mrs. Isa Whitney, an old friend of my wife's who'd come to us in trouble. Her husband, she told us, had been missing for 48 hours, and, knowing him to be the victim of the shocking habit of taking opium, she was convinced that he was lying drugged and stupefied in some foul den amid the London waterfronts.
And I suppose you went out to try to find him?
Yes, Mr. Bartell, I did. She told me that her husband had mentioned frequenting a place called the Bar of Gold in Upper Swandam Lane, So naturally, that's where I began my search. I quickly located it, and after ordering my cab to wait, I entered the place. A strange sight met my eyes. Through the smoke-ridden gloom, I could catch a glimpse of bodies lying in strange, fantastic poses as they smoked the pipes of death. Most of the unhappy creatures lay silently, but some muttered to themselves and others talked together in strange, low, monotonous voices, their conversation coming in gushes and then trailing off into silence, each mumbling his own thoughts and paying little attention or heed to the words of his neighbor. As I entered, an attendant hurried up to me with an opium pipe and a supply of the drug and beckoned me to an empty berth.
Master may lie here.
I haven't come to stay here, my good man. I'm looking for a friend, Mr. Isa Whitney.
No one by that name here, master.
Well, I'm going to search this place just the same.
Please not to make trouble, master.
Watson. Is that you, Watson?
Whitney, thank heavens I've found you, man.
What time is it?
It's nearly 11.
Of what day?
What day? Friday, June the 19th.
Oh, good Lord, I thought it was Wednesday. It is Wednesday. You're trying to confuse me.
I tell you it's Friday. Your wife has been waiting 2 days for you.
You're mixed up in your dates, Watson. I've only been here a few hours. 3 pipes, 4 pipes, I forget how many. I'll go home with you.
Here, I'll give you a hand. That's it. I have a cab waiting.
I must owe some money. Will you settle up for me, Watson?
Yes, of course. Here, wait here for me. Stop pulling at my sleeve, my good fellow. Who are you and what do you want?
A word in your ear, please, sir.
Oh, very well. What is it?
Get rid of your friend and join me outside.
Holmes, what on earth are you doing here in this den?
Are your cab waiting?
Yes.
Then please use it to send your befuddled friend home in. And if you feel up to it, I should also recommend that you send a note for the cabman telling your wife that you've thrown in your lot with me. I'd be exceedingly glad to have a little talk with you.
Yes, of course, Holmes.
Splendid. Then conclude your business here, old chap. I'll meet you outside in about 10 minutes.
Where on earth is he? It's nearly... Is that you, Holmes?
Yes, Watson, it's me.
Your disguise is wonderful. I'd never recognized you if you hadn't spoke to me just now.
Disposed of your friend?
Yes, of course.
Splendid. Let's start walking. I've a horse and trap waiting for me in the next street.
Oh, what on earth were you doing in the Bar of Gold, Holmes?
Trying to get news of a missing man. You see, I'm in the midst of a very remarkable inquiry, and I'd hoped to get a clue from the incoherent ramblings of those poor devils back there. There's the horse and trap. Under the street lamp on the corner. You'll come with me, Watson?
Yes, of course, if I can be of any use.
A trusty comrade is always of use. My room at the Cedars has 2 beds in it.
The Cedars?
Yes, that's Mr. Neville St. Clair's house and our present destination. It's near Lee in Kent, about 7 miles from here. I'm using it as a headquarters while I conduct my inquiries.
Evening, Mr. Holmes. Everything all right?
Yes, thank you, John. Get in, Watson.
Right, John.
I shan't need you any more tonight, John. Here's half a crown for you. Look out for me tomorrow about 11.
Right you are, Mr. Holmes. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, John. Go on, get up.
Well, Holmes, if we have a 7-mile drive ahead of us, perhaps you'll tell me about the case that you're working on.
With pleasure, old chap. But first, take the reins for a few minutes, will you? I want to remove my makeup and take off my wig and be comfortable. After that, I'll tell you why we are headed for the Kentish countryside at this hour of the night. Watson, you have a grand gift of silence. It makes you invaluable as a companion. We've driven 4 miles and you haven't uttered a word.
It wasn't easy, Holmes. I've been dying to question you, but I could see that you were preoccupied.
Then I shall reward you with a clear and concise statement. My problem. Mr. Neville St. Clair, aged 37, the father of 2 children and an affectionate husband, is missing. He left his house, the Cedars, near Lee, our present destination, last Monday.
4 days ago, eh?
Yes. Now, why should an affectionate husband and a happy father disappear?
Any money trouble?
No, I think not. His entire debts, at the moment, amount to £88, while he has £220 standing to his credit at the Capital and Counties Bank.
Who was the last person to see him on Monday?
His wife. But let me tell you the story. He left his house for London rather earlier than usual.
He was a businessman, then?
Yes, he has an interest in several companies in London. But his wife doesn't know exactly what he does. But to continue. He left for London saying that he would bring his little boy home a box of toy bricks. Now, by the merest chance, his wife received a telegram shortly after his departure saying that a parcel of considerable value was waiting for her at the offices of the Aberdeen Shipping Company.
Aberdeen Shipping? Why, their offices are in Fresno Street. I drove by them tonight.
Exactly, and Fresno Street branches out of Upper Swandam Lane, where the Bar of Gold is situated.
Ah, now I'm beginning to understand. Go on, Holmes, go on.
Mrs. St. Clair took a train for London, and at exactly 4:35 on Monday last, found herself walking past the Bar of Gold. Suddenly, she heard a cry, and looking up was horrified to see her husband beckoning to her from a second-story window.
Great Scott, was he a prisoner, or was he there of his own free will, do you suppose?
Undoubtedly, he was a prisoner. The window was open, and she distinctly saw his face, which she described as being terribly agitated.
Really?
He waved his hand to her frantically and then vanished from the window so suddenly that it seemed to her that he had been dragged back by some irresistible force from behind.
Oh, gracious me.
One singular point which struck her quick feminine eye was that although he wore the coat he had left for London in, he wore neither collar nor tie.
Oh, what did she do?
Rushed down the steps into the Bar of Gold and attempted to go up the staircase leading to the second floor.
I suppose that Oriental fellow that I talked to tonight stopped her.
Exactly. In fact, he pushed her out of the door and slammed it after her. She rushed down the lane, and a few moments later was lucky enough to meet a sergeant and two constables.
She took them back with her to the Bar of Gold, of course.
Yes. They went with her to the room in which Neville St. Clair had last been seen. Of course, there was no sign of him. In fact, on the whole floor, there was no one to be found except a hideous, deformed beggar who seemed to live there. From what Mrs. St. Clair told me, it appears that the sergeant conducted the examination quite intelligently.
Certain you saw your husband at this window, Mrs. St. Clair?
I'm positive, Sergeant.
And the Lascar swears no one's been upstairs this afternoon. Well, he's probably lying. But let's see what this cripple fellow has to say for himself. Here, you.
What do you want with me? I ain't done nothing.
Now, you heard what this lady said. Did you see her husband go in this room a few minutes ago?
I didn't see nobody, and I've been here all the afternoon.
You live here?
Yes.
And you swear on oath that no one's been in this room for the last few hours?
Yes, I do.
Mrs. St. Clair, I know that you think you saw your husband, but don't you suppose...
Look on the table.
Just a wooden box, Mum.
But I know what's inside it. There, see?
Oh, it's a lot of wooden bricks like kids play with.
My husband came to London today especially to buy them for our son. You can't disbelieve me now, Sergeant.
Don't think I can, Mum. I'll take another look round. Where does this door lead to?
My bedroom. Yeah, you won't find nothing in there.
Oh, we'll look just the same. Hello. There's bloodstains on this window ledge. Fresh bloodstains. How do you account for that?
Well, I don't know nothing about it.
And the window overlooks the river, just where the water's good and deep, too. Nice place to tip a body out. Here, come here, you.
Yeah, I ain't done nothing.
You've got bloodstains on your right sleeve. What do you got to say about that?
Well, I cut my finger, see? And then I went and opened the window later. That's how the blood got there.
Did you think I was born yesterday? Let's have a look in this chest of drawers. Hello. Hello, whose clothes are these? A pair of trousers, socks, shoes, hat, everything except the coat, eh? Mrs. St. Clair, will you come in here, please, Mum?
What have you found, Sergeant?
These clothes. Are they your husband's, Mum?
Yes. Yes, they are. What's happened to him, Sergeant?
I'm afraid he's met with foul play, Mum. And this man knows what happened, only he won't talk.
I don't know nothing, I tell you.
No, don't you? Well, I arrest you in the name of the law, and I warn you that anything you say...
And so, Watson, the sergeant arrested this crippled beggar.
No, I'm not surprised. What have they been able to find out about him?
Surprisingly little. His name is Hugh Boone. And he's a professional beggar, quite a successful one, I gather. His pathetic appearance attracts great sympathy. There's a shock of orange hair and a pale face that is disfigured by a horrible scar which has twisted the outer edge of his upper lip.
And he was the last man to see Neville St. Clair alive, eh?
So it would seem. The Lascar downstairs has been cross-examined relentlessly, but he swears that he has no knowledge of the crime.
Have there been any further developments?
Oh, yes, old chap. Yes, indeed there have. The ebbing tide gave a fresh clue.
Do you mean St. Clair's body was washed out?
No, his coat.
What?
With every pocket stuffed with pennies and halfpennies. 421 pennies and 270 halfpennies, to be exact. There's no wonder that it had not been swept away by the tide.
But a human body was a different matter.
Yes, there's a strong eddy between the house and the wharf. It seems likely that the weighted coat had remained when the stripped body had been carried away into the river.
Well, the other clothes were found in the room. Why would the body be dressed in a coat alone?
We can only surmise, old chap, but supposing that this man Boone had thrust Neville St. Clair through the window and into the river, what would he do then?
Try and dispose of the telltale garments.
Yes, that would be logical, wouldn't it? He would seize the coat and be in the act of throwing it out of the window when it would occur to him that it would float and not sink.
So he loaded the pockets with coins to make it sink?
Quite so.
Yes, of course.
But he has little time, for he has heard the scuffle downstairs when Mrs. St. Clair tried to force her way up. He only succeeded in getting as far as throwing the coat out when the police arrived on the scene.
Well, that seems perfectly feasible.
Well, it'll do as a working hypothesis anyway.
Neville St. Clair disappeared on Monday, and yet we still don't know what he was doing in the opium den. What happened to him when he got there, or where he is now?
Oh, what Hugh Boone, the beggar with the twisted lip, had to do with his disappearance. Now, here we are at our destination.
Well, there's a light burning. Mrs. St. Clair must be waiting up for you.
Yes, poor woman. I hate to return here with no news of her husband, but she's being brave, Watson, extremely brave. We must do everything we can to comfort her.
Dr. Watson, I'm so grateful that you were able to come down and help your friend.
Oh, I only hope that I can be of some help, Mrs. St. Clair.
I see that you have no good news for me, Mr. Holmes.
I'm afraid not.
No bad.
No.
Thank heaven for that. Mr. Holmes, tell me honestly, do you think that Neville is still alive?
Well,
Frankly now.
Frankly, then I don't.
You think he's murdered?
Oh, I don't say that, but perhaps you see...
And on what day did he meet his death?
On Monday.
Then perhaps, Mr. Holmes, you can explain how I received a letter from him today.
What?
Where is the letter, madam?
Here.
Let me see it. This is very crude writing on the envelope. Surely it's not your husband's hand?
No, but the writing in the letter is.
Uh-huh. This letter contained an enclosure.
Yes, there was a ring. His signet ring.
What does the letter say, Holmes?
Dearest, do not be frightened. All will come well. There is a huge error which it may take some little time to rectify. Wait in patience. And it's signed Neville. Mm-hmm. Written in pencil on the flyleaf of a notebook. No watermark. Posted today in Gravesend by a man with a dirty thumb. Mm-hmm. And the flap has been gummed, if I'm not mistaken, by a man who has been chewing tobacco.
My husband must be alive, Mr. Holmes.
This might be a clever forgery to put us off the track.
But the signet ring.
Yes, it may have been taken from him.
But the handwriting, and then the postmark.
Might have been written on Monday and only posted today.
I won't be discouraged,
Mrs.
Mr.
St.
Holmes.
Clair, I have no wish to discourage you. I'm just trying to be practical. If your husband is alive and able to write letters, why should he remain away from you?
I can't imagine.
He made no special remarks before leaving on Monday?
No, none. Except to say that he was going to buy the wooden blocks.
When you saw him at the Bar of Gold in Swandam Lane, was the window open?
Yes.
Then he might have called you.
He might.
As I understand it, he gave an inarticulate cry, a call for help, you thought.
Yes, he waved his hands.
But it might have been a cry of surprise. Astonishment at the unexpected sight of you might have caused him to throw up his hands.
I suppose so.
And you thought that he was pulled back from the window.
Yes, because he disappeared so abruptly.
He might have leaped back, mightn't he?
He might have, though I can't think why.
One last question. Had your husband ever shown signs of, taking opium?
Why, no, never, Mr. Holmes. I'm certain the idea would have revolted him.
Thank you, Mrs. St. Clair. Those were the principal points I wanted to be clear on. And now, Watson, I suggest we retire for the night. We may have a busy day ahead of us tomorrow.
I hope you both sleep well. Good night, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
Good night, Mrs. St. Clair, and keep up your courage.
Good night, Mrs. St. Clair. We must hope for the best. The clouds seem lighter, though I should not venture to say that danger is over.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. So I'm just going to remind you that when you buy Petri California sherry, you have a choice of two kinds of sherry. You can choose Petri regular sherry, or if you prefer your sherry dry, not sweet, ask for Petri pale dry sherry. They're both fine wines. And if you don't know which you'd prefer, don't buy one, buy two. Buy them both and try them both. And remember this. Petri sherry is the perfect all-round, all-occasion wine. It's good before dinner, after dinner, at cocktail time, and any time. Just be sure you get Petri sherry. Well, Dr. Watson, you and the great Sherlock Holmes certainly deserved a good night's rest. Did you get it?
I did, Mr. Bartell, but Holmes made no attempt to sleep. As soon as we retired upstairs, he donned a blue silk dressing gown and then wandered about the room, collecting pillows from his bed and cushions from the sofa and the armchairs. With these, he constructed a sort of eastern divan on which he perched himself cross-legged with an ounce of shag tobacco and a box of matches laid out in front of him.
He was all set for a session of thinking, I guess, huh?
Yes, my boy. In the dim light of the lamp, I saw him sitting there, an old briar pipe clenched in his teeth, his eyes fixed vacantly on a corner of the ceiling, the blue smoke curling up from him, silent, motionless. So he sat as I dropped off to sleep, and so he sat when I wakened in the morning to find the summer sun shining into the room. The pipe was still between his lips, the smoke still curled upward, and the room was full of a dense tobacco haze. But nothing remained of the heap of shag which I had seen on the previous night.
Watson? Awake, Watson?
What time is it?
20 minutes past 4.
Lord Holmes, you haven't been to bed.
True, old chap, I had to think. I couldn't allow my brain the luxury of sleeping. You game for a morning drive?
Yes, certainly. I'll get dressed.
Good. No one's stirring yet, but I know where the stable boy sleeps. I'll have the horse and trap out in no time at all.
Oh, where are we going?
To prison. To visit Hugh Boone, the man with the twisted lip.
Holmes, you're unusually excited. What's on your mind?
I want to test a little theory. I think, Watson, that you are now standing in the presence of one of the most absolute fools in Europe. I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross, but I think I have the key to the affair now.
Oh, where is it?
In the bathroom.
What? You're joking, Holmes.
No, I've just been there and removed it. It's in my coat pocket now. Hurry and get dressed, old chap. And we'll drive over to the prison and see whether my key fits the lock.
Well, good morning, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
Good morning, officer. Good morning.
Well, you're a couple of early birds, and no mistake.
Yes, Constable. We're searching for the proverbial worm. Who's on duty?
Inspector Bradstreet, sir.
Oh.
Oh, here he is now.
Good morning, Bradstreet.
Oh, hello, Mr. Holmes. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Inspector.
What can I do for you, gentlemen?
We called about Hugh Boone, the beggar man who is charged with being concerned in the disappearance of Mr. Neville St. Clair. You have him here?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. He's in the cells. I'll take you to him. Follow me, will you, gentlemen?
Thank you.
Well, what kind of a prisoner has he been, Inspector?
Oh, he hasn't given us any trouble, but he's a dirty devil. It's as much as we can do to make him wash his hands. His face is as black as a tinker's.
So he has an aversion to washing, has he?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Well, once his case has been settled, he'll have a regular prison bath, and when you see him, I think you'll agree with me that he needs it. Well, here we are. This is his cell. He's still asleep.
Good Lord, what a filthy, repulsive-looking fellow.
Yes, he's a beauty, isn't he? Want to go in, Mr. Holmes?
Please, Inspector.
Well, he certainly needs a wash.
Yes, I had an idea that he might. That's why I brought this sponge along in my pocket.
Oh, so that was the key that you found in the bathroom.
You're a funny one, Mr. Holmes, and no mistake. What did you bring a sponge along for?
I'll show you. Is there any water in this cell?
In the jug on the table there.
Yes. I soak the sponge in the water so, and then apply it to the prisoner's face, so.
Great Scott, his complexion's 3 shades lighter underneath, and the scar on his lip has disappeared.
What are you doing to me?
Now a tug on this mop of red hair, and I think we'll find it's a wig. Yes, come on. That's right. Let me introduce you to Mr. Neville St. Clair of Lee in the county of Kent.
Good Lord, Mr. Holmes, it's the missing man, all right. I recognize him from the photographs.
All right. I'm Neville St. Clair. What am I charged with?
With making away with Mr. Neville St. Oh, no, you can't be charged with that unless we make a case of attempted suicide of it.
Well, since I'm the missing man, then it's obvious that no crime has been committed, and therefore I'm illegally detained.
No crime, but a very great error has been committed. You would have done better to have trusted your wife.
It wasn't only my wife, it was the children. I couldn't bear to have them know that their father was a common beggar. Now you've exposed me. What can I do?
Well, if you leave it to a court of law to clear this matter up, sir, you can hardly avoid newspaper publicity. But if you're perfectly honest with us now, I'm sure that the inspector and Mr. Holmes won't be too hard on you.
No, Mr. St. Clair. Inspector Bradstreet will, I'm sure, make notes on the information that you give us and submit them to the proper authorities. But now, sir, your story, please. Why have you been posing as Hugh Boone, a crippled beggar with a twisted lip?
Well, it's a simple enough story. Some years ago, I was a newspaper reporter. One day, my editor wanted an article on begging in the London metropolis.
I suppose you thought the best way to get your facts was to disguise yourself as a beggar.
Yes, I'd been an actor in my youth, and it wasn't hard for me to adopt a convincing disguise. But that was the point where all my troubles started. On that first day I sat in the London streets, I found to my amazement that I received no less than 26 shillings and fourpence.
Almost as much as your weekly salary as a reporter, I imagine.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Well, you can imagine how hard it was to settle down to arduous work at £2 a week when I knew that I could earn as much in a couple of days by smearing my face with paint, laying my cap on the ground, and sitting still. Only one man knew my secret.
The Lascar at the Bar of Gold in Upper Swandam Lane, eh?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Every morning I would emerge from there dressed as a beggar, and in the evenings I'd return and transform myself into a well-dressed man about town. The fellow was well paid for his rooms, and, well, I knew that my secret was safe in his possession.
And when you got married, you couldn't bring yourself to confide in your wife, I suppose.
No, I couldn't. My wife knew that I had a business in the city. She little knew what.
When you saw your wife from the window last Monday, you quickly changed back into the character of the beggar, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Of course.
And then weighted my coat and threw it into the river. Well, I don't think there's anything else I need explain, is there, gentlemen?
One point. The signet ring that you sent your wife.
Well, I knew that she'd be worrying. So I gave it to the Lascar at a moment when no constable was watching me, together with a hastily scribbled note.
That note only reached her last night, Mr. Sinclair.
Last night? Oh, poor Catherine. What a dreadful week she must have spent.
The police have been watching that Lascar. He probably found it difficult to post the letter for you without being spotted.
Yes, I would surmise he gave it to a sailor customer of his to post. A sailor who chewed tobacco and had a dirty thumb. Yes, I think all the ends are tied off very neatly now. One last question, Mr. Sinclair. Have you ever been prosecuted for begging?
Oh, many times, but what was a fine to me?
It's got to stop here and now, Mr. Sinclair. If the police had asked this thing up, there must be no more of you, Boone, the beggar.
I swear it.
And you must tell your wife the truth at once. If you'd done that a long time ago, you'd have saved both of yourselves a very great deal of misery, sir.
I shall tell her everything.
Well, Mr. Holmes, we're very much obliged to you for having cleared this matter up. I wish I knew how you reached your results, though.
Well, in this case, my dear Inspector, I reached them by sitting upon 5 pillows and consuming an ounce of shag tobacco. I only wish that all my problems might be solved so comfortably.
Doctor, that was some story. Imagine arresting a man for committing a murder and then finding out that he's the fellow who's supposed to be dead.
It is a bit bewildering, isn't it?
You said it. Boy, being a detective sure has its surprises. Nothing like that ever happens to me.
Oh, come. One would believe to hear you talk that you lead a very uneventful life.
Oh, but I do, Doctor, I do. Why, I never get any surprises. Look, I tell our friends that Petri wine is always good wine. And what happens?
Well, what does happen?
Everybody agrees it's good wine, and that's that. Well, it just got to be. After all, the Petri family has been making wine for generations. Winemaking is their heritage. A heritage passed on down from father to son, from father to son, from generation to generation. The Petri family knows full well the art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And because the making of Petri wine is a family affair, you can be sure that the name Petri on a bottle of wine really stands for something. It's your assurance that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. No matter what type wine you prefer, you'll never go wrong with a Petri wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure are you planning to tell us next week?
Well, now let me see. Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a weird story of violence and of sudden death that struck without warning. I call it The Strange Adventure of the Uneasy Easy Chair.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and the New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And say, if you'd like to try a new adventure in good eating, will you just make sure that your dinner tomorrow night includes a bottle of Petri California Burgundy. Petri Burgundy is the ideal wine with any kind of meat or meat dish. That Petri Burgundy is a hearty red wine, just as rich in flavor as it is in color. It's the perfect companion to a thick, juicy steak or a piping hot pot roast or a good hamburger. You know, that Petri Burgundy has a happy faculty of turning a simple meal, like, say, a hamburger sandwich, into a feast. Believe me, here is a wine that's clear, fragrant, and delicious. A wine that you can serve to your friends proudly. Petri Burgundy. Remember, the name Petri is the proudest name in the history of America's wines. And now let's join our good friend, Dr. Watson.
I'm out here on the patio, Mr. Bartell.
Well, I see you're making the most of a wonderful evening, Doctor.
Oh, yes, my boy. It's pleasant to sit out here on a summer's night with a good friend and a pipe, a bottle of wine. Help yourself to a glass and sit down.
Thank you, sir. All ready with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure, Doctor?
Yes, and a strange story it is. It was in the autumn of 1899, Mr. Bartell, that I decided both as doctor and friend that Sherlock Holmes was in desperate need of a holiday.
He'd really been overdoing it, huh?
Oh, yes, my boy. It had been an unusually busy year, and at the time my story begins, Holmes was suffering from complete exhaustion. So, my boy, towards the end of October in that year, we found ourselves in the charming city of Kazanlak, capital of the small Balkan kingdom of Grozny. A few nights after our arrival, I remember Pavlu Krasnodar, Groznian Minister of Police, took us to hear the singing of a certain young Hungarian opera star, Miss Lily Rayner, who was then touring Europe. At our table was her fiancé, the charming young aristocrat Prince Stefano. And it was very easy to see as he sat there listening to the song that the boy was head over heels in love. It was a haunting melody that she sang, Mr. Bartell. I can almost hear it now. You're a very lucky man, Prince Stefano. Your fiancée's voice matches her beauty.
Oh, yes, Dr. Watson. I consider myself the most fortunate man in Grozny.
She has a magnificent voice, the finest singing I can recall since...
Since when, Mr. Holmes?
I was thinking of a prima donna of the Warsaw Opera who attained considerable success in London. Miss Irene Adler.
Oh, by George, yes. She was a criminal, one of the few that outwitted you, Holmes. Oh, that was a case that would have interested you, Mr. Krasnodar.
I'm familiar with it, my dear doctor. You are unusually solemn tonight, Krasnodar. Have a glass of wine, and I will bring Lily to our table, and we will toast our happiness. I'm afraid I cannot drink to that toast, Prince Stefano. Why not? Oh, I know why. You, the notorious lady killer of Grozny, are jealous. You're in love with Lily yourself. Oh. Prince Stefano, I have sad news for you. I have come here tonight, but for one purpose. To arrest your fiancée.
Huh?
You're joking. It is far from a joke. At my ministry, we have evidence, conclusive evidence, that Miss Lily Rayner is a spy.
Spy? Good Lord.
And the penalty for spying in Grozny?
That, my friend, is why I would drink no toast. In Grozny, the penalty for espionage is death.
Yes, I know, but Holmes, you must do something to save that girl. You can't just turn in for the night without trying to help her in some way. They might shoot her in the morning.
Krasnodar's no fool. Since he's made the arrest, obviously he has a watertight case against the girl.
I suppose so.
One last pipe.
You know, Holmes, I couldn't understand her fiancé's behavior. He didn't do a thing. Just stood there and let Krasnodar arrest the girl.
What could he have done? Krasnodar is commissioner of police. There was no point in arguing with him until the evidence had been examined.
I imagine the prince will try and pull some political strings. After all, Grozny...
Come in.
Oh, who's this now?
Oh, you wish to speak to me?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I've come to talk to you about my baby. My name is Martha Greggett.
Your baby? Oh, Mr. Holmes doesn't...
Oh, my baby, she is 20 years old, and she is flaxen-haired and beautiful.
Oh, that's an entirely different matter. We'll be delighted to help you, delighted. Sit down, won't you?
On whose behalf have you come to me?
Poor Lily Rayner.
Lily Rayner? Well, that's the girl who's arrested tonight.
I am only her dresser. And yet I'm Martha Greggett. I'm her mother and father. I have toured Europe with her ever since she left Vienna.
She sent you to me tonight, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. She said you would understand.
What does she mean by that, I wonder?
She said that Mr. Holmes would take care that a talent like hers should not perish, just because she had broken a few laws.
In other words, she wishes me to establish her innocence in the same breath as she confesses her guilt. I'm afraid I don't take that sort of plant. Good night to you.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. I am glad that you came to my office this morning. I can show you the proof of Miss Lily Rayner's guilt. As distinguished foreigners, I should like you to know that though the penalty for political crimes is swift and severe, we are most careful that the incriminating evidence is beyond question. You see these letters?
Yeah.
We found them sewed into the bodies of her gown.
Oh, good gracious me.
They're a series of highly dangerous letters from Joseph, the leader of the Revolutionary Party with whom she is obviously hand in glove. Here, you may examine them if you wish.
Say, it looks like Greek to me.
My knowledge of the Grosnian language is far from perfect, but these letters certainly seem to incriminate their owner beyond doubt.
You will observe that the letters have followed her to each of the cities in which she has been singing. All of them ask questions as to the military garrisons and the chances of a successful revolution. She has been a dangerous spy.
Yes, I can see that, sir. But even so, isn't the death penalty excessively severe, particularly for a woman?
Dr. Watson, the Balkan states are a hotbed of European intrigue. Our penalties must be severe, and we cannot make concessions to the sex of a culprit.
This man Joseph, the writer of these letters, have you been able to find any trace of him?
None. If only we could. But we have never even seen the man. However, we are fortunate to trap his assistant and apparently the lady of his choice.
Lady of his choice? But she was engaged to Prince Stefano.
Undoubtedly a blind. In her home, we found an unsigned love letter in English. It was in the same handwriting as these letters from Joseph.
Are you satisfied, Watson?
Well, I suppose.
Obviously she's guilty. Well, there's no place for me in this affair, particularly when you consider that she made a virtual confession in sending her dresser to me last night.
I suppose you're right, but just the same. If you want to trap this man Josip, I should think you'd be wiser to hold the girl as a hostage. It might bring him on the scene if he's afraid she'll talk. If you hang her, you'll never find him.
Dr. Watson, in my country we found that prompt justice gets the best results. And for your edification, we do not hang in Grozny.
No?
The death penalty is exacted at the hands of a firing squad.
And when is the execution to take place?
You have timed your visit well, my friends. Please to step onto the balcony.
Oh, dear.
I think that answers your question, Mr. Holmes.
Great Scott. Against the wall, blindfolded, with a firing squad before her. It's Lily Rayner.
Grosnian justice indeed moves swiftly, Mr. Krasnodar.
It has to, my friend. Capitano! Hospital?
Great heavens, I can't watch this. I don't care what she's done. I don't want to see it.
Out! Two! First! Out!
She's crumbled to the ground. Poor little thing.
What an artist.
Hard to see a woman executed even if she is a spy.
May all traitors to Grozny die as swiftly.
Oh, but what a loss. Her beautiful voice.
Yes, her beautiful voice. Shall we go in, gentlemen?
You know, Holmes, I can still see that poor girl as she crumbled before the firing squad.
So can I, old chap.
That's her song you're playing, isn't it?
Yes, The melody still haunts me. You blame me, don't you?
Blame you for what?
For not preventing her death.
Oh, of course I don't blame you, Holmes. The girl was guilty. Grosnian law prescribes the death penalty for her crime. After all, what could you have done about it?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And yet...
And yet what?
I wonder if she was right. I wonder if artistry such as hers isn't of greater value to humanity than spying in any cause.
It's not much good worrying about that now, is it? The girl's dead and buried.
Watson.
What's the matter, Holmes?
Did you hear that?
I hear what?
I can swear that I heard the dead girl's voice. She was singing her song to my accompaniment.
Oh, dear. Your nurse must be in a very bad state, Holmes. Hearing voices indeed. You'd better turn in for the night.
Perhaps. It's well, it may be more my conscience than my nerves.
I'll give you a sleeping draught if you like.
No, my dear Shepard. I'm all right. It's funny, though. I could have sworn that... Oh, well.
Play some more of that tune, will you, Holmes? Great heavens!
Uh-huh. You heard it this time, eh, Watson?
Of course I did. It was her voice. There's no mistaking it. Holmes, I don't believe in ghosts, and yet I could swear...
Listen.
Good Lord. It is her.
Shh. Avenge my death. Do not let them go and punish the kill me.
Who are you? Where are you?
In the air about you. Avenge my death.
Strike a match, Watson.
Sherlock Holmes.
Strike a match. Yes. Light the gas.
Look. There in the moonlight, moving past the window. It's the figure of that girl that was shot to death.
A match, Watson. I'll guard the door.
There. Gas is lighted. She's vanished, Holmes.
And not by means of this door. We're standing in front of it. And there's no other exit from the room.
Holmes, I don't like this. We're dabbling in the supernatural.
Stop trembling, Watson. Whatever the explanation for this may be, one thing at least I find quite fascinating.
And what's that?
It's the first time in my career that I've ever had a ghost for a client.
Dr. Watson will tell us the rest of his story in just a second, so I'm just going to tell you about a wine that adds the perfect finishing touch to a good meal. Petri California Muscatel. With its sunshiny golden color and its full aroma, you just know Petri Muscatel is going to taste good. And it really does. The flavor of big, plump muscat grapes picked when they're full to bursting with luscious juice. For the wine that everybody likes, serve Petri Muscatel. You know it's good if it's Petri. Well, Dr. Watson, so you had a ghostly visitor calling on you at the hotel that night, huh?
Yes, my boy, and I confess I was so badly shaken by the experience that I hardly slept a wink all night. Well, the next morning, after an early breakfast, Holmes and I located the proprietor of our hotel and began to question him as to the history of the building.
I've admired the architecture of this building ever since we came here. A house of this period would undoubtedly have been built with secret passages and staircases.
I confess that I know of one secret staircase there. There may well be others.
Indeed, and where's the one you know of?
Do you wish to explore it, gentlemen?
Oh, very much. My friend and I are most interested in such things.
Follow me, please. These stairs lead to our wine cellars. Thousands of feet have tramped up and down these steps. Only a select few know that behind this tapestry here... behind this tapestry, gentlemen, is apparently a solid wall. But the wall is not solid. You have a match, perhaps.
Oh, yes, of course. Here you are.
We keep a candle here in this niche for just such an occasion as this. So, please hold back tapestry, sir.
Oh, I've got it.
Thank you. Now, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. The fourth brick up from the stair. I press it so, and...
Look, Holmes. Great Scott, a section of the wall swinging up.
It's closing a stairway behind it. Ingenious.
There, gentlemen. Allow me to give you the candle.
But aren't you going to lead the way?
No, sir. I'm not going to lead the way, thank you. I have owned this hotel for 32 years, and yet I have never explored this stairway.
Why, sir? Is it reputed to be haunted?
Yes, it is supposed to be haunted. The candle, gentlemen.
Thank you. Yes, I'm much obliged to you. Come on, Watson.
I shall wait here.
I don't think I care for this, Holmes. Frightfully dark in here. It's damp and mouldy, too.
Look, Watson. Look here.
Where?
This landing.
Landing? Nothing but dust and cobwebs.
Closer, old chap. There's the faint imprint of a woman's heel here.
Huh. Oh, by George, yes. Shoes that have gone both up and down these stairs in the last 24 hours.
Exactly. And there's a reverse print over here. This, my dear chap, I think accounts for the appearance and disappearance of our visitor last night.
Yes, but Holmes, it was the singer, Lily Rayner. Yet we saw her shot yesterday morning.
Rubbish, Watson, rubbish. What have we to do with walking corpses? Come on, old fellow. Let's see where this stairway leads us to.
I know, but then what did we see if we didn't see a ghost last night?
That, my dear chap, is what we have to find out. Wait a minute. Staircase ends here. That's strange.
Yes, and against a blank wall. That doesn't make sense.
And yet the entrance to this stairway was an apparent blank wall, too, remember? Let's see if the same formula will do the same trick here.
What was it? Oh, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, 4 bricks up from the step. I press so and... Open sesame.
The wall swinging back again.
What do we see? Another tapestry. A tapestry that seems very familiar.
Well, I should say so. This hidden door leads into your very own bedroom.
Exactly, my dear chap. Now we know beyond doubt how the apparent ghost made her appearance last night.
Don't you suppose it must have been someone impersonating the dead
that,
girl?
My dear fellow, is a question that can only be answered by calling on her fiancé, Prince Stefano. Let's go over and see him at once, shall we? Prince Stefano, I dislike to intrude upon your personal tragedy, but I must ask you a few questions.
Ask your questions.
Did your fiancée have a sister who may have resembled her?
No. She had no living relatives at all, Mr. Holmes.
Well, tell me this. Who inherits her estate, sir?
Her dresser. A faithful old woman by the name of Martha Gregor, who looked after her for some years.
I see. Did Miss Rayner have an understudy?
As a singer, she could have no understudy. She was irreplaceable.
You say as a singer. Was she also an actress?
Oh, but yes, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, really? How very unusual for an opera singer.
Quiet, Watson, please.
The first time I saw her was in Tosca. She was not another Berna, but her performance was very promising one, considering her age. In my country, of course, she was not able to appear in anything but opera because she could not speak Grosnian.
She didn't speak Grosnian? Now I have the answer.
The answer?
Yes, to what?
To this entire story, from the arrest of your fiancée to certain strange visitations at my hotel last night.
What do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
If you come to my hotel room tonight, my dear Prince, I can safely promise to make the whole matter clear to you. And I dare go a little further. I think that I can even help you to find consolation in your bereavement. Ladies and gentlemen, I can see that you wonder why Dr. Watson and I have asked you to come here to our hotel tonight.
As Minister of Police, I should be stupid if I did not realize that since your other two guests are the Prince Stefano and Martha Gregor, the dead girl's dresser, that this meeting has some bearing on the execution of Miss Lily Rayner.
I should prefer to say her murder.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you please, I should like to make my own position in this matter quite clear. 2 nights ago, you, Martha, came to me on behalf of Miss Lily Rayner to solicit my aid. I, convinced that she was guilty, refused that aid. Yesterday morning, she died before a firing squad. Last night, her ghost appeared to me here in this room and asked me to avenge her death.
Her ghost? What nonsense are you talking?
It would be no surprise to me if her poor murdered soul came back from the grave to ask for justice, sir.
I saw her, my good woman, almost as clearly as I see you all now.
I agree with Krasnodar. To talk of ghosts is beyond belief.
Please let me finish. When I had this visitation last night, I decided to investigate the case thoroughly. I did so today, and I can assure you that Miss Rayner paid for a crime she did not commit.
What grounds do you have for saying that, Mr. Holmes?
The letters that were supposedly written to her were in the Grosnian language, and yet today Prince Stefano informed me that she could not appear in the theater here because she did not speak the language.
But those letters were sewed into her bodice, Holmes.
That's true, my dear fellow. And who was the only person who had the opportunity to do that? The same person who came to me 2 nights ago and succeeded in convincing me that Miss Rayner was guilty, her own dresser and supposed friend.
Are you suggesting that
I'm suggesting that you inherited her estate on her death, and that you would have lost that inheritance if she had married and had a family of her own.
What do you have to say in answer to that, Martha?
That I am among madmen. This talk of ghosts proves it.
Very well, then. Let the ghosts support my theories. Hand me the violin, will you, Watson, old fellow?
Oh, yes, of course.
Thank you. And now, turn down the gas light.
Right you are.
That's it. And listen.
Yes. Yes. That's her voice.
And that's her figure standing there in the moonlight, even though she's dead.
Now, what do you say, Martha? Aren't you responsible for her death? If a ghost can sing, I'm sure it can also talk.
I did do it. The letters belong to me. I sacrificed my own baby for gold. May heaven have mercy on my soul.
A confession in front of 4 witnesses. Why not take it away, Krasnodar? We'll testify later.
I will. Come with me, Martha.
I killed my own baby. I deserve to die.
Well, shall I turn up the gas, Holmes?
Ask Prince Stefano.
No. Do not turn it up. I've seen and heard the ghost of my beloved when the lights were down. I'm not afraid. Please play her melody again, Mr. Holmes.
Aren't you afraid, Prince Stefano?
Why should I be afraid? Lily, my beloved, your spirit I know can be no evil one. I love it as I loved you living. The pleasure of love lasts but an instant. Love's regrets last for a lifetime. This is now my lifetime, brightened by your gracious ghost.
I'm sure this is a very touching scene, but it's getting dreadfully maudlin. All right, Miss Rayner. You may come from behind the tapestry now. Watson, old chap, turn up the gaslight. There's a good fellow.
Right you are, Holmes.
Prince Stefano, permit me to reintroduce you to your far from ghostly fiancée, Miss Lily Rayner.
Lily, my beloved, you're not dead.
No, I am not dead. Though I cannot see how Sherlock Holmes fathomed my secret.
And there, my dear young lady, you're in exactly the same boat as I am.
Surely the answer is obvious. You gave me the key yourself, Prince Stefano.
I did, but how, Mr. Holmes?
When you informed me that Miss Rayner had once played the title role in Tosca.
Tosca? What's that got to do with anything,
Consider
Holmes?
the plot, Watson. A minister of police who is very susceptible to a lady's charms arranges a false execution. Knowing Mr. Krasnodar's weakness, Miss Rayner, you prevailed upon him to do likewise.
Huh. Well, then the whole execution was a piece of pantomime. The rifles must have contained blanks.
That's right, old fellow. And what should have heightened my suspicion, Miss Rayner, was the fact that at the moment of your apparent death, Mr. Krasnodar quoted a line from Tosca. He said, "What an artist." I was not perceptive enough at the time to evaluate the remark correctly, I'm afraid. When the simulated execution took place, you were free, but assumed dead.
But why should I indulge in such a trick, Mr. Holmes?
You reasoned that had you come to me directly, I might easily have turned you over as a fugitive from justice. And when you decided to dramatize the situation and appear last night as an apparent ghost, you knew it would, well, at the very least, stimulate my curiosity. It would cause me to investigate the matter and possibly to learn the truth and clear you from suspicion.
Well, yes, but Holmes, if she's innocent, how about the love letter in English, which was in the handwriting of Josip, the revolutionary leader?
Well, I can see only one explanation for that. You, Prince Stefano, are that mysterious revolutionary Josip.
Stefano? Oh, no, that is not possible.
Mr. Holmes, you're a visitor in my country. I do not suppose you will be staying here much longer.
Stefano, all these months you deceived me.
Silence, Lily. Gentlemen, I hope for your own sake you will not be staying here much longer.
Oh. I've been threatened by far more imposing adversaries than you, Prince Stefano. I suggest that you leave my room. It's none of my business dabbling in Grosnian political affairs. Your secret is safe. In any case, I came to Grosnia for a holiday. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Holmes.
On my soul, Holmes, if we were in London, you wouldn't behave in this offhand way.
But we're in Grosnia, old chap, aren't we? Hand me the violin, will you?
All right, here you are.
Thanks. You know, Watson, I've only had professional dealings with 2 singers in my life.
The first was Irene Adler, and she fooled me. Oh, so cleverly.
And this singer tried to fool you and failed dismally. Seems to me the score's about even.
No, old chap, no. This one was an amateur. Irene Adler will always be the woman. Ah, well, I think that's enough excitement for one day, don't you? After all, I am supposed to be taking a holiday.
Doctor, that was a swell story. And I'll bet that you were a lot more interested in the beautiful Lily than your story tonight would have us believe.
Well, of course I'm interested in a beautiful woman. But then what man isn't?
Check.
But don't worry about me, Mr. Bartell. You know, being a family man, I just naturally associate a beautiful woman and home. And that makes me think of hospitality.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, according to you, I'm interested in home life. You're primarily interested in wine. Put us together, and we're interested in...
Wine in the home.
Isn't that an important part of hospitality?
That I admit. But remember, my interest in wine is entirely an interest in good wine. In Petri wine, to be exact. Because I know all about Petri wine. I know that the Petri family has been making wine for generations. With the Petri family, the growing of perfect sun-ripened grapes and the art of turning those grapes into fragrant, delicious wine is a heritage. It's a heritage handed down from father to son, from father to son. The skills of those generations of winemaking are evident in every drop of Petri wine. The name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that Petri wine is always good wine. But you'll discover that for yourself. You'll learn that no matter what type wine you prefer, you'll like it better when it's a Petri wine. Because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure do you have lined up for us next week?
Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a most unusual story in which Sherlock Holmes crossed swords with a famous Frenchman and proved that although the English have been called a nation of shopkeepers, that a murder did not always prove to be a good bargain.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Sussex Vampire. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and tonight Dr. Watson was played by Mr. Joe Kearns, who substituted for Mr. Nigel Bruce. Mr. Bruce is scheduled to return to the program next week. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studio. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual Broadcast. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and the New Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his good friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And as for me, well, I'd like to ask you if you know that one of the favorite wines of American women is Petri California Muscatel. In fact, the whole family likes Petri Muscatel. And you'll certainly know why if you'll just pour yourself a glass. Why, that Petri Muscatel is wonderful just to look at. It's the color of sheer gold. And raise that glass Petri Muscatel to your lips. Oh, boy, what a wine. Look, did you ever walk through a vineyard early in the morning? You know, when the dew is still clinging to the grapes. And did you taste one of those luscious, plump Muscat grapes? Then you'll know what to expect the first time you taste Petri Muscatel. Petri Muscatel brings you that same wonderful Muscat flavor, right from the heart of the grape. Try serving Petri Muscatel after dinner by itself or with fruit or nuts. It's the perfect after-dinner wine. And serve it proudly because 5 letters, P-E-T-R-I, spell the proudest name in the history of American wine. And now I'm sure our good friend Dr. Watson is ready for us. Let's go in and join.
Come in.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Bartell.
Good evening, Doctor. Are you all ready with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure?
I'm ready if you are, my boy. How would you like to hear a story that took place in Italy?
In Italy? Say, you and the great Sherlock Holmes certainly did get around. What took you there, Doctor?
We'd gone to Rome to investigate the sudden death of Cardinal Tosca. An inquiry, which I may tell you, Mr. Bartell, was carried out by Holmes at the express desire of His Holiness the Pope.
Oh, say, Doctor, that sounds like a wonderful...
No, Mr. Bartell, that's a story that I'm afraid I can never tell you. However, tonight's adventure took place a few days after Holmes had brought his case to a satisfactory, though somewhat terrifying conclusion. I suggested to the great man that a short holiday would be good for us before returning to England. And so we spent some happy days browsing among the architectural treasures of old Rome. The Colosseum, the Baths of Caracalla, the Forum, the wonderful ruins on the Palatine Hill. I couldn't drag Holmes away from them, Mr. Bartell. And at night time he was able to indulge to his heart's content his great love of music. Finally, it was 2 nights before we were to sail for England, I remember. We went to the opera house to hear the famous Italian soprano Gina Valchesi singing Verdi's immortal La Traviata. I can hear that exquisite voice now, Mr. Bartell, as Holmes and I, seated in a box, listened spellbound to the great Valchesi sing her last act aria.
Voice, Watson. What a magnificent voice.
Yes, it is, Holmes. A pity, though, that most opera stars who sing like nightingales seem to have the figures of unusually well-fed pouter pigeons. Poor woman, she must weigh at least 20 stone.
Nevertheless, you mustn't refer to her as poor, my dear chap. Despite her somewhat unfortunate portions, Signora Gilda Valchesi remains one of the greatest and wealthiest of contemporary sopranos.
Listen to the applause.
Yes, undoubtedly she'll sing an encore. We might as well go back to her dressing room now. The opera's almost over.
Why are we going back to her dressing room?
Because during the last intermission, I received a note from her requesting my attendance.
Oh, what did the note say?
Well, it seems that the lady is not too popular with certain members of the opera company. Well, I've no wish to become entangled in any opera clash of temperaments. I confess I find myself not a little interested in meeting the lady. Shh. She's going to sing an encore.
Really going back to her dressing room?
Certainly, my dear fellow. A summons from Gina Valchesi is no more to be disobeyed than a royal command.
I must ask you, gentlemen, not to stand outside La Valchesi's dressing room. We permit no strangers, particularly foreigners.
But the Signora has requested our presence. May I ask who you are?
Permit me to introduce myself, gentlemen. I am Armando Bellini, Inspector of Police.
And my name is Holmes, Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
Sherlock Holmes? But this is a great honor. Allow me to apologize. Here in the Opera House, we have to be so careful, you understand, of intrigues. There are so many. But Senor Holmes and his friend, I am so happy to meet you both. At headquarters, I hear wonderful reports of your work in the Cardinal Tosca affair.
I should prefer not to mention that unfortunate matter, Inspector, except under conditions of extreme privacy.
Oh, quite so. And behind the scenes at the opera is not the most secluded place. Please to forgive me. You are waiting till La Valchesi?
Yes.
Well, she is still on the stage. She has requested your presence, you say, Senor Holmes?
Yes, I trust the meeting is to be a social and not a professional one. We're sailing for England in a couple of days.
And you came to hear the great Varchese sing before you left. Most understandable.
A magnificent voice, Inspector.
Yes, Doctor. And still, well, I am a devout opera lover myself. Yet I cannot help but feel it's a futilizer with those who can add the youth and beauty to a great voice.
That's true. True, Signor. But where can you find such a combination?
I have found it. Here in the opera there is a girl. She is my protege. Someday I hope she will be my wife. At the moment she is only understudying La Varchese. If she should ever get the opportunity of singing in her place, then a new star will be born.
Oh, really? What's her name?
Lisa Bordoni. She has but recently come to Rome from Milano, where she was studied with the great Alfieri. Confidentially, I think that La Varchese is so jealous of her that... Oh, here is Lisa now. And that is her brother with her. Lisa, cara mia, please to join us.
By George, what a beautiful girl.
What is it, Armando?
Permit me to present the famous English detective, Senor Sherlock Holmes, and his friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do, young lady?
Glad to meet you both. This is my brother, Wally.
How do you do, sir?
I certainly feel that I know a lot about you two gentlemen. No, I can't tell you how many times I've read your stories, Dr. Watson.
Indeed, sir. I'm very flattered.
Lisa, cara mia, we were just saying that in youth and beauty, combined with the voice, lies our future hope in the opera. Your day will come, Lisa mia. Your day will come soon.
I hope you're right, Armando. But as long as I understudy Gina Valchese, I don't see when I'll get my chance. She's disgustingly healthy.
If you'll pardon my saying so, young lady, though your name is Bordoni, you and your brother don't sound in the least Italian.
Well, we're not, Mr. Holmes. We're American. But to succeed in Italian opera, my sister has found that an Italian name is essential. So the Borden family became the Bordonis.
In any case, my real name is Lizzie Borden. I'm sure you, Mr. Holmes, as a famous detective, will see that I had to change my name.
Yes, I can well understand.
Who was Lizzie Borden?
Well, my dear fellow, one of the greatest and most successful of murderesses, who wield an axe with incredible dexterity. I've often regretted that I was in Tibet instead of America at the time of that particular case.
Senor Holmes, I do not understand you Anglo-Saxons. To me, a murderess is a murderess. Now, when you speak of a greatness in women, I feel... Oh, but here comes Gina Valchese now. I will introduce you.
How many times must I tell you allow no one to stand outside my dressing room? Send them away. La Valchese is tired.
But you wish to see Senor Sherlock Holmes, the famous detective. He has come here in answer to your request. Please, permit me to present him, and also his friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Senor?
I'm greatly honored to meet you, Senora Valchese. And now, perhaps, if we may come into your dressing room and confer privately.
Perdido. What would La Valchese have to say to a detective? I mean, you're not the police. As Biro. Go away, all of you.
Well, what do you think of that? She slammed the door in my face. Waiter.
Si, senor.
Bring me some more coffee, please.
Si, senor.
The very pleasant dining here on the hotel terrace, I must confess.
Very. Amazingly warm, considering yesterday's snow.
Yes, it is. Later, I suggest we pay another visit to the opera and hear La Valchese sing Gilda and Rigoletto.
Upon my soul, Holmes, it seems to me that you're astonishingly casual after the way that woman insulted you last night, slamming the door in your face as if you were a tradesman. Shocking.
What would you have me do, my dear chap? Force my way into a room, demand an apology, or have my friend challenge her to a duel in order to avenge my honor?
Oh, don't try to be funny, Holmes. You know perfectly well what I mean. The lady asks you to come and see her, and when you do, she pretends she's never heard of you. And here it is nearly 24 hours later, and you've done absolutely nothing about it.
Oh, dear old Watson. You're really quite upset over the affair, aren't you? Well, if it'll make you any happier, let me tell you, I have done something about it.
I'm delighted to hear it. What?
This morning, I was able to obtain a specimen of La Valchese's handwriting from an autographed picture in the possession of Inspector Bellini. I compared the writing with that on the note that I received in the box last night. It was the same, proving that the message I received was authentic.
Oh, in that case, why did she snub you like that?
Well, something was to frighten her, I suppose. Something or someone who was standing at the dressing room door with us.
Well, who was there? Inspector Bellini, Lisa Bordoni, and her brother.
Precisely, my dear fellow. Therefore, we may assume that La Valchese had no wish to recognize me in their presence.
But if you think that, Holmes, why haven't you been in touch with her today? She may be in some dreadful danger.
Oh, if she is, she can find me easily enough. And meanwhile, I'm perfectly happy to be left alone. The last few weeks have been sufficiently strenuous without becoming involved in some fresh case.
On my soul, Holmes, you must be tired. I've never known you to be so indifferent to a case. Great Scott.
What is Watson?
Look, walking towards us. It's Signora Valchese herself.
Oh, and judging from the lady's expression, she seems to be in some distress. Good evening, Signora.
Signor Holmes, I must speak
Please
to
sit
you.
down, won't you? This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
First, I must apologize for my behavior last night. It would have been dangerous if La Valchese had acknowledged that she had to communicate with you.
That's just what my friend assumed, madam.
Please speak quite freely now, Signora. No one can overhear us.
Signor Holmes, I am being persecuted. My life is in danger. You must save me.
You've been threatened.
Si, signor. And now today, tragedy has struck. My sister, my beloved Bella, lies near death from a murderous attack. An attack that was meant for you.
Good Lord, what happened, madam?
If you will please to keep quiet, and let the Valchese speak, will I learn what happened.
Oh, I'm sorry, madam.
This morning, I always myself take my dog for a walk. But this morning, I feel the trace of a cold. I ask my sister to take the dog for a walk. Please do understand that my sister is very much like me in appearance.
Yes, I understand, Signora. Please continue.
She walk alone in the park. From nowhere, a horseman come gallop and ride her down. This much I learned from the traces in the snow when I hurry and go to find her.
Was she able to tell you who the horseman was?
No, she cannot speak, senor. They say at the hospital that her skull is fractured, that she may not live. Senor Holmes, that attack, it was meant for me. You must protect me.
Signora, I shall do everything in my power to...
No!
What's wrong, madam?
Somewhere there is a cat. I know it. Make it go away. I cannot stand cats. They drive me mad. No! Oh, make it go away, please. I cannot stand them without even a thing. No.
Shoot, run away, shoot.
No.
I can't see
please,
one.
It must be your imagination.
Ira, I am sorry to make such a scene, but I cannot bear to be near a cat. I cannot tell you what it do to me. It may sound foolish weakness.
No, not at all, Signora. Such a condition is quite common. In fact, I believe medical science has given it a name. It's known as ailurophobia.
Oh, whatever it is called. It makes me ill. I must go to my room. I cannot stand much more. My poor sister.
I imagine with your sister at death's door, Signora, you will not sing tonight.
Signor Holmes, I love her very much. But even a sister is only a sister. My art is my life. In an hour, Signor, I sing Gilda in a Rigoletto. You will attend the performance. And afterward, you will tell La Valchese how she may trap these devils who seek to destroy her.
Holmes, it's after 9:30. We've missed quite a lot of the opera. It's hardly worth going to our box now.
We've just been in time to hear La Valchese sing the incomparable Caro Nome. Come on, old fella. Let's slip in quietly as we can.
Seems to me we should have been in our box from the beginning of the performance. She asked you to keep an eye on her.
That's true, old chap. But it occurred to me that an attack on her during the performance was unlikely, and that our time might be more profitably spent making inquiries at the riding academies.
But you drew a blank. We found no trace of that mysterious rider.
No, but at least we tried. Here we are. Let's stand at the back of the theater for a few minutes. Great Scott! That isn't Valchese singing. It's the understudy, Bellini's protege, the American girl, Lisa Bordoni.
What a beautiful voice.
I like one, but with a beautiful, wonderful range. Look here, we've no time to listen to her now. We must go to the Valchese's dressing room at once. We know she left for the theater tonight with the intention of singing. I'm very much afraid there's devil's work afoot, Watson.
doesn't she answer?
Listen. There are cats inside our dressing room. Come on, Watson. Locked. Put your shoulder to it. Come on, help me. Watson, come on. Once more. Come on, again. Now, Watson, here. Great Scott, she's unconscious, Watson. See what you can do for her. She must have fainted the fight. Yes, some fiend, knowing her deadly fear of cats, has locked her in here with half a dozen of them.
Shoot, off with you, shoot.
Her eyes are opening, Holmes. She's coming to.
Signora Valchese.
Her lips are moving. She's trying to speak.
Signora Valchese, tell me, who did this to you? Great heavens! Her voice gone. I've known many vicious crimes in my lifetime, Watson. But to murder a voice that was one of the treasures of the world, is as vile a killing as I've ever encountered.
Dr. Watson will tell you the rest of his story in just a few seconds. And right now would be a wonderful time to try a glass of Petri California port. In the evening after dinner, well, any time you're taking things easy, is the perfect time for Petri port. Petri port is a rich red wine, the kind of wine you like to sip slowly, so you won't miss a drop of its truly fine flavor. I'm not kidding when I say you owe it to yourself and your family to try Petri port. In fact, you should try Petri port and Petri muscatel. So don't buy one, buy two. Buy both port and muscatel. Just be sure you get Petri, because Petri wine is always good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, so the great opera singer lost her voice when someone locked her in a room full of cats, huh? What did you and Sherlock Holmes do?
We took Signor Valchese back to her hotel at once and saw that she was properly taken care of.
How did the understudy, Lisa Bordoni, make out, Doctor?
Well, the tragedy that overtook Lark Valchese gave her great chance. She received a tremendous ovation at the close of the performance, and it seemed certain that another star had been born. But let me tell you the story just as it happened, Mr. Bartell. A little later that night, Holmes and I were once again standing on the balcony of our hotel, watching a crowd of people that had assembled in the courtyard.
You see that crowd, Watson?
Yes, I suppose they've come here to acclaim the new star.
No, my dear fellow. That crowd isn't planning a celebration. Look at them and listen to their angry murmuring. I'm afraid there's going to be trouble. I don't like the look of it.
Hello. Here comes Lisa Bordoni's brother, Wally.
What's wrong, sir?
Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes, you've got to do something.
What's happened?
Well, somehow the story about the cats in La Valchese's dressing room has spread. The crowd outside are saying that my sister, Lisa, planned the whole thing so that she could sing Valchese's part in the opera tonight.
Where's your sister now?
In a room at the hotel here. I managed to get her away from the crowd, and I locked her in. But the mob, I'm frightened for her.
Here comes the official representative of law and order, Inspector Bellini.
Wally, where is Lisa?
I was just telling Mr. Holmes that I'd locked her in a room.
Well, that crowd's in a dangerous mood, Bellini. What precautions are you taking?
I have thrown a cordon of police around the hotel. The mob is getting out of our hand, and Lisa must be protected. As a matter of fact, the situation is even worse than the crowd knows. I have just been told that La Valchese's twin sister Bella died in the hospital tonight. That adds a murder charge. If the crowd knew about that, I tremble to think what might happen.
Did you say that La Valchese's sister was a twin, Inspector?
Si, Senor Holmes. She was her exact double in everything but voice.
Indeed, how very illuminating. If you don't mind, I should like to have a few words in private with my friend, Dr. Watson. Excuse us for a moment, please.
What do you make of it, Holmes?
What do you, old chap?
Well, the American girl seemed very charming and all that, but she might have done it. It had to be either her brother, or the inspector himself. They all had a motive for wanting La Valchese to lose her voice. But I must say I can't understand the motive behind the murder of her twin sister.
I think I can give you the answer to that question in a very few minutes. But meanwhile, the mob gets uglier and uglier. The only way to avert violence, Watson, is to give them quick proof and a certainty of conviction. I must go back to Bellini and the young American. I want to keep an eye on them. Meanwhile, I want you to slip out and get me a cat.
Cat? What on earth for?
You'll find out soon enough.
But Holmes, what kind of a cat?
Oh, any kind, but hurry.
Kitty, come on, Kitty. There's a good kitty.
Here. What you do in the hotel kitchen, senor? Oh, you want to play with my cat?
Oh, is he your cat? Charming little fellow. I'd like to borrow him for a little while.
Why you want to borrow my cat?
Oh, I thought I'd take him up to my hotel room and have a little game with him. I've got some old socks he can play with.
Deal. The English, they are a crazy race. My cat does not like to play with the old socks.
Look here. Here's 50 lira for you.
Wait. Oh, no. I tell you, my cat does not like to play with old socks. My cat will stay here, and you can keep your money.
I'll give you 100 lira.
That you may stuff my cat full of old socks? No. Give me back my cat.
Oh, the place is with you. You'll get it back later.
Stop him. The crazy Englishman is stealing my cat.
Well, I've got the cat for you, Holmes, but I wish you'd tell me what we're doing outside Valcase's door with it.
I'm going to try an experiment. You open her bedroom door softly. So. Slip the cat in. So. And close the door.
Holmes, man, what the blazes do you think you're doing? You'll drive her mad.
I think not. Listen. And watch through the keyhole if you can.
Where do you come from, you silly cat? Go away.
Holmes, her voice. It's come back.
Yes, I thought it might.
I can see her through the keyhole. She's picking the cat up by the scruff of its neck. She's walking toward the balcony.
Yes, and towards the crowd down below. An excellent opportunity for a public confession. Come on. Stella!
What do you want?
I charge you with the murder of your sister, the great singer, Valcase.
It was a magnificent, Senor Holmes, magnificent. The way you forced her to confess on the balcony in a full sight of the mob.
And so you saved Lisa. I can't thank you enough, Mr. Holmes.
Nor can I. Though I still don't see how you guessed. She looked so much like her sister that she fooled even me, her understudy.
Yes, it was an extremely cunning plot, Miss Bordone. The real Valcase sent me that note last night. When I met her at the dressing room door, she denied having sent for me because the three of you were there.
I suppose she suspected one of us.
Oh, yes, obviously, and no doubt. She told her twin sister Bella about having sent me the message and also announced her intention of coming to see me. Bella saw her opportunity, murdered La Valcase, assumed her identity, and to give added realism to her role, followed through with her sister's plan by coming to see me today.
But I still don't understand this business, Mr. Holmes. Why did the twin sister lock herself in her dressing room and fill it with cats? What did it accomplish?
It gave me the chance to sing.
Yes, that's true. Which is why Watson felt certain the criminal must be you, your brother, or Signor Bellini. But you see, the episode with the cats accomplished one other thing. It made it plausible that the great Valcase should never sing again. To whose advantage would that be? An impostor, of course.
In the person of a twin sister who could not sing and who must surely end her sister's great will.
Exactly, my dear fellow. As soon as I knew they were twin sisters and everything but voice, it became more than a possibility. It became probability, but it had to be tested. That's why I sent for the cat, Watson. When the sister, thinking herself unobserved, exhibited no terror for cats, well, it became a certainty.
On my soul, Holmes, this is as fantastic a plot as ever we've met.
A diabolical plan, Watson. And I'm only thankful, Miss Bordone, that we were able to expose it before the crowd reached you tonight.
I don't know what I can ever do to repay you, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, that'd be hard, my dear. A box of Cotton Garden for your London debut would be, an ample repayment. And from what I hear of your reception in Rigoletto tonight, I shan't have to wait very long for that reward, eh?
It's a promise, Mr. Holmes.
Come in.
Oh, excuse me, please. All over the hotel are looking for my cat. I say to myself, there he is. He's stealing my cat. Inspector Bellino, you arrest him. He tried to bribe him, and he ran away with my cat and fill him full of old English socks. Oh, the severe.
Doctor, I'd sure like to have a picture of you running away with that fellow's cat under your arm. You, a cat stealer.
It's not a bit funny, Mr. Bartell. Believe me, it was most embarrassing.
I know. But it was all for a good cause, and I think you were splendid about the whole thing. Incidentally, how'd you happen to look for a cat in the hotel kitchen?
Oh, there's usually one round the back door of a kitchen. Haven't you ever wandered, backstage in a hotel? Fascinating.
Oh, of course I have, but I've never been in a hotel kitchen.
Then where were you?
In the wine cellar.
I should have known.
Yes, Doctor, I like to look at bottles of Petri wine because when I see a Petri wine, I know I'm looking at a good wine. And Petri wine is good because of the Petri family. The Petri family first started making fine wine before the beginning of this century, generations ago. Since then, winemaking has been their heritage, handed on down from father to son. So you can take it for granted that the Petri family really knows how to turn luscious, sun-ripened grapes into clear, fragrant, delicious wine. And you can take it for granted, too, that the name Petri on a bottle of wine is more than a trademark. It's the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. You just can't go wrong with Petri wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what story are you planning to tell us next week?
Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a strange adventure that Holmes and I had many, many years ago. It concerns a young girl, the mutilation of her doll, and the tragedy that overtook a certain wise woman from the mountains.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of Black Peter. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and tonight, Dr. Watson was played by Mr. Eric Snowden, who substituted for Mr. Nigel Bruce. Mr. Bruce is scheduled to return to the program next week. Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family. For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on most of these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shayne, followed immediately by Sherlock Holmes. This is the Mutual broadcast.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Black Guardsman of Braddock Castle.
Holmes, it's black as pitch down here. You say we're in the lower dungeon of the castle?
Quite, and below sea level, too. Note how cold and clammy these stone walls are, Watson.
Yes, well, they're no colder and clammier than my flesh. I don't like it, Holmes. I don't like it at all. Prowling through a deserted castle, stalking a medieval apparition, a legendary ghost.
It happens to be the other way around, Watson.
Huh? What do you mean?
The ghost is stalking us. Listen. And so once again we raise the familiar brass door knocker of Dr. John Watson.
Well, Mr. Harris, come in, sir. Come in and warm yourself by the fire.
Thank you. I see you're deep in your memoirs, as usual, Dr. Watson.
Yes. In fact, I've just completed a strange and terrifying case in which Holmes and I were involved in the West Country. Cornwall, to be exact.
Yes? What's it called, Dr. Watson?
The Black Guardsman of Braddock Castle. And I must say, Mr. Harris, that to this day, the very recollection of it is enough to disturb the uneasy realm of my sleep. Perhaps you'd like to hear it.
Why, we most certainly would, Doctor.
Well, to begin with, Braddock Castle had been empty and deserted for 50 years. It stood on an island off the rugged Cornish coast just north of St. Michael's Mount, and a devilish, gloomy, and forbidding place it was. The natives of the region gave this architectural monstrosity of grey parapets and towering battlements a wide berth, for reasons which I shall relate later. But one sunset, two fishermen were rowing their boat just off the island, heading for the mainland.
Herbert.
What is it, John?
Hold up with the oars.
Why, what's up?
Hold up with the oars, I say. There's something floating on the water here.
Great, Peter. It's
Aye, it's a body. A human body. And fair waterlogged, too. With naught but the legs showing above and the rest underwater.
Oh, great, Peter.
Here, Herbert. Give me a hand now. We'll pull him into the boat.
Aye.
Easy now. He's steady, does it? Hold his legs down and drag him over. We'll soon see who this poor beggar might be, Herbert.
John! Oh, John, look.
Aye.
There's no head on him. The beggar hasn't got a head. Oh, it's cut clean off. Lord bless us, it's...
Herbert, look!
Where?
On the North Tower. Yonder on Braddock Castle.
John, it's him. It's him.
Aye, curse him. Standing there, black against the red sun, with his axe on his shoulder, looking down at us and laughing at his work.
He's done it again. The Black Guardsman of Braddock Castle. He's swung his axe again.
Well, Watson, in a very few minutes we shall be in Whitecliff on the mainland, directly across from Braddock Castle.
And after that, Holmes?
After that, we shall repair to the Green Lion Inn and ascertain from Lady Eleanor Wincroft the strange contents of her long telegram.
Oh, I thought it was quite clear.
Rubbish,
Holmes.
Watson. It was written with a fine feminine disdain for logic. All we can gather is that her brother, Sir Alistair Wincroft, last lineal male descendant of the Earl of Braddock, was found floating on the water of his ancestral castle with his head severed from his torso.
Sounds like an intriguing and rather sinister business, Holmes.
Quite. But of itself not enough to force me to leave my comfortable quarters at Baker Street and endure this tedious trip to Cornwall.
Then in heaven's name, what possessed you to leave in such great haste? Why are we aboard the Southern Railway now?
Because of the legend of Braddock Castle. You're aware of it, Watson?
Oh, vaguely. Something about a ghost, wasn't it?
Almost every English castle has a favorite apparition, Watson. But this one is particularly bizarre. It seems that the castle originally belonged to a family named Wexley, who, like most good Cornishmen, supported the Lancastrians during the Wars of the Roses. Eventually, it was attacked by John Wincroft, Earl of Braddock, in 1497, and every defender wiped out. Every defender, mind you, but one.
All but one, eh?
This last defender was a guardsman dressed in black mail and carrying a huge battle-axe. From the topmost tower, he swore that his ghost would walk the castle and bring violent death to every Wincroft who dared to inhabit it. After that, he flung his great battle-axe down among his tormentors and leaped to his doom.
Good Lord, Holmes. You're not inferring that this ghostly axeman chopped Sir Alistair's head from his body?
I'm inferring nothing until I see Lady Wincroft, Watson.
Mr. Holmes, I'm very grateful to you and Dr. Watson for journeying all the way down from London.
There's no trouble at all, Lady Wincroft, no trouble at all.
On the contrary, Watson, I found it a most unpleasant journey. However, Lady Wincroft, perhaps the challenge of this rather bizarre situation may provide us with all the compensation we need. Now then, a few questions.
Of course, Mr. Holmes.
I do not wish to appear rude. However, I must ask that you make your answers brief, precise, and above all, accurate. We shall get to the heart of the matter so much the sooner. You will bear with me in this, Lady Wincroft?
I shall do my best, Mr. Holmes.
Good. Now, to begin with, have the official police been notified?
Oh, yes. The local authorities have already telegraphed Scotland Yard.
Well, in that case, Holmes, I suppose Inspector Lestrade will appear in due course, huh?
Quite. Now then, Lady Wincroft. 2 weeks ago, your brother Alistair crossed the bay to the castle. He took no companion, but went alone. In the interval, nothing was heard from him until last night when he was taken from the water. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Why did he undertake this special journey?
Frankly, Mr. Holmes, our family has suffered, well, severe financial reverses. It became to our interest to sell the castle, but under the circumstances.
I see. Under the circumstances, no purchaser would be interested as long as the legend persisted.
Rather an expensive nuisance, this medieval guardsman, eh, Lady Wincroft?
Yes. It was Alistair's idea to prove this legend nonsense, to rout the ghost, so to speak.
Unfortunately, this apparition has heightened its own prestige in cruel and telling fashion. Now, Lady Wincroft, you'll forgive me if I ask you a personal and perhaps a rather painful question.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
I don't mean to pry, but I have a curious mind. It seems odd to me that you show no grief over your brother's death. May I ask why?
Well, Holmes, I don't think
Please do not interrupt, Watson.
Well, Lady Wincroft?
Well, I had not seen Alistair since he was a boy. He dissipated what was left of our fortune at the gaming tables. Perhaps I sound callous, but it was he who was responsible for our present difficulty.
And where has Sir Alistair been all these years?
Though in Africa for the most part, somewhere on the Gold Coast. It was only very recently that he appeared here in Whitecliff with the idea of selling Braddock Castle.
I see. Come, Watson, let's be off.
Well, where are we going, Holmes?
To the mortuary, of course, to examine the torso of the little lamented Sir Alistair.
Remarkable, Holmes, remarkable. A clean and terrible amputation worthy of a surgeon's skill. You know, I don't... Holmes. I say Holmes.
Yes, Watson?
You're not even looking at the place where the head
I'm not interested in the head, Watson. It's the man's hands that tell the story.
His hands?
Yes. Observe, Watson. Here is the signet ring of his family. But note the fingernails, and particularly the black substance beneath them.
Ordinary dirt, it appears to me.
Rubbish, Watson. If it were dirt, the action of the water would have cleansed it from the nails days ago. No, that black substance is tar.
Tar? But what the deuce does that have to do?
Come, Watson, you and I got to cross the bay to Braddock Castle and try to flush our ghostly quarry.
Oh, you mean tomorrow, of course?
On the contrary, Watson. I mean tonight.
I don't like it, Holmes. I don't like it at all. Rowing dead ahead into this beastly fog. We should have sighted Braddock Castle by now.
Patience, Watson, patience.
Of course, this whole guardsman legend is sheer poppycock. The castle's been deserted and empty for 50 years.
I wonder.
Holmes, you don't mean to say you believe a ghost...
No, Watson. I'm interested in seeing whether the castle has a bona fide tenant of more recent vintage and... Hello, what's this in the water?
I don't see anything.
Look closer, Watson. It's oil slick.
What of it?
Interesting. This happens to be a region where motor-powered craft never come.
There it is, dead ahead. Braddock Castle. You see it? Through that rift in the fog?
Yes. Unpleasant-looking place, isn't it?
As bleak and forbidding a fortress as I've ever seen.
Observe, Watson. The mist seems to be swirling away from the parapets now. Very soon we'll... Watson, look.
Where?
On the topmost tower.
Great heavens, it's him. The Black Guardsman of Braddock.
It is indeed.
Look at him, Holmes. Look at him. Standing there with his great axe over his shoulder, watching us.
As though waiting to welcome us. Eh, Watson? Well, Watson, there's Braddock Castle just across the moat. You've secured the boat firmly?
Oh, yes, Holmes, I have.
Note that our good friend the guardsman has left the drawbridge down, an open invitation for us to cross. Very considerate of him, don't you think?
Too considerate.
And there seems to be a small door at the other end of the drawbridge. The moon's coming out now, and I can see it plainly. Come, Watson, we'll cross over and investigate.
Well, he seems to have disappeared from his watchtower above. Probably watching us from somewhere inside the castle, Holmes. I only wish I'd brought my service revolver from London.
Too late for that now. Hello, here's the door.
Probably locked.
On the contrary, Watson, it's open.
Holmes, I don't like it. This mysterious medieval apparition doesn't make sense.
I beg to differ, Watson. We're dealing with a rare intellect playing a sinister game to the finish.
Yes, but the drawbridge down, this open door, he seems to be inviting us in.
Precisely, into what he hopes is a trap.
Good heavens, Holmes! The drawbridge is going up behind us.
Quite.
That means he's cut off our line of retreat.
Yes, and in that case, Watson, we'll just have to accept the guardsman's invitation. Come, let's see what lies beyond this door.
And now to return to our story, Dr. Watson.
Well, as I told you, Mr. Harris, Holmes and I opened that small door at the end of the drawbridge leading into the lower depths of Braddock Castle. The very air was foul with the musty smell of centuries, and it was dark as the black hole of Calcutta. I could feel the hackles rise on the back of my neck, standing there in that eerie place. But Holmes was his usual self, as cold as ice. I say, Holmes.
Watson. Listen. Hear anything?
No.
Then let us proceed. This seems to be a narrow passageway of some kind. Stay close to me, Watson.
My dear fellow, I'm so close now I'm breathing down your neck. Holmes, can't we light a match?
Out of the question.
But it's pitch dark.
Quite.
And there may be a pit or some floor trap ahead.
The chance we'll have to take.
But Holmes...
I repeat, Watson, it's out of the question. We can't afford to reveal our whereabouts to our phantom friend.
If you ask me, the blighter already knows.
What's the matter, Watson?
The place is filled with spider webs, thousands of them.
Yes. Proves no one's passed through here lately. Note, Watson, how this passageway slopes downward.
Oh, I'd give £100 to know where it leads to right now.
What is it, Watson?
Oh, Holmes.
Speak up, man.
I just ran into a spider web head on.
Calm yourself, Watson. Spider webs won't hurt you.
Perhaps not, but dash it all, there was a big spider in the middle of this one. Holmes, let's get out of here.
In a moment, Watson, in a moment. There's a means of egress here. Those stone steps at the other end of the room. Apparently, we're below sea level. Observe how cold and clammy these stone walls are.
Yes, well, they're no colder or clammier than my flesh. I don't like this at all, Holmes. I don't like it at all. Prowling through a deserted castle, pursuing some medieval apparition.
It happens to be the other way around, Watson.
Oh, what do you mean?
Listen.
Holmes, the Black Guardsman.
Undoubtedly.
He seems to be waiting. Good heavens, someone's screaming. Holmes, what the devil?
No time to talk now. Quick, Watson, up those stone steps. Hurry, Watson. That scream came from somewhere in this corridor.
Well, I'm not as young as I used to be, Holmes. Hold on.
What is it, man?
Oh, dear, I believe I just stumbled over a body.
If you did, it's undoubtedly Sir Alistair Wincroft.
Sir Alistair, but he was found dead in the bay.
Rubbish, Watson. I'll venture to say this is Sir Alistair here. Let's have a light and we shall see.
Yes, here we are. Good Lord. What a ghastly sight.
Yes. The Black Guardsman of Braddock Castle has bloodied his axe again.
But how do you know...
Sir Alistair, a quick search should prove it. Ah, yes. Here's the man's wallet. Identification papers. Look for yourself, my dear Watson.
Let me see. By Jove, it is Lady Eleanor's brother.
Quite.
But who was the man they fished up out of the bay?
Anonymous, Watson, but a sailor, certainly. The man's hands were rough and there was tar under the fingernails, a sure sign of the nautical trade. It was obvious that the hands of the headless corpse were not those of a gentleman.
Yes, but this
Think,
sailor...
Watson, think. An elementary connection stares you in the face. You recall the oil slick in the bay? From this point, we may deduce that...
Holmes, there he goes again.
Elusive beggar, isn't he, Watson? But with a pronounced tread, far removed from the ethereal. Follow me.
Oh, where are we going?
Up these stairs. Unless I miss my guess, they lead to the main hall and perhaps to the Black Guardsman.
Well, Holmes, you were quite right. This is the main hall of the castle. You can see by the moonlight filtering in through the windows.
Quite.
And, Holmes, what the devil are you peering at the floor for?
Dust. Its telltale granules have marked the path of many a criminal to the gallows. Aha! Capital.
What is it?
Observe, Watson. Footprints. The floor's covered with them in a thick dust. And very peculiar they are, too.
Peculiar in what way?
Use your eyes, man. Use your eyes. It's obvious. These footprints were made by bare feet.
Bare feet? Holmes, that doesn't make sense.
On the contrary, Watson, it does. It makes very good sense indeed. Fascinating, these impressions in the dust. Note, Watson, coming in from the direction of the main hall door, they're vague, shuffling, not clear at all. Note, too, they weave from side to side as though their barefooted owners were somewhat intoxicated.
Well, what does that signify, Holmes?
It's very clear. It shows that each of these barefooted men was carrying a heavy burden which caused them to stagger and shuffle erratically. On the return journey, the prints are quite clear.
You mean somewhere up those stairs, these barefooted men disposed of their burden?
Precisely. And if we follow them, Watson, I think we shall find some sort of large room and perhaps some immensely valuable loot peculiar to the continent of Africa.
Africa? Holmes, what the deuce?
Follow me, Watson. In a very short time, I hope to gratify your curiosity and dissipate your bewilderment. Here we are, Watson. Just as I told you.
Yes, you were quite right. Those dustbins lead directly into this large room.
Yes. And observe, Watson, what are standing in rows against the far wall.
Good Lord, Holmes. It's ivory, tusks of ivory, hundreds of them.
Precisely. Brought in on ocean-going boats in the dead of night by native crews, as the bare footprints here indicate. A fortune in tusks brought across Africa by slave caravans, loaded on the beaches of the Gold Coast and then transported here.
By Jove, then Braddock Castle is being used as a staging point for smuggling ivory into England.
Exactly. Naturally, it was to the interest of the devilishly clever intellect who concocted this scheme to heighten the illusion of the Black Guardsmen of Braddock Castle. Above all, what was needed was privacy. Hence the headless bodies, the appearance of the apparition upon the battlements in full regalia.
But Sir Alistair, what of him?
Ah, yes. At first, Watson, knowing his African and Gold Coast background, I'd rather suspected that he was the master of this ring. Now, however, I know that there's someone else.
Yes, but who? Who is responsible for all this?
Only a master criminal of supreme shrewdness could operate this kind of smuggling game on such a grand scope, Watson. A man worthy of my own metal. A protagonist of almost superhuman cunning.
Holmes! It's the guardsman again.
Yes, he's running up those stairs leading to the tower. Here, Watson. Seize a weapon and give me one.
Right, you up.
Thank you. These swords will do, and let's set out after him.
By Jove, Holmes, it looks as though this time we may meet him face to face.
If our friend the guardsman is who I think he is, that'll be useless. He happens to be a man of 1,000 faces. Come, Watson, to the chase.
He seems to have eluded us, Holmes. We've come all the way up the tower stairs to the outside battlement here.
Probably hidden in one of those side rooms we observed on the way up, Watson.
Look, Holmes. Now the drawbridge is down.
Yes. The guardsman has already arranged for his own retreat, it seems.
Well, Holmes, perhaps we'd better leave the castle by any means we can and summon the official police.
No, my dear fellow. We have our man close by somewhere, and I hope to meet him.
But he's armed with a great axe, Holmes. These swords would be of little use against a
Come,
weapon.
Watson, let's go downstairs and examine the side rooms along the tower stairs, one by one. Perhaps we may soon flush our quarry.
Really, Holmes, sometimes you can be deuced stubborn. The odds are against us. Not that I quail from odds. At the fatal battle of Maiwand against the Jezreel devils, Holmes!
Yes, it's our old friend again, Watson. And this time we come to the end of our chase.
But he's below us now on the tower stairs.
Right.
Then we're trapped up here on the tower battlement.
Quiet, Watson, listen.
Holmes, he's coming up the tower steps, directly toward us.
Obviously.
But what can we do?
Wait.
Wait indeed. Wait for the great axe of the executioner. Holmes, look, there he is, coming out of the shadow, up the stairs.
Good evening, Holmes. Dr. Watson.
We meet again. Eh, Professor Moriarty?
Moriarty?
Oh, come, Moriarty, we're old antagonists and we may speak freely. I rather suspected that a swindle of this magnitude was worthy only of a man of your talents.
You're very observant, my dear Holmes.
Thank you, Professor.
You're also an infernal nuisance. You've caused me no end of trouble, you and the good doctor, in this, my latest enterprise. I presume you know all about it?
I do.
In that case, I must remove you both from this mortal coil. The Black Guardsmen of Braddock must keep the castle inviolate, eh? 2 strokes of this axe, 1 for each of you, and the score is settled.
As you settled it with that sailor and with Sir Alistair, eh, Moriarty?
I needed my first mate to tell a ghost story, Holmes. As for Alistair, he was a fool. I found that our mutual enterprise suffered from his stupidity, therefore I removed him, as I must remove you.
Holmes, he's raising the axe.
Don't be a fool, Moriarty. If you throw that axe, you may decapitate one of us, but in that case you'll have to close with the other, and we're each armed with a sword.
A simple example in mathematics, eh, Holmes?
Quite.
Your theorem does not frighten me, Holmes. And for you, I reserve the first blow.
Mr. Holmes! Mr. Holmes?
Watson, it's Inspector Lestrade.
What the devil?
Look out, Holmes, he's throwing the axe.
Missed me by a hair, Moriarty.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, where are you?
Up here in the tower, Inspector.
Watson, stop him. Stop Moriarty.
Good Lord, Holmes. He plunged over the battlement into the sea.
From here in, Mr. Holmes, you may safely leave the proceedings in my hands.
Indeed, Inspector Lestrade. And what further proceedings are there?
Oh, a number of things. Details that engage our attention before we can report this case closed.
Ah, I see. We.
First of all, we shall recover the body shortly, and then I shall take steps.
Rubbish, Inspector.
Huh?
You won't recover the body of this particular criminal.
Come now, Mr. Holmes. I give you credit for a fertile imagination and, indeed, a certain analytical talent, but we are dealing in the realm of fact here.
Pray proceed with your dissertation, my dear Inspector.
The man plunged from a high battlement to the sea below. He may have struck directly on these rocks or avoided them. It doesn't matter. He's most certainly dead, Mr. Holmes.
Is he, my dear Lestrade? Listen.
Listen to what? I hear nothing.
Don't you, Inspector?
By Jove, oars. Someone's rowing away from the island.
Quite.
It's impossible. It can't be.
Ah, yes, Inspector, but it is. That was Professor Moriarty. A man of many parts with a special genius for staying alive. Yes, Lestrade, he's done it once more. He's escaped me. But somewhere, someday, we shall meet again.
Well, that was a thrilling case, Dr. Watson. And did Holmes and Moriarty meet again?
Indeed they did, Mr. Harris. Indeed they did. Holmes often called Moriarty the Napoleon of crime. Ah, yes, I'm afraid the professor was the only man that Sherlock Holmes really respected.
Well, I hope we meet the professor again, too, Dr. Watson. But now, how about a small hint on next week's story?
Next week, Mr. Harris, I think I shall relate to you the adventure of the Bruce Partington plan.
Well, that sounds very interesting, Dr. Watson.
I can assure you it is, Mr. Harris. It's a story of spies, international intrigue, and the stolen plans to a certain nautical machine on which hinged the fate of the British Empire.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Lockridge. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Ian Martin. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich. Special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Bruce Partington Plans. Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is portrayed by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Arthur Conan Doyle. The dramatizations are by Edith Miser. And now, once again, we turn in at the familiar gate. The wind whistles cold and sharp through empty branches. A brilliant October moon peers intermittently from behind scudding clouds. Hello, what's that in the good doctor's window? Pumpkin lantern. Dr. Watson is celebrating Halloween early this year.
Come in, Mr. Harris, come in. Why the delay on the doorstep?
Why, I was just admiring your Halloween decorations, Doc Watson.
A work of art, eh? Presented to me this afternoon by my youngest godchild. It's supposed to ward off goblins and witches and other nefarious familiars who are abroad this time of year.
You mean who are supposed to be abroad, Doctor?
Well, not necessarily, Mr. Harris. Not necessarily. Oh, here, take this chair by the fire.
Thank you.
Did I ever tell you of the time Holmes and I had a rather terrifying encounter with the notorious laughing lemur at Tower Heath?
Why, you know you didn't, Doctor. Who was she?
A witch who had been buried centuries before on wild and brooding countryside known as Dartmoor. This adventure took place on All Saints' Eve, the particular witch's Sabbath, which you Americans refer to as Halloween. And there I go off the deep end as usual. Suppose I pause to pour us each a glass of fresh cider, while you pay homage to our sponsor.
What could be fair, Dr. Watson? To tell you that Clippercraft suits sell for only $35 and $40, with a few special models at $43.75. To say that Clippercraft top coats and overcoats sell for only $35 to $40 and sport jackets for only $24 is only half the story. Because you really only begin to appreciate that these prices are astonishingly low when you've seen Clippercraft clothes. Custom details in the form of correct styling, perfect fit, luxurious tailoring, and rich, long-wearing fabrics are yours in Clippercraft. Manufacturing ingenuity and a really great distribution idea make all this possible. Available to you in your own local independent store, where friendly attention is traditionally yours. For through the Clippercraft plan, 924 leading stores across America have concentrated their buying power, resulting in tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. You'll be amazed at Clippercraft's values. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, to return to the witch on the moors.
Oh, right. It was one morning several years after my marriage, a brilliant fall day. The last day of October, to be exact. Mary and I had just finished our matutinal Finn and Harry when a violent jangle at the front door bell heralded a telegram from my erstwhile partner in crime, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. As nearly as I can remember, it ran, if convenient, meet me Paddington Station, 10:15. If inconvenient, come anyway. Bring service revolver. Don't suppose you have any silver bullets.
Silver bullets? What was the meaning of that inquiry, Doctor?
As a matter of fact, that was my first question after Holmes had settled himself in the corner of our railway carriage. Holmes, I gather from your telegram that we're about to embark on another investigation. A dangerous one, judging from the fact that you wish me to bring my revolver. But why the facetious inquiry as to the silver bullets?
Because it's a common superstition among the natives of the moors of Devonshire that the evil spirits who abound there can only be killed by a silver bullet.
Who's interested in native superstitions?
We are, Watson. We've been urgently summoned by Sir Lionel Fenwick of Fenwick Hall. The long-dead ancestress of his is supposed to be on the prowl. It seems she's not only playing all sorts of outrageous pranks, but actually threatening the safety of his infant son, born only 2 weeks ago. In other words, Watson, we're not on the trail of a common criminal. This is a witch hunt. Pressing, eh, Watson, the first glimpse of the moor?
Yes.
We shall be there shortly. Notice that ancient Roman tower. She's buried at the crossroads at the foot of that hill. It's from that building that she derives her name.
Who derives what name?
The Laughing Lemur of Hightower Hill. A lemur is the Roman word for ghost or spirit of the dead. But she was a witch besides. That's why she was buried at the crossroads. She would have been burned, of course, and her ashes scattered to the four winds, except that she was a great lady and married to the head of the house of Fenwick, whose given name was Hugo. Hugo was an old boy in his 60s when he married her. Much to the annoyance of his brother Edgar, he's a lusty, fun-loving young French noblewoman, a Louise de Lamballe, whose mother was the notorious Madame de Montespan.
Madame de Montespan? Wasn't she a sort of minor Borgia?
Yes, Watson. At any rate, Louise seemed young, gay, and exceptionally healthy and active. Too athletic, perhaps, for her ancient bridegroom, because she insisted he accompany her when she rode to hounds. When in due course of time he was found, his neck broken, on the far side of a particularly high wall, which his wife, shrieking with laughter, jumped a few moments before. Even after Hugo's death, Louise rode by day and danced by night, and day or night she continued to laugh.
Dashed bad taste, if you ask me.
Quite. At first, her brother-in-law, Edgar, seems to have been fairly tolerant of the situation, since he now believed himself lord of the manor. But one day, 3 weeks after her husband's death, Louise came to him and informed him that she was going to have a child. The dead Hugo was the heir. She relayed the information with gales of laughter.
Poor Edgar. The joke was certainly on him.
Oh, no. He started rumors about his brother's widow. The French perfumes she used were love potions. She and 12 companions she brought with her from France formed a coven.
A coven?
In the old days when witchcraft was in flower, Watson, witches and their familiars banded together in unholy groups of 13, which were called covens.
Oh.
Lastly, Edgar claimed that no mortal had fathered the child, that it was the offspring of the devil himself. In proof of contention, he pointed out cloven hoof prints under Louise's window. In short, the unfortunate lady was tried as a witch, and English justice being, shall we say, slightly biased in those days, she was sentenced to be hanged by the neck until dead.
Dashed unfair, if you ask me.
After which she was buried at the crossroads beneath the Roman tower, with a stake through her heart and a great stone over the grave to make sure she didn't return from it.
Oh, lot of primitive nonsense.
I wonder. At any rate, during the last fortnight, some person or persons seem to have moved that stone, and some rather curious, not to say frightening, phenomena have occurred. The present head of the house, Nick, seems to feel the safety of his firstborn is threatened, and that this danger should reach its peak tonight, which is All Hallows Eve. Yes, here we are. This is our station. And that gentleman waiting over there beside the wagonette with a pair of handsome cobs is undoubtedly Sir Lionel, present master of Fenwick Hall.
Keep the rug tucked over your knees, gentlemen. It's a longish drive to the hall, and the wind across the moors has turned uncommon cold. I'll admit, Mr. Holmes, I was greatly relieved when I received your telegram saying I could expect you.
Oh? Have there been any further disturbances since you posted your letter to me?
There have, Mr. Holmes. The church bell has tolled at odd hours, last night and the night before. Furthermore, a young goat was discovered, dragged to the foot of the witch's grave, its throat all torn and bleeding. Of course, it could have been killed by a wolf or some ferocious dog, but...
Unpleasant occurrences, Sir Lionel, but as you say, not necessarily supernatural.
That's what I keep telling my wife and that stupid old nurse of hers. But I must say, when old Willie was found to be missing this morning, I really began to worry.
Old Willie?
He's the gatekeeper, Mr. Holmes. Lives in the little stone lodge beside the entrance to our property. He's tended that gate for over 50 years. Never leaves it night or day, except to come up to the hall for the Christmas party and my birthday.
Well, maybe the monotony finally got the best of him, eh, Holmes, and he decided off.
He couldn't wander very far, Dr. Watson. Old Willie is a cripple. He managed to hobble a few feet with the aid of his crutch. But that's the curious part of the story. Willie was missing, but his crutch was there where he left it every night, propped up against the foot of his bed.
By Jove.
Was there anything else missing? Any clothing, overcoat, shoes, money, provisions of any sort?
No, Mr. Holmes. Wherever Willie went, he went in his nightshirt. Not even his carpet slippers are gone.
Nothing was missing, nothing at all?
As a matter of fact, one object has disappeared with him. The old broom with which Willie swept the leaves away from the gates. Old Nanny, my wife's nurse, set up a typical Irish wailing when she heard about it. Insisted old Willie had ridden off on it to join the witches' Sabbath tonight. She always hated him because he makes her get out of the cart and open the gates herself when she goes marketing for money.
Typical household feud, eh, Holmes?
I tried to reason with the ignorant old fool, but she kept moaning and groaning that she's always known Willie had the evil eye. She's managed to frighten my poor wife nearly to hysterics. Oh, my wife is Irish, too, Mr. Holmes. Her name is Bridget, in fact. I must say they place more credence in these old wives' tales than we do here. Nanny says it's the curse of the House of Fenwick being visited upon us.
The curse of the House of Fenwick?
Yes, it seems a certain Lady Fenwick, born Louise de Lamballe.
Oh, yes, Holmes has already told me about her. Hanged as a witch and buried at the foot of the Roman tower.
Well, it seems that when they had to place the noose around her neck, she turned to my, great something or other grandfather, who had the bad judgment to be standing nearby. She turned to him and laughed.
But my dear brother Edgar, a silken rope, que c'est charmant.
You think this is the end of Louise de Lamballe, but you're so very mistaken. You do not live to have my first child, and so I say, I will not let your first child live. No, nor the first child of any of the great house of Phoenix. Louise shall come back from the grave. She shall come back and take them all.
Has she managed to live up to her threats, Sir Lionel?
Certainly not all of the oldest children of our house have met an untimely death, but a rather high percentage have been stillborn. Several have succumbed shortly after birth.
The wind is rising.
We're approaching Hightower Tor, Dr. Watson. The wind is always stronger here.
How ghastly the Roman ruins look in the moonlight.
When we reach the next bend in the road, we shall be opposite the witch's grave.
I say, a curious strip of mist lying across the road.
Easy, Phoebe. Easy, Blue Boy. What the blazes has got into the horses?
Something seems to frighten them.
Great Scott, what's that?
There's something white over there in the bracken. Rein in the horses, Sir Lionel.
Right.
I think our investigation may be in here. Right. Come along, Watson.
Help someone. I'm a-dying.
I see that white thing. It's moving. It's crawling along the ground.
Yes, a man. He's badly hurt.
What's he doing all in white?
It's a nightshirt, Watson.
Oh, it's old Willie, but his face is all black, so are his hands. Willie, what's that stuff you've got in your skin?
It's the salve, the flying salve she give me so I could fly here to Hightower Heath. We flew, me and me broomstick, we flew all the way.
Good Lord, he's out of his head. He's delirious.
Yes, he's in a bad way. Take his pulse, Watson. Here you are, Willie. Take a swig out of my flask.
Thank you, sir. I'm frozen cold. It's been cold ever since I put on the salve. She said it's 'cause we was flying so high.
Who was she? What was her name?
The witch, of course.
What did she look like?
That I couldn't rightly say. She was wearing a veil over her face and standing in the moonlight at the foot of me bed. I'd been asleep when she called to me.
Wake up. Wake up, Willie Malloy.
You? Who be?
Someone who can make you dance. Someone who can make you fly. You've always wanted to dance, haven't you, Willie? They're giving a dance tonight around my grave. Here, take this jar of ointment. Cover yourself well with it, Willie. Cover your old broomstick. It will make you fly.
I'd like that. Free like a bird. I'd like to fly.
Then rub on the ointment. I'll wait for you outside. We'll fly to the tower and dance together around my grave.
I did like she told me, sir. I covered myself and me broom, and first thing I knew, I got lighter and lighter. Up and up I went, up in the clouds, and the next I knew, I was here on the heath, watching them dance, the little people. They was dancing around in a circle, but it made me dizzy to watch them. So I crept under a bush and went to sleep. This morning, I woke up cold and sick. The magic was gone. I couldn't fly, and I couldn't walk.
Poor old boy. Hello. His pulse. It stopped. Holmes, give the brandy. Willie, don't give up now.
I'm afraid he has, Watson.
Yes, he's dead all right.
Dead of narcotic poisoning and one of the most despicable tricks I've ever encountered.
Mr. Holmes, what do you mean?
I shall be able to answer that question more accurately, Sir Lionel, after I've had a chance to analyze the ointment that's smeared on this broomstick beside the body.
What?
Bring it along, Watson. Be careful you don't smear it on your clothes.
The moon's rising above the hill. How white the crossroads look.
Yes, this is where the witch is buried.
I say, look here, all round. The heather is trampled down in a large ring.
Great Scott, there was a dance here last night. Look at these footprints in this damp spot.
Small footprints. All small.
No wonder Willie said he saw the little people.
Here we are, gentlemen. This is Fenwick Hall.
Is that you, Lionel?
Rachel, my dear, I've brought Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Thank heaven for that. It's time we had someone with intelligence to bring order into this hysterical household.
Gentlemen, this is Rachel Conway, my cousin.
How do you do?
She used to keep house for me before my marriage, and she very kindly consented to return while my wife, Bridget, was having her baby.
And a good thing I came back. Bridget hasn't stepped a foot out of her bed since the child was born. She won't even try.
Maybe she might, if you'd go away where you belong.
That will do, Nanny. What's that horrible stench?
They've both moved into the nursery with the baby, Nanny and Bridget. She's had her bed brought downstairs, Lionel. They've been burning powders and drawing magic circles round the crib all afternoon. It's a wonder the baby isn't suffocated.
Sure, and something's got to be done to protect the little one's soul from the ghouls and ghosties. His father won't give him a proper Christian christening. No, he must wait till the bishop gets back from Scotland. So it's up to his old nanny to protect the witches.
You seem to be an expert on witchcraft today.
Sure, I am that. Me part of Ireland's alive with them.
No doubt. But at the moment, I'm more interested in finding out what this stuff is on the handle of this broomstick and discovering which one of the women in this household has been visiting the witch's grave.
How can you tell that, Mr. Holmes?
Tomorrow morning, Dr. Watson and I will search the room of every woman in this house.
Whatever for, Mr. Holmes?
It was a woman who lured Willie to the crossroads last night. No one can wander over the heath without collecting evidence of it on his or her clothing, mud on the shoes, bracken on the coat or cloak. By the way, Sir Lionel, do you suppose I could speak to your wife a moment before she goes to sleep?
That she cannot. She's asleep already.
Really? I'd have thought she'd be concerned over her son's safety to doze off. Tonight of all nights.
They gave her a sleeping potion. They put it into her tea for her.
I see. You said the nursery was down here on this floor, I believe.
That's right, Dr. Watson.
But surely if the child is in danger, it would be best to move him on the ground floor.
What he's in danger from can come through locked doors. He'll be in danger till he's christened. That's when the witches try to snatch him. It's the soul they're after, not the body.
Nanny, one more word of that nonsense and I'll ship you back to Ireland. Now, get back to your mistress where you belong.
Sure, if it's back to Ireland I'm going, she goes with me, and don't you forget it.
Nanny's a fool, Lionel. You should have her long ago.
But poor Bridget was so homesick. I didn't have the heart to take her nurse from her.
Good heavens, what am I thinking of? Cook has laid out supper for you gentlemen on a table in front of the fire in the library. I'll fetch some hot coffee.
Thank you, but we've no time to waste on food.
I say, Holmes, I'm starved.
Very well, Watson. Suppose you make us some sandwiches while I set up our chemical equipment. If you can arrange it, Sir Lionel, I should like to have the use of a room not too far from the nursery.
Certainly, Mr. Holmes. You may take over the gun room. It's directly opposite.
Good. And if you smell any further curious odors, don't be alarmed. I imagine we may be able to give Nanny's powders and potions a run for their money. Now, Watson, let's see what we've discovered in this confounded salve. Hog's fat, water, hemlock, aconite, blood. Probably from a rat or bat. I can't determine that without a more powerful microscope. Cinquefoil, deadly nightshade, and soot.
Fine collection of poisonous ingredients, eh, Holmes?
The interesting thing, Watson, is that they're all well-known ancient poisons. The aconite and deadly nightshade, or belladonna, being particularly potent.
Why, belladonna's a violent delirium. No poor wonder poor old Willie thought he was flying.
Yes, Watson, the salve that was used to anoint Willie and his broomstick was undoubtedly a medieval witch's formula for fly ointment.
You don't really believe in things like that, Holmes?
No, Watson, I don't think Willie actually flew from here to the Roman Tower. But he was undoubtedly under the impression that he'd done so. He was probably transported in a cart or carriage.
But why should anyone want to poison Willie, take him across the moors and leave him to die?
I don't think the intent was to harm him as much as it was to frighten him. Unfortunately, whoever took him to the witch's grave was frightened off when they found they weren't alone.
When they found they weren't alone?
Exactly. The little people were more than they'd bargained for.
Oh, Holmes, really, there are times when you...
Watson, someone opened the door upstairs. Turn out the lamp. That's right.
I didn't hear anything.
Yes. Someone's coming along the upper hallway. My remark about searching the rooms tomorrow might lead to something. If any of the women in this household have anything to hide, you may depend they'll try to get rid of it tonight. Someone's coming down the stairs. Yes, judging by her step, it's a woman. She's heading for the library. Stay here, Watson. Keep your eye on the nursery door. I'm going to follow her. I wouldn't throw those papers in the fireplace, Miss Conway.
Mr. Holmes.
If you'll allow me to take one look at them...
I'd rather die.
Very well. Suppose I tell you what those envelopes contain. Some early photographs of Sir Lionel and letters from him.
But they're not love letters. You must believe me, they're not.
I do believe it, Miss Rachel. You were and still are in love with him. The affection has never been returned. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. But Lionel doesn't know how I feel. He doesn't know I've kept his letters. Please don't tell him. It would kill me if he found out.
I've kept many secrets in my time, Miss Rachel. I believe there's room for one more.
Mr. Holmes, I don't know how to thank you.
Don't try. And for goodness sake, go out to the kitchen and make yourself a cup of tea. Make some for Watson, too.
I will, Mr. Holmes. Oh, I will.
Holmes, come quickly. The old nurse slipped out of the nursery. She's gone upstairs.
Calm yourself, Watson. We'll catch her on the way back. Yes, I wonder what she'll bring with her.
Strange. How old hatches creak at night.
Quiet, Watson. Yes, she's coming back. She's reached the head of the stairs. Now she's stopped 2 steps down. So that's her little game, is it? Very interesting. Yes, here she comes down the rest of the way. Strike a match, Watson. Now then, Nanny, what's that you've got in your hands? A ball of twine and a pair of shoes.
Why not? My lady's shoes it is. Forgot to shine them.
So you did. Muddy, aren't they? Let me see them.
You go to the devil.
Well, I'll be...
Yes, Watson, as I suspected, Lady Fenwick wasn't as bedridden as she wanted people to believe. Sometime during the last 24 hours, she's been out on the moors. That red clay on her boots is rather prevalent at the foot of Hightower Hill.
You mean she's been pretending to be the ghost? Holmes, it's midnight. The witching hour.
Help the baby! Save the baby!
Nanny! Bridget, I'm coming!
Lionel! For the love of heaven, stay up there!
Come downstairs, Sir Lionel, if you value your name.
Bridget, Mr. Holmes, what's happening down there?
Light the lamp, Watson. That's better. Now, Sir Lionel, if you'll investigate the second step from the top.
Huh? Good Lord. A piece of twine stretched across the stairs.
Yes, a trip rope. You were supposed to fall downstairs and break your neck.
Oh, no, Lionel. She didn't mean any harm. Nanny only wanted to frighten you so you'd let the priest christen the baby.
You mean that's the reason she gave you, Lady Fenwick?
Bridget, what in heaven's name has been going on here?
Oh, darling, I was so frightened when Nanny told me about the curse and the witch's stone being moved. I didn't want anything to happen to the baby. I didn't know Willie would die. I only thought she wanted to get even with him. I didn't mean any harm. I didn't mean any harm.
Wow, I'll say that was a spine chiller, Dr. Watson.
Appropriate for Halloween, don't you think?
But look now, why did old lady want to cause...
Oh, Mr. Harris, before I explain all that, suppose we show our gratitude to the people who make this program possible.
A very sound idea, Dr. Watson. It's quite a shock when you're face to face with Clippercraft clothes. I mean, an extremely pleasant shock. For even experts are amazed at Clippercraft values. Without the sacrifice of quality, you can buy really fine Clippercraft clothes for far less than ordinary clothes cost elsewhere, in a pleasant atmosphere at your own local independent store where you get friendly personal attention. Clip has delivered the goods in more ways than one. Through the famous Clippercraft plan, 924 leading stores from coast to coast have concentrated their buying power. The result, exceptionally fine quality at exceptionally low prices. Remember, Clippercraft suits are only $35 and $40. With a few special numbers at $43.75. Top coats and overcoats are only $30 to $40, and sport jackets only $24. Selling beautifully tailored, expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
The leading stores in the metropolitan area that bring you Clippercraft clothes are Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th Street, Manhattan, Abraham and Straus, Brooklyn, the Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark, New Jersey, and the B&B Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue, Jamaica. These great, courteous, and friendly stores are proud to add their names to that of Clippercraft in the label of your suit, top coat, sports jacket, and overcoat.
Now, Dr. Watson, I was about to ask you, why did old Nanny want to stir up so much trouble?
Oh, she hated the Moors, Mr. Harris. She hated Willie and she hated Sir Lionel. She was a thoroughly warped personality. Holmes suspected her immediately, of course, when he smelled the hocus-pocus powder she'd been burning in the nursery. He knew she must have made the flying ointment that was responsible for Willie's death.
Well, now, Doctor, what about the gravestone, ringing church bells, and the little people?
Who is it plays Halloween pranks, Mr. Harris?
You mean children?
Right. Holmes realized that when he saw the size of the footprints on Hightower Heath.
Well, I'm blessed.
I hope so, I'm sure. Now, let me see. Next week I'll tell you how Holmes and I investigate the case of a little governess whose employer agreed to pay her extra wages because she was willing to cut off her hair and wear a bright blue dress.
Sounds like rather curious requests, Dr. Watson. Why was she asked to do those things?
That question led Holmes and myself to visit a decidedly sinister country place called the Copper Beeches. We found a most unexpected answer in the attic.
Makers of Clippercraft clothes and 924 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by BASILTON, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in the Adventure of the Copper Beeches. If you'd like to attend the Sherlock Holmes broadcasts in New York, see your local Clippercraft dealer and he'll tell you how to obtain your tickets. This is Cy speaking for Clipper Clothes. This is a mutual broadcast.
From New York, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Well, here we are as usual, toasting our hands in front of Dr. Watson's crackling fireplace. Feels awfully good. Say, I thought my right hand would drop off. It got so cold tonight holding my hat coming down the street, Doctor.
Let's see, Mr. Harris. Yes, slightly nipped, perhaps, but no real signs of frostbite. Oh, yes, reminds me of a patient I once had. Now, his hand was in a really bad way. Not from the cold, mind you, but from an encounter with a heavy and not too blunt instrument. Holmes always called it the adventure of the engineer's thumb.
I thought you were leading up to a story, Dr. Watson. The adventure of the engineer's thumb. Sounds sufficiently bizarre.
Oh, it was, Mr. Harris, it was. Strange in its inception and dramatic in its details. Yes, I don't think I can do better than tell you that one. It began with one of the goriest patients any doctor ever had collapse in his waiting room. And it ended with Holmes getting himself in the tightest spot he was ever called upon to get... Oh, but hadn't you better say a few words first?
Thank you, Doctor.
You'll go far and wide, and you won't find quality clothes so modestly priced as Clippercraft. Because even in the face of rising markets, Clippercraft has kept its prices down. This has been possible for just one reason, a big reason, the famous Clippercraft Plan. The Clippercraft Plan concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, providing year-round economies in manufacturing and distribution. Cost of production is cut way down, and you are the gainer. That's why you pay less for Clippercraft. Only $40 and $45 for a Clippercraft suit. Only $40 for a top coat or overcoat, and only $26.50 for sport jackets. What's more, they're available at your own local independent store, where you get friendly, personal attention. See for yourself. Compare them with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, will you go on with your story?
It was in the summer of '89, Mr. Harris, some little time after my marriage. After that important event, you remember, I abandoned Holmes and our Baker Street rooms and returned to civil practice. Oh, I still dropped in on him, of course, and now and then I even persuaded him to forego his bohemian surroundings and come and partake of a respectable Sunday dinner with Mary and me.
And how did he and Mrs. Watson get along?
Splendidly. She adored him, Mr. Harris. Well, I had settled down and become a respectable married man. Practice steadily increasing and all that. My house was no great distance from Paddington Station, and I had a few patients from among the officials. One morning, a little before 7, I was awakened by the maid rapping frantically at my door.
Dr. Watson! Oh, Dr. Watson, sir!
Oh, hello, yes, come in.
Oh, Dr. Watson, come quick.
What's up, Millie? What's happened?
An accident, sir, a nasty accident. Here's his card.
Mr. Victor Hatherley, hydraulic engineer, 16A, Victoria Street, SW.
Yes, sir, walked over from the station, he did. I'll let him in. He's downstairs now in the consulting room. Looks like death, he does.
Well, it can't be too serious if he had the strength to walk over from the station by himself.
Looks like he's in pain, sir. It's his hand, his left hand. Bandaged up with a handkerchief, it is. And it's all dripping with blood,
Oh, dear. Sounds more serious than I suspected. Millie, you might go and heat some water. I'll go right down to him.
Yes, sir.
Severe hemorrhage. Wonder what the accident was. Oh, Mr. Victor Hatherley. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'm sorry to wake you up so early. I had a serious accident during the night. I came in by train this morning. They told me at the station that you were a good doctor. I came here.
A night journey? That in itself is a rather tiring and monotonous affair.
You couldn't call my night monotonous. Monotonous? Never had a less monotonous night.
Stop it. Pull yourself together.
I'm sorry. I've been making a fool of myself for the relief, you understand. I apologize.
Oh, no, not at all. Often happens in a case of shock. Here, take a swig of this brandy.
That's better.
Now let's have a look at your hand.
It's my thumb, Dr. Watson, or rather what used to be my thumb. Here, take a look.
Good heavens, this is a terrible injury. Flesh badly mangled.
Will it have to be amputated?
No. I think we can save it. Unpleasant wound. Must have bled considerably.
Yes, it did. I guess I fainted when it happened. When I came to, I was still bleeding, so I tied one end of a handkerchief very tightly around the wrist and braced it with a twig.
Excellent. You should have been a surgeon.
Well, just a question of hydraulics, Dr. Watson, well within my own province.
Must have been done by a very sharp and heavy instrument.
A cleaver, Dr. Watson.
Accident?
No, an attacker. A murderous attack.
Dear, that sounds serious.
Yes, I shall have to tell my story to the police, I suppose, but between you and me, I doubt if they'll believe my statement.
Problem, eh? Well, if it's anything of that nature you want solved, I strongly recommend my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes? I've heard of him, of course. Do you think he'd be interested? Could you give me an introduction?
Oh, I'll do better than that. I'll take you around to him myself. But first, let's attend to this thumb. Then we'll call a cab and drop in on Holmes for a bit of breakfast.
Another bit of Mrs. Hudson's omelette, Mr. Hatherley.
No, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I feel a new man since Dr. Watson bandaged my hand, and your excellent breakfast has completed the cure.
Good. Now you can tell us your story if you're sure you feel strong enough.
Well, I'll take up as little of your valuable time as possible. To begin with, I must tell you that I'm an orphan and a bachelor residing alone in lodgings here in London. By profession, a hydraulic engineer, I had 7 years' experience with the firm of Venner and Matheson before I decided to go into business for myself. Well, the start of any new firm is always rather slack, I suppose. So far, I've had 3 consultations and 1 small job.
Not what you'd call a rushing business.
Well, no, not exactly. Every day from 9 till 4, I waited in my little den until at last my heart began to sink and I began to feel I should never have any practice at all.
Well, I know that feeling. Why, would you believe it? The first 2 months after I resumed my medical practice, I hardly knew...
Watson, don't interrupt.
Oh, sorry.
Go on, Mr. Heatherley.
It all began yesterday, just as I was thinking of closing up for the day. My clerk came in to say that there was a gentleman waiting to see me on business. His card gave me the name of Colonel Lysander Stark. Well, I told the clerk to show him in by all means.
Colonel Lysander Stark. Picturesque name, eh, Watson? What sort of man did he turn out to be?
Slightly over middle height and exceedingly thin. I don't think I've ever seen a thinner man. His whole face sharpened away into nose and chin, and the skin was drawn tightly over his protruding cheekbones.
An invalid?
No, Mr. Holmes, I should say just naturally emaciated. His eye was bright, a trifle too bright, I thought. His step brisk and his bearing assured. He spoke with a slight German accent.
I have the honor. This is Mr. Victor Hatherley, nicht wahr?
Why, yes, Colonel Stark. Won't you sit down?
Danke. You are recommended to me, sir, for a young man who is clever and also discreet.
Well, thank you.
Not at all. I know also that you are an orphan, bachelor, and you live alone.
Quite correct, but I don't see why that can possibly concern you. I understood that it was on a professional matter that you wanted to see me.
Ja, gewiss. I have a professional commission, but I must insist on secrecy, absolute secrecy. And that is easier from a man what has no family.
If I promise to keep a secret, Colonel Stark, you may depend on my doing so.
You promise, then?
I promise.
Good. Now we can get down to business. 1 moment, please. Yes, it is as it should be. These clerks, you know, sometimes they are so interested in the affairs of the master. Bring your chair close to mine. Huh?
Very well.
Yeah. Now we can talk with safety.
But if you don't mind, Colonel, my time is valuable.
So, to whom then? I know how much work you have done lately, my young friend. Oh. You do not fool me. How does 50 guineas for a night's work strike you?
Why, well, that's very generous, Colonel Stark.
I have said a night's work. An hour's work would be more correct. Your opinion is all we ask. I have a hydraulic press. It is in bad order. You show us what is wrong, we fix it ourselves. You will do that, huh?
Why, of course.
Good. You will come tonight by the last train?
Where to?
Erfurt, that is in Berkshire. Your train arrives at 11:15. A carriage will come to meet you.
Oh, your place is out in the country?
Yeah, a good 7 miles from the station. There's no train back. You will spend the night.
Yes, but couldn't I come at a more convenient hour? Tomorrow in the daytime?
Impossible. It is for your inconvenience that we pay the 50 guineas. And for the secrecy.
Of course, but perhaps if you could explain the reason for all this caution.
Very well, I explain. You know, do you not, that Fuller's earth is a very valuable product and is to be found only in 2 places in England?
Why, yes, I believe I have heard something to that effect.
Some time ago, I have bought a place, a very small place, you understand. And one day, I am so fortunate, I discover a small deposit of Fuller's earth in my backyard.
Congratulations.
I investigate. I find it is a link between 2 so much larger deposits. But in the property which belongs to my neighbors, these people, they do not know the value of their land.
So you bought it up?
No, Mr. Hatherley. I am not a rich man. I have not the money. So I speak to some of my friends, and we work our little deposit in secret, so we can earn the money to buy the land near us.
Yes, but I don't understand what use you can make of a hydraulic press in excavating Fuller's earth.
We compress the earth into bricks, so we can remove them without showing what they are. That is a detail, a mere detail. So, I have taken you into my confidence. I expect you tonight, Mr. Hatherley.
I shall be there, Colonel Stark.
Good. Not a word to a soul. It is best you do not even tell anyone that you are going away.
Very well, if you wish it.
I not only wish, I insist. Here is 20 guineas in advance. Well, auf Wiedersehen, Mr. Hatherley.
Sounds fishy to me, eh, Holmes? 50 guineas is a suspiciously large fee for a small job like that.
Quite, Watson, quite. Hydraulic presses, eh? Did this emaciated German colonel have a scar on his forehead?
Why, yes, now you mention it, I believe he did.
I thought so.
Then you know who he is, Holmes?
I can guess. But go on with your story, Mr. Hatherley. You reached Erfurt at 11:15?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. As I passed through the station gate, I found Colonel Stark waiting for me. Without a word, he hurried me into a carriage which was waiting for us both. We got in. He drew up the windows on both sides, tapped on the glass, and away we went as fast as the horse could go.
One horse or two?
Only one, Mr. Holmes.
Did you observe the color?
Yes, I saw it by the carriage lamps as I was getting it. It was a chestnut.
Tired looking or fresh?
Oh, fresh and glossy. Well, we drove for the better part of an hour. And from the rate at which we were going, I should say the distance we covered was nearly 12 and 7 miles.
Yes, interesting. What did the countryside look like?
It was a dark night, Mr. Holmes. I saw nothing. Moreover, the carriage windows were made of frosted glass.
Sounds funny to me, eh, Holmes?
The roads, were they smooth or bumpy?
Decidedly bumpy, Mr. Holmes. We lurched and jolted terribly. Moreover, we seemed to be going continually up and down hill. Well, finally, the bumpy road was exchanged for the crisp smoothness of a gravel drive. The carriage came to a standstill, and I got out.
Can you describe the front of the house?
Now, I'm afraid I can't, Mr. Holmes. I was whisked into the front door so fast I could see nothing. The instant I crossed the threshold, the door slammed behind us, and I heard the rattle of the wheels as the carriage drove away.
Minna?
Ja, ich komme.
Bring a lamp. That is better. It is not nice to keep our guests standing in the dark.
So, ist gekommen.
Gewiss. Take the lamp into my study. Now, Mr. Hatherley, if you will be so good, come with me. Minna, you can go now.
Ja, ich will.
My sister, Mr. Hatherley, a good girl. She does what she is told. And now, you will excuse me a few minutes, please. I come right back.
Of course.
Make yourself comfortable.
Gloomy-looking hole. Smells musty as though it hadn't been lived in for a long time. All the windows shuttered and barred. Confound that clock. Wish it wouldn't tick like that. It gives me the jumps. Hello,
It is only me. Please, do not call out. I must tell you something.
It's all right. Please don't look so frightened.
No, it is not all right. You must go. You must not stay here. There is no good for you to do.
Yes, but I came to inspect the machine. I can't leave before.
No, you must. You can do no good. The last man who came, it is too terrible.
Minna, where are you?
Quick, Gottes Willen, before it is too late. Quick, this way.
Minna!
Down this passage and out that door.
So dark.
Minna, who are you talking to?
Hurry, run.
So, you let him go, huh?
Please, you will not hurt him.
Won't hurt him. Wait till I get hold of him. Wait.
He's coming. Run!
Well, I got a glimpse of him coming after me with a cleaver, and I ran for dear life. But he ran too. I just managed to scale the garden wall before he got to it. Even so, I wasn't quite quick enough. That cleaver came down on my left hand before I could get away.
What a filthy blackguard.
I crawled over to some bushes as best I could and then promptly fainted.
Funny he didn't come after you and finish the job, eh, Holmes?
Well, the bushes hid me, I guess, but someone must have found me sooner or later. It must have been the girl, or perhaps she bribed the coachman to help me.
What makes you say that?
Well, when I came to, the sun was just rising. I was lying in an angle of a hedge along the high road, and just a little lower down was a long building. The Erfurt station.
Well, I'm blessed.
Half dazed, I went to the station. The early morning train was just pulling in. I boarded it and returned to London. What I can't understand is why I should have been lured to that lonely spot, and what reason Colonel Stark can have had for making his murderous attack on me.
Yes, interesting little problem. We shall have to look into it. Oh, by the way, I have a newspaper clipping I think might interest you. Watson, hand me last year's index. That's a good fellow.
Right-o. There you are.
Let me see. January, the Limehouse Plague, Lady Waterfield's Pearls. February, March. Yes, here we are. Read this.
Lost on the 9th of May, Mr. Jeremiah Hailing, age 26. Hydraulic engineer. I say, that's a coincidence. Left lodgings at 10 o'clock at night. Has not been heard of since. Was dressed in grey tweeds, soft hat, black boots.
Yes, I suspect that represents the last time the Colonel's machinery needed overhauling.
Then that explains what the girl was trying to tell me.
Undoubtedly, your Colonel is a cool and desperate man, Mr. Hatherley. He lets nothing stand in the way of his little game. And, like some of our early pirates, he believes in leaving no survivors behind from a captured ship.
Good heavens. Oh, I have had a narrow escape.
Quite. He'd have killed you sooner or later in any event.
Well, Holmes, what are you going to do?
I think I shall run down and have a look at that machinery for myself.
But, Holmes, that's just putting your head into the lion's mouth.
Yes, I only hope the lion hasn't run away.
Well, at least let me go along.
Well, you can come as far as Erford Station if you like. I may need reinforcements.
And I'm coming too.
But your wound...
Oh, rubbish. I feel 100% improved. After all, this is my problem, and my curiosity, if nothing else, won't let me take a passive part in its solution.
Very well. Come along, both of you. We've barely time to catch the 10:45 train.
Well, here we are, Holmes. Erford Station. Now what?
First of all, we must find Colonel Stark's house.
I mentioned the name to the station agent in passing. Said he never heard of it before.
Yes, it's an assumed name, of course. The gentleman in question is famous for his aliases.
Well, then, how are we to find the house?
I brought an ordnance map of the surrounding country.
Of course. I drove 10 miles, at the most 12 in that carriage. All we have to do is draw a circle with a radius of 12 miles, and this station is its center, then visit all the places within that limit.
Yes, rather a tiresome job. I think I can lay my finger on it without all that bother.
Oh, you formed your opinion. I bet I know it's in the south. The country's more deserted there.
No.
I'd say east. I seem to remember driving east.
Wrong again.
Then it was west. There are several quiet little villages over there.
No, it wasn't west.
Well, then I'm for the north. There are hills there. Mr. Hatherley said he drove up and down hills.
Well, you've completely boxed the compass between you. You're both wrong.
What?
That's impossible.
Not at all. This is my choice. It's here we shall find the house in the center of the circle. The starting point itself.
What about the 12-mile drive?
6 miles out and 6 miles back.
Then that drive was just a hoax.
And there, if I'm not mistaken, is the house. Almost across the road.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I'm sure you are. What? That's the very same wall I vaulted last night. And there, further down the road, are the bushes I hid in.
I thought so. Well, I'll go over and have a chat with our friend Colonel Stark. Mr. Hatherley, you and Watson stay here.
Why can't we go with you?
Impossible, my dear Watson. I don't want to frighten Colonel Stark off before I have a look at that machine of his.
Yes, but you're not a hydraulic engineer, Mr. Holmes. You wouldn't understand it. He'll suspect you immediately.
I have a fairly good knowledge of hydraulics. I think it'll see me through. However, if I'm not back inside of 15 minutes, you may come and get me. I may need assistance.
Most men are loyal customers of the friendly local store in their community, the store they can trust. Therefore, it's doubly pleasing that this fine independent store, the leading establishment in town, sells Clippercraft clothes. It's nice to get all the advantages of group buying at the store of your choice. And it's mighty easy on your pocketbook, too. The Clippercraft plan concentrates the buying power of 1,036 stores from coast to coast, bringing you beautifully tailored Clippercraft suits at only $40 and $45, top coats and overcoats at only $40, and sport jackets at only $26.50. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suit, top coat, and overcoat. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, back to Sherlock Holmes. We find him at the door of the mysterious Colonel Stark.
Found it, you don't suppose he's made his getaway.
Who are you? What do you want?
Oh, how do you do? Colonel Stark, I presume? I've come to repair your hydraulic press.
How dare you?
Well, you see, a friend of mine, Mr. Hatherley, told me of his experience here last night. I said I thought he was a fool to run away like that you must have mistaken him for someone else last night when you chased him in the dark.
Yes, that is so. A suitor of my sister, a good-for-nothing scoundrel. It was all a mistake.
Just as I suspected. And when Mr. Hatherley said he wouldn't come back, and when I learned what a fine fee you'd promised him, I thought, why not come and have a look for myself?
Of course, why not? You too are a hydraulic engineer?
Naturally.
Very well, you may come in.
Ah, trunks and boxes in the front hall. They're about to leave this neighborhood?
Yeah, the English climate. It is bad for my sister's health. We go to the south of France.
I wonder if I might see your sister.
So sorry. She is in her room. She is not well.
Oh, just for a moment. Hatherley seemed to be worried about her, said he thought you might have mistreated her last night after he got away.
Ridiculous.
Of course, but if I could just see her, I could reassure him. He, seemed to want to call in the police.
The foolish young man. But come, I'll let you see her. This way. She shall tell you herself that she is all right.
That's very good of you, I'm sure. I wouldn't dream of troubling you myself, but you see, young Hatherley is...
This is her room. Minna? Minna?
Yes?
See, Minna, I bring a gentleman who is anxious to know if you are all right. Tell him how you feel, huh, Minna?
I'm well, thank you.
I'm delighted to hear it. You see, my friend Mr. Hatherley was worried about you.
Mr. Hatherley?
The young gentleman I mistook for someone else last night.
Oh, how is he? He's all right.
Why, yes, of course.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Hold on a minute. Look here, those bruises on your neck and arms. Has anyone been treating you badly?
That was from falling downstairs. Minna?
Yes.
I see. Well, Colonel Stark, suppose we take a look at your hydraulic press.
Certainly. Of course. This way, please.
Goodbye, Fräulein Stark. I hope you'll enjoy the south of France.
The south of France?
Yes. Lovely climate. Well, goodbye.
This way. The press is on this floor. Here we are.
Gigantic affair, Colonel.
Yes, it is capable of exerting enormous pressure. The sides are all of iron.
Yes, very impressive.
I pull the lever so. The water flows into the cylinders, you hear? But there's a leakage somewhere.
Yes, loss of power. Yes, that third driving rod, the rubber banding around the top, seems to have shrunk. It doesn't quite fill the socket.
Of course, how stupid of me not to notice for myself.
Yes, it would have saved you a lot of trouble, wouldn't it? You can stop the machine now. Let's have a look at the inside.
Very well, if you wish. You can enter here.
Very impressive. Like a prison. Hello, what's this on the floor? Metallic deposit. Wasn't it Fuller's Earth you're supposed to be mining?
Yes, I thought you might see that.
Goodbye, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Great thunder, he's locked me in. Started the machine. The ceiling's coming down on me. Well, Sherlock Holmes, you let yourself in for something this time. Closer. Closer, you wouldn't think it could move so fast. In a few minutes, it'll grind me to a helpless pulp. Better not think about it. I can reach it now. Down. Down. No good trying to push it back. I found it. I can't stand up any longer. Well then, sit down, Sherlock. Lower. Lower. If I lie on my face, the weight will crack my spine. No, the other way will be less painful.
Please, mister.
Minna, where did you come from?
Here, near the floor. A panel, it's open.
By Jove, another outlet.
Hurry, hurry, do not talk so much. You can get out?
The opening's pretty small.
Quick, quick.
Yes, I can just squeeze through. There.
God sake, you are safe.
Pretty close shave. Hear that? The presser has just hit the floor. Another minute in there, and I'd have been ground to a pulp.
So Minna was the good angel a second time, Doctor.
Yes, a great girl, that Minna. Hatherley took quite a fancy to her. In fact, she eventually became Mrs. Hatherley.
Oh, and her brother?
Oh, Hatherley and I caught him on his way out as he was making his getaway. He's still in prison, serving a life sentence for attempted murder and counterfeiting.
What a ghastly story, Doctor. So that was what the hydraulic press was used for, counterfeiting.
Yes, of course, Holmes suspected it from the first.
Naturally. And now, Dr. Watson, would you like to give us a hint about next week's adventure?
Next week, I think I shall explain why the ancient statue of Charles I, which stands in Charing Cross, holds a modern sword. I may even tell you how the original sword threatened the life of one of the premier dukes of England.
The makers of Clipper Craft Clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Give your child a run for your money. Join the March of Dimes. Send your dimes and dollars to your local March of Dimes headquarters. Keep your kids in the running. Join the March of Dimes. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in the case of the Avenging Blade. If you'd like to attend the Sherlock Holmes broadcasts in New York, see your local Clippercraft dealer, and he'll tell you how to obtain your tickets. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the world's largest network serving more than 450 radio stations and mutual broadcasting stations.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight's story, The Adventure of Shoscombe Old Place. And so once again we raise the familiar brass door knocker of Dr. John Watson.
Well, Mr. Stark, come in. This is indeed a pleasure. I've been told we'll have to get along with a substitute for Mr. Harris for a few weeks, but I had no idea he'd turn out to be an old friend.
I wore my Clippercraft suit, Dr. Watson, so it wouldn't seem too strange in this program. What's on the agenda for tonight?
Well, it concerns the strange and slightly horrendous affair at Shoscombe Old Place, in which Holmes investigated the graves in an ancient burial crypt.
Sounds promising.
And unearthed the fact that certain bones had been disposed of in the furnace.
Wow, my hair's beginning to stand up on end already.
Yes. The adventure began placidly enough one rainy morning. Holmes and I had just finished an excellent breakfast in our rooms in Baker Street. I was gazing idly through the sporting columns, trying to decide what horse to back in the forthcoming derby.
And Holmes?
Holmes was pottering around with a low-piled microscope, doing some sort of an experiment. Daredevil quoted as favorite, eh? Up and Atom, odds 10-1. Shoscombe Prince, 40-1. Wonder what's brought the odds down on that horse.
Aha! Glue, Watson. It's glue.
Jack Horner and Break a Day. What did you say, Holmes?
I was merely telling you the phenomenal fact that the microscope showed that there's glue in this bit of dust.
Glue? What difference does it make? Glue or paste or even sticking plaster? Can't you see I'm busy? Lucky lady. Pride of Cornwall.
The fact that there is glue in this dust is going to cost a man his life.
And, I say, cost a man's life? Glue?
Now you're interested, eh, Watson? Well, come over here and take a peek through this microscope.
Well, it's nothing but a blur to me.
Wait, let me adjust it. There. What do you see now?
Some long, matted hairs.
Those are infinitesimal fibers from a tweed cap. The criminal's tweed cap. The irregular grey masses are dust. These are epithelial scales on the left.
Yes, but what are those shiny amber-colored crystals in the center?
That is the glue.
Yes, but how does a man's life depend on those?
In the St. Pancras case, you may remember that a cap was found beside the dead policeman. The accused man denies it's his. The stuff under the microscope was taken from one of the seams of that cap and proves the man was lying.
But how?
The man is a picture frame maker who habitually handles glue. Well, that case is closed. I had a new client who's due to call at 10. He's late. By the way, Watson, you have some knowledge of horse racing, I believe.
Well, I ought to. It's cost me about half my year's pension.
Good. Then you can be my handy guide to the turf, as I believe you call your racing Bible.
Well, what would you like to know?
Does the name Sir Robert Norberton mean anything to you?
Oh, rather. He lives at Shoshome Old Place.
Yes, the man himself. What's he like?
Tall, muscular, has a devil of a temper. He once horsewhipped Sam Brewer, the Curzon Street moneylender on Newmarket Heath.
Interesting. Does he often indulge in such pastimes?
Well, he has the reputation of being a dangerous man. The most daredevil rider in Europe. See, he won the Grand National a few years back. One of those men who have missed their true generation. He would have been a buck in the days of the Regency. A boxer, a heavy gambler, a devil with the ladies, and a first-class shot.
Capital, Watson. A perfect thumbnail sketch. Now, can you give me some idea of Shoshome Old Place?
Well, not much, only that it's very ancient and situated in the centre of Shoshome Park, and that the famous Shoshome stables and training quarters are to be found there.
And the head trainer is John Mason.
I say, how did you deduce that?
I didn't have to. John Mason's my most recent client. This letter asking for an appointment is from him. But go on. What else is there of interest about the place?
Well, there are the famous Shoshome Spaniels. You hear of them in every dog show.
Spaniels, eh?
They're the special pride of the lady of Shoshome Old Place.
Sir Robert's wife?
No, Sir Robert has never married. He lives with his widowed sister, Lady Beatrice Folder.
You mean she lives with him?
No, not at all. I said what I meant. The place belonged to her late husband. Lady Beatrice has only a life interest. It reverts at her death to her husband's brother.
Her husband's brother, eh?
Meantime, she draws the rents every year.
And Brother Robert spends them.
Yes, that's about the size of it. They're always quarrelling, and yet I've heard they're devoted to each other. But what's amiss at Shoshome?
That's just what I'd like to know.
What?
And that, if I'm not mistaken, is the man who can tell us, the trainer, John Mason. Yes, here he comes up the stairs. Come in, come in. Ah, Mr. Mason. I am Sherlock Holmes.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes. You had my note?
Yes, this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson, Mr. John Mason.
How do you do, sir?
Please be seated. Now, Mr. Mason, what's the difficulty? Your note explained nothing.
The matter's too delicate for me to put on paper. Much too complicated. I had to see you face to face.
We are at your disposal.
Mr. Holmes, I think my employer has gone mad.
My dear Mr. Mason, this is Baker Street, not Harley Street. We do not pretend to be brain specialists.
Well, gentlemen, when a man does one queer thing, or even two, but when everything he does is queer, well, I believe Shoshome Prince and the Derby have turned his brain.
Shoshome Prince? That's the colt you're running, isn't it?
Yes, sir. The best in England, if I do say so. I'll be plain with you, because I know you're a gentleman of honor, and it won't go beyond this room. Sir Robert has got to win the Derby. He's up to his neck in debts, and, well, it's his last chance. Everything he can raise or borrow is on that horse. If Prince fails him, he's done for.
Sounds like rather a desperate gamble, but that doesn't necessarily mean the man's insane. Where does the madness come in?
First of all, his looks, sir. His eyes are wild. I don't believe he sleeps at nights. He's down at the stables at all hours. Then, sir, there's his conduct to his sister, Lady Beatrice. She loved the horses as much as he did. Every day she'd drive down to see him, and above all, she loved Prince. He'd prick up his ears when he heard the wheels of a carriage on the gravel, and out he'd trot to get his lump of sugar. But that's all over now. She drives by every morning without so much as a good day to you.
You think there's been a quarrel?
Yes. A bitter, savage one it must have been. Why else would he give away a pet spaniel that she loved as if he were a child?
To whom did he give it?
To old Barnes, what keeps the Green Dragon, 3 miles away at Grindle.
Curious, eh, Watson?
Of course, with her weak heart and dropsy, you couldn't expect her to get about much with her brother. But Sir Robert spent 2 hours every evening in her room. Now he never goes near her. She's taken it to heart, she has, sir. Brooding and sulky and drinking, Mr. Holmes. Drinking like a fish.
Did she ever do that before this estrangement?
Well, she took a glass regular every evening, but now, as often as not, it's her whole bottle. There's something rotten about it, Mr. Holmes. Then there's the goings-on down at the old church crypt at night. The haunted crypt, we call it.
Haunted?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. There's an old ruined chapel in the park, so old nobody can fix its date. And under it there's a crypt. A crypt where all the ancestors of Lady Beatrice's husband lie buried, including the man himself. Well, sir, that crypt has got a bad name among us. It's dark and damp enough by day with the weeds breaking through everywhere, but at night it's worse. Standing there in the moonlight, its broken arches gleaming like ghosts. There's not many in the countryside that have the nerve to go near it at night.
But I gather you did, or there'd be no story.
Yes, sir. Me and the butler Stevens. We was taking a walk in the moonlight, smoking a pipe before going to bed, when all of a sudden we notices a light, sort of pale and unearthly like, shining in the old chapel. There we stood, Stevens and me, quaking in the bushes like 2 bunny rabbits.
You see that, Mason? It's a light in the old chapel.
Someone's in there.
Or something. I don't like the look of it. It isn't natural.
What's going on in the chapel this time of night? We'd best go and find out.
Oh, for heaven's sake, no. Maybe it's something evil. Some bad spirit set its light there to lure some poor fella to his death.
Wait a bit. See that shadow moving against the far wall? It's a man's shadow, that is.
Or a devil's. It looks more than life-size to me. Isn't that a tail he's switching around behind him?
Nonsense. It's a piece of rope he's holding in his hand.
What's that?
It's Pip, Lady Beatrice's spaniel. He's probably outside the old well house, howling at the moon. He was there all last night, howling to wake the dead.
Don't say that. Maybe that's just what he's doing. Maybe that's what he's done. Waked all the corpses in the crypt and they're having a ghostly meeting.
Rubbish, Stevens. You don't really believe in ghosts? Why, when you think about all this tomorrow morning, you'd be ashamed.
But that's tomorrow morning. And tonight, standing here in the moonlight, well, I ain't so sure.
Well, there's one way to find out. Come on, let's have a look at who's in that chapel.
You're not going over there, Mason.
I am that. You can stay here alone if you like.
Stay here by myself?
Well, then, go back to the house.
What? And pass by that well house and that howling dog all alone?
It's only Pip.
No, I'm coming with you. At least there'll be 2 of us.
Right, stout lad. Come along, then. Don't crackle the bushes any more than you can help.
Confound that beast!
Hello. Light's disappearing down the stairs into the crypt. See? There's no one in here in the chapel.
Oh, then what's the good of us coming down?
Look. There's a crack in the stone floor. Over there. Where the streak of light's coming through, see? We can get over to it without being heard. Maybe we can see what's going on down below.
I wish I was safe in my bed.
Now then. We'd best crawl along in our stomachs. Easy does it. All right. Here's the crack.
By George, you're right. It's 2 men. That first one with the thin yellow face. I've never seen him before, I'd swear to that. But the big chap in the black cloak kneeling down, there's something familiar about him. If I could only see his face.
Now he's standing up. By the Lord Harry, it's the master himself, Sir Robert.
What's he up to down here in the dead of night?
What's that he's got under his arm, so careful? Now he's holding it up to the light.
It's a head. The head of a mummy.
experience, Mr. Mason.
That it was, Dr. Watson. I'd have given me notice the next day, except that, well, I didn't want to leave Lady Beatrice alone at the mercy of that ruffian. I tried to see her ladyship and tell her what was going on, but she wouldn't see me. Sent out word by our maid, Carrie Evans, she wasn't feeling well enough.
Not feeling well enough?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. But she was well enough to go out driving all the same.
How long has this maid, Carrie Evans, been with Lady Beatrice, Mr. Mason?
Going on 5 years, sir.
And she's devoted?
She's devoted, all right. I won't say to whom. I can't be creating scandal.
You don't have to. Sir Robert's reputation with the ladies is, shall we say, a trifle shady.
Yes, scandal's been clear for a long time, I'm afraid.
I say, Holmes, perhaps that's the cause of the quarrel between the brother and sister. Being an invalid, she has no way of enforcing her will. So the hated maid is still at Shoscombe. Lady Beatrice sulks and takes to drink. Sir Robert becomes angry and gives away her pet spaniel. That explains everything, doesn't it?
Everything but the nocturnal visit to the crypt, who the yellow-faced stranger was, and why Sir Robert was holding a skull in his arms. Just a few trifling omissions, Watson.
Oh, go to blazes.
Quite. Now then, Mr. Mason, you say Sir Robert gave his sister's spaniel away to the proprietor of the Green Dragon.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
When was that?
About a week ago, sir. Day after we saw him in the crypt. The very day Sir Robert left for London.
Oh, he left for London, did he?
Yes, sir.
And has he come back?
We're expecting him back tomorrow, sir.
And has Lady Beatrice been taking her morning drives the same as usual?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. 11 o'clock sharp. She and Carrie go out together.
I'm not quite clear what you expect me to do in this matter, Mr. Mason.
Maybe this will make it more definite, sir.
Yes, I've been wondering what you had in that paper bundle.
It's something Harvey. He's one of my lads. Found in the furnace up at the big house when he was raking out the cinders yesterday.
A bone. Badly charred.
I say
What is it, Watson? Your knowledge of anatomy is more accurate than mine.
That's part of a femur. A human bone.
Exactly. When does this lad tend to the furnace?
Every night he makes it up and then leaves it.
Anyone could visit it during the night?
Yes, sir.
You don't think Sir Robert...
Watson, you forget Sir Robert's supposed to be in London. These are deep waters, Mr. Mason. Deep and rather dirty, but I'm beginning to see to the bottom. How is the fishing in the neighborhood of Shoscombe Old Place?
The fishing, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, the doctor and I are famous fishermen, and we haven't had an opportunity to show our prowess this season, eh, Watson?
Well, if it's fishing you're after, there's nothing can come up to the trout in the middle stream.
Good. You may address us in future at the Green Dragon. We shall reach there tonight.
And now that you have Mr. Holmes started on your fishing expedition, Dr. Watson, may I step in to say a few words?
Fair enough, Mr. Stark.
Clipper craft clothes are not merely good-looking at the time you buy them. They stay good-looking. Part of the reason for this is hidden from your eyes. That's the painstaking tailoring, the hundreds of stitches inside. Yes, fine tailoring and rich, long-wearing fabrics are the reasons Clipper craft clothes are remarkable values at their more than modest prices. Naturally, prices low as these wouldn't be possible without the unique Clipper craft plan. This plan concentrates the buying power of 1,036 great stores across the country, creating year-round economies in manufacturing and distribution costs. That's why you pay only $40 and $45 for a Clipper craft suit, only $40 for a top coat or overcoat, and only $26.50 for sport jackets. For your own sake, compare Clipper craft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now to return to our story, Dr. Watson.
Well, suppose we pick up after Holmes and I had settled ourselves at the Green Dragon. Mid-morning found us tramping down the road leading towards Shoscombe Old Place, carrying rods and reels and all the rest of the trout fisherman's paraphernalia. Holmes also had a shaggy black spaniel in tow.
Ah, splendid weather for fishing, eh, Watson? The trout should be fairly jumping at the hook.
Yes, I shall have a good opportunity to try that new fly of mine. If that confounded dog doesn't scare the fish away. What in thunder made you bring that spaniel along?
You mean Pip?
Yes.
Down, boy, down. I saw him tied up in the front hall of the inn. Mine host says that they have to keep him on a leash or he runs straight back to his old home. Easy, Pip, don't pull so, boy. The poor dog seemed to want to go walking, so I said I'd take him.
Yes, but a dog on a fishing jaunt, oh, really, Holmes, you...
Now, if we were going hunting, it'd be different, eh?
Yes, but it's not the hunting season.
You never know. We may get in a little hunting before we get to our fishing. Ah, that is the entrance gate to Shoscombe Old Place, I presume.
Handsome old ironwork. And tightly locked, too. Dear Sir Robert is very jealous of his privacy, eh?
You would be, too, if you had a horse you expected to win the derby. I understand he's very vicious with touts or any stranger he catches snooping around his property.
I say, look. Here comes a big yellow open barouche.
Yes, Lady Beatrice returning from her morning's drive, I fancy. I thought we should have some hunting this morning.
What do you mean?
Pip and I are going to hide behind this hedge. When the footman gets down to unlock the gates, I want you to engage him in conversation.
Yes, but I don't understand, Holmes. Holmes, where are you? Where did you go?
Here, behind the hedge, trying to keep this confounded dog quiet.
Here they come. I say the old girl must be 1,000,000 years old, all bundled up in shawls and veils and things. That must be Carrie beside her, the one with the suspiciously blonde hair. They've stopped. The footman's getting down off the box. The gates are swinging open.
After him, Watson, after him.
Hello there. I say, my good man, can you tell me how to get to the mill stream?
Now then, Pip, out you go, old boy. It's your mistress. After her, boy, after her. There he goes. He leaps into the carriage onto his mistress's lap. By Jove, he's snarling. He's trying to bite the woman.
Get that confounded dog out of here! Drive on! Drive on!
Come on, Pip. Did she try to kick you? Well, never mind, old boy.
Well, Watson, that's done it. He expected to see his mistress, and he found a stranger. Dogs don't make mistakes.
But it was the voice of a man.
Exactly. Our little hunting party was quite a success. We flushed our bird. Now, come along, Watson. The fish are waiting for us.
Look here, Holmes. You're not going to give up this clue.
Not exactly. But our hunting must be postponed until after dark. And then, I promise you, it will be for big game.
Here, Holmes, that storm is going to break any minute now. Hadn't we better get back to the inn?
Oh, rubbish. We can reach the chapel before we get too wet.
Yes, but how do we get home again?
By running, I suspect. We may get wet. I told the landlord to have some of the trout we caught this afternoon and a Stilton cheese, salad, and a hot toddy waiting for us.
Oh, then let's get back now.
I said we wouldn't be back before 10:30, but if we weren't back by then, to rout out the local police.
You think it's as bad as all that?
I don't know. It all depends on what we find in that crypt.
There, that must be the chapel up ahead. I saw it in the last flash of lightning.
Here comes the rain. Run, Watson, run!
I say, don't go so fast. Good Lord, it's as black as the inside of my pocket. I've lost the chapel. No, there it is.
Over here, Watson, over here. There's an entrance.
Right. Oh, great thunder. I'm soaked to the skin. It's coming down in torrents.
Here, this must be the stairs leading down to the crypt.
I say, Holmes, you have eyes like a cat. I can't see a blasted thing.
Take my hand. Easy now, easy. Don't fall and break your neck. There. Now you can light the lantern.
Yes, if I can find a match that's dry enough to light. They all feel like spaghetti. There. Phew. What a sepulchral place. Look at all those vaults. I had no idea Lady Beatrice's husband had so many ancestors.
Yes, some of those graves date back before the Norman invasion. Look at the Saxon names. Adalbert, Harold. And here are the Normans. Long line of Hugos and Odos and Percys. But it's this leaden coffin we're interested in, I imagine. Notice how the dust around it's been disturbed. Hand me that ginny, Watson.
You're not going to open it. Holmes, let's get out of here. All these coffins, hundreds of dead ancestors. I feel like a ghoul myself prying into their long-forgotten secrets.
Rubbish. I'll have this lid off in no time. 1, 2...
Stand back! Keep away from that coffin. Keep back, I say, or I'll blow you to bits.
Well, if it isn't Sir Robert Norberton himself. This is a surprise. Allow me to present myself. I am...
Sherlock Holmes. You don't have to tell me. I heard how you tried to frighten my sister this morning. Now, clear out.
Your sister?
Yes, my sister. Now, what is your motive? What are you doing here? Answer me, do you hear?
I, too, have some questions to ask, Sir Robert. What have you done with your sister?
My sister? My sister is home in bed, of course.
If your sister's home in bed, would you mind telling me whose body is inside this coffin? Throw back the lid, Watson. Yes, Sir Robert. Is that the body of your sister, or isn't it?
It is. But you're not the official police. What business is it of yours, anyway?
My business is that of every good citizen, to uphold the law.
What? You mean you'll hand me over to the police? Good Lord, this is terrible. I know appearances are against me, but I couldn't do anything else. Now, let me explain.
Your explanations must be to the police, I'm afraid.
But that will ruin me, don't you understand? I've always been dependent on my sister, Lady Beatrice, for everything. I'm deeply in debt. If it were known that my sister were dead, my creditors would come down on me like vultures. Everything would be seized, my stables, my horses. Shoscombe Prince would never run the derby. Oh, Mr. Holmes, my sister did die just 1 week ago. She died of dropsy, which had long afflicted her.
That will be for the coroner to decide.
I was faced with absolute ruin. If I could only keep her death hushed up until day after tomorrow when the derby is run, I'll make a fortune.
If your horse wins.
Oh, he will, he must. My good name depends on it. On the first night after my sister's death, Norlett, who is Carrie Evans' husband and an actor, helped to carry her body out to the old well house. We were followed, however, by her pet spaniel, who howled all night long. I finally had to get rid of him.
And it was Norlett, the actor, who impersonated your sister this last week?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Oh, this last week I've lived a life of the damned. My conscience has given me no peace. Later, we buried my sister's body here, in what is still consecrated ground. One of the tombs of her husband's ancestors.
After having endeavored to destroy the ancestors' bones in the furnace.
What? I don't know how you know that, but it's true. And now it's for nothing. All for nothing. I'm ruined, Mr. Holmes, ruined.
Not necessarily.
Well, what do you mean?
After all, the derby is only the day after tomorrow. Of course, we must lay the case before the local authorities, but I still have a little influence here and there.
Would you? Would you use it?
It's not altogether impossible.
And now, Dr. Watson, before you tell us Holmes' rather surprising decision in the case of Sir Robert, I'd like to make one more speech on behalf of Clippercraft.
Go ahead, Mr. Stark.
When you advertise anything as extensively as Clippercraft, the product's got to be good. Clippercraft clothes really have to have it, and they have. They're the most amazing clothes you've ever seen at prices so very modest. Remember, Clippercraft suits are only $40 and $45, top coats and overcoats only $40, and sport jackets only $26.50. No, you won't find such smart styling and comfort, such rich, long-wearing fabrics, even at far higher prices. They're made possible by the renowned Clippercraft plan, concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. So that these great clothes are available to you at your own local independent store, the store you can trust. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suit, top coat, and overcoat. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Straus. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, Dr. Watson, did Sherlock Holmes use his influence in Sir Robert's behalf?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Stark. We went back to the inn and Holmes routed the local constable and coroner out of bed. They discussed matters over the trout and coffee and cheese. Luckily, our catch had been a fairly big one. Moreover, the creditors were all Londoners, and Sir Robert was a local man. Pride of county, you know. And besides, the constable and the coroner had both placed bets on Shoscombe Prince, and they wanted to see him win.
And did he?
He did, and netted his owner £80,000. Sir Robert paid his debts and bought a small place in the neighbourhood of Shoscombe, where he threatens to end his days in an honoured old age. He and Holmes have become great friends. Holmes often visits him when he wants a bit of trout fishing.
Well, all this talk of trout and salad and cheese has given me the most tremendous appetite.
I had hoped it would. I've a special treat in store for you tonight. Just ring the bell, will you? I received 2 of the most beautiful trout from Sir Robert just this morning. I imagine my housekeeper has them in the pan by now.
Frying in butter with almonds sprinkled on the top.
And a fresh green salad and a Stilton cheese.
But look here. Isn't it a bit out of season for trout?
Nothing is out of season these days, Mr. Stark. Sir Robert has what is called a deep freeze, you know.
Yes, I know, but what have you in mind to tell us next week, Dr. Watson?
Well, next week, Mr. Stark, I think I'll tell you of the vicious robberies and bludgeonings that occurred in Boston Yard. The criminal, you know, was a cat named Peggy. Holmes always called it the adventure of the wooden claw.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Miser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Wooden Claw. Charles Stark speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the world's largest network serving more than 450 radio stations. The Mutual Broadcasting System.
In just 25 seconds, you'll hear Melvin Elliott reporting the latest news. Fly Eastern Airlines' new type Constellation, tried and proven with 300 million passenger miles of dependability. Fly Eastern Airlines.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight's story, The Adventure of the Wooden Claw. Well, here we are again, sitting in front of Dr. Watson's hearth. The coals have burned low, and over the rosy glow we face our favorite medico and storyteller. What's tonight's adventure to be, Dr. Watson?
Suppose I tell the one, Mr. Stark, in which Holmes suggested I present myself as the next victim of the individual called the cat.
Victim of a cat?
Yes, Mr. Stark. The cat was an unpleasant person who went about bashing in the skulls of bank messengers in Boston Yard, which, as you know, gives on to Hogarth Lane, of course.
Oh, naturally.
Yes. A ruthless and cunning criminal, that cat, sometimes called Peggy.
Aha, so it wasn't a tomcat.
There you go, Mr. Stark, jumping to conclusions. Just for that, I shan't tell you any more of the story until you say a word on behalf of our sponsor.
Fair enough, Dr. Watson. Clippercraft welcomes comparison. Compare the style, compare the tailoring, compare the all-round quality of Clippercraft with any clothes anywhere near their modest prices. That's why today's demand for Clippercraft's amazing value is so great. Now, Dr. Watson, will you go on with your story?
With pleasure, Mr. Stark, with pleasure. It was late one Saturday evening in May. Holmes, who had been promising to get at it all day, was finally sorting out certain odds and ends of notes and papers. He sat at his desk, the lamplight shining up into his eyes, looking rather like some gigantic bird of prey. I lay on the couch enjoying my faithful briar.
Watson, you'd better put out your pipe if you're going to drop off to sleep.
Oh, well, I wasn't sleeping. I was thinking. I always think better with my eyes closed.
And when you're snoring, I suppose.
I wasn't snoring?
Perhaps not, but you were getting ready to.
Nothing of the sort. Some people can't endure seeing anyone else relaxed and at ease while they have a job of work to do. May I point out, my dear Holmes, that if you had got at your labours at a decent hour, as I did, you
wouldn't... For
be...
sake, Watson, stop being so confounded smug. Hello, what's that?
Well, the doorbell, of course. Oh, don't look so hopeful, Holmes. I don't imagine it's anything that will interrupt your labours. Probably a call for Mrs. Hudson or the greengrocer to leave his weekly bill.
It's not the greengrocer, Watson. He rings once and slips the bill under the door. No, that is someone for us. Ha-ha! Whatever brought him here is sufficiently urgent to necessitate my postponing sorting these papers, thank heaven. Come in, come in.
Mr. Holmes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Holmes, it's Mr. Merriweather. You remember Mr. Merriweather, the chairman of the City and Suburban Bank around the corner from Saxe-Coburg Square?
But the trouble isn't there, but in the suburban branch this time, Dr. Watson. The Chiswick branch, to be exact.
Chiswick? It was originally pronounced Chiswick, Watson, and it's still so spelled. It means cheese farm, I believe. However, I don't imagine Mr. Merriweather has dropped in to discuss the most frequently mispronounced of all means of communication, the English language.
Good Lord, no. Mr. Holmes, something must be done to protect my bank messengers. I've had 6 in hospital with concussion of the brain. 1 a week for the last half dozen weeks. It's always on Saturday night it happens.
Dear, dear, I was under the impression that Chiswick was a quiet, respectable suburb that rarely indulged in that sort of a Saturday night.
No, but it doesn't. At least it never has, up to 6 weeks ago. And now, every Saturday night regularly, one of my bank messengers has been attacked and robbed. Robbed of a considerable sum of money.
Oh, now we come to the crux of the matter. What exactly were your bank messengers doing with large sums of money on Saturday night?
Well, carrying it from the Elephant and Castle, the famous old alehouse in Boston Yard, to the bank to be deposited.
Isn't that a rather unusual procedure?
It is, Mr. Holmes, it is indeed. But that's how we persuaded old Mr. Jeremy, the proprietor of the Elephant and Castle, to bring us his account. You see, the Elephant and Castle does its best business on Saturday night.
Not unusually, Holmes.
Watson, quiet, please.
Old Mr. Jeremy is somewhat fidgety about having that much money lying around the place till the bank's open on Monday morning. He's been robbed twice, and it's made him rather nervous.
Can't say I blame him.
So we arranged to have a bonded bank messenger sent over every Saturday night after closing hours to gather up the money so old Jeremy could sleep in peace. Now, I wish we never made the offer. Once the bank messenger has signed the receipt for the money, the bank is liable for any loss, down to the last penny.
By Jove, then you have had an expensive 6 weeks.
Expensive? So far it's cost us close to £3,000.
Tell me, Mr. Merriweather, when did the first of these robberies occur?
It was 7 weeks ago tonight. It was shortly after closing hours when the policeman on the beat heard a yelling and a shouting as he came down Hogarth Lane. The spring mist was rising off the river, and at first he could see nothing.
Help! For the love of heaven, help!
Hello, what's up?
Help! Help! Somebody help!
Somebody calling, but I can't see a blessed soul.
Hello, what's the trouble and where are you?
In here, through the archway, in Boston Yard.
And who are you? And what's the difficulty?
I'm Paddy Donovan, caretaker of Hogarth's house. There's a man lying on the stones, in bad need of help, I'm thinking.
It's black as the inside of my pocket in here. What's happened to the light of the Elephant and Castle?
Sure, it's been put out this half hour. The Elephant is a law-abiding house. You'll never see old Jeremy serve a man a drink after hours.
Unless he's paid double for it. Now, don't try to whitewash Jeremy. I know the old scallywag.
Here. Bring your lantern over here. You'd best see what can be done for this poor chap. He's in a bad way, I'm thinking.
Let's have a look at him.
Glory be to God. It's a bank messenger from the City and Suburban. A robbery, that's what it is, I'll warrant.
When did it happen?
I couldn't rightly say, officer. All I know is I was locking up the front door of Hogarth's house previous to going to bed, when suddenly I heard a scuffle here in the yard.
and a man called out like he was in mortal agony.
You ran in here at once?
Just so fast as ever me wooden leg would carry me. I'm not so spry as I once was, you know. But I was in time to see a great shadow of a man, dressed all in black, with a mask over his face. He was leaning over this poor fella here. When I came into the yard through the archway, I says to myself, aha, I've got you trapped, me bucko.
Of course. The archway is the only entrance to the yard. Or exit, either. Except you go through into the Elephant and Castle.
Which I've been after telling you has been closed this half hour since.
That's as maybe. Well, at any rate, the man shoved past you and out the archway, eh?
That he did not. I may not be so spry in my feet, but my fist is as good as ever. No man alive can come into a Paddy Donovan if he ventures within arm's reach.
Oh. So he went in the Elephant and Castle?
He did not.
Then I suppose you'll be telling me he disappeared into thin air.
He did something stranger than that, me lad. He skinned up the wall and over it like a cat.
What? Well, that's impossible. That there wall is 12 feet high, and there's nothing for a foothold anywhere.
Possible or not, that's what happened. Up he went and over, like a cat. A great black cat. Give me the creeps it did.
Yeah. Look here. This bloke's bleeding.
Wait, it's the back of his head, I'm thinking. There's blood oozing out in the pavement from behind his ear.
Yeah. Help me turn him over. We'll have a look at the injury.
Lord love us. Will you look at that? A nasty blow it must have been.
Cool. But it's more than just an ordinary blow. Blimey, look here. Great bloody gashes running right down into his neck. Like he'd been hit with a rake.
Or clawed by a giant cat.
I saw those wounds, Mr. Holmes. I promise you, that's what they look like. The claw marks of a gigantic cat.
A cat man, eh? Who scales 12-foot walls and whose blow leaves deep gashes. Interesting, Mr. Merriweather. Interesting and just a bit incredible.
Well, there is no such creature, Mr. Holmes. There can't be.
Oh, I don't know. I saw one once. It was in that French music hall. Remember, Holmes? The chap went up a smooth, tiled wall nearly 16 feet high. I believe he had some sort of suction device attached to his hands and feet.
Oh, that could account for it, I suppose.
It might account for the fellow's disappearance over the wall, but not for the gashes and other significant phenomena. That is what interests me, Watson, those gashes. This man with a wooden leg, Donovan, I believe you said his name was. Is he a reliable witness, Mr. Merriweather?
Why, yes, at least I suppose so. He's been caretaker at Hogarth House for over 15 years. Hogarth House is where they have the famous collection of Hogarth drawings and the like. It's open to the public daily, except Sundays, for a small fee. I'm afraid Donovan isn't kept over busy with visitors. He spends much of his time at the Elephant and Castle.
That's it. He was drunk. Instead of seeing a pink elephant, he saw a man-sized black cat.
Who was substantial enough to claw and rob a bank messenger.
Oh, well, if you're going to be technical.
Tell me, Mr. Merriweather, were this fellow with a wooden leg and mine host of the Elephant and Castle on good terms?
Donovan and Jeremy have been cronies for years, Mr. Holmes.
So then anything unusual that goes on at the Elephant and Castle would be known to both?
Undoubtedly. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if, between them, they'd cooked up a neat little scheme to do the bank out of a tidy sum of money.
Of course, Holmes, I see it all.
Incredible.
Old Jeremy follows the messenger to me who has just handed the day's profits out into the courtyard, bludgeons him, and retires quickly with the money into his own premises. Then along hobbles Mr. Donovan with a cock and bull story about seeing an incredible cat-like creature. Jeremy recovers his day's earnings and is reimbursed by the bank as well.
Whereupon he has to split the swag with Mr. Donovan and is consequently no better off than if he'd saved himself the trouble.
I see your point, Mr. Holmes. But there are people, you know, who enjoy making a crooked sixpence more than a straight shilling. Oh, but good heavens, it's after 11. And I promised Jeremy I would be at the Elephant and Castle by closing time.
You mean you're undertaking the job of bank messenger yourself tonight, Mr. Merriweather?
Right. Well, I'm not a particularly brave man, but I don't feel I have the right to ask an employee to take a risk I wouldn't wish to assume myself.
Bravo.
On the other hand, I'm not completely foolhardy. I think the danger would be considerably minimized if I were assisted by Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
What do you say, Watson? Would you consider a possible encounter with a cat man who robs bank messengers a sufficient excuse for postponing tidying up my papers?
What do you think, Holmes? I'll go and fetch my service revolver.
Thank heavens there's a moon tonight and no fog. Here we are, gentlemen. Hogarth Lane takes its name, of course, from William Hogarth, whose country residence was here situated from 1749
Who goes there?
Good heavens, who? I mean, what was...
Calm yourself, Watson. It's merely a police officer on duty, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, they station an officer at either end of the lane every Saturday night now.
They've never caught anyone or prevented the numerous repetitions of the first crime.
Not so far.
Well, tonight will be different, because Scotland Yard has personally taken over.
Well, if it isn't Inspector Lestrade, my favorite watchdog of the public safety.
And what do you think you're doing here, Holmes?
Endeavoring to stop the robbings and bludgeonings, which the official minions of the law and order don't seem to be able to terminate.
Well, you'll not go one step nearer the scene of this crime. No one's allowed in Boston Yard tonight without a permit.
Which I have duly obtained for myself and bodyguard. Here it is.
And you in thunder, are you?
Oh, allow me to introduce you, Lestrade. This is Mr. Merriweather, whose bank has suffered a considerable loss for 6 successive weeks. The inefficiency of the police.
You go to blazes.
With pleasure. I'm sorry to have to rush off, Lestrade, but I'm afraid you're making Mr. Merriweather late for his appointment at the Elephant and Castle. Come along, Watson.
Not a very well lighted thoroughfare, eh, Holmes?
Well enough. I doubt that anything will escape my notice.
Conceit? Pure conceit?
Tell me, Mr. Merriweather, in the case of the succeeding Saturday night bank robberies, was the pattern of the crime similar to the first?
Almost identical, Mr. Holmes. Except that policemen have been stationed at either end of this section of Hogarth Lane to make sure that no one could leave or enter without being seen. Well, the police are as skeptical as you about a catman, Mr. Holmes.
And yet, each week, a messenger has been clawed on the back of the head and robbed without uttering a sound or putting up a struggle.
Oh, not without uttering a sound, Mr. Holmes. Each time the victim has cried out. But by the time that Donovan has reached the spot, the culprit was vanishing over the wall.
Then, in each case, Donovan was the first to reach the victim.
Why, yes, that's right.
Interesting.
Oh, but that's only natural. Donovan is in the habit of smoking his last pipe on the steps of Hogarth House, where he is the caretaker. You see, over there, Hogarth House is almost directly opposite the entrance to Boston Yard. And consequently, after the cry was heard, he was able to reach the scene of the crime ahead of the police, who had to run some distance.
Oh, sounds reasonable enough, eh, Holmes? Oh, yes, that must be the old boy up ahead there. Sitting on the steps with one leg stuck out before him. Yes, he's noticed us. He's getting up.
No. He's walking away in the other direction.
Ah! Great Scott, what was that?
A prelude to tonight's crime, confound it.
But that's impossible. Mr. Merriweather is here with us.
Don't argue, Watson. Run.
There goes Donovan through the gate into the yard. I say he's spry for a chap with only one good leg.
Because he doesn't waste his breath as you do, Watson. Here's the entrance.
Donovan, what happened?
Oh, I warned him not to do it. I warned him, Mr. Merriweather, sir. But you were late, and he wanted to get the money to the bank.
Good Lord. It's Jeremy. Well, the blackguard has bashed old Jeremy.
But the money's safe. And up this time, they didn't get it. I was waiting. I'm done for, but the money's safe.
Mr. Jeremy, you know who hit you.
I suspected for some time. Now I know.
He's badly hurt, Holmes. He's going fast.
He can't, not before he tells us. Mr. Jeremy, who is the criminal?
It's Peggy.
Peggy?
Holmes, he's gone.
Jeremy, my poor old Jeremy.
But who in thunder is Peggy? Do you know, Donovan?
Well, how should I know? The cat, it must have been a woman all the time. A woman dressed in men's clothes.
A woman who could give a man a blow hard enough to kill him and then disappear over a 12-foot wall. You saw her do that, Donovan, before we came in the yard a minute after you got here?
Well, that is... No, maybe tonight I didn't see the killer. Maybe tonight I wouldn't know. I was that upset when I seen it was Jeremy.
Hello. What's up? What's wrong here?
Mr. Jeremy has been bludgeoned, Lestrade. He's dead.
Oh, he is, eh? Right under Mr. Sherlock Holmes's nose, eh?
Lestrade, whoever finished off old Jeremy is still here in this courtyard. He couldn't have scaled the wall this time. We'd have seen him.
But it wasn't a he, Holmes. Mr. Jeremy said his assailant's name was Peggy.
I don't care what his or her name was. If he or she is still here, I want him.
Or her?
You fellas, search the yard.
That's what we've been doing, Governor. And I think we found something interesting here behind the rain barrel.
What's that?
Well, it's a man lying like he was drunk. Somebody that was thrown out of the pub earlier in the evening, like as not.
And who resented it and vowed to get even with Jeremy. There's motive and opportunity as well. Arrest him and take him off to jail. And you, Donovan, help him carry the body back into the Elephant and Castle.
Yes, sir. This way, boys. Carry him easy and with respect. My poor Jeremy. My poor Jeremy.
Well, Holmes, you can't say Scotland Yard hasn't acted with dispatch and efficiency.
And with its usual utter lack of intelligence and concern for truth and justice.
If this man isn't guilty, I suppose you can tell us who is.
Quite. However, you wouldn't believe me. You see, I have no proof of my theory. It will take until next Saturday night to acquire that.
I feel dashed silly, Holmes. Dressed up in this bank messenger's outfit. Well, what's the point to it all?
Watson, we're dealing with a sly and devious criminal. The only way is to catch him red-handed. During your service in the Far East, I believe you've taken part in a tiger hunt.
Oh, what of it?
You know the procedure. The hunter tethers a kid or a lamb to a tree and then retires to a nearby blind to wait for the tiger to attack his prey. Only this time, it's not a tiger we're after. It's a cat named Peggy.
And I'm the goat.
Quite. Yes, I think you may start on your journey across Boston Yard, Watson. Pity it's raining tonight. Lowers the visibility. However, perhaps that's just as well, or the killer might recognize you. Well, I'll open the door, and out you go. You've got the earnings of the Elephant and Castle safe in your pouch?
Well, naturally, you put them there.
Well, good luck, Watson. Don't be too nervous. Remember, Lestrade is hidden behind the rain barrel.
A fine lot of comfort that is. Well, let's get it over with.
Now, chin up, old boy. And whatever you do, fall sideways when I call out.
Into a mud puddle, probably.
Don't argue. Do as I say. Your life may depend on it.
Good Lord. What a night. Teeming cats and dogs. Cats. Never cared much for cats. And this isn't going to improve my... What's that shadow slinking along the wall over there? Oh, confound this rain. I can't see a thing. What was that? Someone's coming this way. He's running through the gate. It's Donovan. Hey, Donovan, what's up? He's stopped. He's snatched up his wooden leg.
Watson, duck! Now then, Donovan, I'll take that wooden leg if you don't mind, one with which you've bludgeoned 7 people.
So it's you, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Something told me this was my unlucky night.
You can come out, Lestrade, and take the criminal in charge.
You needn't crow, Holmes. I saw the old thing. Well, got you red-handed this time, Donovan.
Yes, you've got the criminal and his weapon. Notice the spikes in the upper end of this wooden leg. No wonder the victims looked as if they'd been clawed by a giant cat.
Well, no use hanging about in this blasted rain. Come along, Donovan. You've slugged and robbed your last bank messenger.
And it reminds me, Watson, where are you?
Flat on the ground in a puddle, of course. Look at me. Nice mess. I say, Holmes, I'm still perplexed, you know.
Why?
Well, who was the man who screamed just now? Why did Jeremy say the cat's name was Peggy? And when did you first suspect Donovan was the criminal?
The answers to those questions can wait, Watson, until I get you safely home in a hot tub. That puddle has soaked you to the skin. And besides, this is Saturday night.
And now, back to Baker Street. We find Dr. Watson sitting firmly in the midst of an old-fashioned tin tub, to which Holmes is adding a tea kettle full of very hot water.
Oh, that's enough. Do you want to scald me?
Yes, you are beginning to look nicely parboiled. Yeah, I think you'll do.
Then, how about answering my questions?
Oh, very well. 1. The man who screamed was never the victim, Watson. It was old Donovan who was building himself an alibi. He screamed when he saw his victim cross the yard. Then he dashed in, took off his leg, and bashed him, while the police were running down the street in answer to his shouts for help. 2. Jeremy said the cat's name was Peggy, because that's what he called Donovan. Many a peg-legged man is nicknamed Peggy, you know. And lastly, I knew Donovan was the criminal when Mr. Merriweather told us how distinctly he described the cat man who crawled over the fence on the night of the first robbery.
But why was that suspicious?
Elementary, my dear Watson. It was a dark, foggy night. He couldn't have seen the criminal in detail. Remember, it wasn't until the policeman had turned his dark lantern on the victim that he could tell he was a bank messenger. Q-E-D.
I see. Well, it's all so remarkably simple once you explain.
It always is, Watson. It always is.
Well, don't just stand there puffing yourself up. You might get busy and scrub my back, you know.
Well, that was an interesting adventure, Dr. Watson. And what story are we to have next week?
Next week's story takes place in the Tower of London. It tells how Holmes and I rescued a damsel in distress and reformed a stony-hearted army officer and recovered a golden platter that should, by rights, have remained with the crown jewels. I call it the case of King Philip's golden salver.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Miser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lockwood.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. This week's story, The Adventure of the Veiled Lodger. Well, here we are again, about to enter Dr. Watson's familiar study, but wait, what's this? Boxes and suitcases and trunks.
Fishing rods and nets and reels piled up in the hallway.
Oh, don't let it upset you, Mr. Harris. It simply means Mrs. Watson and I are about to start off on our summer vacation. Personally, I'd just as soon stay comfortably at home. But you know how women are. Have to have an excuse to buy a lot of new summer clothes, and then you have to go off somewhere to show them off.
Oh, yes. Seems to me I've heard you'd bought quite a few new Clippercraft suits and sport jackets yourself, Dr. Watson.
Well, you wouldn't want me to embarrass the little woman, would you?
Oh, good grief, no. And there's one way of making sure the women of the family will be proud of you.
Of course, buy Clippercrafts.
All right, you are, Dr. Watson. And now, before you begin the story you promised us, the adventure of the Veiled Lodger...
Which has to do with a very horrible murder that interrupted a fishing trip Holmes and I were enjoying. It was brought to our attention by little Jojo, the clown who traveled with Rhonda's circus. It seems that Sahara King, the lion, had got loose.
Hey, hold on a minute, Dr. Watson. Before we meet these clowns and lions and circus murders, suppose I say a few words on behalf of the generous gentlemen who have footed the bill for this long and delightful series of Sherlock Holmes reminiscences.
That is a motion I second with pleasure, Mr. Harris.
Very well, then, Doctor. You can buy clothes for almost any price you wish to pay, but it's hard to believe you can buy such really magnificent suits for only $40 to $47.50. Tropicals for only $33.75 to $40, and sport jackets for only $26.50. We're speaking of Clippercraft clothes, of course. The only way you can prove this to yourself is by seeing Clippercraft for yourself, and by comparing them with suits selling for many dollars more. Clippercraft clothes are made according to a plan that makes these out-of-this-world values possible. In the Clippercraft plan, 1,036 of the nation's finest independent stores from coast to coast, stores you can trust, voluntarily concentrate their buying power to provide steady year-round operation, reduce manufacturing and distribution costs. Despite rising manufacturing costs, you make a real saving. See your Clippercraft dealer tomorrow. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, back to our final story.
Well, Mr. Harris, when I was packing my fishing paraphernalia this morning, it put me in mind of the horrible catastrophe that interrupted a certain trip Holmes and I were indulging in. Fishing was one of the few sports, you know, that Holmes enjoyed. Yes, the last character in that tragic episode died just last winter. The poor lady who lived in a lodging house in total seclusion, going out only at night, and then always heavily veiled. Yes, I have finally decided to tell the case of the double tragedy at Abbas Parva.
Abbas Parva. That's a curious name, Doctor. Was it in Italy?
No, Mr. Harris. Abbas Parva is a small village in Berkshire. Rhonda's circus had halted there for the night on its way to Wimbledon. They were simply camping and not exhibiting, as the place is so small it wouldn't have paid them to open.
Rhonda's circus. I don't believe I've heard of it, Doctor. Was it a big one?
Well, for those days, yes. Rhonda was at one time a household word in England and on the continent. I don't believe he ever went to the United States. He was the rival of Wombwell and of Sanger, perhaps the greatest showman of his day. There is evidence, however, that he took to drink, and that both he and his show were on the downgrade at the time of the great tragedy. Well, it was spring, and the trout season was on. Holmes and I had gone to Berkshire to a place we knew for a bit of fishing. Late one afternoon, we received a message from Rhonda's circus that it was encamped in the neighboring hamlet of Abbas Parva. It seems Jojo wanted to see us. It was a fine evening, so after supper, Holmes suggested we stroll over and have a chat with him. Jojo was an old friend of Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Holmes certainly had a great variety of acquaintances, Doctor. Everything from clowns to cabinet ministers.
Yes, quite. And I rather suspect he preferred the clowns. He always said they were more human. Well, we found Jojo behind the cook tent smoking his evening pipe. The peculiar, exhilarating smell that a circus carries with it hung heavy in the still air.
I know. It's made up of animals and peanuts and sawdust and canvas and pink lemonade.
That's as good a description as any, Mr. Harris. Well, everything looked peaceful enough, but there was an undercurrent of excitement about. Somewhere in the distance, a lion roared.
What's wrong with that lion, Jojo? He sounds uneasy.
Oh, you mean Sahara King?
Getting near his feeding time.
Sounds vicious, eh, Holmes?
That he is, sir. Vicious. Came near to mauling Jeannie when she went into his cage for last night's show.
Who is Jeannie?
Well, now, don't tell me you don't know Jeannie, Mr. Holmes. Well, Belle Eugenia, the greatest artist on a slack wire this country ever had, until she cut a ligament in her right leg one night last year when a drunken roustabout hadn't put up her equipment proper like. Yes, a fine girl, Jeannie. Born and brought up on the sawdust and doing springs through a hoop before she was 10. The prettiest youngster you ever did see. Hair like red gold and cheeks as pink as roses. Well, she's only 28 now, and an handsome woman still, but she's seen a bit of life, Mr. Holmes, and it's left its mark, I guess.
Oh? What happened?
Well, when she was going on 18, she married Rhonda.
You mean the man who owns this outfit?
Yeah, that's him. August H. Rhonda. And there ain't a wild animal in any of his cages can touch him for pure downright meanness and cruelty.
Well, didn't the young lady know that when she married him?
Oh, she knew it right enough. Ain't anyone in show business to know about Rhonda. She married him to save her dad from going to prison. You see, Rhonda got him for forging a check. Some say it was a put-up job. And I'm not saying it wasn't likely, seeing as Jeannie's father never learned to read or write. Howsoever, Rhonda seemed to think he had a case, so Jeannie married him to keep things hushed up. Yes, sir, that check was for £100, but I guess Jeannie has had £1 million worth of suffering since then. Rhonda kept getting worse and worse. First it was drink, then women. And then he took to beating her up.
The unmitigated blackguard.
Yes. I kind of figure he hated her because he knew he wasn't fit to clean her boots. Always figuring out new ways to torture her. And when she fell and cut her leg and couldn't walk the wire anymore, he said she had to do something to earn a living. He put her in the cages, doing an act with the big cats.
You mean the lions and tigers?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Well, Jeannie's always been afraid of them ever since she was a baby. Couldn't even stand the sight of a common, ordinary house cat. Some folks are like that, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, it's a not uncommon phobia.
Yes, sir. And so when Rhonda made Jeannie work with the big cats, it was pure torture to her. And maybe he didn't know that. Yes, sir. He even makes her feed them. Says it's because they'll feel more friendly toward her if she does. But between you and me, it's because they always roar so at feeding time, and that terrifies her. You see?
Present medieval gentleman. He should have lived at the time of the Spanish Inquisition. Look here, why didn't someone in the circus interfere? Go to the police.
Well, we don't dare for fear of losing our jobs. Well, besides, what could we prove?
Watson, the circus is a world of its own. And the people in it are born, brought up, and finally die under canvas. They travel here and there, never making any real contact with outside life. If one of the performers had stepped in to protect Mrs. Rhonda, he'd have lost his job and never been able to get into a circus again in all probability.
Yes, sir, that's right.
As I said, the circus is a world of its own. It has its own loves and hates, its own laws and standards. And Rhonda is its Tsar, its Caesar, its God. The circus performer, there is no life outside the circus. Take him away from the sawdust and the circus smells, its eternal wanderings, its audiences, its hardships. And he's as lost and out of place as you would be on Mars.
Yes, sir. And that's why no one's ever called in the police. First, because we don't dare, and second, because we don't like outsiders poking around our affairs. Ah, but you're different, Mr. Holmes. You understand us. Besides, you're not a regular blue nose.
Yes, that's what he's always saying, not one of the official police.
Yes, sir. And so that's why, Mr. Holmes, I thought maybe you'd kind of take a look around. Maybe you might be in time to prevent something.
What do you mean by something, Jojo?
Blessed if I know, Mr. Holmes, but something's going to happen. It ain't going to be pretty. I got a feeling, a kind of warning, and I ain't the only one. The rest of them, they got the wind up, too. We don't know exactly why.
Yes, I noticed that everything was unnaturally quiet as I came past the tents tonight. No singing and shouting, none of the usual couples walking around arm in arm. Everyone seems to be under cover.
Yeah, that's what they are, sir. Under cover. And listening. Waiting for something to happen. Some people say we circus folks are superstitious. You call it what you like. But we always knows when something's going to happen. The night before the big blowdown, outside of Dover, when 20 people was killed, There was a feeling like this all through the camp. The same way when Lillian Deland's trapeze snapped and she broke her neck. Even the animals seemed to feel it. I tell you, Mr. Holmes, something's going to happen. But we don't know what.
Perhaps you do. Subconsciously.
I'm afraid I didn't get that, Mr. Holmes. That's pretty big words, whatever it was.
Subconsciously. All I mean is this, Jojo. We are aware of a lot of things in the back of our minds that we don't actually think out. The back of our minds notices a lot of little things we don't even remember. And it adds all these little things together and reaches some rather surprising conclusions. Now and then, these conclusions amount to a knowledge of danger. And the subconscious mind tries to flash us a warning, and we feel uncomfortable, because we cannot go back into our unconscious minds and dig out the items that have gone to make up the total.
Well, if you can't, you can't, I guess.
But sometimes you can, if you have help. Now then, Jojo, you say you're worried, and Jeannie Rhonda is obviously uppermost in your mind.
Yes, sir, I don't feel right about Jeannie. Not since Sahara King tried to maul her last night. That's a fact.
I see. But she doesn't have to go into his cage again until you reach your next stand. Am I right?
Well, no. Well, that is, she's supposed to feed him tonight. But I heard her say to Rhonda this afternoon she wasn't going near the beast again, ever.
Defiance. Rather unusual after all these years, eh, Jojo?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. It's an hour past Sahara King's feeding time. He's getting worse every minute.
Jojo, what has happened lately to give Jeannie Rhonda the courage to defy her husband?
Well, sir, that is, I really don't know, by rights.
But you suspect something.
Well, that is, I really wouldn't like to say, you see. Well, I'm fond of Jeannie.
Someone has joined the circus lately. Someone who isn't afraid of Rhonda, but who is fond of Jeannie. Am I right?
Well, I wouldn't say he's really fond of her. Maybe it's just because if Rhonda dies, the circus belongs to his widow. And anyone can see that Rhonda's liable to have apoplexy any day if he don't give up drinking like a sponge. But, well, bless me. How did you guess, Mr. Holmes?
Nothing persuades a woman to defy one man as quickly as the knowledge that there's another man to back her up. And who is this chap who isn't afraid of Rhonda?
It's Leonardo, the new strong man. He's handsome, all right. Strong as an ox, but I don't trust him, Mr. Holmes. He don't look you straight in the eye. Oh, I'm not blaming Jeannie. I guess compared to old Rhonda, he looked like the angel Gabriel, and besides, he's the first man that ever did show her any attention. She's been pretty lonely sometimes.
Do you think Rhonda suspects this attachment?
That I don't know, Mr. Holmes. I wish to heaven I did. Seems he came home unexpected last night. As a rule, he sits drinking in some pub or other until closing time, but last night he came home early, and Jeannie wasn't in their wagon. He liked to tore up the place. But whether he found out something, I couldn't say.
I wish someone would feed that beast so he'd stop that caterwauling. It gives me goose flesh all up and down my spine.
And well it may. If he ain't fed soon, it won't be safe for anyone to go in his cage.
Yes. Come along, Watson. I think the sooner we reach it, the better.
Oh, you mean you're going to interview that lion?
What do you think it is, Mr. Holmes? What's going to happen?
I'm not certain, Jojo. But doesn't it strike you as curious that if Rhonda isn't going to force his wife to feed the beast, he hasn't sent someone else to do it?
You think he's just letting her put it off until the beast's in a filthy, dangerous rage?
In a killing rage, perhaps.
By Jiminy. That'd be just like him. To make her go in there, and not a chance of it.
Exactly. And no one could ever prove he meant to kill her.
Oh, we must be almost there. That beast sounds unpleasantly close.
Just around this tent, sir.
Holmes, why are you cocking a revolver? You don't actually think...
Listen, someone on the other side of the tent talking.
Oh, yes, you will. Think you can defy me, my girl? I'll show you.
But I'm afraid. Oh, Augustus, please, just this once.
It's them, Rhonda and Jeannie.
Open that cage and get in there. I'll flog the skin off your back. I'll show you who's your master. Thought I didn't know you were sneaking out nights. Unlock that cage!
Oh, hurry, we must stop her. She can't go in there.
Help! Help! Sahara's loose! Help! Help!
There they are. Sahara's out of the cage.
Got her down. In her face. Stand back, Watson. I'm going to shoot.
You got him. You got him. Jeannie. Are you hurt? Her face. Oh, it's torn to pieces. She's covered with blood. Oh, Jeannie.
Easy there, Jojo. Easy. Watson, is she dying?
No, I think we can save her, but she'll be horribly disfigured.
And this man over here, I take it this is Rhonda.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Sahara must have got him, too.
He's gone, I'm afraid. Back of the skull completely crushed. Good Lord, that animal must have had a paw like a sledgehammer. Look how the claws tore the scalp.
I wonder.
Well, I must say I don't see anything to wonder about, Holmes. The lion escaped from the cage and went for both of them.
Yes, but why not the other man as well?
What other man?
The one who screamed and ran away.
Oh, coward. He could have saved me. Coward.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes are thinking not only of the suit you'll buy tomorrow, but of the suit you'll buy next year and in the years to come. That's why you can always depend on the Clippercraft label. Why Clippercraft makes a business of bringing you one of the greatest values in America. Behind that smart-looking Clippercraft suit is the amazing Clippercraft plan, responsible for Clippercraft's unique values. You get the benefit of tremendous savings through the Clippercraft plan, whereby 1,036 of the nation's finest independent local stores from coast to coast voluntarily concentrate their buying power. Because of this plan, your fine new Clippercraft suit costs only $40 to $47.50, your tropical only $33.75 to $40, and your sport jacket only $26.50. For selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. Be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now back to Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. We find Holmes smoking his pipe deep in contemplation as he waits for Dr. Watson to finish caring for Mrs. Rhonda. The night is black and breathless. Even the animals are hushed. A heavy-footed figure approaches.
Well, Watson?
She'll live, but she won't enjoy it, I'm afraid.
Horribly disfigured, eh?
Look here, Holmes, it's getting late. Let's be getting on home. There's nothing more we can do here. After all, you can't arrest a lion for murder, you know.
If it was a lion, Watson.
Oh, what do you mean, if it was a lion? We saw him, didn't we, tearing at that poor woman's face.
I'm not thinking about the woman, Watson, but her husband. He was lying fully 10 paces from the cage. I doubt if the lion ever got that far.
Oh, rubbish, Holmes. You're trying to build bricks without straw. This isn't a case for the police.
Perhaps not. It may very well be a case for Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, that's conceit, pure and simple. Come along, Holmes. I'm nearly dead for sleep.
So you don't think it's a case, Watson?
No, I don't.
Then would you mind telling me what, to your way of thinking, did happen?
Well, it's all rather obvious. Jeannie Rhonda opened the cage, the enraged lion jumped past her, killed her husband with a blow, and then returned to finish her off.
It was the back of Rhonda's skull that was crushed, remember?
Well, naturally, he turned and ran when he saw the beast coming for him.
And the man's voice, the man we heard shouting for help?
Oh, Holmes, don't be pig-headed. Of course Rhonda called for help when he saw the lion was out of control.
You mean to tell me a man can still cry out with the back of his head battered in?
Well, no, that is...
And we could still hear his voice after his wife's cries had been stilled?
Well, of course...
Furthermore, Rhonda's body was lying with the head pointing towards the cage, not away from it, as would have been the case if he'd been running away and attacked from the rear. No, Watson, Rhonda was facing the cage when he was struck down. Struck down by the man who called for help but ran away when the lion, infuriated by a smell of human blood, turned on Mrs. Rhonda.
Yes, but...
That's why she kept saying, coward, he could have saved me. That man could have driven off the lion with a weapon used to kill Rhonda if he hadn't lost his nerve.
Yes, but look here, Holmes. Rhonda was killed by the lion. He must have been. The marks of his claws were left on the skull. You saw that yourself.
Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes.
Oh, there you are, Jojo. What does she say? Did she see who killed her husband?
She won't talk, Mr. Holmes. I can't get a word out of her. But I think she knows right enough. Oh, it's terrible. She just lies there, moaning and crying for Leonardo.
And where is that gentleman?
I tried to find him for her, but they tell me he went off to town soon after supper. What? Yeah, there he is now. Coming up the road from Abbess Parva. Yeah, I must run and tell him what's happened. Jeannie wants to see him. He's the only one who can comfort her.
Oh, that should be an interesting interview, Watson. Suppose he wandered over to Mrs. Ronda's wagon. I believe it has a convenient window.
You mean you're going to eavesdrop?
That is my intention.
Holmes, have you no moral scruples?
None whatever, my dear Watson. None whatever. Here, Watson. Get down behind these bushes, out of the light of that window.
Yes, but I shan't be able to see anything.
Have you no moral scruples, Watson? Oh. We don't have to see. All we have to do is hear. Quiet. Here come Leonardo and Jojo.
Hello, Jeannie.
Leo, why did you do it? You promised
Shut
me.
up, will you? Jojo's here.
Oh, I didn't know. I can't see with these bandages.
Yeah. Just told me what happened. Met me on the road coming back from Abbess Parva. I'm sorry, Jeannie. You got pretty badly mauled.
Yes, but that doesn't matter. Oh, Leo, we won't have to run away now. Rhonda, he's gone. We can get married, decent-like.
Married? What makes you think I'm going to marry you?
But, Leo, you promised.
You think I want to be tied up for life to a woman with only half a face left? You might as well expect me to marry one of the freaks.
Leo. Leo, don't laugh. It's your fault that Sahara mauled me. You could have driven him off with the club you used to...
Shut up, you fool. Shut up.
Don't you do it. Don't you touch her, Leo. I'll warn you.
Well, listen to who's talking. Jojo, get out of here before I cripple you so you can't walk. Now, get out, do you hear?
Leo, don't hurt him. Jojo, please go. You can't do any good. We get on better if we're alone. Please, Jojo.
All right, Jeannie. But just you let me know if you don't treat her right.
Go on, get out before I kick you
I'm going.
You ought to see him run.
Nasty brute. I'd like to...
Quiet, Watson. Quiet.
Leo, you didn't mean what you just said.
Oh, didn't I? I'm pulling out of here tomorrow.
But Leo, the circus, it's mine now. You can have it if we're married. You've always wanted to run a circus.
No, sir. I'm sensitive, I am. I never could stand looking at an ugly woman. Why, I'd as soon as marry a gargoyle as a woman without a face.
But Leo, I can wear a mask.
No, it's no good. I'm clearing out of here tomorrow.
No, you're not.
Well, who's going to stop me?
I will. I'll go to the police. I'll tell them that you killed Rhonda. They'll arrest you.
And what about you? Your hands aren't any too clean, remember?
But I didn't kill him. I didn't know you were going to. All I wanted you to do was keep him from sending me into that cage.
And who's going to believe that? We're in this together. You can't hand me over without putting a rope around your own neck.
But I didn't do it. I didn't. I never wanted him killed. You can't do that.
Shut up, you hysterical.
You can't leave me like this, Leo.
Now let go of me and stop screaming. You want everybody in camp to hear?
I can't. I don't care. I won't let you go.
That's good, that is. Won't let me go. How are you going to stop me? And another thing. I never did love you.
Oh.
Now, do you get that? Never. All the time I was out to the circus. But now I don't want it. Not if I've got to have you along with it.
I'll kill you, Leo. I'll kill you for this.
Go ahead. You haven't got the nerve. Well, I'm going.
Leo. Leo. Oh.
Holmes, you're not going to let him go like that. He's guilty.
Cut him.
Holmes, she shot him.
Quick, Watson. We've got to see him. Perhaps he's not dead yet.
I wish we'd stayed home tonight.
Here he is, Watson. Help me turn him over.
Righto.
Yes, he's dead right enough. Hit between the eyes. Nice shot.
So, she did have the nerve after all.
No, Watson. Jeannie Ronda did not shoot Leonardo.
But Holmes, look
She
here.
couldn't. Her eyes were bandaged. Come along, Watson. We're going home. I think I could use a bit of sleep myself.
But I say, Holmes, look here. Aren't you going to stay around and find out who shot him?
I don't think I want to know, Watson. We solved the first murder. That's enough for one evening. Besides, did I ever tell you that Jojo's father was famous for his tricks with a rifle? Yes, I believe his sons weren't half bad either.
But, Dr. Watson, didn't the police ever discover who killed Leonardo?
No, Mr. Harris, they didn't. His body was discovered on the road to Abbas Harbor. I dare say some of the circus people suspected the culprit, but circus people are notoriously close-mouthed.
Well, Doctor, there's one more point I don't quite understand. How did the marks of the lion's claws happen to be found on Ronder's skull if Leonardo killed him?
Well, it was really rather simple, Mr. Harris. Holmes eventually found a club with 5 spikes in it at the bottom of the scum-covered pool in the neighborhood. I don't believe he ever mentioned the fact to anyone, however.
Well, that was certainly a very powerful story, Dr. Watson. In fact, Doctor, I'd say it was one of the best stories you've ever told.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I like to finish on a high point, don't you know?
But you're not going to go away and leave us for good, are you?
You really want me to come back in the fall?
You know we do, Dr. Watson. Why, the week would be kind of empty without a Sherlock Holmes adventure to look forward to.
Well, in that case, I think it could be arranged. All I wanted was a little coaxing, you know.
Well, then consider yourself coaxed, Dr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. And a most heartfelt thank you to all our radio friends who have so patiently listened to the reminiscences of a venerable medico who was fortunate enough to become the biographer of Sherlock Holmes. And last, but by no means least, thanks to our generous sponsors who have made these half hours possible.
You know, Dr. Watson, I sometimes suspect they are Sherlock Holmes fans, too.
I hope so, Mr. Harris. I certainly hope so. And now a pleasant vacation to you and all our friends.
The same to you, Dr. Watson, and have fun in your new Clippercraft wardrobe. The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. John Stanley, known best to you as Sherlock Holmes, has turned author. Be sure to read his article, Powder Smoke, at 221B Baker Street, in the current issue of Black Mask magazine, now on your newsstand. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Well, cheerio, Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson, and members of the Clippercraft radio audience until the fall. Best wishes for a most pleasant summer from the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast. Remember, we'll be on the air again next fall, when Clippercraft will again bring you the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Following station identification, you'll hear Melvin Elliott reporting the latest headlines.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Hangman and the Book.
It's rather chilly out here in the park, eh, Holmes? Good thing the gendarmes brought along torches. It's terribly dark.
This way, Watson. Follow the inspector.
There, Monsieur Holmes. Just before you. In the torchlight.
Aha. The dead body, hung from the limb of the tree and dancing grotesquely in the wind.
Not every man has the broad shoulders and slim, tapering waist of an athlete, but it's a fact that men who wear Clippercraft suits look like they do. That's the result of careful Clippercraft styling,
of design that emphasizes good points and minimizes bad ones. You don't ordinarily find such styling in $45 suits, but a Clippercraft worsted suit at only $45 gives you styling plus expert workmanship and fine quality materials. It's the same with Clippercraft top coats at from $40 to $47.50. Clippercraft clothes actually look like they cost much more, and they would, except for the fact that over 1,200 established independent local merchants pool their tremendous buying power to get them for you at such low prices. Compare Clippercraft clothes yourself. Put on a Clippercraft suit and a Clippercraft topcoat and see how good you feel. Your friends will all say, gee, but you're looking swell. And you will be. Now, Dr. Watson, we await our rendezvous with the adventure of the hangman and the book.
It was at the turn of the century, Mr. Harris. The enormous pressure of work upon Holmes had become too much for him. He suggested we steal away to Paris for a week of relaxation. Holmes and I were in Paris at our hotel when this criminal began his operations. It was at the Bon Temps bookstore, a world-famous Parisian shop noted for its collection of rare works. In the cellar beneath the shop was a thin, drawn, nervous young chap, Albert the clerk. He was poking about the bookshelves with a candle in his hand. Then suddenly, he heard footsteps. He looked up, terribly frightened.
Who is it? Who's going down?
I am, Albert.
Oh, Monsieur Bontemps.
Didn't I forbid you to come into the cellar?
Yes, you did. I had to know the secret. I had to know what you kept down here.
I ought to thrash you, snooping about when I forbade it. I told you I did not want anyone in this cellar. I won't allow my own wife. I won't allow Alice down here. Let alone a miserable, sniveling clerk. How long have you been here?
Just a few minutes.
Long enough to look about, eh? To see what I keep here.
No, I'm terribly sorry. My curiosity got the best of me. I'll never do it again. You won't punish me, Monsieur Bontemps?
We shall see what I'll do about you, Albert. We shall see.
Is the shop closed, Marcel?
Yes, Alice, darling. Going out again for the evening?
I am.
You have left me here alone every night this week.
Oh, don't be tiresome. You know I'm bored to distraction when I'm home with you.
Then I'll go out with you. I'll take you wherever you wish.
Marcel, we've gone over this so many times. Help me find my jade earrings like a dear, won't you?
You're staying home tonight, Alice.
Oh, stop pawing me. Let me alone.
I am so loathsome to you.
Yes, you know you are. You never did attract me, you know that. I've told you before I married you for prestige and financial purposes. You accepted that. Now you insist upon being as romantic as a schoolboy.
Stop it. I don't want to hear that. I can't stand that.
You insist upon forgetting that you are more than 20 years older than I am, Marcel. You refuse to face that. You're old and withered and repulsive.
Albert, my clerk, is more appealing to you, isn't he?
Oh, nonsense. Where did you get that notion?
Don't lie to me. I've seen you together. After you thought I left the store, I saw you take him upstairs to the apartment.
Just to chat.
Oh, really?
Get out of my way, Marcel. I'm late. Go downstairs, to the cellar. To whatever fantastic secret down there intrigues you so.
If you go out again tonight, Alice, I'll put an end to it. I won't be disgraced and thrown aside this way. I have some pride, although you've used every device on earth to destroy it.
Let's not quarrel, dearest. Here's a kiss for you. Now, help me find my earrings, won't you?
All right, Alice. Anything you say.
Alice, wait.
Yes, Albert.
I ran after you to ask if I'll see you tonight, Alice. I waited for you at the cafe last night, but you never came.
I shan't see you anymore, Albert. Except at the shop, of course. On business.
You what?
Marcel knows about us. We must stop.
But you can't just dismiss it.
Oh, yes, I can.
I risked my job because of you. I risked Marcel dragging me to court, possibly putting a knife into me.
We've had some rather pleasant times together, Albert. Now suppose we forget them. You're capable of that.
Oh. You're going out with another man, aren't you?
That does not concern you. Let go of my cape. Go back to the store. Marcel will be upset.
Do you think you'll ever come to the end of it, Alice? Do you think you can go on forever like this?
Albert, call me a carriage like an angel.
You wouldn't be very attractive to other men, Alice, lying in the morgue with your neck broken.
Oh, Albert, that's impetuous. That's very, very foolish. Go on, sweet. Call me a carriage. Who is there? I saw you behind that tree. I know you've been following me through this park. If you don't stop, I shall call a gendarme. I said I know you are behind that tree. I can see your silhouette. Oh. So you will show me who you are. I might have known it would be you. What are you doing with that rope? You've made a hangman's noose of it. Let go of it. My throat. God, please.
We of the Sûreté, the French police, we are delighted to have you with us in Paris, Monsieur Holmes.
Thank you, Inspector.
Your accommodations here at the hotel are satisfactory?
Quite.
We're very comfortable, Inspector. Enjoying our visit immensely.
Superb, Dr. Watson. I am happy you have relaxed, Monsieur Holmes, because, 1,000 apologies, the relaxation is over.
Precisely what do you mean, Inspector?
Just a few moments ago, a gendarme discovered the body of a woman hanging in the Tuileries. She had been hung to a tree by a rope.
Routine police matter.
Ordinarily, Monsieur Holmes, yes. However, the case is most extraordinary. The woman was the wife of Marcel Beautin, the distinguished owner of the Beautin bookshop.
Really? I know Marcel. Remarkable shop, one of the best. Marcel and I correspond frequently.
Monsieur Holmes, the journalist will create a great crisis over the death of Madame Beautin. I must find the killer immediately. I need your help, monsieur.
Have you questioned Marcel, her husband?
Well, as best we could. He is grief-stricken.
Where's the body?
Well, I have closed the Tuileries, Dr. Watson. I have ordered that the body be left, hanging from the limb, exactly as it was found. It awaits your arrival, Monsieur Holmes.
Very wise, Inspector.
Oh, then you will help us move toward the solution?
I will arrive at the solution, my dear Inspector. Watson, a cab to the Tuileries.
It's rather chilly out here in the park, eh, Holmes? Glad the gendarmes brought torches, too. It's terribly dark.
This way, Monsieur Holmes. You may see the guard we have stationed about that huge tree. Yes. And there, in the torchlight...
Aha. Swaying from the limb of the tree, the body of Alice Bonton.
Horrifying sight.
Let's have a closer look, shall we? Inspector, has Marcel, this dead woman's husband, any notion as to how this occurred?
Oh, he is too ill. He is prostrate. It will be a few days before we can question him thoroughly.
Uh-huh.
What is it, Holmes? What do you see?
I see, my dear Watson, that I must pay a visit to Monsieur Charles Guillaume, the eminent French publisher.
Yes, what on earth does he have to do with this grisly crime?
More than he would imagine. In the obscure records of that publisher, there's a forgotten entry which contains a clue as to who is responsible for this homicide. That entry speaks the name of the criminal just as if this dead body before us were whispering it too. Whispering the killer's name as it executes a macabre dance in the moonlight.
It's pleasant to shop in your local Clippercraft store, wherever you live, because your Clippercraft merchant is an established, substantial hometown businessman who is anxious to win and keep your friendship. To please you and give you more value for your money, he has joined with over 1,200 outstanding merchants in a vast pool of buying power to make Clippercraft values possible. Clippercraft genuine worsted suits for $45 and Clippercraft topcoats for $40 to $47.50 would not otherwise be possible. For Clippercraft quality is the traditional quality of New England, the same careful craftsmanship that built the famous Yankee Clippers, from which Clippercraft clothes take their name. You can trust Clippercraft clothes, and you can trust the men who sell them. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes bearing the Clippercraft label. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits and topcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now, Dr. Watson, shall we return to the adventure of the hangman and the book?
Well, Mr. Harris, after Holmes examined the body of Elise Bontemps in the Tuileries, he noticed a small detail he would not disclose. Next morning, he dashed to the offices of Monsieur Guillaume, the publisher. He returned with a Cheshire cat's grin that indicated he was close to his prey. Then some time later, we visited Monsieur Bontemps at his bookshop. The shop was dismal, dilapidated, funereal. Indeed, a frightening place. Monsieur Bontemps came toward us.
Monsieur Holmes, I am honored.
I hardly expected to see you on this trip, Marcel. You know Dr. Watson?
You have mentioned him to me frequently. Delighted.
How do you know?
You have heard of my tragedy?
Yes, Marcel. Could you recount what occurred the evening of your wife's demise?
She left me here to visit someone. She seemed untroubled, so I allowed her to leave and did not escort her to where she was going. Evidently, on her way home late that night, she chose to walk through the park, the Tuileries, alone. I would say she was attacked by a night prowler. She resisted him. He did away with her. I was awakened by a gendarme who brought the terrible news. You have a theory, perhaps, Monsieur Holmes?
Perhaps. I see you still have a magnificent collection of books.
Oui, certainement.
Is this your entire stock here in the shop?
Yes. Our apartment is upstairs. Our books here.
And below the shop?
The cellar is locked, Monsieur Holmes. We have not been to the cellar in many years.
Anyone work for you here, Monsieur Bontemps?
I employ a clerk, Albert.
Where is he?
That is a problem. He did not report for work these past 2 days.
Were your relations with Albert on a pleasant basis?
Not entirely.
How long has he been in your employ, sir?
Oh, approximately a month.
What trouble have you had?
I do not like to place the young boy in a bad light, but I have reason to believe he was more than fond of my wife, Alice.
I see. A chat with Albert, then, might be very enlightening.
Please, Monsieur Holmes, I am not accusing the poor clerk.
You have his address?
27 Rue Cerise. Albert Joliot.
Come, Watson.
To talk with the boy?
Yes. Perhaps this romantic young clerk, in his leisure moments, is a hangman.
Well, Holmes, what's our next step? His landlady said the clerk Albert hasn't been home for a few days.
We shall return to the Bontemps bookshop, Watson.
Yes, we've been there.
Oh, we shall return much later this evening. Midnight, I should say. When the owner has left, we shall again visit the mysterious bookshop.
But, Holmes, you looked at it.
There is one spot we did not see. By far the most interesting, too.
What spot is that?
When I inquired about it, Bontemps turned white. He trembled.
What spot, Holmes?
The cellar, Watson. We shall pay a midnight visit to the cellar.
There's the door to Bontemps' cellar, Holmes. It'll be locked, of course.
That is why I brought a few instruments with me, Watson, to force the lock. It'll be childishly simple for me. I've made an extensive study of continental locks.
Here we are. Now...
Quietly, Watson. I shall work at the cellar door. You keep an eye out.
Yes, right you are.
Shouldn't take but a moment. See anyone? Hear anyone?
No, all clear. Go on.
Simple lock. Just another moment.
I hear someone, Holmes. Coming down the street.
I must finish.
Hurry, Holmes, you'll be seen.
One more second. There we are.
Good.
Quickly, the door.
Yes.
Follow me. Careful. Rickety wooden steps.
Right.
Match, Watson. Light the candle we brought.
Yes, certainly. Holmes, what do you expect to find down here? Good Lord, I've never seen so foul and musty a place. You see the rats?
The answer is here, Watson. The answer must be here.
Yes, but what sort of shocking secret lies in this cellar?
I'm looking for it. Looking for it.
What? Listen. Someone's down here.
That direction, Watson. Left. Bring the candle.
I am not afraid of the dark, Mama. But why is it dark at night? Tell me why it is so dark at night, Mama.
It's the clerk, Albert. I know him from his landlady's description. He's been tied up, Holmes. Look, he's bound to that pillar there.
Yes, so he has, and apparently he's gone insane.
Yes, by Jove, yes, look over his head. Isn't that a form of ancient torture?
It is the water method. Accomplished in this case with a large pitcher and a funnel, which is replenished now and then by his captor. Albert was bound to that pillar, but a steady drip of water strikes his head, and he's gone mad. Tortured also by the darkness, by hunger and thirst, and the huge rats against which he's been defenseless. Untie him, Watson.
Yes, of course. Just 1 minute.
The water.
There we are.
The water doesn't stop, you see. Only your mind stops. Rats are cruel animals. Perhaps not as cruel as men. They enjoy human flesh.
He must be rushed to a hospital. Maybe years before his sanity is restored, if ever.
Water is a colorless compound of hydrogen and oxygen. It is very helpful to man. It is beautiful. In the form of mighty oceans, lakes, and rushing rivers. It has many uses. All of them essential to life.
Where are you going, Holmes? What are you looking for?
Ah, there we are, this shelf.
What is it?
A book, faded to illegibility in parts, very dusty.
A book?
The book, Watson. Though not outstanding in this surprising collection, I see.
You mean you originally stole into the cellar simply to find that book?
Yes. Now we must find Marcel Bontemps immediately.
I will spare you the effort, Monsieur Holmes.
Not very hospitable of you, Marcel, to greet us with a pistol.
I'm familiar with your reputation, Monsieur Holmes. I realized you would become suspicious, so I've been waiting for you with this pistol, which I shall use.
You have come to put more water in the pitcher of my head, Monsieur Bontemps. Please, no more water.
May I ask, Monsieur Holmes, what book intrigues you so?
This work in my hand is entitled Rare Techniques in Homicide. It includes an exact reproduction of a Persian manuscript written in the time of Darius I. The subject of it? Techniques of torture and murder used during the Peloponnesian Wars.
Holmes, why that book?
When I observed Marcel's wife hung to the limb of the tree, Watson, I noticed she'd been tied with a special knot. I recognized it immediately. It was the very peculiar knot for garroting described in the Persian manuscript. There was just one place on earth where that knot is described. In this book. I knew there were just 2 copies of this work left in the world.
I see you have one at Baker Street, I dare say.
Of course. I therefore asked Guillaume, the publisher, an expert bibliophile, where the other copy was.
He told you I had it there, Monsieur Holmes?
Yes, he did. Therefore, I paid you a visit to look for it. I've found it, Monsieur Bontemps.
That, unfortunately, does not prove that I hung Alice.
Why not?
Because Albert, my clerk, gibbering there in the corner, could have read it too. He has been to the cellar before. I found him here prior to the night of the murder.
Yes, Marcel, when I saw the knot, I immediately realized the killer must either have been you or Albert, your clerk. But Albert could never have read this book and learned to tie the fatal knot.
Why not? He was here. He had access to it.
Observe the book, sir. It's faded to the point of being illegible.
He still might have read it before it faded.
Could he? Call upon your excellent knowledge of printing, sir. Has it not been at least a year since this type was legible? Look at the pile of dust accumulated upon this book. Has it not been at least a year since the book was touched at all? And did you not say to me yourself that you've employed Albert for only a month?
Remarkable.
Marcel, you executed the contents of the book to the letter. The book relates that the ancient punishment for adultery was physical death for the wife. So you murdered Alice. And the punishment for the lover was more subtle. It was mental death, torture to the point of insanity. So you pounced upon Albert, tied him to that post in this cellar, and arranged your diabolical water pitcher. Yes, you've been deeply affected by this Amazing collection of books.
You see before you, gentlemen, the great secret of my cellar, which I have concealed all these years. Every book on the subject of crime ever written.
I noticed you've the secret records of Caligula, Torquemada during the Inquisition, the blood-stained memoirs of the Borgias.
This was my real world down here. The world upstairs, my shop, my wife. I was unhappy there. This began as a hobby, an intellectual pursuit, but then I grew to absorb it, to revel in it.
Yes, I'd say you've become intoxicated with crime.
Time and again I was tempted to try committing a crime. It was always in the back of my mind. Then, when I found Alice was making a puppet of me, when I found how she hated me, when I found out about her and Albert...
You satisfied your desire and accomplished what you believed was justice by enacting what you read in this strange book.
And now I've a wonderful opportunity to know the satisfaction of committing a great crime, Monsieur Holmes, of killing both of you, and then leaving Albert as I planned to rot away in that corner of my cellar in living death. My own memoirs will be a glorious new addition to my collection.
He'll do it, Holmes. He's going to pull that trigger.
My leg.
Are you all right, Monsieur Holmes? Dr. Watson?
Yes, Inspector.
I am coming down.
I have Bontemps' gun. Here, Inspector.
Oh, it was very foresighted, Monsieur Holmes, to tell me to come by. Should you meet Bontemps unexpectedly?
Unexpectedly? My dear Inspector, it's obvious my reputation here on the continent is not what it is throughout the British Empire. You may inform your associates that there is nothing unexpected to Monsieur Sherlock Holmes.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very thrilling story indeed.
Well, I'm delighted that you found the adventure so exciting, Mr. Harris. And I do believe that next week's story is just as gripping. It is called The Adventure of the East End Strangler. It concerns a city in terror, a scream in the night, a bit of blue thread, and an old lover.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by BASILTON. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Money can help the fight against heart disease. Send a donation to your local Heart Association campaign or to the American Heart Association, Box 500, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the East End Strangler. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of Black Peter. Watson?
Yes, Holmes?
Hang on that meat hook, will you?
Oh, very well, Holmes. But dash it, what are you up to?
Step to one side, my dear Watson. I shouldn't want any blood to spatter on you when I plunge this harpoon into the flesh.
Holmes, what on earth?
Observe how murder is done, Watson. You're like most men. You want to feel comfortable in your suit, yet it must fit you flawlessly. Look crisp, smart, and new as tomorrow. Naturally, you want a fabric you can depend on for long wear.
Yes, your suit must look like a really expensive model, but its price ought to make you feel like cheering. Man, Clipper crafted your suit because it gives you so much more than you ever could count on for only $40 and $47.50. And here's why. Better than 1,200 of this country's finest independent stores have combined their colossal purchasing power to bring about real savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. And these savings are passed along to you. That's why you can enjoy the longer wear of Clippercraft's wonderful worsted suit at only $47.50. Slip into one at the friendly independent store in your community that sells Clippercraft. Look over the selection of top coats and sport coats, too. You just can't find values to beat Clippercraft. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, you were going to tell us of the adventure of Black Peter.
Ah, yes, Mr. Harris, to be sure. It began in 1895, a most fruitful year for Holmes. He was enjoying an immense practice at 221B Baker Street. Indeed, if I should reveal the identity of some of the illustrious clients who crossed our threshold, I should be guilty of an indiscretion. Chronologically, this adventure took place just after Holmes's famous investigation of the sudden death of Cardinal Tosk and his arrest of Wilson, the notorious East End trainer of canary birds. It properly began in the year 1883 aboard the steam whaler Sea Unicorn and in the middle watch of a very dark night.
Evening, Mr. Nelligan.
Oh, it's you, Captain. It is so dark here on deck, I couldn't tell who it was.
I've been looking for you, Mr. Nelligan.
You have?
Aye. You'll be interested to know we sight the Shetland Lights in 2 days.
Excellent, Captain, excellent. That's good news for a landlubber like myself. It'll be good to see land again.
Aye, but there's a hitch in it.
What do you mean?
This, Mr. Nelligan. Oh. There, now. Over the side you go, Minty.
Oh, it's been 12 years since we sailed the Sea Unicorn, eh, Skipper?
Aye. And all that time I've holed up here in this cabin in the Sussex woods. Nice and peaceful like. You come a long way to see your old captain, matey. Here, have another drink for old time's sake.
Aye, for old time's sake. A good old 1883 and the Sea Unicorn.
Ah, now, there was a ship, the best steam whaler ever to make way out of Dundee. And it's many a blubber whale we harpooned from her, eh, matey?
Aye.
Drink up, then. Drink up. Nothing like good rum to warm the hearts of old shipmates, eh? I tell you, mate. Hold on. You ain't down your rum.
No.
Then why not?
I changed my mind.
Did you now? Never known you to turn down good rum afore, mate.
I'm turning it down now.
What do you mean?
I've known you too long to let you trick me, Black Peter. I didn't come here to pass the time of day. I got a little business to talk over with you, nice and quiet. And I'll need a clear head to do it.
So, you got a little business, eh, mister? What business?
A certain $10 once owned by a passenger aboard the Sea Unicorn.
What are you talking about?
A mental man named John Nelligan, Skipper.
John Nelligan?
Aye. They say he fell overboard one dark night in the middle watch. But I say different. I say he was tipped by the heels and thrown overboard.
You do, eh?
I do. You see, I was there. Saw the whole thing myself with my own eyes. Of course, I ain't mentioning any names.
Blast you, mate. Why did you come to my place here? What do you want?
I want half a swag in that $10 you stole from Nelligan, Skipper.
I'll see you rot.
That's where you're wrong, Skipper. I'll see you rot. When I tell the police about what happened to John Nelligan, they'll hang you so hard.
I'll cut out your tongue first.
Stop that knife, Skipper.
Yes, slit your throat, I will.
Stop that knife. Stop that. Oh.
Watson, you know the county of Sussex, of course.
Hey, Holmes, Sussex? Yes, of course I do. What about it?
We're journeying there on the 10 o'clock train, my dear Watson. Specifically to a little place called Woodman's Lee near Forest Row.
Here we are. Why?
I'm in receipt of an urgent and long telegram from my young protege with the official police, Inspector Stanley Hopkins. He admits to complete bafflement in the procedure of his duties and begs us to repair there with all possible haste.
Then there's more to this than just the scenery in Sussex, eh?
There is indeed, Watson. To be exact, murder.
Murder?
Yes. It seems that a certain retired sea captain, one Peter Carey, has been mysteriously stabbed.
Knifed, eh?
I did not say that, Watson.
Well, my dear Holmes, you say the man was stabbed, but not knifed?
Precisely, Watson. And this is what gives the case an altogether intriguing and refreshing aspect. Peter Carey was stabbed and pinned to a wall, not by a knife, but by a harpoon.
Oh, you say this forest path leads to Black Peter's cabin, Inspector Hopkins?
Yes, Dr. Watson, we'll be there presently. Hopkins, you tell me you found no footprints before the heavy rain last night obliterated all signs.
No, Mr. Holmes, I found no footprints.
Meaning that you saw none.
I assure you, Mr. Holmes, there were none.
Oh, come, Hopkins. You're beginning to sound like your senior colleague, Inspector Lestrade.
Yes, sir, but...
My dear Hopkins, I have investigated many crimes, but I've never yet seen one that was committed by a flying creature. As long as a criminal remains on two legs, so long must there be some indentation, some abrasion, some trifling displacement which can be detected by the scientific searcher. I trust you'll remember that in the future, my lad.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I'm sorry I did not telegraph this sooner, but...
Quite all right. But hello, there's the cabin just ahead. Perhaps we may be able to lean heavily on what we find within.
Good heavens, Holmes, look at that body. Pinned to this wall by a steel harpoon.
Not very pretty, is it, Watson?
Oh, dash it, Holmes, the position I'm supposed to be hardened to this sort of thing. But I must confess that this gave me a bit of a start.
Quite a terrifying sight, Watson, yet fascinating. Note how the steel harpoon was thrust clean through the man's chest, impaling him against the wall. His face twisted in agony like a lost soul in torment.
Surprised visitor turned out to be a most unpleasant scoundrel, I must say.
On the contrary, Watson, Peter Carey's visitor was no surprise. He met his murderer by appointment.
How do you know that, Mr. Holmes?
Elementary, my dear Hopkins. Observe that although Peter Carey was killed late at night, he was fully dressed. Note, too, that the bed has not been slept in, and that on his sea chest he placed a tantalus containing brandy and whiskey for the convenience of his guests. Aha!
Oh, what is it, Holmes?
The spirits in these two bottles. Both the brandy and the whiskey have been unopened.
Yes, but Holmes...
On the other hand, the bottle of rum on the table there has been almost completely consumed.
You consider this significant, Mr. Holmes?
I do indeed, Hopkins. Most significant.
Holmes, I simply do not feel...
Hello? What's this blood-stained notebook doing on the table?
Oh, as to that, sir, I found it on the floor near the door and picked it up. It's the only thing I touched.
Soaked with blood on one side.
Yes. On which side, Hopkins, were the bloodstains? Above or below?
Why, on the side next to the floorboard.
Which proves, of course, that the book was dropped after the crime was committed. Let's have a look inside. Yes, seems to be a list of stock exchange securities. And on the first page, two sets of initials, JHN and CPR. What do you make of them, Hopkins?
Why, if you ask me, Mr. Holmes, I'd say it's possible JHN was the name of the broker and CPR the name of his client.
Pretty sound deduction, I should say, Holmes.
Rubbish, Watson.
Eh?
The JHN eludes me for the moment, but I'll wager a sovereign that the initial CPR stands for Canadian Pacific Railway.
By Jove, Mr. Holmes, of course. What a fool I've been. Canadian Pacific Securities, of course. But what's an old sea dog like Peter Carey got to do with stock exchange?
Precisely what I propose to find out. Oh, Hopkins.
Yes, sir?
I presume you noticed by the dust imprint that something was taken from this shelf.
I did. It's an oblong shape, as you'll observe, Mr. Holmes. It might have been a book, or perhaps a box.
Whatever it was, the murderer considered it valuable enough to take with him. There's no other evidence of robbery. Well, gentlemen, let's go. We've seen enough of this room.
What are you going to do now, Holmes?
Reflect, Watson. Perhaps a walk in these beautiful woods will serve to... Hello, look at the lock on this door.
What about it, sir?
Someone's been tampering with the lock. Observe, the woodwork is cut. Hopkins.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Were these scratches here when you left last evening?
No, sir, they were not.
What do you think of it, Holmes?
I think fortune's been very kind to us, my dear Watson.
Well, I confess I don't see
Come, Watson, it's all quite plain. Our nocturnal marauder is obviously a very poor burglar. He came expecting to find Peter Carey's door open. Finding it locked, he tried to force it open with a penknife. He failed. Now, assuming that he wanted something in the cabin very badly, what would he do next?
Why, come back the next night with a heavier tool.
Precisely. Then you think this burglar fellow will return tonight? I do indeed, Hopkins, and it'll be our fault if we are not here to receive him at close quarters. Yes, sir, it is, Hopkins.
And the fellow hasn't shown up yet.
Patience, patience.
I must confess that lying in the Sussex bush for 5 hours on a cold, damp night like this isn't to my taste. But old leggings of mine is beginning to pain.
I regret that this long and melancholy vigil is so uncomfortable, my dear Watson, but we may yet hope that... Aha! Someone's at the gate. Down low, both of you. He comes. Yes. He's looking at my wide, Hopkins. Coming on again.
You stopped at the cabin door.
Yes. He's broken in the stove. Come, Watson, Hopkins. We've got him trapped in the cabin. Now is the time to close with our party.
Tomorrow, go visit your Clippercraft dealer. See his showing of Clippercraft for fall. Just feel the luxurious fabrics and consider the superb cut and made-for-you fit. You just have to agree Clippercraft suits look many dollars more than the $40 or $47.50 you'll pay. Now, here's the reason Clippercraft is so easy on your budget. That reason is pure logic. More than 1,200 of America's finest stores from coast to coast combine their huge buying power for savings in production and distribution. An operation of this scope naturally keeps Clippercraft's great tailoring plant on a full working schedule the whole year round. Manufacturing expenses are obviously reduced. Anyone can see that this results in real savings for the millions who wear Clippercraft. That's why Clippercraft suits are such staggering values at only $40 and $47.50. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and sport jackets. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now let's return to our story, Dr. Watson.
Well, Mr. Harris, we poured into the cabin and found a frightened youth who put up no resistance whatsoever. He had one of Black Peter's logbooks in his hand, dated August 1883, when Inspector Hopkins snapped the handcuffs on him. He was a frail youth, obviously a gentleman, and so frightened he could hardly speak.
Now, my fine fellow, who are you?
Inspector, if you imagine that I had anything to do with Captain Carey's death, you're wrong. Believe me, I'm innocent.
Suppose you tell us your name.
It's Nelligan. John Populated Nelligan.
Indeed. And the initials would be J.H.N. What do you think of that, Mr. Holmes? I'll digest it later, my dear Hopkins. Now then, Nelligan, your name has a familiar sound. I seem to recall it in connection with financial circles in London.
Yes, my father was a partner in the banking firm of Dawson and Nelligan.
By Jove, Holmes, I recall it now. The West Country bankers who failed for $1 million and ruined half the county families in Cornwall.
Yes. And it seems to me your father disappeared with some of the securities.
It's a lie. He simply needed time to realize them and pay back his investors. It's true he fled with a tin box of securities, but he left a list with my mother and swore that he would come back with his honor cleared.
And where did your father go, Nelligan?
He started in a small vessel for Norway in August of '83. Then we never heard from him again.
Aha, but later the securities he'd taken with him turned up in the market.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. That's just what happened. I spent many months tracing the original seller, and finally I discovered that he was Captain Peter Carey, otherwise known as Black Peter, one of the Sea Unicorns.
Now we're getting somewhere. Distance between a disappearing banker and a sea captain pinned to a wall with a harpoon has shrunken considerably, eh, Watson?
So it seems, Holmes. So it seems. How do you think Black Peter acquired your father's securities, Nelligan?
That's why I came to the cabin to find out. I suspected some sort of foul play.
So you came to Peter Carey's cabin and found him dead. You then checked the logbook for August 1883, hoping for a clue to your father's disappearance. And you found none.
No, the pages for that month have been ripped out of this logbook.
Mr. Holmes. Yes, Hopkins. With your permission, I'll ask young Nelligan here a few questions. By all means, Hopkins. I've quite finished. Now then, my lad. You came to the cabin last evening, but you could not break the lock. Is that correct?
Yes, Inspector, that's correct.
And you were not in the cabin before that?
No, sir.
Then how do you account for this notebook with your initials J.H.N.?
I don't know. I thought I lost it at the hotel.
We found it at the scene of the crime. It was covered with blood. It proves that you were there at the time. That you quarreled with Peter Carey. You took down the harpoon from the wall, ran him through, and in your fight, dropped the book.
No, Inspector, that's not true. It's not true, I tell you.
You tell us a cock and bull story of wanting to see a logbook. What you wanted was to recover this blood-stained notebook. You knew it was evidence to the hangman's loot.
Inspector, for the love of heaven, I tell you I'm innocent. I swear it.
Perhaps the man has something on his side, Inspector. Then let the jury decide that, Mr. Holmes. On the face of the evidence, Nelligan, I am arresting you for murder. Yes, Watson?
About young Hopkins and his arrest of Nelligan back there at Woodman's Lead.
What about it?
Well, I can't say I blame the inspector on second thought. That blood-stained notebook is certainly damning evidence. And certainly Nelligan had a motive. It seems clear that Black Peter did away with his father, stole the securities, and...
Oh, rubbish, Watson.
Eh?
Frankly, I'm disappointed in Stanley Hopkins, and his methods do not commend themselves to me. They smack too much of Lestrade. I had hoped for better things.
But the blood-stained notebook, Holmes, on the scene of the crime, and Nelligan's strange return...
Granted, my dear fellow, but one should always look for a possible alternative and provide against it. The first rule of criminal investigation.
Well, I confess I'm confused.
Are you, Watson? Are you indeed? Then let me ask you a question. Would you say young Nelligan was a big and powerful man?
Why, no.
No, bigger or stronger than myself, for example.
I should say he was less sturdy than yourself, Holmes. But dash it, what's all this got to do with...
In an hour, Watson, I hope to demonstrate to your own satisfaction that young John Nelligan could not possibly have murdered Black Peter Carey.
I see. Oh, hello, here's Paddington Station, Holmes.
Quite. But this time, Watson, we shall stay on the train and change to the east end of the dock.
Eh, why?
There's a certain shop on Ratcliffe Highway near Commercial Road East and the Shadwell Fish Market. It excels in accessories for the fishermen. And I wish to make a purchase there.
A purchase? Good Lord, Holmes, what kind of purchase?
A harpoon, my dear Watson.
Do you want to purchase a harpoon, sir?
I do. I want it heavyweight and in steel. Well, my good man, what are you staring at? Perfectly simple request, is it not?
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Only
what?
Well, you don't look like the sort of man who'd be interested in a harpoon.
I'm interested in prompt service in the article I requested.
Yes. If you just wait a moment, sir.
Holmes, you still haven't told me what the devil you want with a harpoon.
How is a harpoon used in all the latest whalers and sailing vessels, sir?
Capital. Good hat, too. I'll take it.
Very good, sir. Of course, you'll want us to deliver it?
On the contrary, I'll carry it with me.
Dash it, Holmes, you mean you're going to wander about London carrying a harpoon?
This is no time to stand on dignity, my dear fellow. Come, be off to see our old friend Allardyce.
Allardyce? You mean Allardyce the butcher?
Exactly, my dear Watson. Well, good afternoon, Allardyce.
Good afternoon, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes.
No need to stare, Allardyce. This steel spear is merely a harpoon, and I'm carrying it on a serious mission.
Seems to me every eye in London was upon us on our way here.
You're much too sensitive, my dear Watson. Now then, Allardyce, as for your stock in trade...
Well, we have some excellent names, Mr. Holmes, and if you like a nice cut of beef...
As a matter of fact, Allardyce, I'm interested in neither at the moment. What I want is a dead pig.
A dead pig? Holmes, what the deuce?
You must have a pig carcass hanging somewhere in your back shop, Allardyce.
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. Matter of fact, I have, but...
Then I should like the pleasure of meeting this porker. At once.
Here's a piece of carcass hanging from this hook, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, yes. Capital. Capital, a good thick animal. Now, Watson, if you'll hold my coat...
Holmes, what the devil are you up to?
I'm merely going to try out this harpoon, my dear Watson. Now, if you'll step back, I shall attempt to plunge it into this carcass with all my might and at close quarters. Observe. You see, Watson?
Well, all I see is you've stuck that steel barb into an unoffending carcass of meat.
Use your eyes, man, use your eyes. Note, I plunged the harpoon into that carcass with all my strength. Yet the barb went but halfway through.
I see. Then you mean that young Nelligan was incapable of impaling Peter Carey to the wall with a harpoon?
Precisely, Watson. If I couldn't turn the trick here, Nelligan couldn't possibly have pierced Black Peter through with the cabin. It's beyond his physical power and mine.
Well, then if it wasn't young Nelligan, who was it, Holmes?
All in good time, Watson, all in good time. First, we know it was a powerful man, a giant in strength. Second, we know it was a sailor.
How?
Obvious, my dear Watson. First, the man who killed Peter Carey had to handle a harpoon deftly and speedily. Remember, it was hanging on the wall when Black Peter pulled his knife. Then, of course, there was the spirit.
This is spirit? What spirit?
The murderer was drinking with Black Peter. He left the brandy and whiskey untouched and drank only rum. Hence, further proof that the killer was not a landlubber, but a seafaring man. But come, Watson, you must be off.
Yes, Holmes, where?
First, I must dispatch a telegram to Dundee. Later, if fortune's with us, we'll go to the Daily Chronicle and insert an advertisement on the shipping page.
What kind of advertisement?
My dear Watson, I propose to start an Arctic expedition.
You'll excuse me, Mr. Holmes, but why did you ask me here to Baker Street this morning?
My dear Hopkins, I propose to make your journey here quite worthwhile.
Oh, indeed, Mr. Holmes, how?
I expect that the murderer of Peter Carey will be here shortly to pay us all a call.
What?
Rather an interesting surmise, eh, Inspector?
Can't you go on with Mr. Holmes? I have my murderer already, young Mr. Nelligan, and the evidence to convict him before a jury of this period. Do you indeed, Hopkins? Yes, sir. I have my man. But are you sure you can produce yours?
Quite. You see, Hopkins, I advertised for the murderer to call on me.
You what?
I don't blame you for being properly confused, Inspector. Heavens knows I was.
Someone's coming up the stairs. Open the door, Watson.
Very well, Holmes.
I'm sure this is our man. His step sounds like the tread of a giant.
My name is Patrick Cairns. I have your advertisement here.
Are you a harpooner?
Aye, sir. 26 voyages.
What ship?
Sea Unicorn, out of Dundee.
Very well, Cairns. First yours. Now, if you'll just sign here on the desk.
Very good, sir. I'll sign it.
Hopkins, Watson, help me pin him down.
Hey, what's this? Try to hang me, would you?
Look out, Holmes. And this man is as strong as a bull.
Quick, Hopkins, your hands up tight, Mr. Holmes. All right, my man, that'll do. You're dealing with the law here.
What is this? What's the meaning of this?
You might call it an arrest, Cairns. To be specific, I'm afraid we must detain you for the murder of your old captain, Peter Carey. Good evening, Hopkins.
Mr. Holmes, I've just come here to apologize for my stupidity.
Yes, Inspector?
Why? Peter Cairns has just confessed. Naturally, I released young Nelligan at once.
I see. Cairns knew Black Peter had done away with Nelligan Sr. and taken the securities. Later, he tried to blackmail Peter and finally killed him. Eh, Hopkins?
That is correct, Mr. Holmes.
But Holmes, how was young Nelligan's securities notebook found on the seat?
Young Nelligan neglected to tell us that he'd paid a previous visit to the cabin, Watson. He was afraid to incriminate himself, of course. No doubt he'd seen the pinion's corpse, fled in haste, dropped his notebook, and slammed the door shut behind him. And later he returned to find it locked.
That's the way it was, Mr. Holmes. Exactly the way it was. But how did you know this sailor Carey?
Elementary, my dear Hopkins. I knew it was a sailor, and that he must have come from Peter Carey's old crew, the Sea Unicorn. They drank together, as you know. And later on, by the dust pattern on the shelf, we knew some sort of box was missing.
The box with the stolen securities, eh, Holmes?
Exactly, Watson. After that, Hopkins, I telegraphed Dundee and found that only one harpooner of the old Sea Unicorn crew was alive. A giant of a man named Patrick Cairns.
Since there was no record of his shipping elsewhere, the man was in a mood for an attractive berth.
And so you advertised for the murder.
Quite, Watson. And as you saw, the results were most gratifying. Indeed, Watson, if I may forego my usual modesty for a moment, I believe this adventure deserves a special place in your memoir.
And so it does, Dr. Watson, but how did John Nelligan Sr. appear on the Sea Unicorn?
Well, Mr. Harris, his yacht foundered in a storm. He was picked up by Black Peter's vessel and only survived. Maybe, as you know, Peter Carey threw him overboard upon learning of the valuables in the tin box.
Oh, I see.
I might add that ultimately the honor of the Nelligan name was revived. And shortly thereafter, Holmes and I went to Norway for a well-earned holiday.
I would say you had it coming to you, Doctor. But now, Dr. Watson, what about next week's adventure?
Well, next week I shall relate to you the fabulous Windmill. It concerns the baffling disappearance of a dike inspector, a mystifying wooden cabin, and a technique for committing murder that would be best employed in Hull.
Well, we'll be on hand to visit the fabulous Windmill next week, Dr. Watson. The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Loughlin. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Spelvin. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Fabulous Windmill. Cy Harris speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, you'll hear Behind the Front Page with Gabriel Heater.
Eastern Airlines now ready for departure.
Pride and proven dependability over billions of passenger miles. That's Eastern's famous airliners and Eastern's experienced pilots. For double dependability, fly Eastern, the tried and proven airline.
This is WOR.
7 o'clock by Longines, the world's most honored watch. Product of the Longines Whitnor Watch Company.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's immortal character, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's adventure, The Fabulous Windmill.
We've dug terribly deep into the earth, Holmes. Are you sure there might be something buried here?
I've no doubt, my dear Watson.
Oh, this is fantastic. Here in the black of night, digging for... Wait, the shovel. I feel something.
Quickly, then.
I'll shovel this earth away. Wait, a human face. There's a body here. I'll just push the earth aside.
Yes, body's horribly bruised, lacerated. Spine snapped in two.
Who could have done this, Holmes?
The answer lies just before you, Watson. Inside that abandoned windmill. The insane killer awaits us just inside this mill. Shall we step in to see him? Here's the door. So, Dr. Watson, this time we find you resting in your study.
Yes, Mr. Harris, but I'm fully prepared to report another of my incredible adventures with Holmes.
And which shall it be tonight, Dr. Watson?
I've given it the title of The Fabulous Windmill. It concerns a crime that only the most diabolical brain could conceive. A technique for homicide that would chill the bones of the calmest soul on earth.
Wonderful, Dr. Watson.
I shall do my part, but first you must do yours. You must give us a word of your very wise advice about Clippercraft clothes.
A really pleasant surprise is in store for you at the friendly independent store in your community that sells Clippercraft clothes. It's a suit that's so beautifully tailored, of such superb fabrics, that you're likely to say, now there's a suit I wish I could afford. And then you'll glance at its price, and will you be surprised? Only $40 and $45. How is this possible? Well, more than 1,200 of this country's finest independent stores have concentrated their immense purchasing power to really give your hard-pressed dollars a break. The Wonder Clippercraft can give you the extra long wear of rich, full-bodied worsted suits at only $45. Ask to see them at the fine independent store in your community whose clothes bear the Clippercraft label. Also look over the collection of overcoats and topcoats shown, too. You're certain to agree there just are no values that outshine Clippercraft. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, may we have a look into the fabulous windmill?
The windmill was on the Isle of Walcheren, in the Dutch province of Zeeland. It was just behind the huge sea dikes. The windmill stood silhouetted against the moon, while just beyond the earthen ridges of the dikes, the sea lashed the coast furiously. A man wrapped in an oilskin and wearing gigantic boots was pounding at the door of the windmill.
Yes? What can I do for you?
I am the dike inspector. My name is Vaness.
What do you wish, Inspector?
I want to talk to you. It's very important.
You can tell me here. You don't have to come in. What's on your mind?
This windmill is supposed to be abandoned.
It is. I just stopped by for a moment.
Did you?
Yes, I was thinking of purchasing the mill, of restoring it to an active basis.
I see.
This is the first opportunity I've had to look at the mill. I'm leaving in a moment. I shall return tomorrow in the daylight for a clearer view.
Have you finished lying?
What do you mean, Inspector?
I will tell you the truth. The arms of the windmill are stationary. The mill does not show any lights. Everyone in the neighborhood has believed the mill is useless, deserted. And so it is, during the day. Shall I continue?
By all means, go on. Do go on.
One night on my patrol, I came here to the window. I looked. I listened. You are using this mill for some kind of criminal business. People come here to see you. You give them papers, money. They are strange. They sneak in. They sneak out. They carry weapons.
I'm terribly sorry I was so rude when you first knocked. Do come in, Inspector. I have an office upstairs. Perhaps we can discuss your discovery up there.
All right. Let us go upstairs.
Yours must be a pleasant task, Inspector.
In the spring, yes, but in the winter, no.
I should imagine the position is not very lucrative, Inspector.
Not very.
Then you might be interested in a few guilders to, shall we say, supplement your weekly pittance.
I might be.
I would be grateful if you would forget about this particular windmill. I have a few guilders in a chest at the top of this stairway. I'd be delighted to give them to you.
How much?
Here we are. Chest is over there. Say 1,000 guilders? Satisfactory?
No.
How much, then?
5,000.
You've elaborate notions, Inspector.
5,000. Not one guilder less.
I wouldn't be difficult if I were you.
You cannot frighten me. I drive the bargain. I have only to report you to the police. I said 5,000 guilders.
You're a stupid, meddling idiot. It would not be worth 1 guilder to buy your silence. I haven't any way of knowing that you would not betray me after you'd collected the money. Get out.
You will not pay my price?
I will pay nothing.
I shall go to the police.
Go on. Police headquarters is less than a mile away.
You do not want to reconsider?
No. Good night, Inspector.
Good night.
I must apologize for not accompanying you downstairs again. I'm rather busy.
You do not have to be polite.
Charming, these long, winding stairways in your Dutch windmills. Most picturesque. Convenient, too.
Convenient?
Yes. If I should want to do away with someone, for instance...
If what?
All that's necessary is for me to push them!
My name is DeWitt, Mr. Holmes, Cornelius DeWitt.
Be seated, sir. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do? Dr. Watson?
May I ask, Mr. DeWitt, what brings you here to Baker Street?
I am the chief of police on the island of Walcheren, Mr. Holmes. It's on the western shore of the Netherlands.
Ah, the Netherlands. Mr. DeWitt, in addition to your police duties, you have a domineering wife, and you were once employed by a railway.
Well, your reputation, Mr. Holmes, is evidently well deserved.
Holmes, how do you know these intimate details about Mr. DeWitt?
Because he's making a desperate effort with his hand to conceal his cravat, which obviously embarrasses him. Because if it's garishness, it's clear that he must possess a domineering mate who has forced him to sport the article of apparel, although he disapproves of it. Correct, sir?
Absolutely, Mr. Holmes.
As for your railway background, you take an extraordinarily long step for a man of your stature. A characteristic of railway employees who've spent many years walking over ties. However, I assume you haven't come to Baker Street to discuss yourself. You have a case, I should say.
A very difficult case, Mr. Holmes. That is why I've come to you. We had a dike inspector named Van Ness. He's vanished.
Really? When? Under what circumstances?
He left on his usual tour of duty one afternoon. He patrolled a few miles to the shore. He was never seen again.
Did anyone along his customary route see him that day?
No one.
Have you examined the patterns of his private life?
Oh, very carefully.
But Mr. DeWitt, he yielded nothing?
Nothing. He was happily married. He had no offspring. He owed a few small debts. That is about all.
Well, couldn't he have fallen into the sea by accident?
Oh, I hardly think so, Dr. Watson. Van Ness was a thoroughly experienced hand at strolling along the dike road. I cannot help feeling he met a band of thieves or murderers. Would you come to Walcheren, Mr. Holmes, and help us find the poor chap?
Most certainly, Mr. DeWitt. The disappearance of Inspector Van Ness has a pungent, irresistible odor of deep intrigue.
By Jove, Holmes, I've never seen as foul a night as this. No wonder the Dutch are hardy folk. What with the way the sea roars at them, constantly threatening their lives.
Wrap your greatcoat well about you, Watson.
Yes.
We must examine the entire length of the road along this dike, the route of the missing inspector.
I did think you were a bit undiplomatic in rejecting Mr. DeWitt's offer to accompany us.
But he would be an encumbrance when we are stalking our prey. I spoke to him privately and requested that he keep his distance.
But the police would over this area, Holmes. I don't see why we...
Evidently, our missing Inspector Van Ness reached this far on the road.
How'd you know?
Because of a piece of rope.
Where?
That road sign. Clearly, it was shaken loose by the force of the wind. A hasty improvisation was devised. The sign is now held to that wooden post by a piece of rope.
Yes, but
the Dutch are an orderly nation, Watson. This would have been repaired had the damage occurred more than a few days ago. I should say the inspector found the sign upon the ground and repaired it, temporarily, in this fashion. Therefore, on the day of his disappearance, he must have progressed this far.
Oh, shouldn't we continue our search tomorrow in broad daylight?
Definitely not, Watson. Light the lantern you brought along. Whatever evil force caused the downfall of the dike inspector is still at large. It must be stopped before it strikes again.
Oh, really, Holmes, we've walked quite a distance now. We've poked about in a dozen barns and windmills. I say let's repair to the nearest tavern. A crackling fire, some brandy, rest.
I won't hear of it, Watson. Hello, hear that?
What?
Listen.
What the dickens could that be?
It originates to our left, perhaps from that windmill. Come off the dike and across this meadow.
Must you dash so quickly, Holmes?
Yes, it does come from that windmill. Have a closer look.
It looks abandoned to me. The windows are boarded up. The arms don't move. The wood on the sides is rotting away.
There's the cause of the sound we heard. The door to the mill. It's open. It's swinging back and forth in this wind.
Shall we have a look inside?
Not just yet. It's conceivable that we've more to learn by examining the surroundings. The lantern, Watson. Turn it about.
Yes. Very well. See the mill better now?
Yes. No distinctive markings. To the right, Watson. To the beam falls to the right. Grass has grown over the pathway leading to the mill.
Of course it has. The mill's abandoned, Holmes. That's definite.
One moment.
What is it?
The earth. You see?
The earth?
Step over here. Notice that earth, Watson. What do you see?
Well, sort of a patch of earth that looks much lighter than the rest of the earth.
There can be only one reason for that, my dear Watson. The earth's been freshly turned. There's less organic matter in subsoil. Notice how much more tightly packed the earth is all around that patch. Someone's been digging in the spot.
To conceal something, eh?
We shall soon know. Look about you. These farmers often leave a shovel or two lying by the mill.
All right. There's none here, Holmes.
Try closer to the mill.
Yes, I found one.
Excellent. Now we shall dig for whatever secret lies deep below the seemingly innocent grass.
We've dug terribly deep, Holmes. Are you sure there might be something here?
I've no doubt.
Fantastic, Broderick. Here in the black of night, digging into the... Wait, the shovel. I feel something.
Quickly, then.
The shovel is earth away. It feels soft. There we are. It's the human face. There's a body here.
Yes. From the description provided us by Mr. DeWitt, I should say it's the body of the missing inspector.
I'll push the earth away. Get it off of him.
Body is bruised, lacerated.
Yes.
Spine snapped in two.
Yes, monstrous death. Well, you found Van Ness, Holmes. As for who did away with him and buried his body...
The answer to that question lies just before you, Watson.
Inside the abandoned windmill?
Quite.
You going in there now?
Immediately.
Or shouldn't we summon the authorities?
That is not necessary.
Yes, but Holmes, there is probably a homicidal maniac somewhere in that awful mill. Only a fiendish mind could have caused such a death.
Yes, and we've a rendezvous with that mind. Shall we step inside? Here's the door.
Well, Dr. Watson, I'm curious to know what will become of Mr. Holmes when he steps inside of the fabulous windmill.
It was unbelievable, Mr. Harris. I've a most gripping revelation for you. But right now, you've an interesting, vital message, too, I don't doubt, about Clippercraft clothes.
Pay a visit to your Clippercraft dealer tomorrow. You'll find much to amaze you in the new selection of Clippercraft. Expensive-looking fabrics that are as long-wearing as they are smart. Tailoring you can tell was done by experts, and really smooth, comfortable fit. Clippercraft suits have the exclusive look of high-priced garments, yet you can own one at just a thrifty $40 or $45. The Clippercraft plan makes all of this possible. It concentrates the huge buying power of more than 1,200 of America's finest stores from coast to coast and border to border. It keeps Clippercraft's factories on a full-time basis throughout the year. Naturally, there are generous savings in manufacturing and distribution. Savings that are passed on to the millions who wear Clippercraft. That's why clothing experts agree Clippercraft suits are the last word in value. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Well, Dr. Watson, I'm impatient to learn what you discovered inside the windmill.
Well, Mr. Harris, Holmes and I left the body of Inspector Van Ness. And in the dead of night, with just a flickering lantern to guide us, we cautiously opened the door of the deserted mill. What do you see in there, Holmes?
A table, a few chairs, millstones. Come in, Watson. Close the door.
Think there's anyone upstairs?
It's likely.
The killer? Yes. Look, there's a cabinet.
I'll open it. papers.
Yes. The passports. Blank passports.
Yes. As I thought, false passports, Watson.
False?
Yes. This is not the watermark of the official papers used for this purpose.
Look there, Holmes. Money.
Counterfeit, I should say. Let's see. Yes, note the finer lines on a pound note. The genuine are broken lines. These are actually minute dashes.
What the devil is the matter with India? This seems to be a list of hotels in the United States. I must admit I'm utterly baffled, Holmes. I suppose it makes sense to you, of course.
Certainly.
This leather book. Names and addresses in it. Leopold Munkatzi, Zurich. Florence McDonough, Glasgow. What is all this?
These seemingly peculiar items, Watson, possess one characteristic in common. Travel. And what sort of travel? Illicit. Travel by fraudulent passports, by worthless currency. The travel of criminals. What we have here is a magnificent display of criminal talent. It requires considerable ingenuity to create these items so beautifully. The creator, I should say, awaits us at the top of the stairs. So let us master them.
Do you know who it is?
Only one mind has the fertility to conceive of the plan that I believe this is, and the finesse to execute it. It's the mind of the one man whose intellectual prowess I respect. The mind of Professor Moriarty.
Moriarty? It's after him.
No. We shall steal up quietly lest we disturb him.
That's right, you are. What are you pulling that rope for?
I'm moving a pawn, Watson. In my endless game vis-a-vis Moriarty. Shall we go up?
Yes, indeed. This confounded wooden stairway, it creaks so. Hey, hear a conversation, Holmes?
Yes, do not proceed to the top of the stairs. Stop approximately 3/4 of the way up. We can eavesdrop.
Yes, capital. Here we are.
And how did you reach Holland, Ilona? I was in Budapest, Professor Moriarty. It was a macabre journey. After the funeral, when we buried my dear departed husband, I rode off in the usual black draped carriage. But my driver did not return to my home. Instead, we dashed for the border. The police were unpleasantly close to learning how my husband had died. Yes. I then made my way, by rail, on foot, by hiding in wagons to Bratislava, to Vienna, then northward across Germany to Dortmund, and so into the Netherlands.
My dear Ilona, the police of the entire continent have been notified by telegraph that you're wanted for the murder of your husband. Amazing, isn't it, Holmes? Silence, Watson.
That is why I've come, Professor. You must help me.
Certainly. Of course, before we may continue, there is the matter of reimbursement for my services.
I have brought money.
My fee will be £5,000.
What? £5,000?
A trifling sum for what I shall do, Ilona. I shall present you with £20,000 in counterfeit notes, splendidly camouflaged. I have a passport for you to Argentina, and steamer tickets reserved under an assumed name.
But £5,000
If my fee is unacceptable, you'll leave me without an alternative. I shall have to notify the police that you're here.
Oh, no. No, I do not want you to do that, Professor. It is just that it is so much money. Could we not settle my debt to you on some other basis?
Come, £5,000, and be quick about it.
Oh, very well. Here you are.
Thank you. Now, everything that you require is in this envelope, including your instructions and an address in Buenos Aires, where associates of mine will accommodate you. You'd better leave now. Your ship sails in the morning.
She'll be coming down these stairs, Holmes. She'll see us.
I realize that, Watson.
Good night, Professor Moriarty. I shan't thank you. You've been more than compensated.
Good night, Ilona. Bon voyage.
Thank you.
Oh, on your way downstairs, you might send up Mr. Sherlock Holmes, who's waiting just below.
What?
Yes, Moriarty, I did step into your trap.
The door I deliberately left flapping in the wind to attract your attention, Holmes, and draw you into the mill. I thought you'd find it magnetizing.
Who are these two?
Ilona, my dear, this is the celebrated detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Detective?
No, never fear, never fear. As long as I have this gun, Mr. Holmes will not be a problem. His companion is Dr. John Watson.
What are you up to, Professor?
Be on your way, Ilona. Holmes and I have business together. Good night, my dear.
Good night.
Careful, Holmes. He'll shoot at the slightest provocation.
Oh, no, Dr. Watson. I've much better plans. At the window, Holmes, I could not mistake the two figures on the road of the dike.
So you left the door of the mill open, Moriarty, to lure us to it.
I realized this was a trap from the moment I heard the door swinging in the wind. In so secret a place as this, extra precautions would always be taken to see that the door was locked securely.
Your eagerness to meet me again, Holmes, will cause your demise.
Will it, Moriarty?
And I have devised a special means for you to die.
I must compliment you, sir, on the magnificent criminal structure you've built in this mill. This windmill is an emergency exit for the men and women of the continent who are wanted by the police. Is it not?
Yes.
For an enormous sum, you provide them with passports, money, entry visas, customs declarations, information, arms, devious routes to the farthest and darkest corners of the earth, where they may find welcome obscurity.
Even more, Holmes. I've clothing for them, disguises, chemical and medical equipment in this windmill to change their appearance. An endless cavalcade of forgers, traitors, arsonists, major and minor thieves, kidnappers, murderers pass through this windmill. And thanks to my genius, they will elude the stupidities of law and live on. Now, descend the stairs, Holmes. Go on. Surely you would not choose the ignominious death of being shot by an ordinary pistol, such as I have in my hand?
Very well. I shall descend.
What is that horrible noise?
The wooden gears of the windmill, Doctor. The tremendous, powerful gears like a dragon's teeth, turning slowly as the wind makes the arms of the mill revolve. You may see them as you go down. Look at them closely. They are relevant to your death. Awe-inspiring sight, eh, Holmes?
Yes, quite.
Shall I tell you how you will die tonight? I shall force you and later Dr. Watson to step closely enough to those gears so that you become caught in them. You will be slowly crushed to death, each portion of your body being ground to pulp by the teeth of the mill.
A loathsome idea. Worthy of you, Moriarty.
Here we are, at the bottom of the stairway. The perfect spot for you to step toward the gears, Holmes. Perfect.
Holmes, you may have infinite patience, but as for me...
Sergeant Watson, don't be a fool, he'll shoot.
Go on, Holmes. It's just a few steps toward the wooden gears. Once a portion of your clothing is caught, the rest is inevitable. Dr. Watson, don't turn away when he's caught. Even if you do not see what happens, you'll hear it. Well, I'm waiting, Holmes. Walk toward the gears. Just a few steps. That's it. One step. Two.
Grab your gun! Police, Mr. DeWitt!
Gentlemen, if you move toward me, I shall kill Dr. Watson. My gun's at his back. He's an ideal shield.
Just don't fire, DeWitt. You'll kill Watson.
I'm leaving by the same door through which you entered, officer. That cuts Dr. Watson. So kind of you to protect me in this way.
Go on, fire at him. I'll risk it.
No, don't. Too dangerous.
Good night, gentlemen. Holmes, until we meet again.
Shoot after him, DeWitt. Missed him. It's so dark out there. There he goes, running along the road on top of the dike. I'll have my men pursue him.
That would be futile, Mr. DeWitt. He's disappeared already, as you may well observe. Your men would never find him. Moriarty is far too clever for an ordinary police force. It requires a brain equal to his. In short, sir, mine. And mine alone.
Well, Holmes, it's most reassuring to be safely back here in the flat at Baker Street. Have you heard from the Vulturin police?
Yes, Watson. In accordance with my suggestion, they confiscated the entire contents of the windmill. And that leather book of names and addresses, Moriarty's personal list of his clients, will be an infallible guide for the police of half a dozen nations to pick up divers, scoundrels.
Ilona, the murderess. Whatever became of her?
When she left the mill, she walked instantly into the hands of DeWitt and his constable.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask, Holmes. How did they find us at the mill?
You'll recall my saying, Watson, that I spoke to DeWitt and requested that he keep his distance. I was not foolhardy enough to embark on the venture without expecting his assistance. We agreed that he and his men would patrol the original 3 miles of the late dike inspector's post, which they did. I promised to supply a signal as to our whereabouts the moment help was required.
I see, and you did that by pulling the rope in the mill, eh?
The rope releases the mechanism of the arms, Watson. There was a good wind. I knew the arms would then start spinning. That mill was supposed to be abandoned. I knew when DeWitt and his men saw the arms revolving in the deserted mill, they'd come a-running.
Splendid, Holmes, splendid. Of course, I'll never know why each step as we go along is so difficult for me, yet so obvious to you.
It depends upon your definition of the word obvious, my dear Watson. The obvious is that which is hardest to discern.
Well, Dr. Watson, the adventure of the fabulous windmill was just as hair-raising as you'd promised. Even more so, as a matter of fact. Now, may we have a hint about the adventure you've planned for next week?
Yes, next week I shall relate to you the adventure of the Uddington Witch, Mr. Harris. A macabre tale, I assure you, involving a strange oak tree, a shriek in the night, and an unpressed pair of trousers.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George SPELVIN. This week's story was written by Howard Merrill with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Uddington Witch. Speaking for Clippercraft Clothes, this is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Following station identification, you'll hear Behind the Front Page with Gabriel Heater. Fly Eastern Airlines for double dependability. Dependable airliners, dependable personnel. To fly anywhere in the world, call Eastern or your travel agent. Save 5%. Buy round-trip tickets. This is WOR. This is WOR, New York. 7 o'clock by Longines, the world's most honored watch. Product of the Longines Whitnall Watch Company.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and more than 1,200 leading retail stores from coast to coast present that immortal character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes, starring John Stanley. This week's story, The Adventure of the Uddington Witch.
Holmes!
Yes, Watson?
You say you saw a shadow dart into this forest after the murder?
I did, Watson, and it was an extraordinary shadow indeed.
What do you mean?
I saw what was apparently a witch, Watson.
A witch?
Precisely. The Black Witch of Uddington. The local townsfolk say she still prowls this forest.
Well, good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Harris.
And what adventure are you working on tonight, Doctor?
One of the strangest and weirdest in my memoir. Holmes and I always referred to it as The Adventure of the Uddington Witch.
The Adventure of the Uddington Witch. Sounds like something to raise the gooseflesh, Doctor.
Indeed it is, Mr. Harris. But first, Mr. Harris, I know you have something to say about Clippercraft clothes.
Indeed I do. The day you wear your new Clippercraft suit for the first time, your friends are likely to wonder whether you came into an unexpected fortune. Your suit will fit as perfectly and feel as comfortable as if it were custom made. The rich-looking fabrics will give you long, dependable service. If your admiring friends wonder about your Clippercraft suit costing only $40 or $45, suggest that they drop into the independent store in your community that sells Clippercraft. This store is one of more than 1,200 of America's finest stores from coast to coast that combine their enormous purchasing power to keep your dollar from losing weight. That's why Clippercraft can offer you beautifully tailored worsted suits at an unbelievably low $45. Right now, your Clippercraft store can show you one in your favorite style and color. See his selection of top coats and overcoats, too, and see for yourself how true it is that Clippercraft values can't be beat. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, what's this adventure of the Uddington Witch all about?
Well, Mr. Harris, it took place in '99, as I recall. Holmes and I were taking our ease at Baker Street one evening when we received an urgent and certainly a bizarre telegram. It came from Uddington, a town in the Shire of Lanark, in the lowlands of Scotland. It was from a Lord Dunbar, master of Heathercliff Manor. It begged Holmes to come to the manor with all possible speed, stating that a witch had spirited away his mother in the dark of night.
A witch?
Exactly, Mr. Holmes. A witch. Naturally, Holmes's curiosity was immediately aroused, and we resolved to take the noon train the following day. But little did we know, as we read the telegram, that tragic events were already in the making at Uddington on that very same evening. It began with Lord Dunbar in his study.
Who's there? Who's there? Ruth? Hester? Why in blazes don't you answer? I locked my door. Someone has to disturb me. Well, what do you... You!
I, Lord Dunbar!
The Black Witch of Uddington!
I come to bring me the death on the wicked Dunbar!
That scream? Yes, I was in bed when it came. Positively ghastly, too. Seemed to come from Uncle Andrew's study.
Oh, yes, Bruce. Please hurry. Something's wrong. Terribly wrong.
Come on, Aunt Hester. Let's have a look. Here's the study. Uncle Andrew! Uncle Andrew!
Oh, Bruce, there's no answer.
Then we'd better look in. The door's open. Like... Good Lord. The witch's revenge.
Andrew! Andrew! Oh!
Oh, it's you, Holmes. I was wondering when you were coming back to the compartment. Our train is due in Uddington very shortly.
Unfortunately, my dear Watson, we're too late to help Lord Dunbar.
Too late? What do you mean?
I've just seen a copy of a Newcastle newspaper brought aboard at the last station. Lord Dunbar was murdered early this morning.
What?
Foully murdered, Watson. Found dead in his study with a steel spike driven through his heart.
A spike? Good Lord.
Does this method of murder suggest anything to you, Watson?
Why, no, Holmes. I can't say it does.
And you're not up on your lore of demons and witches, my dear fellow. It so happens that the witches, as recently as 200 years ago, were believed to have tortured and stabbed their victims with pins, needles, and sometimes small spikes.
Good heavens.
It may also interest you to know, Watson, that the history of Lord Dunbar's antecedents gives this macabre affair a rather grim and yet fascinating twist.
What do you mean?
An ancestor of Lord Dunbar's in the late 17th century was one of witchdom's most mortal enemies. As Chief Justice of the highest court here in the Scottish lowlands, he hanged many a witch at Gallowlee, or tied them to a stake on the sands until the tide came up to end their misery.
Holmes, you're not suggesting that this is some kind of witch's revenge?
I'm suggesting nothing, Watson, until I have a look at Heathercliff Manor and its remaining inhabitants. The stage driver.
Aye, sir.
When shall we arrive at Heathercliff Manor?
If you look sharp yonder, you'll see the lights of the accursed house, just beyond that wood.
You think it has some sort of curse then?
Aye, as sure as my name is Angus Tavish. It's surely haunted by the Black Ones. You see that wood now?
Yes.
What about it, Tavish?
'Twas there that the Chief Justice, Lord William Dunbar, burned the famous witch, Isabella Whitburn. The say she stole a treasure chest of his and hid it somewhere in the woods. She was his cook, you see, and dealt in the black magic. And 'twas there, among those trees, the witches meet for the Sabbath on Rumour's Day. Aye, but you'll never catch Angus Tavish taking the wood road, where the Black Witch of Uddington roams. I'm driving you the long way, around the moor.
I can't say I blame him, Holmes. It's deuced dark in among those trees, I must say. Good Lord, what's that?
It's the witch, the cursed witch. She's screaming and carrying on again.
Tavish, quick, drive us through the wood road.
No, sir.
There's
no
a private in it for you if you do.
I wouldn't take that road even if you gave me the treasure chest, the Black Witch fallen buried there.
Come on, Watson. Let's get out of this carriage.
Holmes, what on earth are you going to do?
Quick, Watson, follow me. Run, man, run. As luck's with us, perhaps we can beard this witch in her den.
Who's that? Who's there? Halt, do you hear? Watson!
You fool.
Oh, it's you, Holmes.
Yes, and you almost winged me with that revolver of
Oh,
yours.
my dear fellow, you know, dash it all, I'm sorry. The truth is, I'm in a terrible sweat. I've been running through this foul wood, expecting every shadow under every tree to lead to the attack.
Heard any more of that screaming and cackling, Watson?
Oh, that confounded witch must have retired for the night, Holmes.
Strange. Very strange. We covered every foot of this wood. It's only a few hundred feet in every direction, yet no sign of our cackling friend.
I might say, Holmes, I'd be just as happy if I never see it.
Even the Black Witch of Uddington, with all her magical powers, couldn't vanish into thin air so fast. And that maniacal cackling seemed to come from this grove of oak trees here.
I'd say it came from Hades, Holmes. The deuce! It sounds as though she were being tortured and burned at some stake.
Yes, a terrifying effect, Watson, and well calculated to keep the curious away. Come, Watson.
Where to now, Holmes?
Suppose we go to the house and meet its occupant. I take it you are Bruce Lennox, nephew to the deceased.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I am. And you have no idea what a relief it is to have you and Dr. Watson here. I knew my uncle had written you and...
Quite. I might add, we arrived in a most unorthodox manner. Through the small wood in the rear of the house.
Yes, I heard the most terrifying cackling and screaming there, Mr. Glennick. Couldn't find a trace of the diced witch.
I know. Frankly, gentlemen, I admire you for your courage. I count myself as brave as any man and not addicted to superstition. But I, for one, never had the nerve to enter that wood at night.
I can't say I blame you much.
Now then, Mr. Glennick, a question or two.
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Have the official police been here?
Yes, this morning. But the local constable found nothing. Conducted only a hurried investigation. I'm afraid he is as much frightened by the legend as anyone else.
Perhaps, but at the moment I'm not interested in legends, but in facts. This chain of tragedy, I understand, began with the disappearance of your great aunt.
Yes, Lord Dunbar's mother. She disappeared from her room a few nights ago, and we've heard nothing of her since.
You think, then, that she was taken by this Black Witch of Uddington?
I don't know, Mr. Holmes. She might have just wandered off. My great aunt Emily, well, she was, shall we say, somewhat eccentric.
In what way, Mr. Glennick?
Oh, she kept muttering to herself, living in the past. Definitely unbalanced, Dr. Watson, but as far as I know, completely harmless.
I see. Now then, are there any servants here at the manor?
Only two. The rest have been frightened off.
Who are these two?
Cook and the gardener.
And Lady Dunbar, where's she? I should like to talk to her.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes, but I should not advise it now. Lady Dunbar is in her room, indisposed. The shock. Well, you understand.
Quite. And now, Mr. Glennick, we should like to examine the body of your late uncle, Lord Dunbar.
Good Lord, Holmes. What a ghastly sight. No wonder young Glennick excused himself the moment he showed us to the study here. A sharp spike driven directly into Lord Dunbar's heart.
Yes. And with considerable strength, I might add, Watson. Hello, what's this?
What's what, Holmes?
There seems to be some fresh soil on the lower part of this fatal spike.
Fresh soil?
Quite. And observe, Watson, the peculiar shape of this spike. Long and narrow. And the remnant of a bit of string attached to the spike head.
Well, I can't say I consider all this significant, Holmes. You know, Oh, come in.
And Mary Whitburn, the cook.
Yes?
Mr. Glennick roused me from my bed to prepare a hot supper for you. You'll find it in the dining room when you've a mind to eat it.
Thank you, Mary. We'll be along presently.
As you wish, sir.
Rather a peculiar coincidence, don't you think, Watson?
You mean Holmes?
I mean, this cook, Mary Whitburn, bears the same family name as the Isabella Whitburn, the Black Witch of Uddington.
By Jove, Holmes, you're right. A remarkably ugly woman, too, with that mole on her cheek.
Ah, yes, Watson, that mole on her cheek. Another peculiar coincidence.
What do you mean?
In the days when witchcraft was at its heyday, Watson, every witch bore what was called a witch's mark. And usually, it was a mole.
Holmes, you mean this cook, Mary Whitburn, might be the
It's a bit too early to draw any conclusion as yet, my dear Watson. But come, let's have a look at the garden.
The garden? What for?
I should like to examine the flower bed. Aha, look here, Watson.
Holmes, what are you...
Just as I surmised. Note these spikes connected by strings. The gardener uses them to stake off these flower beds.
By Jove. The spike used to kill Lord Dunbar is very similar to this. And it had fresh soil on it.
Precisely, my dear Watson. The murder spike was undoubtedly taken from the garden. Perhaps we should have a talk with the gardener here at our earliest opportunity.
Holmes, good Lord, what?
A scream, Watson, and it came from the house this time.
It sounded like a creature in torment. Holmes, look on the second floor of the house. The light's just gone out in that corner room there.
Quick, Watson, follow me to the house. I'm afraid the Black Witch of Uddington has struck again.
How come such expensive-looking suits cost only $40 and $45? Well, that's what you may ask when you see the new Clippercraft suit, especially when you examine the careful tailoring details and run your fingers over the long-wearing fabrics. But it's no secret that the Clippercraft plan makes these remarkable values possible. And it doesn't take a certified public accountant to know how much money is saved for millions of family budgets when 1,200 of this country's finest independent stores from coast to coast concentrate their huge purchasing power. Yes, you'll have to agree, Clippercraft's your worsted suits are tremendous values at only $45. And be sure to see the new Clippercraft zipper top coat that's sweeping the country. A smart, lightweight coat that becomes a warm, cold weather coat when you zip in the lining. It's an all-weather sensation. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and overcoats. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now, let's return to our story, Dr. Watson.
Well, Mr. Harris, we raced back to the house, ran upstairs toward the corner bedroom whence that agonizing scream had come. It was there we found Lady Dunbar lying across the bed with a spike through her heart.
The witch! The Black Witch of Uddington, Holmes. It has been there again.
Yes, and with the apparent intention of exterminating the entire family.
What is it, Holmes?
Here on the floor. Observe, Watson.
Oh, it seems to be a bit of bark.
It is indeed, Watson, an important detail of this hideous conspiracy.
Holmes, listen.
Yes, the witch again, Watson. Here, over here by the window.
You know, Holmes, there she is, running across the lawn. You can see her there in the moonlight.
Yes. Now she's vaulting the fence with considerable agility, I must say.
Now she's plunging into the wood.
Quick, Watson, after her. And have your service revolver ready.
By Jove, I don't understand this.
Watson, you don't understand what?
Why, we followed that infernal creature into this grove of trees. We scoured every foot of it. And yet she's vanished again.
Yes.
Holmes, you're not even listening to me. What the deuce are you staring at?
That large oak tree, Watson. A magnificent specimen, is it not? Note the huge trunk split toward its base. Obviously a dead tree struck by lightning many years ago.
Oh, dash it, Holmes. I'm not interested in botany at this moment. My feet are soaked from the night dew on this blasted underbrush here. And furthermore, we've got some sort of black witch to contend with.
Exactly, Watson. Suppose we drop in at the gardener's cottage on our way back to the manor. I trust you observed it was situated on the very edge of this wood. No answer, Watson.
As to the lights on, Holmes, perhaps the gardener's roaming around somewhere.
Yes, perhaps. Suppose we try the door.
Yes.
It's unlocked. Come up.
Everything seems to be quite in order here, Holmes.
Yes, quite.
Someone's coming.
Yes. I fear we're in the rather embarrassing position of being intruders, Watson.
What are you doing in my cottage?
You are the gardener, I presume?
Aye, I'm Macready, and I've no stomach for strangers coming into my house. Who be you?
My name is Holmes. Sherlock Holmes. This is Dr. Watson.
We just found the light on, and the door was unlocked, and so we... Aye, the cook told me you'd come on this witch's night. It's an accursed house. And you'd best be off when she comes.
We are grateful for your advice, Macready, but we are not ready to depart as yet. I presume you know that Lady Dunbar has been murdered.
Aye, and the old lady, and her son Lord Dunbar before her. And the end is not yet, Mark Mac... What is it, Mr. Holmes? Why do you stare at my coat so steady?
I note that there's a small blood stain on your left sleeve, my dear Macready.
Yes?
I trust you can explain it to our mutual satisfaction?
Why, yes. You see, Mr. Holmes, I killed a weasel. It was a week ago, I think. A bit of blood fell on my sleeve, no doubt.
Oh, yes. No doubt.
Holmes. What? Oh, Holmes, it's Bruce Glennick. Sweetie, have you seen it? Oh, there you are, both of you. Miss Holmes, my aunt, Lady Dunbar. She's been murdered by the witch. The Black Witch. Yes, Mr. Glennick, we're aware of that. You've just come from the house? Yes. Yes, I was awake in my sleep, heard a loud scream, and then
Suppose we go back to the manor, Mr. Glennick, at once.
Yes? Why?
I should like to have a few words with your cook, Mary Whitburn.
Young Glennick told us the cook's room was down this corridor, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. A very interesting young fellow, Bruce Glennick. You should do something about his tailor.
His tailor? Face it, Holmes, what are you talking about?
His suit, Watson, and specifically that area of his trousers from his knees to his boots.
I can't say I noticed anything, Holmes.
Didn't you, Watson? Then you haven't used your eyes. The rest of his suit was well creased, but that area was out of crease, unpressed.
Well, what of it?
Logic, Watson, logic. The most important indication of... Hello, here's Mary Whitburn's room. And the door's ajar. Hello, are you there?
No answer.
Suppose we go in, Watson.
Holmes, look at this room.
Yes, from every indication, our good cook with a witch's mark and the witch's name has packed and left in the utmost haste.
Rather strange, isn't it?
On the contrary, Watson, it's quite logical.
By Jove, Holmes, the witch again.
Yes, and this time, Watson, the chase draws near to a close. This time, if all goes well, I hope to meet this hideous witch face to face. Come, Watson, back into that grove of trees.
Holmes, that infernal cackling has stopped.
It has indeed. But the moon has emerged, and we shall be able to see. Here we are. Here's that giant oak tree again, Watson, the one killed by lightning.
What about it?
The lightning split it at the trunk. Note this aperture here.
I still don't see why you're so interested in this confounded oak tree.
Patience, Watson, patience. I'm willing to wager this tree trunk is hollow. If you'll put your hand through the aperture and tell me...
Oh, very well, Holmes, I'll do that. You know, but all this is rather silly. Holmes.
What is it, Watson?
I felt something.
Well? Speak up, man. What?
It's something cold. It's soft.
Like a human body?
Yes.
One side, Watson. Let me look into that trunk. There is a body stuffed into this tree trunk, Watson.
Good Lord.
The body of a woman, an old woman, and undoubtedly the lady, elder Lady Dunbar, Lord Dunbar's mother, and first victim of the Black Witch of Addington.
You know, Holmes, this is diabolical. Devilish.
Yes, Watson, we're dealing with a highly distorted and cruelly twisted mentality here. Watson.
Yes, Holmes?
Note the way the roots of this tree are curled upwards and the earth upturned.
Yes, but...
I'm willing to wager that when the lightning struck this oak, it created a natural cavity under the base of the tree.
Holmes, what are you driving at?
The final answer to this weird adventure. Come, Watson, we'll go back to the gardener's cottage and get an axe. And in a very short time, this great oak should reveal its secret. Hold on, Watson. We'll stop here where we can observe that oak tree.
Yes, but Holmes, you said we were going after an axe.
A subterfuge, my dear Watson, to deceive our quarry. We'll wait until that tree reveals the secret of the man who's been posing as the Black Witch of Addington.
The man, Holmes? You mean the Black Witch is a he?
Precisely, Watson. And to be even more explicit, I'm able to name the hideous murderer.
Holmes, who is it?
Quiet, Watson. Look at the aperture in that tree.
By Jove, Holmes. It's a hand. Someone's calling out from within the tree.
You have your revolver ready, Watson?
Yes, I do.
There he comes out of that tree.
Holmes, it's Bruce Glennick.
Halt, Glennick! Stopping your tracks! Come on, Watson!
Holmes! He's still running!
Far away, Watson. Shoot to kill if necessary.
up, Watson. You winged him in the leg. How is he, Watson?
He's unconscious at the moment, Holmes. The pain, you know. But it's nothing serious, just a flesh wound. He'll come around in a minute. Holmes, how did you know that the witch was a man?
Elementary, my dear Watson. It needed a man's strength to drive those fiendish murder spikes so deep. And it needed the agility of a young man to hurdle a 4-foot fence with skirts on, as we saw the witch do.
Yes, but how did you know it was young Glenick?
It could be no one else than Glenick. You remember he told us that he never entered this wood? That he was in bed at the time of Lady Dunbar's murder?
Yes.
Obviously he lied. The fact that the crease was missing in his trousers from the knee to his boots was proof of that. The only way he could have lost that crease was running through high brush soaked with night dew. And the only high brush in the area is among these trees.
By Jove, Holmes, you're right. He couldn't have lost the crease up to his knees by merely running across the lawn. But how you knew the witch, young Glenick here, was using that hollow oak tree as a hideaway...
Again, an elementary observation, Watson. We pursued the witch and lost him twice in a small area of trees. He couldn't have simply vanished among the trees. Therefore, he must have been inside one of them. The bit of bark we found in Lady Dunbar's room was oak.
I see. And after that, it was merely a case of looking for a hollow oak tree large enough to...
Exactly, Watson. This tree is unique in that respect. Furthermore, Bruce Glenick tried to divert suspicion to Macready, the gardener, by using the garden spike as murder weapon.
Yes, but that blood stain on Macready's sleeve...
Quite legitimate, Watson. The stain was old and dry, and its dark red color indicated that it had been on his sleeve for some days. He no doubt did kill a weasel, as he said.
And the cook? Mary Whitman?
Merely a terrified servant with a name fairly common to this vicinity, and an unfortunate mole. I can't say I blame her for leaving post haste. Our friend Glenick is coming around.
Yes, so he is. Holmes, why should young Glenick murder the members of his family, one by one?
I think we may find the answer to that, my dear Watson, when we execute our original errand and chop down that accursed oak tree. Almost to it, Macready?
Aye, Mr. Holmes. There she goes.
Watson, have a look down that deep hole at the base.
Good Lord, Holmes, there's a great natural cavity there. The hiding place of Bruce Glenick. There's the witch's costume that he used.
Exactly. Glenick had merely to enter the hollow tree trunk and slide down to the natural cavern formed by the upturned roof below.
Holmes, look! There's an old chest down there with a cover raised. And it's filled with money, jewels.
Yes, Watson, the chest of the original Black Witch, Isabella Whitburn, stole from her master, the Chief Justice, Lord William Dunbar.
And then she hid it here in this tree, back in the 17th century.
Precisely. She died with her secret, and Bruce Glenick discovered it. And there you have the motive for his fiendish deed, Watson. He intended to murder his family one by one so that he would finally remain sole heir of Heathercliff Manor.
Then he could claim the treasure for himself.
Exactly. But there's a grim and appropriate end to this witch's tale, Watson. Bruce Glenick is exposed, but he'll still suffer a witch's fate on the end of a good, stout Scottish rope.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was an exciting adventure. Seems to me I'll be hearing screams and cackling in my sleep for the rest of my days.
Yes, Mr. Harris. Even now, I occasionally see that shadowy figure racing across the lawn toward that dark wood. I must say, however, that the case left no after effects on Holmes. He had the ready faculty of forgetting one adventure and plunging immediately into another.
And what is next week's story, Dr. Watson?
It's called The Logic of Murder. And it concerns an expert on evasions of the law and a grotesque new theory developed by a gentleman who had performed 6,000 autopsies.
So, Dr. Watson, we'll be waiting eagerly to hear your adventure with Mr. Holmes about the logic of murder. The makers of Clippercraft clothes and more than 1,200 stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the program is produced and directed by Basil. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by George Selden. This week's story was written by Max Ehrlich, with special music by Albert Berman.
you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Logic of Murder. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcast.
Thank heavens you...
What is it, Mrs. Hudson? I came immediately I received your message. What's wrong with Sherlock Holmes?
Well, I think he's busted an ankle, sir. He's had a nasty fall right here outside the house. I managed to get him up to his room, but oh dear, you know what he's like. Do come in. Let's you listen to you. He won't take a blind bit of notice of me. Come in. Do your best with him.
We present the stories of Sherlock Holmes.
A matter of deduction.
Looking for space to hang and dry your washing? Washline distributors have the solution. Their rotating and fold-down wash lines take up the smallest spaces. Ideal for townhouses, simplexes and balconies at affordable prices. Galvanized or powder-coated and available in 5 different colors. For 24-hour delivery, installation, reliable and friendly service, phone Washline Distributors on 011 792 2486. That's 011 792 2486. Wash lines for every space and need.
Die volgende klassieke advertensie van Springbok Radio se verlede kom met die vergunning van die Springbok Radio Bewaringsvereniging van Suid-Afrika.
Net meer as 'n dekade gelede het 'n paar versiende Suid-Afrikaners bymekaar gekom en die enorme uitdagings van die internasionale oliehandel aangedurf. Vandag met 'n topgehalte brandstof, 'n volledige reeks olies en reeds meer as 300 volstasies tot in die verste uithoeke van ons land. Betrek jou die een bymiddel wat regtig saak maak. Trots, want Trek is ons eie. Trek in by die kwagga en maak vol met trots.
One Sunday morning, I'd received an urgent message from Mrs. Hudson to call at my old rooms at Baker Street. Sherlock Holmes was in some sort of trouble. Naturally, I dropped everything and hurried round. I found my old friend lying on the sofa in the sitting room with his right ankle up on a cushion. He refused to take his injuries seriously, but I insisted on a thorough examination.
I told Mrs. Hudson not to bother you, but you know what she's like. She'll have to make a fuss. It's only a slight sprain. Nothing broken.
Well, just hold still for a moment, Holmes, and let me be the judge. Yes, I think you may be right, but the swelling's considerable. You'll certainly have to keep it up for a while. Cold compresses will help. It must be very painful. Right, well, I think that's all I can do for you at the moment, Holmes. If you require anything else, you must just let me know. Oh, seems we have another visitor. Now, whoever it is, don't let them get you up and about. The more you rest that ankle, the quicker it will take to mend. You must promise me to be sensible about this, Holmes. I know what a bad patient you can be, so just try and curb your natural impatience, won't you?
Excuse me, Mr. Holmes. Inspector Lestrade to see you. Is it all right if I let him up?
Of course it is, Mrs. Hudson. I'm not at death's door, you know. Oh, and put the kettle on, will you? I might as well have a nice hot cup of tea.
Tea is already on the way. You will stay for a cup, won't you, Doctor?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. That would be most agreeable.
Very good, sir. This way, Inspector.
Ah, Holmes. Watson. Quite like old times. I heard that you had suffered an injury, Holmes. Nothing serious, I trust?
Very minor, I'm glad to say. Watson's just attended to me and agrees that it's nothing to worry about. Sit down, Lestrade. Well, tell me what brings you here. Surely it can't just be to inquire about my health.
Oh, I was passing this way. Thought I'd drop in. I see that you've been busy reading the papers. What do you think of this body on the train?
Well, there's hardly sufficient data in this newspaper report. It merely says that upon the arrival of the 2:30 train at Tilbury yesterday, a porter discovered the body of a dead man in a first-class carriage. The man was identified as Mr. Harold Brightly, and he seems to have met his death through a blow on the side of the head, although no weapon that could have caused the wound has yet been found. I presume that there could have been many reasons for this.
Any theories?
Hardly. You know, I never go by conjecture, only by facts. Brightly could have been struck by an assailant who left the carriage at an earlier stop, taking the murder weapon with him. On the other hand, he might have leaned out of the open window and been hit by an object on the side of the line, even a passing train. But you must have a professional interest in this, Lestrade. What have you uncovered so far?
Well, I must admit that I have been called in. The Essex police asked for Scotland Yard, and I was approached. I'm happy to say that I've solved the whole case. Not bad in so short a time, eh? Brightly was murdered, all right, by his own nephew.
Just a moment. Please start from the beginning. It's only from there that I can sift out the evidence and form my own opinions.
Well, to start with the body. At first it appeared that Brightly had been struck a terrific blow by a blunt instrument. There was a wound of about 2 inches on the right side of his head. But, on closer examination by the police surgeon, it was found that death was due to a bullet from what would seem to be an ordinary army rifle, which was found embedded in the brain.
Shooting in a train. Interesting. What position was the body in?
In the right-hand corner facing the engine, although I don't consider that of any great importance.
All facts are important in a case of murder, but pray continue.
Well, of course, the first thing to do was to find out more about the dead man and discover a reason why anyone should wish to murder him. Now, Brad lived with his daughter in a small place called Ben Fleet on the way to Southend. He worked in the city, and yesterday, being Saturday, he left his office at about 1. He lunched at a restaurant near Fenchurch Station and took the 2:30 train. Brightly was in business with his nephew, importers, a young fellow called Roy Simmons. Roy Simmons' mother was Brightly's sister, who'd been dead for a couple of years, and Brightly was a very aristocratic man, travelled first class. Simmons is a bit of a wild type, not much cash, always travels third. He almost missed the train, jumped aboard at the last minute. He knew his mates in the army were in the carriage higher up, and so, and this is the interesting part, Holmes, he admits to having scrambled along the footboard outside the train to the third-class carriages. The workman on the line reported having seen a man in uniform with a rifle on his back hanging on to the outside of the train.
So you think he was able to shoot his uncle through the open carriage window and then join his friends in
the moment the inquest is over, I shall issue an order for Roy Simmons' arrest. Although I say it myself, I think it's extremely quick work.
Oh, it's quick all right, Lestrade. There's no doubt about that. But is it correct? That is the point.
Here you are, sir. Tea.
A timely interruption, Mrs. Hudson. Would you like to pour, Watson? I'm somewhat incapacitated. Oh, and Lestrade, do promise me that you won't make any move on this rather unusual case until I've given the matter far more thought, won't you? 2 sugars for me, as usual. Thank you, Watson.
Holmes managed to steer the conversation away from Lestrade's latest case, but I could tell that his interest had been fully roused. He motioned me to stay on after we'd taken tea, and when Lestrade had left, he once again picked up the newspaper and studied the account of the murder.
Singular case, Watson. Of course, Lestrade is flushed with pride, and I suspect that he only called in here to show me that he was in complete command of the situation.
Well, he does seem to have a very good case, Holmes.
I question that, Watson. Unfortunately, I'm unable to carry out a full investigation. I can only think the matter out from this couch. As you know, I always like to visit the scene of the crime personally and collect my own facts from first-hand observation. But this wretched sprained ankle prevents any such course. I can but rely upon second-hand evidence. You wouldn't be prepared to act for me on this matter, would you, Watson?
Well, I'll do everything I can, Holmes, but as you know, I've not your powers of observation and deduction. I could very easily jump to the wrong conclusion.
Not nearly as readily as our good friend Lestrade, I do assure you. So you will help?
If I can, of course, yes.
Good. Then the first thing I would like you to do is this. Oh, dear. That seems to be my morning for visitors, doesn't it? Mrs. Hudson will be asking for weekends off in future.
She won't while you're laid up. She's far too loyal. Would you rather I came again later?
No. I should prefer you to stay if you have the time.
Oh, very well.
Excuse me, Mr. Holmes. Young lady and gentleman to see you. Mr. Roy Simmons and Miss Joyce Brightly.
This becomes most interesting. Pray do come in, both of you. Meet my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. Excuse the fact that I cannot stand. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry to have called without an appointment, but this really is a most urgent matter. May I introduce Miss Brightly? Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
I think I can tell why you're here. You've been interviewed by Scotland Yard, have you not, Mr. Simmons? And you fear an immediate arrest for the murder of your uncle. Oh, that's true, Mr. Holmes. But I didn't do it. I swear I didn't do it.
He didn't, Mr. Holmes. I know he didn't. Oh, please, can't you help us?
I will certainly try my best. If it's any consolation, I must say straight away that I believe you are entirely innocent, Mr. Simmons. I'm quite sure of that. But how can we prove it? That is the tricky question, isn't it? Only by finding the true murderer.
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. The magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilanesberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park, and much, much more. Call now to make your reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000. Or visit their website at www.restinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park. 2 worlds in one.
I had a chance to study the young couple, and quickly formed the opinion that, although they were cousins, they were very fond of each other. They made no secret about this. Roy Simmons explained.
I think I must explain, Mr. Holmes, that one of the reasons that I didn't get along very well with my uncle was the fact that Joyce and I have been in love for some while. There was a resentment upon his part. We tried to explain. He wouldn't listen. He was always a very stubborn man. He was against cousins marrying, and, well, I know he thought I just wasn't good enough for Joyce.
I think that had he lived, he'd have come round to accepting us together. But then this dreadful tragedy occurred, and for the way that Scotland Yard works it out, things look very black for us. That's why we decided to come to you. Oh, please. You say you believe in Roy, but that you have to find out the true murderer. But how can you do so, Mr. Holmes? There is simply no one who has a motive to kill my father. How can there be?
All this will be revealed in good time, Miss Brightly. I've requested Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard not to make any positive moves against Mr. Simmons until I've had time to collect many more facts. Tell me when the inquest will be held. On Tuesday morning. It means we have so little time.
I suppose you'll be unable to be present, Mr. Holmes.
My good friend Dr. Watson tells me that I must remain here and not put any weight upon my injured ankle. I regret that all inquiries will have to be done for me by Watson. However, I see no reason to despair. I take it that you can hold yourself available for any interviews or journeys that I can arrange on your behalf, Mr. Simmons? Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Here's my card. I live in a small apartment in Ashworth Road, Paddington. I'll be at home from now on.
I shall be back at the family home at Benfleet. Please feel free to call me at any time, Mr. Holmes. It's imperative that this dreadful tragedy is solved immediately.
I shall certainly do my best. Just a few questions before you leave, and then the investigation will be taken over by Dr. Watson. Now, a detailed account of your movements from the moment you caught that train in your soldier's uniform, if you please, Mr. Simmons.
Roy Simmons gave us a clear account of his actions of the previous day, and I could tell from the frank and yet clumsy way he told his tale that it was the truth. It was a confession of some bravado, but I believed every word of it. Holmes sat back on the sofa, the tips of the fingers of each hand placed gently together, his eyes half closed as though picturing all he was told. Eventually he smiled and dismissed the couple, promising them that he would take action immediately. When they'd been shown out by Mrs. Hudson, he made several immediate requests.
Firstly, Watson, my books. Railway timetable and ordnance maps from the shelves by the fireplace, if you don't mind. Yes. This case is becoming remarkably interesting. I think you'll find the red-bound books are the ones. A 6-inch survey map that covers the countryside from Raynham to Purdham.
Let's see. These ones you want?
Yes, those are they. Yes, now this is what I'm looking for. Come, study this with me, Watson. You see, here is the railway, and here, running alongside, is the country road. Now, it breaks way round about here, as it enters Raynham Marsh. There are rifle ranges there, and here. Now, this presumably was where the reserve soldiers were doing their afternoon practice. Royce Simmons must have been shooting on this one. Yes, this is most interesting. I'm afraid I must ask you to take a trip down to Raynham, Watson. I want as much information as can be obtained from the warden in charge of the rangers. Take Roy Simmons with you. He'll know the terrain. And while you're at it, I think you should go by train from Fenchurch Street, occupy a first-class carriage, sit on the right-hand side, facing the engine, and carry out a simple experiment. Will you?
Of course I agreed, and some 2 hours later found myself on the South End train from London. I had the maps open upon my knee, and Roy Simmons explained the countryside in great detail. I was very conscious of my own inadequacies, realizing that Holmes would make far more out of everything than I could. But I tried to follow his instructions as carefully as possible. Now, what I wish you to do, Simmons, is to stand up over there by the opposite window and hold that walking stick as though you would a rifle. Now, point it at me. Now, hold your aim as steadily as you can.
Very well. I think it won't be easy. I might add that I'm not the best of shots. That's why I was part of the team that had to put in extra practice. However, here goes. Yes. Now, you mean like this?
That's it, as though the stick's coming through the window.
Tricky. Oh. How's that?
Yes, I think I see what Holmes is after. You're having a hard time pointing that stick accurately. And if you were outside on the running board, holding on with one hand, it would be virtually impossible to aim accurately through the window. The motion of the train would have thrown you off. Well, that's one theory taken care of.
Thank goodness for that. I don't mind admitting that I was scared stiff hanging on out there anyway. It was only my mates cheering me on that kept me going. But, Dr. Watson, my uncle was killed in this train. I didn't do it, so who the devil did?
Well, I can't answer that, but a glimmer of light is beginning to dawn. Perhaps after we've visited the rifle ranges, we shall have a better idea. How much farther to the stop where we get off? And will there be anyone there on a Sunday afternoon? The journey didn't take more than another 15 minutes, and there was a warden in charge of the Raynham Marsh Range. He explained that there was no activity at that particular time.
Oh, nothing going on at the moment. Always quiet on a Sunday. It's weekdays and Saturdays that we're busy.
Yesterday, the Army Reserves were in action, I understand. Do you mind showing me exactly where the practice took place?
It was over there on number 8 range, wasn't it, Warden? I was part of the team.
Oh, that's so. A bunch of right rotten shots you were, too. Yes, that's where you were firing. You notice that the butts are placed right against the fence. Beyond that's the marsh and the river.
So that if anyone was particularly wild with their firing, there could be no danger from flying bullets.
Oh, heaven help us, no. That's why the place is designed as it is. Very little danger here. The red flags go up, of course, and no one's allowed to walk across. Never been any accidents, I'm thankful to say. Of course, on the other side, there's a house or two and the railway, but, the fire doesn't go in that direction.
Excuse me, Warden, but wasn't there other activity going on down here during yesterday afternoon? I think I heard some of the men talking about some unusual firing.
Oh, aye, that's right, yeah. Over there, number 9 range. Special testing going on from Woolwich. newfangled sort of gun, a sort of repeater device. Testing it out they were. I can't say whether it was a great success or not. War Office were in charge, you see. It's all very secret and hush-hush.
I see. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything else to keep us here, Simmons. We'd better be getting back to Baker Street and report to Holmes. I'm afraid he won't be at all impressed. I'm not a very good substitute, I'm afraid. Oh, thank you, Warden. You've been very kind. Come on, Simmons. We shall just be in time to take the return train. Back at Baker Street, I made the report to Holmes in as detailed a manner as possible. Roy Simmons helped me by drawing a rough sketch of the position of the rifle ranges and the railway and confirming all that had taken place. Holmes was naturally impatient and annoyed that he had been able to conduct the investigation in person. He studied the survey maps and our sketches in great detail.
It's no use, Watson. I shall have to go down there myself.
Oh, but Holmes, you can't. It's important that you do not use that leg in its present state.
I shall take a stout stick and put very little weight upon the ankle. I'm quite convinced that the answer to this case lies on that rifle range. We've proved that no one on that train could have committed the murder. The rifle range has got to be the answer. Please, be good enough to get in touch with Lestrade at Scotland Yard. He must hire a four-wheeler, and we shall drive down there. Now, there's a path that goes across the marshes. I shall conduct the investigation from there. Come. Enough time has been wasted as it is. We must get back to Raynham while it's still light. Hurry, Watson, hurry.
And so, yet again, I made the journey down to Raynham. Holmes was silent for most of the journey, and I could tell that Lestrade thought the whole thing a waste of time. Once on the rifle range, Holmes produced some powerful field glasses and studied the countryside. He seemed particularly interested in number 9 range, where the new rifle tests had been conducted.
Most extraordinary. It's very good of you to give us so much of your time, Warden. Tell me a little more about this test rifle. Was it held by hand by one of the men from Woolwich?
Oh, no, sir. A special clamp was used to hold it quite steady. Very powerful gun it is, too. Something went wrong right at the end of the test. It slipped from the clamp, I believe, and the last round must have gone off over into the river over there.
Ah, something went wrong and the target was missed. That's just the information I was looking for. Watson, Lestrade, study the scene before you. Imagine, if you can, what would happen if bullets from a highly powered gun got sprayed about this range.
I can't see that it would make much difference. As the warden says, they would simply have gone by the target and into the marsh or river.
Yes, unless one bullet was deflected in some way. It is possible. In fact, more than possible. Watson, lend me that rather burly shoulder of yours to lean upon. I'm about to hop my way across the grass and show you just how Brightly was killed. It was not murder at all. It was a pure accident. Come, let me explain.
As we helped Holmes to stagger across the rifle range, he began to explain his theory. It all began to make sense. Even Lestrade was impressed and forced to listen. I was staggered that the facts could have been placed together so accurately without Holmes having been anywhere near the scene of the death.
It was clear from the beginning that Simmons could never have killed his uncle. In the first place, if he was on the train, then he would have had to fire at very close range. A rifle bullet would have simply gone through the man's head and not lodged in the brain. It was obvious that the bullet that killed Brightly was very near the end of its flight, and so must have been fired from a long way off. Now, although the rifle used on this range was pointing in the wrong direction, supposing it hit that metal flagstaff in front of us, it would then have ricocheted off, been deflected, and entered the open window of the passing train. A bullet deflected in this way usually turned over and over in its flight, and that would account for the unusual size of the wound. There, look up there on the flagstaff. That is a recent scar where the paint has been chipped away. I submit to you that that is how Brightly was killed. Check the times of the train against the last round fired by that new rifle from Woolwich, and I think you have the case solved. Don't you, Lestrade? And an innocent man will be able to go free. Saved purely by a method of deduction. Elementary. Not so, my dear Watson?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
He's the first to admit that these are petty crimes. But they are not what they appear on the surface. Oh, no. If I can reveal the name of the person responsible for all this trouble, would you drop any charges against him, Lord Farewell?
If it were for the sake of the college, then yes, of course I would.
And what does the sake of the college mean? It means maintaining the good reputation that St. Mark's has when entering for the next games. Is that not so? I'm afraid that is where the danger lies. Athletics is a branch of sports that has hitherto been almost entirely free from professionalism and the evils of betting. But now, competition has risen to such a state that it has become work and not play. Now, this is the basic reason for the petty crimes we are investigating.
A most interesting thesis, Holmes, but I'm blessed if I can see how.
Well, let me show you. But first, to get back to the crimes themselves.
Excuse me, sir. Wouldn't it be better if we just asked the man himself to admit his guilt?
Quite. Come on, Lewis. You know you've been caught out.
I have not. And I don't admit to anything. I'm not guilty.
Just one moment, just one moment.
Well,
now, let me start with you, Mr. Lewis. When I carried out an investigation at the local bank regarding the cashing of the forged checks, the cashier described the man to whom he gave the money as muffled up in cap and mackintosh.
Then it could have been anyone.
At the time this took place, you were nowhere to be found?
I was out walking. It was a dreary day, but I wanted exercise. I was quite alone.
That is no alibi. The man was wearing spectacles and was left-handed. He spoke very precise English, which could be an effort to conceal an American accent.
Now, look here, this just isn't fair.
The check, which was typed out, had the dates of the day and the month transposed. In England, we put the day first, then the month and the year.
Of course, correct.
In America, it's the month, the day, and the year. All this adds up. As the stamps were found in your study, the case against you looks complete. But, as I have said, most crimes are not what they appear. Supposing there was someone in the college who wanted you to be disgraced, dismissed from the college and the sports, then wouldn't it be a simple matter to imitate you? A pair of steel-rimmed glasses, easily obtainable. The subtle typing of an American way of dating a check. The affected voice. Even the unnecessary writing of the amount taken on an envelope, so that the cashier should note that the left hand was used.
Look here, Mr. Holmes. Do you mean someone was trying to get Lewis wrongfully accused?
Yes, that is exactly what I do mean. It's all too obvious. It's all too pat. Guy Lewis is quite innocent.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. Thank you.
Then who has committed this annoyance? Well, it would be someone who, in the first place, would like £100 in ready cash. A gambling debt, perhaps. 2, someone who wants very much to be included in the Oxford sports team. Desperate for his blue. 3, someone who is jealous of you, Lord Farewell. Perhaps a lady friend.
Well, but that can only be... It can't be.
4, someone who is a fine athlete and a very fine pole vaulter.
What? A pole vaulter? None of us is a pole vaulter. Except
Eric Davidson, Lord Farewell's best friend. A man whom I suspect is rather in debt. A man who is in love with your current lady friend, Lord Farewell. A man who is desperate to get into the Oxford team and has probably got a lot of money on certain events, particularly the pole vault. The distance from the ground to the lead roof outside your rooms is over 10 feet, Lord Farewell. Eric Davidson is the only one who can clear that distance. At least, according to your sporting records, which I took care to examine.
This isn't true. You can't prove a thing against me.
No, I think we can. I took an impression from the turf outside Falcon Lodge. I'm willing to bet that your vaulting pole has a triangular base, such as is used up in the Fend district. The spikes will fit the turf specimen exactly. You've been a little too clever all along, haven't you, Davidson? Well, gentlemen, I've concluded my investigation. If you examine all the facts I've placed before you, you'll find my conclusions are perfectly correct. What steps you take against this man, who has so outmaneuvered you, is not my business. I just regret that jealousy and deception can exist to this degree in an institution such as this. Well, that is all. Would you excuse us, Dean? I think there is a diner on the 9 o'clock train back to London, Boston. Shall we go?
It was some weeks after this that Holmes paused while refilling his pipe and turned the newspaper over to the back pages. There were the sports results in full.
I see that the results are here of the athletics meeting between Oxford and Cambridge. Most interesting.
What about young Christopher Farewell? Does it mention him?
Oh, yes, quite prominently. St. Mark's acquitted itself well. Good to see that the American Guy Lewis was very much to the fore. He won the sprint events quite easily.
And the pole vault?
Cambridge won. No mention of Eric Davidson. I imagine he's no longer at St. Mark's. Well, let's hope we never hear about that young man again. He's far too ingenious a mind. The sort of mind that makes a good criminal.
Or perhaps a good private investigator.
Well, one can only hope, Watson. One can only hope.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
More coffee, Holmes?
What's up, Watson?
No, I merely asked if you'd like a final cup of coffee. I presumed you'd finished your breakfast.
Oh, no, thank you. I've had enough. Busy day today?
Yes. Oh, this has been one of the worst winters I can recall. Never seen so many cases of bronchitis and influenza. These terrible fogs. Wrap up well when you go out, Holmes.
I shan't be going out. I've got a lot of bookkeeping to do. I hate it and everything involved with money and finance, but, well, the time has come and it must be faced.
Excuse me for interrupting, Mr. Holmes, but there's a message here for you. And Mr. Samuel Wise left it very early this morning. A pawnbroker, he said he was.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tonight,
an item of cartography. Sherlock Holmes' finances had always been a mystery to me. I knew that upon occasions he'd been rewarded for his most remarkable talents by princes and heads of state most handsomely. Yet, more often than not, he'd solved a crime that baffled Scotland Yard without apparently receiving a penny. Could he be in need of money? Well, surely he'd confide in me, his oldest friend. He'd not resort to pawning his possessions. Surely not.
No, Watson. I can read your mind. My affairs are not in such a parlous state. This notice from Samuel Wise, the pawnbroker in Great Titchfield Street. He asks if it'll be convenient to call and see me this evening. Yes, well, I shall write a note telling him to be here after 8 o'clock when his business closes.
A pawnbroker? Here, Holmes? Do you know the man?
Oh, yes, extremely well. There have been times when I've been able to help him out of trouble. You remember the curious case of the blind Madonna? He's cooperated well with me, too. It's surprising the number of people a pawnbroker gets to know, Watson. Wise Fingers, as he's affectionately known in underworld circles, is a valuable between-man. Not as an informer, mark you, but as a man who prides himself on helping others.
I shouldn't think a man of such altruistic principles would become a pawnbroker. Well, I have a patient in Belsize Park who'll be my first call of the morning, and from there I'll be making my way to Oxford Circus. Should you wish, I can easily drop your reply at the pawnbroker's premises in Great Titchfield Street, as I'll be passing that way.
Oh, thank you, Watson. That's extremely kind of you. I shall write it immediately.
I did as Holmes requested, merely dropping the note into the letterbox of the door under the pawnbroker's sign, and went about my duties in cold, fog-bound London. Inevitably, everything was slowed down, and by the time I'd completed my day's calls, it was far later than usual. I let myself into our rooms at Baker Street with notions of a quiet, peaceful evening. I heard laughter and realized that we were not alone.
Come in, Watson, come in.
Good evening.
Yes, I don't think you've met Mr. Wise. Fingers, this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Oh, you won't know the likes of me, but I've heard a great deal about you, Doctor. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Do take off your cape and coat, get yourself near the fire, Watson, and allow me to pour you a warming drink.
Oh, thank you. I'd appreciate that.
Fingers was just about to tell me the reason for his visit, Watson. I thought we'd wait until you were present to witness it all. You know how I always rely upon you to give me an opinion.
Thank you, but I fear I may be intruding. The more the merrier, as far as I'm concerned. But I think I should say straight away, Mr. Holmes, that this has nothing to do with any crime. At least as far as I know, it hasn't.
Well, now, pour yourself another drink, Fingers. Sit down again, and now that Watson is comfortable, tell us what brings you to see us.
Well, it was on a Tuesday, about 3 weeks ago. The bell of the shop door tinkled, and a well-dressed but rather pale young man entered. Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I wish to get some money on this antique map. Could you... I mean, that is... Will you value it?
Yes. Well, this looks quite valuable. Oh, here's a date. Yes, it's 18th century. It's beautifully worked.
It's a privately commissioned map of the Greek island of Hydra. You see here the name of the artist, Francois Loudun. It's an extremely rare specimen, and it must be worth a lot of money. Here, look at the carefully worked decorations around the edges.
Oh, old maps are not really up my street, if you pardon the expression, sir. Why not take it to the antique booksellers in Bond Street?
Oh, because I don't want to part with it. But just at present, I need some money, as you can judge from my appearance. Let me have £5 on the map until I can redeem it.
£5 is a lot of money. The map isn't worth it.
Oh, but it is. It's a very rare. And Loudun is a famous name. It must be worth well over £100.
Oh, that's so. Why not sell it?
Because I don't want to part with it. Well, give me £5.
4.
£4, 10 shillings.
4.
Oh, very well. 4.
I'll write out the ticket. Now, let's see. Number 71. You can redeem the map whenever you like. 6% interest. Name and address?
Robert Beecham, 32 Tunbridge Street, Maidavale.
Robert Beecham, Bridge Street, Maidavale. There you are, sir. £4 in gold.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do take care of the map. I'll take it back whenever I can. Good day to you. Much obliged.
Well, the young man left me, Mr. Holmes, and I placed the map away in a drawer. Didn't think much about it until yesterday, when out of the fog, the door opens, and in comes the most vulgar creatures I've seen in many a day. Elderly and coarsely spoken, seemed very excited. He put a pawn ticket on the counter in front of me, and the number on the ticket was 71.
Give me that map this ticket is for in quick now.
Oh, let me see. Oh, yes. Well, I can remember this now. That old map. It was handed in here by Mr. Robert Beecham. You come from him?
That's right. Here's the money with the interest. Where's that map?
Is, Mr. Beecham ill? Why didn't he come here himself?
What's that going to do with it? Here's the ticket and here's the money, so hand over the map I'm redeeming.
No, I can't do that. That map's valuable. I could get into trouble if I didn't let him redeem the map himself.
I'm telling you, I come from him and all you want that map.
Oh, I'm sorry. If Mr. Beecham is ill, then tell him I'll bring the map to him. If he isn't ill, then he must come to me. Now, you may as well clear out. You can't have the map, ticket or no ticket, so that's the close of the matter.
Oh, yeah. I'll call the police, I will.
Well, there's a police station not 5 minutes walk down the road. If you hurry, you'll find a sergeant on duty.
You haven't heard the last of this. I'll get that map. I'll get it, I tell you. If it's the last thing I do.
Well, now, as I say, I have a way of sensing when things are amiss. And I was sure they were amiss.
So what did you do, Fingers?
I shut up shop and I took a cab to Maida Vale. I was sure that young Mr. Beecham wanted me to hold on to that map. I expected him to be ill, or to tell me that the man had robbed him of the ticket. But no, Mr. Holmes, he did nothing of the kind. I was surprised when he said...
Man's name is Victor Scribbin. I owe him money. I thought I might stop him pestering if I allowed him to redeem the map with his own money.
Asking him to spend more on you. Are you going to give him the map?
Well, of course not. I'm just going to let him look at it. The fact is that the map may be as valuable for the message it contains as it is for its artistic merit.
Message?
Well, yes. The fact is that the map belonged to my uncle, Jack Beecham.
Just before he died, he hid his money away and left a will, which gives everything to the person who finds out where it is. Victor Scribbin worked for my uncle and has as much right to the fortune as anyone. Uncle Jack told me that the secret was contained in the map. Victor found this out and wants to study it himself.
And you were going to let him?
I've studied that map. I've gone over it with a fine-tooth comb, and there's nothing there, no clue at all. If I let Victor try it, it might keep him quiet.
You must be mad, giving an opportunity like that to that ruffian.
What else can I do?
I'll tell you exactly what you can do. Get the help of experts, my boy. Leave this to me. You're not to allow anyone to see that map until I've spoken to my friend Sherlock Holmes. I'll call him as soon as I can, and I'll let you know his advice. But until then, I'm holding on to the map, and no one is going to even have a butcher's at it. Is that understood? And, well, that's the position, Mr. Holmes. That's the story.
Quite remarkable. Don't you think so, Watson?
Yes, indeed. Well, what we do now, Holmes?
Well, let's see that map, Fingers. You brought it with you?
It's on the sofa in my bag. I'll get it out.
There. Good. Now, you want my advice?
Oh, of course.
Well, leave the map with me. Get in touch with young Robert Beecham and tell him to come over here tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. If there is a message regarding his uncle's fortune contained in that map, we shall find it together.
Yes, of course. As you say.
But although you do concern yourself with the well-being of others, you also have to live. If there is any money found, you will have some reward. If there is any money. Is that it, Fingers?
Well, my interest is 6%, as you know. It sounds fair enough, don't you think? Oh, let's 6% and I'll do everything you say. How's that, Mr. Holmes?
It was typical of Sherlock Holmes that after Fingers Wise left, he did not study the map at all. He simply locked it in the center drawer of his large desk. Until he gained all the facts from the owner of the map, he was not prepared to investigate the matter. The next day, the fog had lifted, and for the first time in over a week, a glow of yellow light showed through the low clouds. Holmes was engrossed in the morning paper when...
There's a young gentleman here, Mr. Holmes. Says his name is Beecham. Shall I show him through?
Yes, please, Mrs. Hudson.
Shall I bring some more coffee?
Perhaps a little later. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Very well. I'll show the gentleman through then.
Robert Beecham was exactly as Fingers Wise had described him. Shabby but personable. He wasted no time and came straight to the point.
What Mr. Wise has told you is quite true, Mr. Holmes. There is a secret in that map that means money. I have been unable to find it. Perhaps with your help...
Well, first, give me all the facts. Tell me the whole story of your Uncle Jack and this strange will.
Uncle Jack died 6 months ago at the age of 70. In his early days, he had led a roving life, and 10 years ago, he came home with a fortune from the West Indies.
How much fortune?
Oh, that's the odd part. Nobody ever knew the amount of his wealth, for he was a secretive old fellow who confided in no one. He bought a place of his own in Woking, just a small cottage, big enough for his needs, with a garden, of which he was very fond. His only great luxury was collecting old books and antique maps. He had an extensive collection.
Where is it now?
They've sold along with the house and the land. A man in the city claimed the estate and sold it.
A creditor? What about the fortune?
Well, Uncle Jack was a miser. Everybody knew it. All he gave me was the map, a valuable item. It was an unusual gesture of generosity.
Well, tell me all about it. How he came to give it to you.
You come to see me because you think I'll give you money. Is that it, Robert?
Oh, no, not really, Uncle. I am hard up. I still want to complete my studies, but if necessary, I can get a job. It seems a pity, though, to have to do so now.
Never mind. Pity didn't have anything to do with hard work. It's leisure that harms folk. To be rich is to be idle, and to be idle is to waste one's mind.
That may be true, Uncle, but these days it costs money to educate oneself. I can't learn without being given the right tools. You went abroad to make your fortune. I have to study to pass examinations.
Examinations? Pass a set of questions. That's not education.
Then what is?
Life. Life. That's what's education, my boy. Going to school, learning your sums. That's nothing to compare with getting out into the world and finding out the facts for yourself. I educated myself, and I can tell you it was quite a task. And you know the chief lesson that I learned?
What?
That it is all one big, huge joke. Nothing matters much except having a sense of humor. It's all a joke.
Oh, I don't think I find life very amusing at the moment.
Well, you will. Look, I'd like to help you out, but I'll not be giving you any money. I'll give you something, though, of rare importance. I've got it here, on the shelf, under this window ledge here. Yeah, this is for you, laddie.
What is it? A map?
And a rare one, and valuable, too. But not for what it is, but what's hidden within. When I die, that map will tell you all. Just read my will and study that map, and we'll see who has the last laugh about my life. Yes, it's all a joke. Big joke.
That was the last time I saw Uncle Jack. Well, now you know everything, Mr. Holmes. Please study the map. Tell me if you can find any clue in that.
Very well. And let us start by putting it out carefully on this table. Now, Watson, come round here so you can get a good close look.
Holmes used his powerful magnifying glass and made no comment as we all studied the map, section by section. Not one pen or pencil mark marred the creamy surface. There was no hint that betrayed the secret of the hidden money. Finally, Robert Beecham leaned back in his chair and sighed.
Well, there you are, you see. There's nothing.
Nothing visible. And so, you know my methods, Watson. If there's nothing visible and yet something is there, then what is the answer?
Just fino, Holmes. Something invisible, I suppose?
Exactly. And what is more obvious than invisible ink?
What?
Precisely. You told me two things about your uncle. One, that he was a miser, and the other, that he thought life was a huge joke. Was a practical joker, what is more likely than the use of invisible ink?
Lemon juice.
That could well be, Watson.
Message and lemon juice that we can discover simply by using heat. But what do you say, Robert?
It's worth a try. Well, there's a good fire burning in the grate.
Wait, we must proceed carefully.
By Jove, Holmes, a flat iron. You had a flat iron by the fire all the time. You knew that this is how we'd find out the secret.
It is a reasonable deduction. It's purely a question of reasoning. Now, let's get to work. Now, here's a thick velvet pad upon which we place the map first. Pass me that sheet of brown paper, Watson. There it is on the table. Right. Now, place the paper over the top section of the map first. Now, I press the flat iron on there. Now, let's see.
Nothing there. Nothing at all.
Very well. Let's place the brown paper over the lower section of the map. That's it. Then we take the iron to that section. Now, let's see.
Something is there. Look, it's coming up.
Yes. Look. A name. Printed in a bay there. And under it a series of numbers.
Well, what does it say? Can you read the numbers?
It says 45, 74, 69.
And the name there, underlined?
Theolodakis.
Does the name Theolodakis mean anything to you?
No, not a thing. It is evidently a Greek name. I have not even traveled to Greece.
It doesn't seem to have much bearing on anything. Now, what about the numbers? Let's see. Spaced out in twos. 45, 74, 69. Could be a date. Let's see. 9 of 11 of 15. 1815. How old was your uncle when he died?
He was 70. Yes, he was born in 1815. This looks like the date of his birth, yes. It must be 9th of November, 1850.
Date of birth and a Greek name. This property of your uncle's at Woking, has it been occupied yet?
Well, not as far as I know. It's still deserted. Why?
Because it is there that we must take up the case again.
You have formed an opinion, Miss. What is it, Mr.
All in good time, my friend. I think we can take a train from Waterloo, which will get us down there this afternoon. Oh, and yes, bring the map, won't you, Robert?
The cottage at Woking was small and neglected. It was set at the end of a square piece of ground that held a number of trees. Fruit trees were unpruned, and the flowers grew wild with colour among the tall grass. The centre of the garden was a large oak tree, underneath which was an old wooden bench. A peaceful spot in which to read on mild days. It was certainly desolate now, although not quite deserted. For there, under an apple tree, was a man with a spade in his hand. He stopped digging and turned when he saw us.
Victor Scriven, what are you doing here?
What we be, Jim? I might ask you and the other two gentlemen who were with you, what are you doing here?
Well, this gentleman is Sherlock Holmes, a famous detective. He thinks he can find my uncle's treasure for me.
And I'm here digging every foot of this garden till I find the money. Worked a lifetime for him, I didn't got nothing for a lifetime service. The old miser, I deserve to find the money, even if I have to dig for a month.
I think that would be rather a waste of effort. I think this will provide the answer.
Well, a map.
Yes, now let me explain. It's chiefly a matter of numbers. Watson, give me the numbers we've gathered together.
Well, I'll give him to you, Mr. Holmes. 45, 74, 69.
Right. And now, Robert, the name printed in the bay.
Oh, yes. Theo Ledakis.
Right. Now take the fourth letter of the name.
It's O.
Now the fifth.
L. Oh, I see. If that is the method. The seventh is D. Fourth is O. The sixth is A. And the ninth is K.
Which gives us quite simply Old Oak.
Then that's enough for me. That's where I'll be digging.
No, wait.
No, let him go ahead and dig. If he finds anything, we can quite easily prove that it belongs to you. Just let him dig.
Old Victor Scriven started digging. He was digging furiously for 2 hours at the base of the old oak tree, until he eventually found what we were all waiting for. A large tin box was raised to the surface. Chuckling and gloating, Victor forced it open. We all expected to see gold coins spill out onto the damp earth. But instead...
What is this? A tin trunk? Nothing in it. Nothing. Except a piece of paper.
Allow me.
What?
To whoever finds this. When I returned to England, everyone thought I was so wealthy. They were wrong. I had just enough to lease this land and the cottage for as long as I thought I should live. There is no money, no reward. 'Tis better to be thought rich than to be rich. It's all a joke, a colossal joke.
What? Nothing? Nothing?
So, I'm penniless after all.
Not exactly. You have the map. That's the start. A beginning on which to build your own fortune. I must admit I'm not at all surprised by this. A wealthy miser with a sense of humor is a man I've yet to meet. Human nature is very strange, don't you think?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
He's the first to admit that these are petty crimes. But they are not what they appear on the surface. Oh, no. If I can reveal the name of the person responsible for all this trouble, would you drop any charges against him, Lord Fairwell?
If it were for the sake of the college, then yes, of course I would.
And what does the sake of the college mean? It means maintaining the good reputation that St. Mark's has when entering for the next games. Is that not so? I'm afraid that is where the danger lies. Athletics is a branch of sport that has hitherto been almost entirely free from professionalism and the evils of betting. But now, competition has risen to such a state that it has become work and not play. Now, this is the basic reason for the petty crimes we are investigating.
A most interesting thesis, Holmes, but I'm blessed if I can see how.
Well, let me show you. But first, to get back to the crimes themselves.
Excuse me, sir. Wouldn't it be better if we just asked the man himself to admit his guilt?
Quite. Come on, Lewis. You know you've been caught out.
I have not. And I don't admit to anything. I'm not guilty.
Just one moment.
Well,
now, let me start with you, Mr. Lewis. When I carried out an investigation at the local bank regarding the cashing of the forged checks, the cashier described the man to whom he gave the money as muffled up in cap and mackintosh.
Then it could have been anyone.
At the time this took place, you were nowhere to be found?
I was out walking. It was a dreary day, but I wanted exercise. I was quite alone.
That is no alibi. The man was wearing spectacles and was left-handed. He spoke very precise English, which could be an effort to conceal an American accent.
Now look here, this just isn't fair.
The check, which was typed out, had the dates of the day and the month transposed. In England, we put the day first, then the month and the year.
Of course, correct.
In America, it's the month, the day, and the year. All this adds up. As the stamps were found in your study, the case against you looks complete. But, as I have said, most crimes are not what they appear. Supposing there was someone in the college who wanted you to be disgraced, dismissed from the college and the sports, then wouldn't it be a simple matter to imitate you? A pair of steel-rimmed glasses, easily obtainable. The subtle typing of an American way of dating a check. The affected voice. Even the unnecessary writing of the amount taken on an envelope, so that the cashier should note that the left hand was used.
Look here, Mr. Holmes. Do you mean someone was trying to get Lewis wrongfully accused?
Yes, that is exactly what I do mean. It's all too obvious. It's all too pat. Guy Lewis is quite innocent.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. Thank you.
Then who has committed this annoyance? Well, it would be someone who, in the first place, would like £100 in ready cash. A gambling debt, perhaps. 2, someone who wants very much to be included in the Oxford sports team. Desperate for his blue. 3, someone who is jealous of you, Lord Farewell. Perhaps a lady friend.
Well, but that can only be... It can't be.
4, someone who is a fine athlete and a very fine pole vaulter.
What? A pole vaulter? None of us is a pole vaulter. Except
Eric Davidson, Lord Farewell's best friend. A man whom I suspect is rather in debt. A man who is in love with your current lady friend, Lord Farewell. A man who is desperate to get into the Oxford team and has probably got a lot of money on certain events, particularly the pole vault. The distance from the ground to the lead roof outside your rooms is over 10 feet, Lord Farewell. Eric Davidson is the only one who can clear that distance. At least, according to your sporting records, which I took care to examine.
This isn't true. You can't prove a thing against me.
No, I think we can. I took an impression from the turf outside Falcon Lodge. I'm willing to bet that your vaulting pole has a triangular base, such as is used up in the Fend district. The spikes will fit the turf specimen exactly. You've been a little too clever all along, haven't you, Davidson? Well, gentlemen, I've concluded my investigation. If you examine all the facts I've placed before you, you'll find my conclusions are perfectly correct. What steps you take against this man, who has so outmaneuvered you, is not my business. I just regret that jealousy and deception can exist to this degree in an institution such as this. Well, that was all. Would you excuse us, Dean? I think there is a diner on the 9 o'clock train back to London, Boston. Shall we go?
It was some weeks after this that Holmes paused while refilling his pipe and turned the newspaper over to the back pages. There were the sports results in full.
I see that the results are here of the athletics meeting between Oxford and Cambridge. Most interesting.
What about young Christopher Farewell? Does it mention him?
Oh, yes, quite prominently. St. Mark's acquitted itself well. Good to see that the American Guy Lewis was very much to the fore. He won the sprint events quite easily.
And the pole vault?
Cambridge won. No mention of Eric Davidson. I imagine he's no longer at St. Mark's. Well, let's hope we never hear about that young man again. He's far too ingenious a mind. The sort of mind that makes a good criminal.
Or perhaps a good private investigator?
Well, one can only hope, Watson. One can only hope.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Well, looking at the check, it's clear that it is a forgery. The person who did this is an old hand at the game.
How do you deduce that, Holmes?
The easiest way to copy is to perfect the handwriting upside down first. I think this was so in this case. I imagine that your signature is readily available, Lord Farewell. I mean, there are specimens to be seen in public.
Oh, yes, of course. I sign all the sports items on the notice board. The teams that are selected, for instance. Everyone knows my signature.
So to obtain a copy and imitate it would be easy. I think that the typewriter that was used was also readily available, is that not so?
There is one in the common room attached to the library. Everyone uses it.
Well, then it should be easy to compare the type. Good. Well, it's still early afternoon. I think a walk after that excellent luncheon would be a splendid idea. I'll be able to find the bank in question all right. Perhaps we can meet later, Dean.
I shall be here at your service, Holmes, and thank you for going to all this trouble.
Perhaps you'd care to take tea with me at Falcon Lodge when you return. Shall we say 4 o'clock?
Now, that seems a very sound idea. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Lord Farewell. We shall see you around about 4 o'clock. Come, Watson.
It was but a 15-minute walk to the main road and the bank where Lord Christopher Farewell had his accounts. The bank manager seemed to be expecting us. He listened intently to what Holmes had to say, and then called in a young man who was on duty at the banking counter when the fraudulent cheque was cashed. Together, they listened to Holmes.
I'm undertaking a private investigation into the cashing of this forged cheque. So far, we've only established that it was typed on a communal typewriter at St. Mark's College. It could have been signed by anyone. Now, you were on duty when the undergraduate presented the cheque.
You can speak quite freely in front of Mr. Holmes, Hughes. This is all in confidence.
Oh, yes, I was. I must tell you that I've not been working here for very long, and the Oxford undergraduates who use this bank are not known to me.
But you would be able to give a description of this one.
Oh,
Do you
yes.
remember him?
Oh, yes. It was a very rainy afternoon, and we were near to closing hours, and he came in wearing a wet mackintosh and the St. Mark's College cap, and he had a scarf of the same colours wrapped around his neck.
In other words, quite muffled up. You could only see his hands and face.
That's right. All I can really remember is that, well, he wore spectacles, the thin steel-rimmed kind, and he peered a bit through them.
Did he speak to you?
Oh, just a few words. I can't recall exactly what they were. It was something like, a rough afternoon, please cash this for my friend.
Did he have any sort of accent?
No. He seemed to be choosing his words very carefully and speaking quite precisely in a rather affected English.
Quite common in undergraduates at Oxford. Anxious to be correct in every way.
Anything else you observed?
Only that when I gave him the £100 in notes, he placed them in an envelope that he had with him, and he wrote the amount on the outside.
He did? It's a very strange thing to do. I wonder why.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, and there is one more thing I noticed. He wrote with his left hand.
I see. Well, thank you very much, Hughes. Thank you, sir. You've been most kind in granting this interview.
I am sorry we could not have been of more help.
You have been exceedingly helpful. Come, Watson. We shall be late for tea at Falcon Lodge. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Do help yourself to more cucumber sandwiches whenever you wish. Holmes, I always take tea down here on the ground floor terrace.
Thank you. I rarely eat at this time of the afternoon.
Dare I inquire if you're any farther forward in your investigations?
I think a little, yes. Tell me, have you anyone in this college who is an American, short-sighted, and left-handed?
Goodness gracious me, what a question. It's a three-part one, too. Well, the answer is yes. There is a man here who is an American, Guy Lewis. He's left-handed, and he is rather short-sighted. He wears those American steel-rimmed spectacles. You know the kind.
Is he a friend of yours?
No, not really. I always feel so ill at ease with foreigners. But he is an extremely fine sportsman. Excellent oarsman, good runner. Could well get his blue this term. Why?
Because evidence is building up against him. Is he in need of money, do you know?
Dashed if I know. I shouldn't think so. His family headed rich in the Yukon or some outlandish place. Are you suggesting that he is the man who forged my signature?
No, I'm simply trying to establish facts. And the facts are that he fits the description of the person who...
Gracious, what was that?
It sounds as though it came from the floor above.
But my study is directly above this it's locked. I've taken the precaution of locking everything up since this business of the cheque. I wondered, do you think that...
I think we should go up to your rooms immediately, Lord Farewell. Perhaps someone is still intent upon tricking you out of even more money. Shall we go?
The rooms occupied by Lord Farewell were small and self-contained. They consisted of bathroom and shower, a small bedroom, and a large sitting room, which was also used as a study. They were directly above the dining room, kitchen, and terrace room. It was a few moments before we could climb the stairs and unlock the main door. Then there was a small passage into the sitting room. That door was also locked. Christopher Farewell had his keys, and soon we were standing in the elegantly furnished apartment. It was immediately clear that there had been an intruder. A chair near the window had been overturned. The window itself was open, with lace curtains flapping in the breeze.
Great heavens! Someone's just been in here. The drawer of my desk is open.
Yes, well, whoever it was got away through that window.
My bureau. The lock's been forced. Part of my stamp collection. It's missing. The latest stamps. I was about to paste them into the album. They're very valuable stamps. They've gone. You were right, Mr. Holmes. Someone is intent on gaining money from me. Now, what on earth are we to do?
Remain calm. Now, you locked up the whole of this self-contained apartment. Is there any other entrance?
Well, no, just the main door to the stairs and ground floor.
Well, it seems clear how the thief got away, but how did he get in here?
Blessed if I know. He couldn't have been in here before I locked up. I went into all my rooms, washed my hands, changed my blazer, collected my keys. It's impossible.
Well, then I think I'd better examine the window. Yes, I see that there's a flat roof right outside here. A stretch of about 7 feet before the drop into the grounds. One can actually get out onto the lead surface, yes.
Do be careful, Mr. Holmes.
Yes. Yes, that's it. Yes, this must be the roof over the terrace rooms. 2 bays. I suppose it is possible to jump down. It's quite a drop, all of 10 to 12 feet. What have we here? There are numerous indentations in the lead. But this looks recently made. It's here by the guttering. Most curious. It couldn't have been made by a ladder.
A rope, perhaps?
No. It's too broad for that. That's quite a mystery. Now, shall we go down and examine the earth beneath?
Yes, please.
Then you better make a thorough search of all your belongings and report the whole incident to the Dean. Come, there's nothing more to be gained out here.
Holmes and I made our way down to the grounds, while Christopher Farewell made a thorough check of all his possessions. We knew the alarm would soon be raised and the whole of the college agog with the news. It was one of those spectacular incidents that could not be hushed up. The burglary had actually happened above us while we were quietly drinking tea and eating cucumber sandwiches. I thought it all had an air of unreality about it, but Holmes was not at all put out. He went over the gardens under the window with his usual thoroughness.
Yes, here in the grass. This is freshly marked. See, Watson?
Yes, it's a sort of triangular indentation.
I think I can actually remove this section of turf. Yes, it could be valuable. Yes, I wonder if anyone here at the college comes from the Fen country.
Well, why do you ask that, Holmes?
That's just a thought. Following the logical conclusions of the evidence so far.
Christopher, some of his friends.
Holmes, Mr. Holmes, I'd like you to meet a few of the men from my college. This is Jolliphant.
How do you do? Stocking business.
My friend Eric Davidson. How do you do?
I can't believe all that Chris has been telling us.
And this is our American scholar, Guy Lewis.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Holmes. I guess this is something no one ever thought would happen. A thief at St. Mark's. I don't get it.
I'm pleased to meet you all. I know that this is likely to cause a lot of talk and a great deal of scandal should it become public knowledge. I think you should remember the college and try to hush it all up. The news may be given out by the Dean as he thinks fit. But you know what will happen if the press gets hold of this.
Yes, indeed. It would go a long way to smear the reputation of Oxford. And with the big sports encounter with Cambridge coming up, well, it won't do us any good.
I agree. I am the one who's been chosen as a victim, but I must insist that we keep this within the house. I know you're all good friends and will support me in this request.
We will. But it can't be overlooked, Chris. The man who did this must be found. If it isn't stopped, who knows where it will all end.
Well, I agree. I think there should be a general search made of everyone's rooms. It needn't be rowdy, just quietly and methodical. What do you say, Guy?
Sure. I go along with that, sure. Why not?
Right. Let's put it all to the Dean as quietly as we can. We must be guided by him and Mr. Holmes. Now, what do you say,
Holmes watched the retreating backs of the young men with a thin-lipped smile. I could tell he'd already formed a theory, but was not prepared to discuss it. It wasn't until over an hour later, when we were gathered in the Dean's study, that Christopher Farewell entered hurriedly.
I'm sorry, sir. I wondered if you were available, and Mr. Holmes. Good, you are still here, sir. My stamps have been found.
They have. And may I ask where?
They were found at the back of a drawer in Guy Lewis's study, sir.
I see. Well, this is a very serious matter, Farewell. What does the young man say?
He protests his innocence. Says he knows nothing about the stamps. He maintains that he's not responsible either for the forged check or the theft of the stamps.
He must be given a fair hearing, of course, but it does seem that he has a great deal of explaining to do. Mr. Holmes, you are the expert on these matters. What do you recommend?
Well, with your permission, I should like a select group of your friends, including Mr. Guy Lewis, to gather here in the Dean's study as soon as possible. Yes, I think I can rely upon you, Lord Farewell, to choose the right men. Those I've just met, for instance. Jolliphant, Eric Davidson. A few more who are chosen athletes. They must all be sworn to secrecy for the sake of the college. Can you arrange that for me straight away?
Of course, it was arranged. And within 20 minutes, the half a dozen young men were seated quietly in front of the Dean. Holmes immediately took the floor.
This is the first time I've had the opportunity to address a group such as yourselves in a place of learning such as this. I'm very pleased to do so. I'm just disappointed that the circumstances are so unpleasant. As a private investigator, I've always maintained that crime is never what it appears on the surface. Not big crimes or international intrigues, or small crimes such as fraud and theft. I don't think the trouble here lies with the usual motives of love or money. As you all know, Lord Farewell has been cheated out of £100 and has had part of the stamp collection stolen. He's the first to admit that these are petty crimes, but they are not what they appear on the surface. Oh, no. If I can reveal the name of the person responsible for all this trouble, would you drop any charges against him, Lord Farewell?
If it were for the sake of the college, then yes, of course I would.
And what does the sake of the college mean? It means maintaining the good reputation that St. Mark's has when entering for the next games. Is that not so? I'm afraid that is where the danger lies. Athletics is a branch of sport that has hitherto been almost entirely free from professionalism and the evils of betting. But now, competition has risen to such a state that it has become work and not play. Now, this is the basic reason for the petty crimes we are investigating.
A most interesting thesis, Holmes, but I'm blessed if I can see how.
Well, let me show you. But first, to get back to the crimes themselves.
Excuse me, sir. Wouldn't it be better if we just asked the man himself to admit his guilt?
Quite. Come on, Lewis. You know you've been caught out.
I have not. And I don't admit to anything. I'm not guilty.
Just one moment.
Well,
now, let me start with you, Mr. Lewis. When I carried out an investigation at the local bank regarding the cashing of the forged checks, the cashier described the man to whom he gave the money as muffled up in cap and mackintosh.
Then it could have been anyone.
At the time this took place, you were nowhere to be found?
I was out walking. It was a dreary day, but I wanted exercise. I was quite alone.
That is no alibi. The man was wearing spectacles and was left-handed. He spoke very precise English, which could be an effort to conceal an American accent.
Now look here, this just isn't fair.
The check, which was typed out, had the dates of the day and the month transposed. In England, we put the day first, then the month and the year.
Of course, correct.
In America, it's the month, the day, and the year. All this adds up. As the stamps were found in your study, the case against you looks complete. But, as I have said, most crimes are not what they appear. Supposing there was someone in the college who wanted you to be disgraced, dismissed from the college and the sports, then wouldn't it be a simple matter to imitate you? A pair of steel-rimmed glasses, easily obtainable. The subtle typing of an American way of dating a check. The affected voice. Even the unnecessary writing of the amount taken on an envelope, so that the cashier should note that the left hand was used.
Look here, Mr. Holmes. Do you mean someone was trying to get Lewis wrongfully accused?
Yes, that is exactly what I do mean. It's all too obvious. It's all too pat. Guy Lewis is quite innocent.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. Thank you.
Then who has committed this annoyance? Well, it would be someone who, in the first place, would like £100 in ready cash. A gambling debt, perhaps. 2, someone who wants very much to be included in the Oxford sports team, desperate for his blue. 3, someone who is jealous of you, Lord Farewell. Perhaps a lady friend.
Well, but that can only be... It can't be.
4, someone who is a fine athlete and a very fine pole vaulter.
What? A pole vaulter? None of us is a pole vaulter. Except
Eric Davidson, Lord Farewell's best friend. A man whom I suspect is rather in debt. A man who is in love with your current lady friend, Lord Farewell. A man who is desperate to get into the Oxford team and has probably got a lot of money on certain events, particularly the pole vault. The distance from the ground to the lead roof outside your rooms is over 10 feet, Lord Farewell. Eric Davidson is the only one who can clear that distance. At least, according to your sporting records, which I took care to examine.
This isn't true. You can't prove a thing against me.
No, I think we can. I took an impression from the turf outside Falcon Lodge. I'm willing to bet that your vaulting pole has a triangular base, such as is used up in the Fend district. The spikes will fit the turf specimen exactly. You've been a little too clever all along, haven't you, Davidson? Well, gentlemen, I've concluded my investigation. If you examine all the facts I've placed before you, you'll find my conclusions are perfectly correct. What steps you take against this man who has so outmaneuvered you is not my business. I just regret that jealousy and deception can exist to this degree in an institution such as this. Well, that is all. Would you excuse us, Dean? I think there is a diner on the 9 o'clock train back to London, Watson. Shall we go?
It was some weeks after this that Holmes paused while refilling his pipe and turned the newspaper over to the back pages. There were the sports results in full.
Ah. I see that the results are here of the athletics meeting between Oxford and Cambridge. Most interesting.
What about young Christopher Farewell? Does it mention him?
Oh, yes, quite prominently. St. Mark's acquitted itself well. Good to see that the American Guy Lewis was very much to the fore. He won the sprint events quite easily.
And the pro vault?
Cambridge won. No mention of Eric Davidson. I imagine he's no longer at St. Mark's. Well, let's hope we never hear about that young man again. He's far too ingenious a mind. The sort of mind that makes a good criminal.
Or perhaps a good private investigator?
Well, one can only hope, Watson. One can only hope.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Come on, James. Cheer up. Take a drink. These things happen.
Oh, I know. But I didn't think it'd ever happen to me. I guess I'm going to live to regret it. My life is simply broken apart.
Heck, no, it hasn't. Marriages are breaking up every day. Folk, get over it. Look, I'll tell you what you need.
What?
You need a complete break, and I've got just the idea. What about a trip to Great Britain, huh? We can rustle up the money somehow. It's Queen Victoria's Jubilee year. In June, they're having a big celebration. 21st of June is the great day. What say we go over and join in, huh?
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The Basildon Estate.
It was 1887, Queen Victoria's Jubilee year, and the spring was quite perfect. The days were sunny and bright. Daffodils bloomed in the parks as workmen became busy cleaning statues and public buildings, and London began to wear a festive air. Sherlock Holmes had just returned from the capitals of Europe, where he'd been working on a case of international importance. He was extremely pleased to be back home and sat for long hours at our windows in Baker Street, looking down at the traffic and the people in the street below.
I must admit, it's very pleasant to be back in London and surrounded by all the old familiar things, Watson. One tries not to apply sweeping statements and generalization about other nationalities, but the fact is that the Germans are heavy and humorless, the Italians are excitable, and the French unpredictable. The French women do dress better than others, and they can make a wonderful meal out of hardly anything at all.
I'm glad your stay on the continent makes you appreciate the English Holmes. Personally, I'm never really happy when I'm abroad. America, well, perhaps is acceptable. Even there, I feel out of place.
It's a vast and interesting country, but for the observant, Americans are quite easy to pick out in a crowd. For instance, Watson, the lady across the road who has just paid off the cabbie of that hansom. Now, she could well be one of our American cousins.
Uh-huh. What makes you say that?
Well, she's unfamiliar with the currency, you see. The cabbie had to show her which coins were which, so she doesn't live in England. Yet she conversed with him fluently enough, which shows that they've been talking in English. She's smartly and expensively dressed, but she's carrying a large buckskin bag instead of the conventional British handbag. It's attached to a length of rawhide carried from the shoulder. When I was in America last year, I saw many women with those bags. I'd never seen an Englishwoman use one. Ah, she's looking at the numbers of the houses. I think, Watson, we're about to have a visitor. What's the betting against her being an American lady?
She looked quite English to me, but Holmes was right about her visiting us. She walked up the steps with a confident air. The doorbell rang. I remembered it was Mrs. Hudson's day off, so I went down and opened the door. I found myself looking into an amazingly bright pair of blue eyes. This, with a mass of black hair over an oval face and gentle smile, created as lovely a picture as I'd seen that spring. She requested an interview with Holmes in a soft American accent. So, Holmes was right again. Up in our sitting room, she introduced herself.
My name is Charlotte Basildon. I'm from Boston, the USA. I must thank you very much, Mr. Holmes, for granting me this interview without an appointment.
It's my pleasure. You found me at an unusual time. I have nothing important to work upon. I take it that you wish to ask my advice upon some matter of importance. A delicate matter that requires a discreet inquiry, perhaps?
That is quite correct. I am unfamiliar with such procedures in this country. I have, of course, heard of you, and I know that while you have often worked with the police, you are not part of them, and so anything I say will not be repeated. I am most anxious to avoid a scandal. You see, nothing criminal has happened, at least so far.
Oh, please, I understand. Tell me what's troubling you. From the very beginning, when your anxieties started, try not to leave anything out, even though it may seem very unimportant.
Very well, but it is hard to say when I began to worry. You see, the position is this. My husband is heir to a large estate. He is the great-nephew of Lucas C. Basildon, the Texas cattle millionaire. L.C., as he is popularly known by, has never married. He is now a very old man and quite ill. He has no near relatives except my husband James and another great-nephew, Philip. Philip has proved himself just a no-good. He's a wastrel, a knockabout. What we call smart aleck. In fact, the very reverse of my husband.
I see. Carry on.
James is a very independent man. When young, he scorned Elsie's wealth and influence and went up to Australia to make his own way. The family lost touch with him, so much so they assumed he was dead. During this time, Philip led a life of ease and luxury. He got into debt, but his prospects were extremely good. He was to inherit Elsie's vast estate. He went to a moneylender and raised a huge sum of money. He speculated, and with his usual carelessness, lost most of it.
And then your husband returned from the dead, as it were?
Quite. You realize what this means, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, yes. Being the eldest and nearest, he's able to claim the estates when Lucas C. Basildon dies. Phillips will be out in the cold, and the moneylender will have absolutely no chance of getting that vast sum, plus interest, back again. So this means, between the moneylender and his money, there only stands your husband's life. Proceed, please.
Well, old Elsie is very ill. The doctors hold out very little hope. And, well, the fact is that I am convinced that during the next few days, an attempt will be made upon my husband's life. And the attempt will be made here, in London.
Your husband is in London. Do you know where he's staying?
No, but he is here. He came over with a man called Peter Cottrell. Peter Cottrell is in the pay of Amos Feltman, the moneylender. James does not know this. He thinks Peter is a good friend. When James and I agreed to separate, Peter saw his chance. He comforted James and suggested this trip to England. Since I left my husband, I have found out many things. One is that Peter Cottrell stands to gain $20,000 if the estate goes to Philip and not James. In other words, $20,000 is the blood money the moneylender will pay him to kill James.
I see. And James thinks Peter is his best friend. A very nasty trap. But forewarned is forearmed. All we have to do is to find your husband. Have you any means of identification?
Oh, I have a photograph of my husband. It is here in my bag. Here it is. And on the back is his name and address in Boston. That is our old address. I am staying at the Westbury Hotel in New Bond Street. You can reach me there any time. Please, Mr. Holmes, you will see what you can do to help me, won't you?
Very well, Mrs. Basildon. I will try to help you.
Thank you. I would stress the fact that I don't wish the police or the newspapers to know about this. It would create a dreadful scandal, and that would easily find its way back to the States.
I quite understand. I shall see what I can do. Now, may I offer you coffee before my friend Watson calls a cab to take you back to your hotel? Have no fear. We shall be in touch quite soon.
I saw Charlotte Basildon out and into a hansom cab.
I could tell she was most grateful to Holmes, but not at all sure of his chances of success. I was anxious to resume the rounds of my patients, but I had to ask Holmes what he intended to do about this most curious case.
I shall, of course, first check all the fashionable hotels along the park and Piccadilly. The two visitors, Peter Cottrell and James Basildon, will be using their own names. Cottrell dare not do otherwise for fear of rousing his friend's suspicions. They will also be using a bank near at hand. One cannot live without money, especially on a trip from America. They should be quite easy to trace. Yes, I shall find them all right.
And then?
Then I think I shall take a stroll through Soho. If Peter Cottrell is over here with the express intention of killing his best friend, then he will not do the killing himself. He'll hire someone to do the job for him. And that is why I shall seek out our man known as Raoul the Ferret.
Raoul the Ferret? Extraordinary name.
Yes, he's an extraordinary man. I think I know just where to find him. Excuse me now, Watson, there's much work to do.
Hey, watch it. Watch where you're going.
Oh, it weren't my fault. You should keep your feet yourself.
Oh, is that so? Now, you look here. If you want to make anything of it, let's get out of this crowd.
Yes, that's not a bad idea, Raoul. I don't think we can talk very comfortably in this noise. Let's move down the side street.
What, the wife? It isn't Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
That's correct. I haven't seen you for some months. You busy?
So, Mr. Holmes. Why? I can accommodate you if it's worthwhile, of course. What's it this time? Information?
Of course. I've reason to believe that an American gentleman by the name of James Basildon is about to meet his end here in London. He's staying at the Grosvenor House Hotel with another American, Peter Cottrell. Cottrell is the man who is behind the assassination. He must be looking for someone to do the job. Heard any rumours, Ron?
None at all. Well, I could ask a few questions.
I shall be very grateful, and my client will pay handsomely. Here, this is a photograph of the intended victim.
Right. Grosvenor House Hotel, you say?
Yes, that's correct. But you'll have to move very quickly. From the inquiries I made this morning, the two men are due to leave for a tour of Scotland within the next 2 days. They're only booked in at the hotel until the day after tomorrow. I know that Cottrell went to his bank at noon today and changed $1,000 American into British sovereigns. Now, this will be the payment for the killing.
Yeah, well, that sort of money talks, eh? Well, if there's any talking going on, I'll make sure I hear it. Don't worry, Mr. Holmes. If there's a job being planned, then I shall find out all about it.
Good. But as I say, you must move fast. If Cottrell has the ready cash, and if they're moving out the day after tomorrow, then it's clear that the murder is planned for tomorrow night. Get to work, Raoul. Live up to your name. Ferret it out. And quick.
I was extremely busy for the rest of that day and saw little of Holmes, who seemed quite preoccupied and didn't mention the Basildon estate case at all, even over breakfast the next morning. But at lunchtime, when I came back to Baker Street, there was a rather scruffy-looking man loitering around the steps of 221B. He inquired after Holmes and said his name was Raoul, and he had something of importance to impart. I knew immediately what it was about and showed him up to our rooms. There, over a tasty luncheon of bubble and squeak, Raoul the Ferret told us all he'd uncovered.
How's it to be tonight, Mr. Holmes? The man who's doing the job is Diggs Baker. Known to have received 100 quid in advance, and the balance is when it's all over.
Yes. Where and how, Raoul?
Somewhere in Greek Street, outside one of the restaurants, I think.
Which one?
I don't know. Diggs is one of his favoured hangouts. A place known as Aristos. Is the most likely. Can't tell you the time either, but could be any time between 8 o'clock and midnight.
Yes, I should imagine the later the better. I doubt if it'll be before 9. Good work, Raoul. Now, here is what I wish you to do. You'll find someone to give you a hand, as this cannot be stopped without plenty of help. I need 3 men to create a street scene. Now, listen very carefully. Having enlisted these men, you will arrange to patrol Greek Street from 8 o'clock onwards. Station yourself outside Aristos, and I shall arrive to give you final instructions. Now, don't worry, there'll be no police interference and as little trouble as possible. Now, finish up the bubble and squeak. There's a lot for us to do. Watson, I take it that you'll have completed your day's work by 6 o'clock and will be willing to join in the evening's activity?
If you try to prevent me, there'll be trouble, Holmes.
Good. Very well. We shall meet later, and from 7 o'clock onwards, we shall be outside the Grosvenor House Hotel. Yes, it could be a very long and quite dangerous evening, so both of you come prepared.
I found it hard to concentrate upon my work for the rest of that afternoon. I simply couldn't see how Holmes could prevent an underworld crime of this magnitude without a sensation and perhaps bloodshed. However, I agreed to pocket my service revolver when we left Baker Street, and in the warmth of that April evening, I stood with Holmes opposite the Grosvenor Hotel. It's a good job the evening's so mild, Holmes. At least we can sit on one of the park benches without arousing curiosity.
Yes, that is fortunate.
But can't you tell me what to anticipate. I mean, what form do you think this murder plot would take?
I can't say. I am, however, fairly sure that Peter Cottrell will not be actively involved. That means that James Basildon will somehow be lured into Soho. Yes, that's why we're watching, Watson. If only we knew what was taking place at this very moment between those two men, we should have a clearer idea of how to go about things. I'm only sure that Peter Cottrell is about to put his deadly plan into action. Basildon will, of course, not suspect a thing.
I'm sorry that I have to go out straight away, James, but I must try to fix up this unexpected business with an export firm.
Oh, I thought you'd done all that.
Well, I couldn't finalize it till after hours. Look, it won't take long. Look, I have a table booked at Aristo's for 8 o'clock. It's that great little place in Soho. You know, we went there a couple of nights back. Why don't you go there? I'll join you as soon as I fix things up.
I can wait here. As a matter of fact, I don't care if we don't go out at all.
Oh, come on. It's our last night in London until Jubilee Day, and then the city will be crowded. We can have a leisurely meal and maybe fix ourselves up with a couple of girls. There's some great lookers around Aristo's.
Oh, no, I kind of dislike that casual stuff. Ever since I left Charlotte, I've been thinking I made a mess of my love life.
No, come on, at least let's have a decent meal out. We came over here to cheer you up, remember?
Oh, all right. I'll meet you at the restaurant at 8 o'clock. But don't keep me waiting there too long, will you, Pete?
I'll be there just as soon as I can. I'll go order you a hansom right now. See you later, James. And don't flirt with too many girls till I get there.
There, Watson. See? The hansom cab is waiting. That is Peter Cottrell getting into it. Quickly, take the other cab and follow him. Stay near him and report back to me in Greek Street as soon as you find out where he is. Now, hurry now, Watson, hurry.
I did as I was told, and it was a most curious experience. For nearly an hour, my cabby followed Cottrell's hansom about the streets of London. Had I not known otherwise, I should have thought the man was simply on a sightseeing tour. We trotted our way round the Tower of London, St. Paul's and the Embankment, and along to Buckingham Palace, before ending back in Park Lane, where Cottrell alighted at the Grosvenor Hotel again. He had clearly simply been killing time. It was 8 o'clock. I inquired from the hotel reception and was told that Mr. Cottrell had just come in, and Mr. Basildon had left half an hour before. I took the hansom to Greek Street.
There you are, Watson. What's your news?
Cottrell led me a rare chase all over London, stopping nowhere, just riding about until he ended up back at the hotel.
Yes, that's much as I anticipated. Meanwhile, Basildon is in that restaurant. I've been in and he's sitting at a table in a corner and looking very annoyed. Also in the restaurant is the man Raoul the Ferret, as identified as Diggs Baker.
Gracious, Holmes, I'm supposing the killing takes place there.
Not in a district like this, Watson. Restaurants are particular about keeping their custom. No, it'll be when Basildon leaves the place. He's unwise enough to walk towards Soho Square to find a cab, as is most likely. The Diggs will almost certainly follow. A scuffle, a flash of a knife, and then it will all be over.
Yes, but what do we do?
Look across the road near the entrance. Raoul and some friends are ready. So is that waiting three-wheeler. There's some movement. Come on, Watson. Basildon's about to leave. We must get to him before Diggs Baker does. Come on.
Evening, sir. Nice evening. You've been eating a cab, sir.
Oh, no, thank you. I shall walk.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, sir. Not if I was you. It's dangerous. Much better to come with me. This way, if you please.
No, look here. I guess you want trouble, and so...
No, that ain't wise. Now, come on, Jim. Come on.
The street suddenly seemed filled with activity. 3 men seized James Basildon, and within seconds a pad of chloroform was placed over his face. The cab moved forward. Raoul, Holmes, and I clambered in beside the half-unconscious form of Basildon, and we set out at a spanking pace for Baker Street. Once in our rooms, Basildon was given a heavy sleeping draught, and I was told to watch over him. Holmes left once again, and I guessed he was going to interview the man who had caused all this trouble, Peter Cottrell.
You are Peter Cottrell?
That is correct. Who are you? How dare you force your way into this hotel room?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. You're lucky to be dealing with me and not with our Metropolitan Police or even Scotland Yard.
What are you talking about? Get out of here.
No. You are the person who is going to get out. Get out of the country and keep out. I'd also advise you to stay away from your home in America and the clutches of Amos Feltman, the moneylender, in whose pay you have been for many months.
I don't know what you're talking about. How dare you accuse me of having dealings with moneylenders?
Now stop blustering, Cottrell. James Basildon knows the truth. We have proof of your activities, and Philip Basildon's debts have been made public back in Boston. I'm offering you your one chance to escape from the charge of attempted murder. The man Diggs Baker is prepared to give evidence. Now, will you listen to reason?
What are you going to do?
Nothing, if you obey my instructions. You still have a reasonable amount of money in your account at the bank. Tomorrow you will withdraw it all and buy a ticket on the next packet steamer for France. Once there, you will quietly disappear. If you appear again either in London or Boston, I will have you arrested. The choice is yours. Either make your own way somewhere else in the world or face ruin and imprisonment. Well, Cottrell, what do you say?
Holmes returned surprisingly early and related all that had occurred. James Basildon was fast asleep in the spare room. I kept the adjoining door open during the night in case he woke, but he didn't. It was quite late the next morning when he opened his eyes.
Oh, my head. Where the devil am I?
You've woken up at last. That is good. How do you feel?
Oh, who the heck are you? What am I doing here? I haven't been asleep. I've been drugged. I remember now. I was in that restaurant in Greek Street. I came out and I was attacked. Now, I demand an explanation for it. How dare you hold me here against my will?
You are not being held against your will. You have been brought here for your own good. There was a plot against you. You're a very lucky man, Mr. Basildon.
Plot against me? What the devil are you talking about? And how'd you know my name? What does all this mean?
I not only know your name, I know all about you. Your failed marriage, your dying uncle, your trip to Europe. I also know more about you than you know yourself.
Oh, stop talking nonsense. If I'm being held here against my will, then kindly order me a cab and let me return to my hotel. Perhaps my friend Peter Cottrell can sort this out.
Your friend Peter Cottrell is not at the Grosvenor House Hotel. And you will be surprised to hear that he is not your friend, but your most deadly enemy. Now, Mr. Basildon, you rise and don a dressing gown? Over a good old-fashioned English breakfast of eggs and bacon and Indian tea, I will explain to you in great detail how you are now still living and able to enjoy life on the Basildon estate.
At first, James Basildon was reluctant to accept our hospitality. But he could see that neither Holmes nor I were the criminals he first took us to be. He was a very puzzled man as he sat at our dining table and toyed with breakfast, as Holmes went over the case from the very beginning. As Holmes told the tale, the skepticism gradually faded from Basildon's face, and an expression of wonderment grew in his eyes. The disbelief vanished when Holmes explained that his wife had brought the investigation about, and that it was through her love and loyalty that Cottrell's treachery had been exposed.
I was forced to do a little bluffing in the end. Of course I told Cottrell that I had proof of his dealings with Amos Feltman, the money dealer. I hadn't. I told him also that your cousin Philip's debts were well known. They aren't. I also told him that Diggs Baker was prepared to give evidence against him. He isn't. In fact, Diggs is getting off extremely well with £100 in cash for a crime he wasn't able to commit. Unfortunately, we cannot bring him to book, not this time. But his type will be caught eventually, before he does another killing, I hope. But if he goes free, at least you are free also.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, if all you say is true, then I am forever in your debt. I owe you my life. It still seems quite incredible that Peter Cottrell could have, deceived me in such a fashion, but I suppose I have to face the facts. I guess I've been just plain stupid. I should have listened to my wife.
Yes, I think you should. But she's still at the Westbury Hotel, not far from here. When you've finished your breakfast, perhaps you'd like to take a cab round there?
I most certainly will. Thank you, again, both of you.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
Well, there is one thing. I guess I'll never get used to drinking tea. Do you think I might beg a cup of strong coffee before I go?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Anyone in here? Anyone mucking around in these stables? Come on now, I can see you there in the shadows. Come on, show yourself.
What are you going to do about it?
What are you doing here? These are private stables belonging to Mr. Paul Chester.
Too bad. I just lost my way, that's all. Sorry, bye for now.
Now, wait a minute. That ain't good enough. I'm sending for the police.
You won't cause any trouble if you're wise.
No? Well, we'll see about that.
You asked for it, mate. Right.
We present the stories of Sherlock Holmes.
The Porter Muse Mystery.
Sherlock Holmes was accustomed to dealing with mysteries and murders, but as far as I can recall, there was only one case where a death occurred almost on his doorstep. You see, running parallel to Baker Street is Chiltern Street, and in between, at the back of number 221B, there is a small mews, Porter Mews. The stables are clearly seen from our back bedroom windows. Number 108 Chiltern Street is owned by Paul Chester, an Under-Secretary at the Admiralty. And it was in his stable, in the mews, that the body of his coachman, Ben Mead, was found that autumn morning. Naturally, someone thought of Holmes immediately. And, not stopping for breakfast, we both hurried to the scene of the crime.
Constable, good morning to you. Oh, good of you to pop over, Mr. Holmes. Lindsay's the name. I'm standing guard here until the inspector arrives. Nothing's been touched since the alarm was raised.
Good, good. One of those rare occasions when I'm first on the scene and not the last to arrive. This is the man, Ben Mead. Yes, I've often seen him at work down here. Tell me, has Mr. Chester been informed of this?
Mr. Chester doesn't seem to be at home, sir. The place is all locked up. That's how this man was found. The housekeeper arrived. She doesn't stay in the house. She couldn't get in, and so she came down here to find Ben. Went in a flaming hysterics. She didn't call the police. She's next door if you want to talk to her.
Later will do. Let me first take a look at the body and the whole stable. The horse and carriage aren't here. I take it that Chester has gone off with them. Now, the body.
Well, it must have been a fight, Holmes. With the way everything's been thrown about.
Oh, yes, there's been a fight, all right, but an unfair one. Seems to me that this poor fellow was knocked down, and then, before he had a chance to pick himself up, he was hit across the base of the skull with a heavy instrument. This man gave a good account of himself according to his facial injuries. Blood everywhere, and look at his knuckles, and... Yes, what's this? Yes, a coachman's wheel hammer. Blood and hair on it, yes. This is the murder weapon, all right. Now, I need as much light as possible. Now, where's my glass? Yes, very interesting. Very interesting. Well, it's clear from the footprints in the earth by the door that Ben came in here and disturbed someone. I should say quite early last night. There was a fight. He inflicted some injury upon his opponent before he was knocked down. He was meaning, I should think, about here when the fatal blow was delivered. Yes, I think I'd like to go over everything alone, if that's all right with you. And then, when the inspector arrives, you can send him up to my rooms, Constable. I think I can put him on the right track straight away.
Oh, that's a relief to know, Mr. Holmes. Lucky to have you on the spot, so to speak. I'll tell the inspector straight away.
And so, about an hour later, as Holmes and I were finishing breakfast, Mrs. Hudson showed in our old friend, Inspector Lestrade.
Lestrade. I wonder that Scotland Yard has been called in on such a minor case of murder.
Morning, Holmes. Morning, Watson. Well, as a matter of fact, the powers that be heard you'd been at work, and they thought it might be more important than it first seems. Murder on the premises of anyone who's employed at the Admiralty has serious undercurrents.
Yes, but this murder occurred in the mews, in the coaching stables at the back of Mr. Chester's house. Nothing to do with Chester.
That's right. But what is not known is that the house was burgled last night. And the housekeeper was let in, and when they opened up the place, they found that all of the famous silver plate had been taken. Now, these two events cannot be unrelated, Holmes. The man who killed Ben Mead must have used the mews as an entrance to the house. There is, of course, a connecting gate and a pathway to the back door.
Yes, but let's get the sequence in the right order. Ben Mead investigated the coach house, was killed by an intruder, who then took Mead's key and went into the house and stole the silver plate? Oh, no, I think not.
Well, I don't know what order it happened in, but the two events must be connected. The coincidence is too great, don't you agree?
Oh, yes, I do.
Well, Holmes, where do we start? Any ideas?
Oh, yes, plenty. It's a question of marshalling my thoughts. Now, let's take the death of the coachman as a start. You're looking for the murderer. He is approximately 5'8" inches. He has red hair, and he has a tooth missing from the front of his mouth.
Holmes, you aren't serious.
Never more so.
But how did you arrive at these conclusions?
Oh, my dear Lestrade, you're as infuriating as Watson. You should know my methods by now. They are totally scientific. Nothing that I say is guesswork. I examined the coach stable in great detail. I found evidence. The fact that the dead man had put up a fight was very clear. He was bruised about the face. Now, bruises are very strange things. They come about in various ways. After death, for instance, they do not grow into blueness. The blood is not circulating. You understand? That's how we can tell the time when death occurred. Now, the knuckles of Ben Mead's hands showed definite, clear cuts. He'd landed several blows. Adhered to the blood on his hand were various hairs. I have them here in this envelope. They are, as you can see, rather vivid red hairs.
Yes, I see. All right, Holmes, carry on.
There's a broken tooth in that envelope also. I picked it up from the straw. It must have been from the man Ben was fighting, as Ben's teeth are quite intact. Also on the beam of the stable there were similar red hairs. They are also in the envelope. They show that if the man was hit and staggered back, his head would have hit the post at roughly 5.5 feet from the ground. That's reasonable to assume, therefore, that he is a small man. He must have had red hair and a beard. It's all quite elementary, really.
Well, it's something to go on, isn't it?
Oh, I think so. Now, London must have hundreds of men with red hair, but not all that many who also have broken front teeth. It narrows down your search somewhat, you must agree. Now, I suggest in view of the fact that there was also a robbery, that the man was hired to do this job, therefore he is a professional and an experienced crook. May I make one final suggestion?
By all means.
Try Limehouse. There's a gin hall near the river. It's called the Waterman's. It's a place where all kinds of seamen gather. At the back of the hall there is an old coach house which is used as a boxing hall and gymnasium. I've long suspected that it's merely a front cover for various smuggling activities. If you can get a couple of plainclothes men to dress as seamen and ask a few questions, you could pick up the lead on the man you're after.
Well, that's a great help. Thanks, Holmes. I'll do exactly that.
Good. Well, the best of luck, Lestrade, and keep me informed, won't you?
Lestrade left, feeling rather pleased with himself, and I knew that if he succeeded in making an early arrest, Holmes would take none of the credit. In fact, Holmes appeared to lose all interest in the case, until later that day, when Mrs. Hudson showed in yet another visitor. This time, it was a man of considerable importance, Sir William Benningfield, of the Admiralty.
Good day to you, Holmes. I don't know if you remember me. We met a couple of times at the Diogenes Club. Your brother Mycroft introduced us.
Of course I remember, Sir William. Pray do take a seat and tell me why I'm so honoured by this visit.
Thank you. Well, the fact is that we seem to have hit a spot of trouble. This is, of course, in the strictest confidence.
Naturally.
It's my assistant, young Paul Chester, the fellow who lives just at the back of here.
The gentleman whose coachman was killed in a fight last night?
Yes, that's right. I don't know if that has anything to do with my problem. I can't see how it can have. But anyway, the fact is that Chester has disappeared. He can't be traced at all. But he should have been in the office at the Admiralty yesterday, and today there is not a sign of him. We're very worried.
You think he also might have been attacked?
Huh? Oh, no, I don't think so. The fact is that for some time now we've been aware that certain information has been passed on to foreign powers. Very vital information regarding the latest naval armory. As you know, we in Britain pride ourselves on our secret service as best in the world. Information coming back to us leads us to believe that someone in the Admiralty has turned traitor.
And you suspect it's Paul Chester?
Oh, grave accusation, Holmes. I hardly like to put it in so many words, but the possibility does exist. Recently I've been watching Chester. Only he and I have the keys to the safe, where the codes are kept. Very few of us handle the top secret stuff. The codes are continually being changed. Now, I know Chester has been at work on certain papers. I am reasonably sure that he has been passing copies on to a contact in Austria. Your brother Mycroft is over there at the moment and has confirmed that the information is being leaked out there.
And you think that Chester may have got wind of this, that he might be aware that you suspect him?
That's right. I fear that he may be skipping out of the country with the latest plans. It's important that we find him and stop him.
You say that he's been missing for 2 days. He could easily be aboard a ship or even across the channel.
Could be. but we must check. The point is, Holmes, will you help us? I'm sure Mycroft would wish you to.
Yes, yes, of course. I shall do everything I can, Sir William. This case is becoming extremely interesting. Yes, I shall do everything I can.
Sir William Benningfield left, and I went about my own business. I had a large number of calls to make and didn't return to Baker Street until early evening. But Holmes was not at home. Mrs. Hudson had set the table for supper, and there was game pie and vegetables hot on the stove. I was helping myself to this when the door opened, and a shabby old tramp let himself in. Look here, my man, what do you mean by calling in here? How did you get in? Who are you, anyway?
Dr. Watson, ain't that right?
That is correct, but answer my questions. Who are you and what do you want? How did you gain entrance to these rooms?
You really are my best audience, Watson. I always feel my disguise is a foolproof if you're taken in by them.
Holmes, well, I must say that this is one of your better attempts. I was completely taken in. Well, what have you been up to this time?
Well, I thought I'd do a little checking up around the Limehouse district myself. Lestrade's men stand out like sore thumbs down there. I spotted them in the Waterman's Gin Hall immediately. Fortunately, they made my own investigation pass unnoticed. Yes, I found Ben Mead's murderer, all right.
You have?
Oh, yes. A very undesirable creature by the name of Joe Crumb. He's exactly 5'8", has red hair and a beard and a front tooth missing. I've advised Scotland Yard, and Lestrade should be about to make an arrest, I should think.
That's fast work, I must admit. Holmes, is there a connection between that man's death and the disappearance of Paul Chester?
I believe there must be. It's far too coincidental. Missing papers from the Admiralty, an Under-Secretary disappears, silver plates stolen from his house, and his coachman is murdered all at the same time. No. There must be some link. But what is the link, Watson? That's the point. It's a far more complicated case than it appears. Now that, unless I'm very much mistaken, will be our old friend Lestrade. Would you be so good as to let him in, Watson, while I change out of these things? Give him a glass of brandy and invite him to take supper with us. I shall not be long.
I did as Holmes instructed, for it was indeed Inspector Lestrade waiting outside on the doorstep. He accepted my offer of food and drink gratefully, and over supper told us of his success.
We arrested the man, Joe Crumb, Holmes. He's now in jail, and we're pushing forward his trial. But, frankly, I'm wondering if the evidence will hold. It's rather too circumstantial.
Men have been hanged on far less evidence. He is a murderer, I've no doubt about that. Providing you have a good prosecuting counsel, I think you should get a conviction.
No, I'm not so sure. The man's attitude is so darn confident. He doesn't say much, just does a sly, lopsided grin. Refuses to comment at all. Simply says he's innocent, and that's that.
He is not innocent. He is guilty. I've been down to Limehouse myself and picked up quite a few tidbits of information. Nothing that I can pass on to you to be used as evidence, but from what I learned, it confirmed all my suspicions. Joe Crumb killed Ben Mead, and all that remains is for you to prove it, Lestrade. Now, would you like a little more game pie?
Holmes promptly dropped the whole case. Several times I asked him if he was making any progress with his investigations into the disappearance of Paul Chester, but he merely said that the time wasn't right. Sir William Benningfield called a couple of times and was given more or less the same answer. I could see that he was disappointed in Holmes, but Holmes didn't let that worry him. He was concentrating upon other matters. Days went by, and even weeks, and eventually Joe Crumb appeared in court on a charge of murder. Naturally, Holmes and I attended the trial. The defense was conducted by Hugh Starcross, a most able man.
Members of the jury, you must be amazed at the weakness of the case you have been brought here to judge. In all my long experience, I have never known a criminal charge supported by such flimsy, scanty evidence. As it unfolds, you will see that no rational mind can find the prisoner guilty. My client is not content, however, to be acquitted for lack of evidence. He claims the right to prove his innocence. He will show that he could have had no part whatsoever in the death of the coachman, Ben Mead.
That means he's about to produce an alibi. The usual questions first, though.
A prisoner at the bar. You have heard that at the scene of the crime there was evidence of a fight and the finding of red hairs and a broken tooth. You have red hair.
That's right. Natural, too. Always have had this colour here.
You also have a front tooth missing. Can you tell the jury how you lost that tooth?
Waterman's gym, Limehouse, boxing. Lost it about 3 months ago. A fella called Max Baker caught me one in the face and knocked me tooth out. Oh, that's Baker down there, he'll tell you.
Yes, just confine yourself to answering the questions. I shall bring the necessary witnesses to testify as I think fit. And now, on the night of the 21st, when this death took place, can you account for your movements?
Of course I can. I was in the Waterman's till about 10 o'clock. Then I went across to the pub. 3 Ducks. Stayed there till closing time, playing darts. Then went with the landlord to play poker. Had an all-night session. Oh, 1 point a bit, too.
So now we shall hear the confirmation from the landlord. Yes, he'll now be called. That's him, that large, fat-faced man with the black hair smarmed down. He will testify for Crumb.
Holmes, you seem quite pleased that things are going so badly. If this continues, then Crumb will be acquitted.
Oh, yes, I should think that's almost certain. I think there's very little need to stay and hear more, Watson. The jury won't take all that long to make up their minds. We may as well go and get ourselves a cup of coffee, I think, don't you?
Gentlemen of the jury, have you arrived at a verdict? Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty, my lord.
Naturally, I was greatly upset, and so was Lestrade. Scotland Yard had been made to appear rather stupid. He was far from pleased and very much inclined to blame Sherlock Holmes, who was quite unimpressed by the whole of the proceedings. In fact, later that evening, he seemed rather pleased with himself.
Tonight, I think we can actually move on the case, Watson.
I thought it was all over. Crumb has been acquitted. Well, you may have been right in thinking him guilty, but he's got away with it.
Not entirely. He has been made to reveal his hand, and I think now we can step in and solve the whole mystery. I've asked Lestrade and his men to meet me later. First, I have to send off a few telegrams, one to Mycroft in Innsbruck, another to the landlord of the 3 Ducks, and a third to Sir William Benningfield. Then we journey to Limehouse, suitably clad, of course. I'm sure I can find an old suit that'll fit you, Watson, and a large cape with a pocket that can conceal a revolver.
You want me to come with you? Or you think it might be dangerous?
That's right. I've been inactive for long enough. This time things were brought to a head, don't you agree? Come, make preparations. It could be a long night ahead.
And so, on a rainy, windy night, Holmes and I took a cab to the east end of London and made our way by foot to the 3 Ducks public house. We didn't go in. It was nearly closing time. We waited down a side alley, and after about half an hour, 2 men left by the back entrance. I could tell by the light of the gas lamps that they were Joe Crumb and the landlord. Swiftly and silently, we followed. They made their way down towards the river, and at St. Catherine's Wharf they stopped and entered a small disused warehouse. Holmes seemed to know the way, and catching me by the sleeve, guided me through the darkness. The 2 men lit a lantern.
There's he. They're kneeling on the floor, about to open a trap door in the floor.
Holmes,
what's all this mean? We'll find out very soon. Wait.
No, it's safely not. Gotta check out, though. Can't be too careful. Here, give us a hand. Ready? See, still there. No chance of anyone discovering him under the floorboards. All we've got to do is put him in the chest. Come on, these. Right, that's got him. Close him in. Good. Now, tomorrow, guns are called to St. Diego style. Once right out at sea, the captain drops it overboard, and that is that. We settle back in head and start collecting. Rich men we're going to be. Nice and rich for the rest of our days. Worth taking a few risks for, I reckon, don't you?
One risk too many, Crumb.
What a devil!
Don't move. There are 2 guns on you, and both my friend and I are crack shots. Cover them, Watson. Let's get Lestrade in here. He and his men have been following me. That's it. The game is up, Crumb. You may have got away with murder once, but this time you won't be so lucky. This time you will face a charge of killing Mr. Paul Chester, whose body you have just placed in that sea chest.
You blasted clever swan, how did you...
You'll have plenty of time to listen to explanations later. Lestrade, good, right on time. Take these men away. Then I think you can make yet another arrest. A bigger fish this time. These are just 2 sprats to catch a mackerel. Come on, Watson. Our work here is over.
After the arrest of the 2 men in that warehouse, events moved at a bewildering pace. The body of Paul Chester was found, wrapped in canvas. And it was clear that he'd been murdered, his throat cut from ear to ear. Under cross-examination, the landlord of the 3 Ducks broke down and confessed everything. He turned Queen's evidence, and so implicated none other than Sir William Benningfield. Holmes was not at all surprised.
You see, it was Benningfield's whole idea. It was he who had turned traitor and was passing on the naval secrets. Paul Chester found this out and was ready to expose him. So Benningfield had to get rid of him. The plan was to burgle the house in Chiltern Street, steal silver plate, and then send a message to Chester where to find it. Chester was lured to Limehouse, where he was killed, and his body placed beneath the floorboards of the warehouse until it could be shipped aboard a boat and dropped out at sea. Unfortunately, Joe Crumb was discovered by Chester's coachman, who was killed in a fight. I knew that it was the beginning of the case and not the end. Once Crumb was acquitted, he got overconfident. The landlord, being the spineless type, reacted to a telegram I sent to him, saying Chester's body had been found. They led us to him. My brother Mycroft is due back in England straight away. He'll deal with Benningfield. I think our job is over, Watson. So much for the Porter Muse mystery. Interesting case, but a little too close to home for comfort. Don't you agree?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Holmes looked at the sergeant, who appeared completely baffled. The sergeant shrugged his shoulders and indicated that he didn't know what line of action to take. It was Holmes who took the initiative.
If the police manage to hush this up, Burley, well, there must be an end to this. No more begging, no more Mike Beale.
I swear by the most solemn oath that it shall be so.
Then I think you should tell your wife everything. If she is the lady I think she is, then she will find it in her heart to forgive you. I promise you that we shall be silent. The rest is up to you. Well, now, Watson, how about that supper waiting for you back at Baker Street? Shall we get back to it straight away?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Fine walk, Holmes. How do you feel now? Haven't tired you, I hope?
No. I'm feeling much better at the exercise, Watson. I must admit I wasn't all that keen on coming down here for a week when you suggested it, but I can see that you were wise. I've got my appetite back.
Oh, there's our inn, the bunch of grapes down there in the valley. Gentle stroll back down there, and I admit I'll be ready for dinner also. And after a game of darts, dominoes, or shove halfpenny, then an early night. Yes, this is the life, Holmes. Country, where nothing ever happens.
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tonight,
The Runaway Runner.
Not all the cases I've had the pleasure of reporting for Sherlock Holmes have been born of murder and mayhem. There have been intriguing ones of international importance, and all have had criminal connections. But there are several that stay in my mind for a different reason. They were refreshingly amusing. Of course, we took them seriously at the time, but distance has lent them an old-fashioned enchantment. One such case is one I called the Runaway Runner. This was in the spring of 1887, when Holmes had been overworking, and I insisted that we got out of London for a week. We put up at a country pub in the village of Little Wheatfield. The sitting was a delightful part of Kent. The Bunch of Grapes was a most comfortable inn, where the food was delectable and the landlord gregarious.
There we are, gents. Steak and kidney and mushroom pie. Homegrown peas and potatoes baked in their jackets. Now that do you?
It looks and smells quite splendid, landlord.
Oh, call me Reg, Mr. Holmes. Not often we have famous guests like yourself and Dr. Watson. Have to do our best for you. That and a pint of bitter, and you'll be sleeping like a baby tonight.
Oh, we're both feeling considerably better for our few days here, Reg. Holmes is looking more of his old self. And as for me, well, I must start watching my weight. You know, you really feed us too well.
Nothing like homegrown food. I'll be fetching you some teas and coffee later on. You've been out getting some exercise, have you? Good.
Very fine walking district. The scenery is quite beautiful. But speaking of exercise, I noticed that you have a sort of cinder track along the back of the stables. What is that used for?
Oh, might have known you'd spot that sooner or later. The fact is that the Hawks with Handicap is about to be held in these parts this weekend. Harriers, you know, local runners from all over Kent. I can tell you it doesn't half draw in the crowds on a Saturday and Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, very good for business, eh, Rich?
Oh, that it is. Since we've become such good friends, like, I don't mind passing you the tip. The Grapes has got its own man in the race. Lives right here, top floor back. Young Fred Forbes. Frisky Fred, some of the folks calls him. Been in training since the beginning of the year. Of course, we have to keep it a bit secret-like.
Why a secret, Fred?
Oh, the odds, of course.
What, you mean people bet on these races?
Oh, Lord bless you, of course. You'll be surprised the money that passes hands in the Hawks with Handicap. I've got a pretty packet on our Fred, I can tell you. I knows all the other entries, and Fred'll leave them standing. But we aren't showing them off. There are spies from the Three Bells over in Great Wheatfield who try and catch him at practice. But we're on to that. Fred's got a trainer, John Delaney, an international man. Lots of sprinters in America. Knows what he's doing. Reckons he has our Fred in peak form.
So you hope to make some money this weekend?
Well, I don't see how we can miss. Look, Mr. Holmes, there's a fellow called Doug Dawson from Great Wheatfield who's running a book. He may be in here later on, in the bar. I think you can get about 10 to 1 on our Fred. How about having a little flutter?
Oh, Reg, I'm not a betting man.
Oh, come on, Holmes. We're having a few days off. I think it's a splendid idea. I'll wager a guinea on him if you're sure you'll pull it off, Reg.
Oh, easy, no trouble. Look, you'll meet him all and Fred himself in the bar parlour after you've finished your meal. So what about it?
Oh, very well. I'll be guided by you and Watson.
That's a ticket. Now I'll go and get you your tea.
And so we looked forward to a light-hearted evening in the bar parlour. It was crowded with locals, and we were soon aware that the pale young man sitting at the bar nursing a mild and bitter was Fred Forbes, the man we were to bet on. He didn't look particularly impressive. In fact, he was decidedly miserable, and the locals were ribbing him about it.
Oh, now come on, Fred, pull yourself together. You gotta get things straight. First things first, skin important.
She is to me. Malt Gosport is everything to me.
Fred, you should face fire. Maud's someone else's girl. She told you so herself, didn't she?
Yeah, I know, but that's what makes it worse. Who'd she turn you down for, Fred? Oh, she wouldn't say. Just said she loved another, and I don't know who.
It doesn't matter who she is. The point is that you mustn't let this depress you. You got a big race on at the weekend. That's the important thing to concentrate on. Sitting there like a lovesick cow doesn't help at all. Think about your running, my boy. I haven't been training you all these months in order to have you go all sloppy.
Johnny's right, Fred. You must throw off this depression and get on with your training.
That's the truth.
Nothing about us. We've been behind you all the time. Yeah, I know, but it hasn't anything to do with my running the race.
But it has. I know athletes. The mental attitude is of great importance. Fancy this happening at a time like this. Mind you, it'd be even worse if Maud accepted you and began going out with you. You don't need a woman in your life at a time like this. You need all your strength in your legs. I'll be all right.
Of course you will. Have another point, Fred, and forget it.
That's right. Oh, and here are my two-star guests, Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Cover me the crowd. Have a drink on the house. Folks, one on the house for Fred and the big race. What do you say?
Done that before. Never done that.
Thank you very much.
It was a very merry evening. Under the hearty atmosphere, even Fred Forbes cheered up. The bookie from the other village failed to put in an appearance, however, and after Reg had called time gentlemen please for at least 20 minutes, the bar closed and we went to bed. Holmes and I spent the next morning together, once again walking the hills, and it seemed natural enough to join the locals in the bar at lunchtime.
Everything to your liking, Reg? How's Fred this morning?
Oh, seems a bit more cheerful. He's out with John Delaney, putting in a bit of midday practice on the cinder tracks, then a trot round the back fields. The odds on him at the moment are about 12 to 1. Reckon Sammy Grimes to the Three Bells in Great Wheatfield is a favourite. But he don't stand a chance. Get a 12 to 1 bet on, Mr. Holmes. Doug Dawson's bound to be in tonight, seeing as how he missed last night.
Oh, I've seen him. Has he been back here?
What are you talking about, John? What's the matter?
It's Fred. He's run out on us. He just bolted. I looked everywhere. He's gone.
No, just a minute. What do you mean he's gone? You were out there taking him for a lunchtime practice. How can you have lost him? Don't make no sense at all.
I went out with him, down beyond the clinker run. We were just about to do the trot around the backfields when Fred... Well, he says he's feeling a bit chilly due to the wind picking up. Well, he was sweating a bit, and I thought maybe he'd be getting a chill, so I come back to get a jersey for him. Well, he left it on the back doors. And then when I went back to the lane where I left him, he wasn't there by the fence. I've been all over the village. No one's seen him. He must have decided to cut and run.
I don't believe it. Fred wouldn't do a thing like that.
He did,
He's here somewhere. Let's all go looking for him.
That's a bloody good idea.
Just one moment, if I might be allowed a word.
Hang on.
If you all go trampling around the place, you could destroy any clues as to what has happened. I think that this should be gone about in a more scientific manner, don't you?
Mr. Holmes is right. He's used to this sort of problem.
Oh, what do you suggest? Oh, we've got to find him. If he's backed off and decided he won't run in the handicap, then I stand to lose a fortune. Mr. Holmes, do you think you can find him?
Let us take one step at a time. There may be a perfectly simple explanation to all this. Now, I suggest you all go about your business keeping your eyes and ears open, but your mouths tightly closed. I take it that everyone in here wants Fred to run on Saturday. Well then, it is essential that his disappearance is not made known to the other runners or their sponsors. Otherwise, Fred could well find his name scratched from the race, isn't that so? And so you must remain quiet in the hope that he is found and able to take place in the event. Now, please let us disperse quite quietly. Say nothing of this. Make discreet inquiries, and if you find out anything, report back to Reg here. Otherwise, go about your work and try to appear unconcerned. Now, will you do that? Good. And come, Watson, we have work to do.
Oh, Holmes, do you think there's anything in this? I mean, surely it's hardly worth all this fuss. Fred Forbes must turn up very soon. Something can't have happened to him. Not at midday in the heart of the Kentish countryside.
Well, one never knows, Watson. Our good landlord is right when he says that quite a lot of money is invested by the local people in this young man. He must have an active opposition who stand to gain from his disappearance.
So you mean he may have been hobbled by someone with loyalty to another runner? I cannot believe there's been foul play. An abduction?
Yes, something like that. Look, this is the end of the cinder track, and see. Here in the earth is the impression of footprints. Spikes. Fred was wearing spiked running shoes. Now, one doesn't go for a casual walk around the lanes in those sort of shoes. Now, here's the fence where John Delaney left him, and the spiked footprints continue along here until... wait. One moment. What have we here?
Well, it's a scrap of material.
It's more than that. It's a handkerchief, a woman's handkerchief. And the initials upon it read M.G.
M.G.? Maud Gosport. The girl Fred's so in love with.
Yes, very likely, Watson, very likely. Yes, I think we must take this as evidence, but even more important is that over here, look at this. Clear signs of a struggle here on the grass on the other side of the gate, and here a few drops of blood. I'm afraid, Watson, there has been some form of foul play after all.
I was appalled at the idea that there could have been any kind of violence used in the disappearance of Fred Forbes. It seemed so unnecessary. After all, it was just a simple village race, and the stakes couldn't have been that high. It simply wasn't worth it. But, as Holmes had said on many an occasion, people do strange things for the smallest of motives. And having got this far, we had to follow up on the clues we had obtained. Holmes insisted that the trail must lead us to Great Wheatfield and to the Three Bells Inn. This, we knew, was the headquarters of the rival Harriers. It was some miles across the fields, and we were sorely in need of refreshment when we arrived. We were in luck, because it was clear that serving behind the bar was the girl we wished to question.
Hey, Maud! On dashboard, there's customers waiting.
All right. What will you have, Jen?
2 draft beers, please. Thank you.
Oh, righty-ho. You're new round here, aren't you?
Oh, just a few days walking in the district, staying over at the Bunch of Grapes in the other village.
Oh. How are you?
They tell me there'll be excitement at the weekend, when the Hawkswood Handicap takes place. The local folk are actually placing bets, I believe.
That's right.
Anyone you fancy?
Oh, we got our fellow here. Sammy Grimes. He's a favourite.
What about Fred Forbes? Frisky Forbes, they call him at our inn. Do you fancy his chances?
Who? I ain't never even heard of him. Can't help you. Don't take much notice in these things. It's not sophisticated enough for a girl like me, you understand? Oh, there you are.
Now, here we are. Now, keep the change.
Oh, so very much. Oh, here's Doug Dawson. If you want to know more about that stupid race, you better ask him.
Good afternoon, gents. Did I hear you showing an interest in the Hawksworth Handicap?
That's right. My friend and I are staying in the other village.
The Grapes, are you? Well, now you should know all about the race, then. They've got an outsider of their own.
Yes, that's right. I was just talking to your barmaid about him, Fred Forbes.
Don't stand a chance. On our books, he's out to 15 to 1.
Really? You know, I wouldn't mind a mild flutter myself.
Well, I'm the bookie. I'll take your bets. Doug Dawson's my name, and I'll be happy to accommodate you, my friend.
I think I'll take a couple of guineas on Fred Forbes.
Oh.
What about you, Watson?
Make mine a £5.
Mighty interesting. It's a pity to take your money, but I will. I'll just get my book and write out your bets. It's been very nice meeting you, gentlemen. And I doubt if we'll be meeting again, because you certainly won't be coming over here to collect your winnings. Now, let me give you your receipt and your slips. Get my betting book, will you please, Maudie?
After we left the Three Bells, Holmes insisted that we walk the long way back to Little Wheatfield. This meant going by what was known as the lower end. It was obviously the poorer part of the village. Holmes showed an active interest in all the buildings, and particularly in a row of cottages on the road that led to the open countryside.
Yes. Most interesting, Watson. Look, over there, that row of houses. 2 shops on either end, and 3 houses in the middle.
Yes.
Each house bears the sign for sale or rent.
Yes, that's so, but what's so unusual about it?
The name of the agent, Watson, D. Dawson. Our bookmaker friend is also a dealer in property. That's very interesting. Yes, shall we walk round the back of those houses? It'll not be more than a few minutes out of our way. It's a pity we can't obtain an order to view.
Well, I suppose we can if you're interested, but why?
Now, reason it out, Watson. Maud Gosport is clearly feeling very guilty because she even denied knowing Fred Forbes. And it's the talk of the whole district that she's rejected his amorous advances for another. She must know far more than she's saying. And she's a great friend of Doug Dawson, who's running a book on the race and is sponsoring the favourite, Sammy Grimes. Her handkerchief is found near what is most likely the scene of Fred's abduction. Now, if you kidnapped a healthy young man and wished to keep him a prisoner for over 24 hours, where would you choose to hide him?
Holmes, you don't mean in one of these houses?
Do you think of a better place? And my guess would be this one, Watson, the middle one. And why? Because even if he was able to cry for help, the houses on either side are empty. I should think ideal. Now, here we are, at the back gate to the garden. Yes. Now, the gate is open. And the way the grass is laid flat on the other side, it's quite clear that it's been used recently. Now, why? Anyone wishing to enter the house would surely get a key and go in the front. Yes, I think we're decidedly on the right track.
If you're right, if Freddy is trapped in that place, then what are we to do? Break in?
Not at the moment, Watson. That doesn't suit our plans at all, no. No, we go back to the bunch of grapes and hold a council of war with our worthy landlord, Reg. We shall need his cooperation if the tables are to be turned in a satisfactory way. Yes, come on, Watson, let's step it out.
Just a minute, Mr. Holmes, just a minute. You mean to tell me that you found Fred?
I cannot be sure, but I think so, yes.
And that fat swine Dawson is behind it all? That he has spirited Fred away and holding him against his will?
Well, again, I cannot be sure, but I think so. Most certainly the girl Maud Gosport is implicated.
The little lassie. Where do I get my hands on those two?
No, Reg, that's quite the wrong approach. If we're to get Fred back and defeat these people, we must be very subtle about it. Now, to start with, have you got anything like a closed carriage, a pony and trap, horse and cart that Watson and I can borrow this evening?
Oh, there's an old landau carriage out in the stables. You can put both hoods up. Old Bessie, the mare, she'll pull it for you all right. Done it many a time.
That sounds ideal. Good. Watson will be able to drive it, I'm sure.
Yes, I can tackle that.
Right. Now, Reg, you must stay here and wait. Watson and I will go out with the horse and carriage once it's getting dusk. We shall not be back until after dark. But when we return, we hope to have Fred with us. Now, it's most important that no one knows of this. You must not discuss this with anyone. Not with your wife, or with Fred's trainer, John Delaney. With no one. You understand?
Reg helped us harness the old mare up to the rather dilapidated landau, and at dusk I drove it by the back lanes into the lower end. It was easily tethered in the lane at the back of the empty houses, and Holmes and I slipped through the creaking gate and into the back garden of the middle house.
Look, Watson. The window on the first floor. There's a faint chink of light showing from the corner of the blind. That means we're right. There must be someone in that room, and it's simply got to be Fred.
Well, Holmes, what do we do? How do we get at him?
Well, my guess is he won't be alone. There'll be someone in there guarding him, seeing as he doesn't get away. Are you ready for a little rough action, Watson?
I still have the riding crop, Holmes.
I think a straight left might be more effective. Stand back. I have a large rock. From that wall, I'm going to toss it through the ground floor window. If that doesn't bring him out, nothing will. Hold on. Here it goes.
What the devil? Who did this? Who's there?
Now get him, Watson. Get him.
Right, go!
Good man. You grasped him with a lovely right hook. Here, help me get him inside. He's out cold. Come on. I think we can leave him here for a bit. Let's get up to Fred. Fred, are you all right?
Fred, no, let me, Holmes. He's all right. He's just gagged. And his hand tied on that instead.
Better? Thank you, Dr. Watson.
I will soon get you out of here. Are you sure you're not harmed in any way?
No. I'm all right. I don't know what all this means. The fellow who was guarding me, Pete Higgs, he wouldn't say, just gagged me when I wouldn't stop talking. He's a bullying oaf. Where is he?
Watson, knocked him cold. Don't bother about him. We're going to give him a taste of his own medicine. Bring him up here and leave him trussed and gagged like you've been. With a bit of luck, no one will find him until after the race tomorrow. Now, come on, Fred, let's get you out of here. That's it. And then, Watson, we will attend to the man, Pete Higgs. Are you ready?
We got Fred down into the landau and put the hoods up. Then we made sure that Pete Higgs was securely tied on the bed we'd taken Fred from. After that, it was easy to urge the mare to trot back to the bunch of grapes, where Reg was more than delighted to welcome us.
You did it! Oh, Fred, my boy, what an adventure. You sure you're all right?
Yeah, I'm fine, Reg. Give me a full meal and a night's sleep and I'll be as good as new. But I still don't know how it all happened.
Well, you'd better be prepared for a nasty shock. You see, the man behind it all is your own trainer, John Delaney.
What?
Of course. He arranged it all. I was suspicious from the moment he said he left you to come back here for a jersey. Now, what trainer would leave a sweating man out there in the cold? Then I did some more checking up. Delaney is the man Maud Gosport referred to you, Fred.
What?
I'm afraid it's true. She was swept off her feet by him, even to the extent of joining in the plan. She wrote you a note asking you to meet her at the end of the cinder track, didn't she? Then, when Delaney left you, she lured you into the lane where Pete Higgs and Dawson started on you. You put up a fight and drew blood with your spikes, but they abducted you. Well, we managed to beat them.
Now the thing is, can you beat the rest of them tomorrow afternoon? You'll have to run the race of your life, Fred.
It was quite remarkable that somehow the news was kept a secret in the district until the runners were announced for the big race the following afternoon. There was a gasp of surprise when Fred Forbes appeared looking smart and fresh for the event. A large crowd, including Holmes and me, gathered at the start.
On your marks! Yes, sir!
Whoa!
There was never any doubt about it. Fred Forbes took off like a flash of lightning and headed the field all the way. He won by a clear 6 paces from the next man. The jubilation in the bunch of grapes that evening knew no bounds.
Well, Watson, a most satisfactory end to our short holiday.
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Anything in the newspaper of interest, Holmes? I'm rather worried about the floods in Scotland.
What? Oh, the floods. No, not much about it. Water appears to be subsiding, torrential rains abating, local people stoic in the circumstances.
Well, thank heavens there seems to be an end to it all. I have old friends who are farming in that area.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm sorry to interrupt your train of thought, Watson, but I just spotted something rather intriguing.
Oh?
Lady Jane Beresford has had the famous Cerusi pearls stolen whilst giving a house party. And who do you think is in charge of the case?
I can't imagine.
Our old friend Inspector Thorne from Scotland Yard. What's the betting that he'll be around here before lunch? Oh, not to ask advice, of course, mark you, but merely to drop in for a cup of coffee, swapping stories, you know, that sort of thing. I lay 10 to 1 that we find ourselves involved. What do you say?
We present The Stories of Sherlock Holmes.
Tonight,
The Cerusi Pearls.
Suddenly, it was spring, and one of the most beautiful springs we'd seen for many years. It was the more appreciated as it followed a severe winter with serious flooding in the north. The parks and gardens began to stir with life. Overnight, the air became warm and soft. Blossoms filled the trees and shrubs. In the city, children were bowling their hoops and playing hopscotch in the alleyways. In the country, house parties could now be arranged with tennis and croquet for the guests. I was always happy at this time of year. There would be fewer cases of illness owing to the winter cold. Even Sherlock Holmes, who professed never to care a jot about the weather, appeared to respond cheerfully to the changed conditions. On this particularly bright morning, we'd hardly finished breakfast before there was a ring at the doorbell. And some minutes later, Mrs. Hudson showed in Inspector Thorne of New Scotland Yard and his assistant, Detective Sergeant Pollock.
You're bright and early, Thorne. Enjoying the change in the weather? Pray do take a seat. Will you have some coffee?
Thank you. Yes.
Sergeant?
Thank you. Don't mind if I do.
Yes, well, allow me.
Tell me all about it, Thorne. You cannot have called here just because you want to share our coffee. I see from the newspaper that you're engaged upon the case of Lady Beresford's stolen pearls. Is it proving interesting?
It's always difficult when one's dealing with the aristocracy. It can be rather embarrassing. It's uncomfortable to have to question a lord or a baronet, and, this case is nearly a dozen of them.
Here you are. Coffee. Well, you tell us all about it.
Yes, pray do. But first, let me refresh my memory regarding your central character, Lady Jane Beresford. She is a widow, is she not? Lord Beresford died some 6 years ago, leaving her the ancestral seat of Ashwood Hall in Oxfordshire. She's an extremely rich lady who entertains lavishly and owns the famous Serusi pearls. It's something from this collection that is missing?
A tiara. It seemed she opened the country season with a house party. 12 house guests. All top drawer, naturally. Guest list reads like who's who. I was sent to Oxfordshire the moment the yard was called in. Lady Beresford insisted that the local police should not be called in. She wants the whole matter handled with the utmost discretion. As little publicity as possible. How the morning papers got hold of the news, I can't think. Anyhow, Pollock and I went up there, and of course we were granted an audience with Lady Beresford at once. She was extremely upset.
This is very considerate, Inspector. I do appreciate it. It's a most delicate matter, you see, and I'm sure you'll be most discreet.
You can be sure of that, my lady. Now, please tell us all the facts, right from the start, leaving nothing out, however insignificant.
Well, a month ago, I sent out invitations to a dozen or so friends of mine. The list is there on the side table. I've had my secretary prepare it for you.
Thank you. I see there are 14 names here. Did they all come to the house party?
2 were unable to. The Earl of Baronsmere and his wife. They were stranded in Scotland in all that terrible flooding. The others all came and stayed here, naturally. On the Sunday evening, we had a recital. A string quartet from Oxford. It was a great success, and the guests all retired around midnight. It was quite formal, evening dress, of course. I wore a lavender gown and the tiara.
Any other jewellery?
With the Serusi pearls, Inspector, any other jewellery would be quite out of place.
Quite. Well, please carry on.
So I keep my jewels in the safe in my late husband's bedroom. It's the very latest in safe, very secure. Nobody but my secretary and myself know how to open it. But it's my own fault. I was simply careless. It had been a wonderful weekend, and I was exhausted when I retired. Foolishly, I did not return the tiara to the safe. I left it instead in a jewellery case in my dressing room. In the morning, it wasn't until after all the guests had departed that I remembered that the tiara was still out of the safe. I went to the dressing room. The jewellery box was still there, in the same place, but the tiara was no longer inside. It had been stolen during the night. I immediately reported the matter to Scotland Yard.
How many servants have access to your dressing room, Lady Beresford?
3, my maid, the housekeeper, and the chambermaid. But they all swear that they were never in the rooms. You wish to question them, of course, but they've all been with my household since before my husband's death. All my staff are 100% trustworthy. Oh, you do see what this means, Inspector. If no one living here stole the tiara, then it must have been one of the guests. The cream of British aristocracy is on that guest list. How can I let any one of them believe that I think them to be a cheap thief? It's unthinkable. And yet the theft took place. I don't know how you're going to investigate this, Inspector, without bringing shame and humiliation to all of us. It's quite dreadful. Dreadful.
Of course, I questioned all the servants. The impression I got was that they were totally loyal to Lady Beresford and quite horrified that this should have happened. I made an examination of the rooms and the grounds. The dressing room in question is a corner room. Outside there's just one floor and then the ground floor. There's a large creeper growing along the wall. Clear evidence that it had recently been climbed. There were marks made to cover up the ground at the roots, which may have shown footprints.
So you're fairly certain that entry was made from the outside during the time Lady Beresford was sleeping, by a person or persons unknown?
That's right. Now, we can discount casual robbery. How would the thief know that the pearls were being worn on that particular night, and that they were to be found in her ladyship's dressing room?
How indeed.
So her ladyship's fears are confirmed. It was one of her guests who turned thief. I'm not looking forward to questioning all those titled people. It'd be impossible not to cause offence.
May I see the list?
There you are, Miss Holmes.
Oh, thank you. The Earl of Newport, Marchioness Zindobry, speech from Lady Courtney, Count Hubert von Perrant, the Honourable S. O'Keefe, Sir James and Lady Ford Wallace, Viscount McFadden. He's quite a celebrity. Start to the spring season. Well, now, it doesn't seem to be at all difficult, Thorne.
It doesn't?
No. Of the 12 names we have here, 5 are women, who are, after all, unlikely to go scampering up creepers during the night. Of the other 7, 4 are men hardly able to climb a flight of stairs, they're so old. Viscount McFadden lost a leg in a shooting accident last year. Therefore, we're left with 2 young suspects. The Earl of Newport is known to me, and I should say he would never be a thief. The other, the Honourable S. O'Keefe. I've never heard of him. Well, the name has a decidedly false ring to it. Watson, please pass me the large blue book at the end of the 3rd bookshelf, please.
This one?
That's it, yes, thank you. Yes, I already have a suspicion growing in my mind, but one must verify everything. I'm sure you'll agree, Thorne. Now, O'Keefe. As I thought. No such person listed. Well, that's your man, Thorne, no doubt about it. The course is clear. Find out who the man is, how long Lady Beresford has known him, and why he happened to be in such august company.
Well, that's a very useful suggestion, Holmes.
May I make another?
Well, of course.
There are very few men in England who would dare to commit such a crime. An ordinary crook could never hope to carry it off. To start with, he has to fool some of the oldest and best-bred families in the land. He'd have to be extremely well-read, well-travelled, and well-educated. In short, a black sheep from the upper classes who has turned to crime through force of circumstances, or maybe just sheer boredom. That narrows it down even further, wouldn't you say?
Got anyone in mind, Holmes?
Yes, one in particular. Slim Buxton. Public school background, married twice for money. He's several aliases, and is known in the London underworld as the Duke. Now, don't try and look him up at Scotland Yard. He's too clever to have a criminal record. If you like, I'll make inquiries through my own contacts. They would know who could locate a buyer for rare and famous pearls.
Yes, that might be just as well.
Yes, I doubt, however, if the Duke would risk trying to dispose of the Sir pearls in England. Certainly not so soon after the theft, at any rate. The collection was designed for the Sir family, the famous Italian bankers. The collection came into the hands of the Beresford family when Alberto Sir disposed many of his assets in order to finance his vast Middle East concerns. Yes, well, I'd have a watch placed on all ports and check all continental shipping. Pick up the Duke, pin a crime on him so you can hold him, and then get to work.
Well, as I say, it's worth following up. Got that, Pollock?
Yes, Inspector.
Well, thank you very much, Holmes, for the chat and the coffee. We'll be getting in touch. Good morning to you. Morning, sir. Good morning.
While Thorne and the detective sergeant had been with us, Holmes seemed to view the whole matter with an air of slight amusement. But once they'd gone about their business, he became very thoughtful.
This is a very puzzling affair, Watson. Simply does not make sense. There's far more to it than Thorne thinks.
Well, if he does take your advice and manages to catch the Slim Buxton fellow, then it'll be entirely due to you, Holmes.
It'll take a smarter man than Thorne to catch the Duke out. Oh, well, I shall be out all day, but if you're here this evening, I expect to have news.
You're going to pursue the case? You're going after this man, Slim Buxton, yourself?
Oh, no. I shall let Thorne do all that. I expect him to be successful up to a point. No, I shall be tracking down the real criminal. I'll see you this evening.
Sherlock Holmes' attitude of being one step ahead of everyone else could be extremely irritating. But he was so seldom wrong that I'd learned to live with it, and I must admit that I looked forward to hearing the progress both he and Thorne had made during that day. When I returned to Baker Street that evening, I found Holmes seated by the open window, a sheaf of telegrams on his lap. He looked up cheerfully and said,
"Listen to this, Watson. Your supposition's entirely correct. Slim Buxton identified as Honourable S. O'Keefe, booked under his own name, passage on SS Emerald Isle from Portsmouth to Dublin this evening. Pollock and I will be on board. Hope for catch red-handed before stop at Liverpool tomorrow. Regards, Thorne."
I must say things are moving, Holmes, but why are Thorne and Pollock boarding the ship? They know the man's guilty. Why don't they hold him on suspicion until it's all been cleared up?
It's quite simple. They hope to catch him on board with the pearls. If they move in too soon, they might get their man, but they will have no proof. Thorne thinks he's playing a very clever game.
Oh, well, it sounds astute enough to me. I just hope he can pull it off.
Oh, I should be very surprised if he does. A trip to Liverpool might prove most interesting. How are you placed, Watson, for a couple of days?
Yes, I suppose that'd be all right. I could,
Well, I think it might take longer. If we go over to Dublin, if you could spare the time and the interest, I promise you will not be out of pocket at the end of the trip. Shall I make the necessary arrangements? The SS Emerald Isle will be at Liverpool tomorrow, so we must take the first train. Will that be all right with you?
By this time, I was too intrigued to want to miss a minute of any further developments, and I simply agreed. All the same, I wondered what was about to happen. I also wondered about Thorne and Pollock aboard the SS Emerald Isle. How exactly would they go about it?
This is how we'll go about it, Pollock. Watch the man like a hawk. He's not have a clue who we are. One of us must be with him all times. And the only time he'll be alone is when he goes to his cabin. Then we watch the gangway. Notice if he talks to anyone, makes friends with people, or engages anyone in what looks like a business transaction. We've got our man, I'm sure of that. And he must have the pearls either in his luggage or about his person. Is all that clear?
Yes, Inspector, I understand.
Good. Then we must not appear to be too friendly. Look, he's getting up from the table over there. He's finishing his drink. He's heading for the deck. All right, get after him. Keep your ears and eyes open and report back when I can take over from you. Now, off you go. That's right. You wouldn't happen to have a match on you, would you, old chap?
Yes, I think so, sir.
Oh, thank you. Oh, deuced rude of me. Would you care to smoke?
No, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Calm sea, lovely night. Should be a good crossing tomorrow. Going far on this trip?
Well, no, that is... Well, I don't think so.
Like that, is it? You know, you really should make up your minds. After all, it is the public's money you're spending, is it not?
What? What do you mean? Now, I don't understand. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, come on now. Credit me with a little more discernment. Perhaps it is just as well that we can have this little chat, and it saves so much time, you know. My name, as you know, is Slim Buxton. I don't know yours, but you really should cut along to your superior, the worthy inspector, and tell him that this trip is a complete waste of time and money. I rather object to a nice sea crossing being spoiled by being treated as a common criminal. I have not committed a crime, and you will never be able to prove that I have. So be a good man and leave me alone, will you? Now, I think I will retire for the night. Good night. I hope you sleep as well as I know I shall. Of all the blasted affronts, the blaming cheek! How dare the man take such liberties? I'll have him arrested immediately. I have the captain put a close watch on his cabin. He'll be dragged off this ship at Liverpool and held for
what, Inspector? We haven't got a thing on him.
He gained entry to Lady Beresford's home at Ashwood Hall by impersonation. That's good enough for a start.
But she invited him. No, we haven't got a thing on him, and he knows it.
Don't stop raising objections, Pollock. I'm holding that man tomorrow morning the moment we tie up at Liverpool, and that's a fact.
And I boarded the night train for Liverpool, having been lucky enough to secure a double berth at short notice. We were expected to arrive at Liverpool at 6 o'clock the following morning, in good time to meet up with the SS Emerald Isle from Portsmouth later the day. The next day, as the packet was being moored at the dock, we saw a police carriage standing outside the portmaster's office. Inspector Thorne was already at work upon his victim.
It's no good, Inspector, it's no good. There's nothing here. I've been through this case half a dozen times.
Well, take the handle off. Take the bottom off the case. I do hope that you're going to replace all this, Inspector. I regard it as willful damage to private property. I know you carry a warrant to search, but not to destroy. May I get dressed now? You may, but you're not leaving England. I can detain you under my special powers, and I shall do so now. I know you're at the root of all this trouble, and by heaven, I'll stick at it until I have proof. Well, the best of luck to you. Since I have been deprived of my rights of travel and my belongings are in tatters, I take it you will be good enough to escort me back to my London home, where I can at least change into decent clothes before taking this appalling business any further.
Very well. Come with me. Sergeant, get all this stuff together. Come along there. Hurry, man. Hurry.
To my surprise, Holmes seemed little interested in Thorne's interrogation of Slim Buxton. He merely requested that the sergeant stay with us at Liverpool when the official police party took the impeccably cool suspect away to London. Holmes boarded the SS Emerald Isle and had a word with the purser.
The cabin allocated to Mr. Slim Buxton. I'm afraid it's been given to somebody else, sir. It just isn't free.
Oh, that is a pity. Mr. Buxton then just left the ship. I'm a bad sailor, and I thought I'd like a cabin for the crossing.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. You see, there was a lady, and she had her name on the list for cancellation. It's a Signora Claudia Gamboli. So you see, you're just too late.
Oh, very well, I understand. It's not all that important, sir. Can you point the lady out to me among the passengers already aboard?
Oh, why, yes, sir. Let's. Oh, well, there she is. There, in the dark brown coat, with a brown hat and veil. That's her. That's Signora Gamboli.
Oh, good. Thank you. Now, Sergeant, you see the lady we've been talking about over there? She's about to go below.
Yes, sir, I got her.
Well, just stay well out of her way until we reach Dublin. I don't think there'll be any difficulty. She will go below, I imagine. And we shall spend most of the pleasant crossing smoking our pipes and enjoying the calm seas. What do you say, Watson?
I can't think of a more enjoyable way of spending the day.
Good, then. Let's go and get ourselves a decent spot by the rails.
Crossing was delightful. The sea like a mill pond, and just sufficient breeze to be invigorating. I thoroughly enjoyed myself, and as for Holmes, well, I think he almost forgot the purpose of our journey. However, at Dublin, he asserted his authority and was the first off the ship. An Irish official came aboard, and Holmes led our small party down to the cabin where Signora Gamboli was sitting with luggage packed.
Signora Gamboli?
I am Signora Claudia Gamboli. What can I do for you?
This is Inspector McEnroe of the Dublin Constabulary. This is Detective Sergeant Pollock of Scotland Yard.
Oh, yes? What can I do for you, gentlemen?
I think you already know Sergeant Pollock, do you not?
No, I have not had the pleasure.
I think you have. The day he called on you at your ancestral seat, Ashwood Hall in Oxfordshire, in connection with your missing tiara.
What are you talking about? Are you people crazy? What kind of rubbish are you coming here with?
Will you please mind removing your hat and that thick black veil? I'm sure the sergeant will confirm all that I'm saying. Come now, Lady Beresford. No one wishes to force you into a confession, but the game is up. You know it is. Now, please, remove the veil.
This is an outrage. I mean, you come here disturbing a lady with these stupid lies.
Lady Beresford, please remove the veil. I'm afraid I must insist.
No, and if I refuse?
I shall merely take your handbag like this.
Oh, no, give that back. Give it to me. How dare you?
That is better. That's more like your own voice. And now? The pearl tiara. Here is the beauty. Watson, I think you'd better take charge of this for the moment.
Yes, very well, Holmes.
Just where did Slim Buxton hide this tiara, my lady? Behind the water pipes, perhaps? Oh, yes, it was very clever of you. A neat plan. Too neat a plan in many ways. You've been extremely heavily in debt for some time, and so you arranged the entire affair. You got in touch with Slim Buxton, who seemed eminently suitable for the kind of tricky operation you had in mind. You promised him half the insurance money if he would steal your jewels. The idea was to make it obvious that he was the crook, and have Scotland Yard follow him on board this boat. You both knew that he would be taken off, and when he was, you would come aboard, occupy the same cabin, collect the tiara from a safe hiding place, and proceed to Dublin, where you could dispose of it for a fortune. I'm familiar, my lady, with the notorious Cercle des Amis, whose headquarters are in Dublin, and who specialize in trading in hot collector's items. A piece from the exquisite Sarusi collection would not only bring in a handsome sum, but would be quite a prize to acquire. The money from the sale, combined with the insurance claim, would certainly get you out of debt and also prevent you from losing face in society. Now, is that not so?
Give or take a few details. Everything you say is quite correct, but I have nothing further to say.
Neither have I. I shall leave it all to Scotland Yard to handle as they think fit. Only one more thing. You did offer a reward to whoever found the tiara? Well, I found it. So, there we are. I told you we would not be out of pocket regarding this little trip, did I not, Watson?
Decided to stay in Dublin for a few days. As Holmes pointed out, it was a free trip. Why not enjoy ourselves? Dublin proved to be, indeed, the fairest of cities. And as we sat drinking sherry early in the evening in a delightful public house overlooking Dublin Bay, Holmes explained,
I've always said that when all other factors have been discounted, the remaining one, however implausible it may seem, must be the cause of the problem. In this case, no one on that guest list would have been prepared to rob Lady Beresford, not even Slim Buxton. Therefore, the instigator of the crime had to be Milady herself. She was just too clever. She left too many obvious clues for Thorne to pick up. Well, I'm looking forward to the crossing back, Watson. Such a soothing journey it was coming here. For us, anyhow. Not so for Lady Beresford, I shouldn't think. Would you, Watson?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.
Holmes looked at the sergeant, who appeared completely baffled. The sergeant shrugged his shoulders and indicated that he didn't know what line of action to take. It was Holmes who took the initiative.
If the police manage to hush this up, Burley, well, there must be an end to this. No more begging, no more Mike Beale.
I swear by the solemn oath that it shall be so.
Then I think you should tell your wife everything. If she is the lady I think she is, then she will find it in her heart to forgive you. I promise you that we shall be silent. The rest is up to you. Well, now, Watson, how about that supper waiting for you back at Baker Street? Shall we get back to it straight away?
Listen again next Sunday to The Stories of Sherlock Holmes, with Graham Armitage as Holmes and Kerry Jordan as Dr. Watson.